House Dad's Literary Life Chapter 1072 to Chapter 1145. Little brother, you can do it. Xiaoya, you can do it. Aya, Xiaoya, why aren't you running anymore? She's excited and clear voice could be heard from the small patch of grass surrounded by a sea of flowers at the side of the coffee shop. In between, there was even Tong Tong's happy laughter. Following the voice, they saw Xianxia sitting beside the shrubs filled with blooming purplish-red flowers. His two long legs were stretched out on the grass, and he was extremely relaxed. Moreover, there was a birdcage beside him, but the metal door was open. Xianxia was smiling as he watched Xixi and Tong Tong play on the grass. Xixi released Xiaoya from the cage. Xiaoya rarely had the chance to come to such an open space, so naturally, it wanted to flap its wings. Unfortunately, its wings were not fully healed yet, so it could not fly. But that didn't stop it from enjoying the scenery on the grassland. It walked briskly and ran a long distance on the grassland. Then, it faced the beautiful flowers, tilted its little head, and used its sharp little mouth to comb its hair. When little Huahua saw that Xiaoya was running so fast, he grinned and chased after her with his chubby little legs. His little butt, which was wrapped in diapers and looked like a bag, was also shaking. It was extremely cute, thus, Cece excitedly took on the role of the little referee. However, from the looks of it now, Xiaoya seemed to have noticed little Tao Wu's pursuit. Perhaps it also knew the power of the little brat. When little Tao Wu came closer, it spread its legs and ran around the bushes quickly. Only after it had opened up a certain distance did it stop again. As if it was provoking it proudly, it jumped and chirped. Ding Xiang returned to the coffee shop a little earlier. After hearing Fong Tang's directions, she quickly went around the sea of flowers and walked over. Brother Yang, why are you looking for me? Ding Xiang asked curiously. Normally, Yang rarely looked for her. After Ding Xiang became a manager, she basically contacted Mo Xiaowan or other people in the company for work-related problems. Whenever Yang had any problems, he would look for Yang Huan or Guozi. Why did he specially come to the coffee shop to look for her today? Ding Xiang, how do you feel about your current job? Are you busy? Yang smiled and asked Ding Xiang to sit down. It just so happened that they were separated by a thick sea of flowers. Moreover, they were at the side of the coffee shop. Unlike the road outside, where students were taking photos, Yang felt that it was quite secluded. Moreover, he could also take care of Xixi and Tong Tong. Therefore, he did not choose to return to the coffee shop to talk. Ding Xiang was a little confused. She did not know the meaning of Yang's question. However, she was an honest person and did not deliberately play tricks. She directly shook her head and said, I'm not very busy. In fact, I feel that I have plenty of time now. Huan and Xiaoguo's schedule is not complicated. Other than some audition invitations that need to be arranged, the rest is all routine work. Compared to Sister Min, my workload is considered much less. The Sister Min she was talking about was the company's newly promoted agent, Liang Min. She used to be Yang Yi's and Murphy's assistant. However, she did not have much work to do. Now that she had obtained an agent's license, Mo Xiaowan arranged for her to be Qianli Chuanchu's agent. Of course, Ding Xiang was not being modest. Compared to Qianli Chuanchu, who had just debuted as a singer, Yang Huan and Guozi, who were still in the part-time state, had much simpler schedules. For example, Yang Huan and Guozi did not need to participate in commercial activities or shoot commercials to promote themselves and earn more money. Other than auditions and acting, they only had to record and promote the Extreme Challenge. These arrangements were too simple. Ding Xiang, who was very smart, only needed an hour a day to deal with them in an orderly manner. Moreover, she still had a lot of time to work on her final year's graduation thesis and thesis defense work. She also had a lot of time to be dragged by Guozi to watch movies, go to the park. Anyway, it was all about romance and love. Although these times were wonderful, Ding Xiang, who was used to hard times, was very uneasy. She always felt that she was wasting her time. She felt that she had not made any substantial progress in the past year, nor had she made any substantial achievements. Moreover, when Ding Xiang was alone, she would occasionally feel a little lost, as if she could not find her life goal. What was her goal now? To help Yang Huan and Guozi realize their dreams? Perhaps this counted as, to win the approval of Guizi's family? Perhaps this should not be called a goal. It would be more appropriate to call it a challenge for her and Guizi's relationship. However, whether this counted or not, these goals belonged to others. What about her own goals? Of course, Ding Xiang did not tell Guizi about her confusion. She felt that this was a kind of negative thought, and she should not mention it to affect Guizi's mood. Perhaps if she was a little busier, she would not feel lost, right? Just like when she was a waitress at the coffee shop on the corner of the street, she was busy doing part-time jobs every day. She was busy going to classes, and her goal was to earn money. Those days were very fulfilling and very happy. However, the Hua brothers did not have any jobs now, and Mo Xiaowan often went shopping with Xiao Ai when she was bored. Ding Xiang could not tell Mo Xiaowan to fire Liang Min, and then Ding Xiang could do the work of 3 managers by herself, right? Ding Xiang briefly introduced her current situation to Yang Yi, and also said that she wanted to do more work. Yang Yi touched his chin and smiled. I see. Actually, to be honest, I was thinking of letting you be Xiaogua's manager, and finding another manager for Huan Huan. Before Yang Yi could finish, Yang Huan, who happened to come around, heard him. She cried out in surprise, why? Yang Huan was actually very curious as to why Yang Yi came to look for Ding Xiang. She had come back from the classroom, dropped her bag, and excitedly came looking for him. However, she did not expect to hear such a short conversation. Not letting Ding Xiang be her manager, Yang Huan and Ding Xiang were as close as sisters. She was used to Ding Xiang helping her sort out her work arrangements. Now that she heard Ding Xiang's words, she became excited. Big brother, sister Ding Xiang is doing well. Why don't you let her be my manager? Yang Huan was so close to shouting that Ding Xiang would be her manager no matter what. Fortunately, Yang Huan found a bit of reason in her excitement. She remembered that her brother was not the kind of person who would get rid of a donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. He was quite affectionate. Yang Yi smiled and wanted to explain. However, at this time, she saw Yang Huan and excitedly rushed over, calling her little auntie. She even wanted to drag Yang Huan to see her little girl. Tong Tong followed suit and hugged Yang Huan's leg with a smile. Their conversation was interrupted for a while. It was not until Yang Huan coaxed the 2 little fellows and promised that he would play with them after the conversation that Yang Yi was able to continue. There's a reason why I want Ding Xiang to be Xiaogua's manager. If she were not with Xiaogua, I would have directly transferred you, because I have another important job for you. Yang Yi said, moreover, I believe that you will like this job. It suits you very well and will be helpful for you and Xiaogua. A job that was suitable for Ding Xiang and that she would like. Yang Yi's words were very tantalizing. Not only was Ding Xiang surprised, but even Yang Huan was curious. She quickly asked, what kind of job is it? Brother, don't keep us in suspense. Do you know that Sahara Online Mall recently acquired Wanjiayi and reorganized it into a new Sahara Taba Online Mall? Yang Yi asked with a smile. Yes. Ding Xiang was stunned for a moment before she nodded. In her line of work, she had to read the newspaper. Yang Huan looked around to make sure that no one was eavesdropping on their conversation. She then lowered her voice and laughed. I know that too. Brother, don't you have some shares in Sahara Online Mall? The media doesn't even know about you. They're only guessing brother Lan Cao Kai's identity. Yang Yi didn't respond to Yang Huan's sneaky smile. Instead, he ignored her and asked Ding Xiang, how much do you know about this new Taba Online Mall? Tell me what you think of this C2C model. I remember that you majored in electronic media. Although you didn't major in e-commerce, you should have some courses related to e-commerce. Ding Xiang was caught off guard by Yang Yi's question. However, her brain worked quickly. She recalled the description of the Taba Online Mall in the newspaper and combined it with the courses she had taken before and the economics and management books she had read in order to find a better job in the future. After a while, she had a draft in her mind. She spoke seriously to Yang Yi as if she was in an interview. Brother Yang, I remember that the C2C model in the newspaper refers to the business model of direct transactions between individuals. It's a bit like when I sold some small goods at the temple fair. Ding Xiang spoke methodically. Moreover, as she spoke, she quickly conceived and enriched the content and basis that she wanted to talk about in her mind. It could be said that she talked non-stop and had no intention of stopping at all. After all, Yang Yi had asked a question that covered a wide range of topics. But as Yang Huan listened, he realized that he didn't understand. Furthermore, Yang Huan did not want to waste her time thinking about it. She was not interested in conversations that were filled with technical jargon. It was just like how she did not want to face her teachers, textbooks, and test papers every day when she was in high school. Soon, she felt bored. The girl yawned and then turned her head to the side in boredom. Shishi's side was much more interesting. When Yang Huan looked over, she saw that the two little fellows were looking into the bushes with their little butts sticking out of their cheeks. Little Momo squatted beside her sister and looked inside curiously. Then, Cece knelt down on the grass with her front body on the grass. As she looked inside, she stretched out her thin little arms, wanting to take something out. "What are you doing?" "Shishi, don't put your hand in. Be careful not to cut your hand." Yang Huan quickly walked over and held Shishi's arm as she tried to persuade her. Cece struggled to move on the grass. She retracted her arm and propped herself up from the ground. She pointed at the bushes and pouted her little mouth as she said to her little aunt, "No, it's Xiaoya who ran in." "Yes, yes." Tong Tong stood up and looked up at his auntie. He nodded in agreement with his sister. Although he was not good at speaking, he was very good at using words and phrases. "Xiaoya ran inside?" Yang Huan suddenly remembered that Shishi and Tong Tong had pulled on her trousers and introduced the bird to her. "Hey, didn't I tell you just now? It's safer to keep the bird in a cage." Although Yang Huan complained, she still showed a positive attitude. She rolled up her sleeves and smiled. "It's okay. Move aside. I'll catch it for you." It was easy for the agile Yang Huan to catch a bird. Moreover, Xiaoya did not want to run away. It was just a natural instinct. When it entered the bushes, it buried its head in its work. It pecked at the petals and leaves on the soil to look for little bugs hidden below. Soon, Yang Huan caught Xiaoya. She held it gently with one hand and pulled it out. "Wow." Shishi looked at Yang Huan in surprise and exclaimed happily, "Auntie, you're amazing." Leaving aside how Yang Huan played with Shishi and Tong Tong, Yang Yi and Ding Xiang talked about the real issue. That's right. Taobao Mall model not only provides a platform for merchants to sell directly to customers, but also helps ordinary people who want to open shops to sell their products. You mentioned it just now, and it's very comprehensive. For example, it can save them the expensive rent in the real world and allow them to sell their products to more customers. Yang Yi first praised Ding Xiang's point of view and then said, "But you may not have considered one point. That is, our shopping mall model on Taobao can not only help some people who already intend to open their own shops, but it may also help some farmers who don't have much contact with the internet now, as well as farmers and mountain people in poor mountainous areas who rarely go to due to transportation and communication reasons." Yang Yi's last sentence was like a bright lamp that lit up Ding Xiang's eyes. Ding Xiang's IQ was indeed outstanding. She immediately understood what Yang Yi might need to spend a lot of time explaining clearly. Brother Yang." Ding Xiang trembled with excitement and asked, "Do you mean that the villagers in our Mung Stockade village can also sell some of the dried goods that they usually collect on the mountain or some of the vine products that they weave themselves?" "That's right." Yang Yi nodded with appreciation and said, "Do you remember that I told you that there are some old people in your village who weave very delicate vine products, even though they use very simple tools?" "Yes, but they can't be shipped out. Even if they sell it in the county, they can't sell it for much money. They've been in the county for too long, and the people in the county don't lack these things." Ding Xiang nodded. "But if you broaden your vision and look at the whole country," Yang Yi said, "someone will definitely be willing to buy it. They can do it in Jiangqing. The vine products here are sold in boutiques. They're very expensive." Ding Xiang hesitated for a moment and said, "It's just that. I've thought about it before, but it's very difficult. The cost of taking them out and selling them in Jiangqing is too high. The transportation, manpower, material resources, and shop rent are all very high. But if we sell them in the Sahara, it's definitely possible." Ding Xiang took a deep breath and looked at Yang Yi with burning eyes. She said excitedly, "Brother Yang, I want the people in our village to open a shop in the shopping mall on Taobao. That's for sure, but it's not possible now. Yang poured cold water on Ding Xiang's enthusiasm. Ding Xiang was stunned for a moment and looked at Yang in confusion. Why not? Brother Yang, our village can also use the phone now. At most, we can ask the people in the county to help us open a network line based on the phone line. I can pay for it. Just like how she wanted to help the children in the village go to school by herself in the past, Ding Xiang now had a pure and innocent heart. But why did Yang Yi still pour cold water on her and tell her that it was not feasible at this stage? It's simple. If your village wants to open a Taobao online shop, you have to consider a lot of things. First, the villagers in the village have to consider Taobao and e-commerce. After all, they have never been in contact with online shopping and don't even know what the internet is. Will they believe that this illusory thing can help them make money? Yang Yi counted on his fingers and spoke frankly with Ding Xiang. Yang Huan was originally going to help Xixi and the others catch the little girl and put her back into the cage. She was about to come back to see what work Yang Yi had arranged for Ding Xiang, but she soon realized that the topic they were talking about was still very boring, so she continued walking back to Xixi and Tong Tong. She chuckled and said, "Xixi, Auntie is here to play with you. This is such a comfortable grass field. Let's take off our shoes and dance, okay?" How could it not be okay? Xixi and Tong Tong's happy cheers could be heard from the other side. Yang Yi glanced at Yang Huan, who was barefooted and playing with the two little ones on the grass field as if she was dancing. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, but he did not greet her. He turned his head and continued to analyze the problem with Ding Xiang. You mentioned it just now. In your village, transportation, and even internet communication are not small problems. Yang Yi said, "This is the second obstacle I want to talk about. It's a very big problem that needs time to solve. At the very least, we have to wait for the next 2 years for Sahara Express to expand our delivery range and go deep into the villages." How many years did they have to wait? Ding Xiang thought about it and nodded gently. She was a smart person. She knew that there were some obstacles that were very difficult to overcome. Of course, at this time, Ding Xiang's feverish head gradually calmed down and her thoughts became clearer. In addition, after the previous incident with the Education Bureau, I've already told you that it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. This principle is similar. Don't think about paying for everything yourself. Organize the villagers in the stronghold to open Taobao shops and help them become rich. This approach doesn't necessarily have any benefits. On the contrary, it's easy to cause trouble for yourself. Yang Yi said to Ding Xiang. Big brother Yang, I understand what you mean. It's just that in the stockade, the villagers have no money and no way out. I think with everyone's help, I should also want to contribute to the stockade and help them out of their predicament. Ding Xiang pursed her lips and said with a lonely expression. That's the logic. I'm not stopping you from helping your fellow villagers in your stronghold. I'm doing the same. I also hope that my hometown can become prosperous. However, helping people is also a big problem. How to help them at the right time without bringing trouble to yourself is really worth your time to think about. Yang Yi had a lot to say about this topic. Some time ago, there was a big news in Guangdong province. I don't know if you've been paying attention. It's about a big boss who made a lot of money outside. He went back to his hometown and spent hundreds of millions to build many villas in the village. However, when it came to the allocation, he fell out with the villagers. Fu Jun told Yang Yi about this matter as a joke. At that time, Fu Jun was still a little sad about this matter. After all, he was also a big boss and could understand the grievance and anger in the big boss' heart. However, Yang Yi didn't expect Ding Xiang to have actually seen this news. She nodded seriously and said, I know. The cause of this matter was that when the big boss first talked about it, he didn't explain the allocation rules in detail and didn't negotiate well. Later, who knew that people's hearts were unfathomable? Many villagers wanted to get a few more sets, that's right. That's why you see that I'm quite rich now. However, when it comes to helping my hometown, I rarely give money or supplies directly. Instead, I do my best to help them find a way out that suits them and help them become rich on their own. This is also why I said that it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish, Yang Yi said. In the past 2 years, Wadeaku village had changed a lot. Not only were the roads smoothed out, but after the introduction of agricultural machinery, everyone planted more fields and released a portion of their labor force. Some of them went out to work in big cities, while others opened restaurants, wooden furniture stores, and so on in the county. Moreover, it was said that after Mu Chang'an, Li Shupo, and a few other young people saw Geng Sha's inspirational example, they were ambitious and wanted to go to the capital to act as extras and make a name for themselves in the entertainment industry. However, Yang Chonggue felt that they weren't skilled enough and that it would be embarrassing to go out rashly. So, he restrained them and made them practice more martial arts. In any case, everyone had their own development. However, everyone's pockets had been enriched in the past few years, and they had begun to communicate and understand more about the outside world. When Yang Yi returned during the spring festival, he saw that everyone in Wadayaku village was beaming with joy. Overall, they showed a positive attitude. Of course, Yang Yi's role in this was not as big as his younger brother, Yang Yi. After all, many things were done by Yang Yi and Yang Qing. My suggestion to you is that when the time is right, you should teach the villagers in your village how to open a shop, but don't help them open a shop. Teach them the skills to make a fortune on their own. After that, they will have to rely on their own hands to create wealth for themselves. Yang Yi smiled. Of course, this matter can't be rushed. Ding Xiang nodded honestly like a good student. However, she asked curiously, then, Brother Yang, what kind of work do you want me to do? After talking about so many things that Ding Xiang was very interested in, she also began to look forward to the work that was about to be arranged for her. It's the same as what we talked about just now. The market on Taba. Its core direction of development is still to provide a broad platform for ordinary people, for those farmers who have products but are worried about not being able to sell them, and for those who are often exploited by purchasers, to directly sell their products on a platform. Yang Yi said, but just like the villagers in your village, many people who have these needs actually have very little understanding of e-commerce and even the internet. What I want you to do is to find a way to teach more people in poor areas to use this platform. Yang Yi took out his phone and showed a few pictures to Ding Xiang. Smiling, he said, this can be considered a semi-charity project. I had originally planned to fund this non-profit foundation of ours myself, but after Fu Jun and your big brother Lon heard about it from me, they also rushed to invest in it. So, as the first step, we donated a total of 200 million to set up this foundation. Ding Xiang read out the name on the screen. Sahara Rural Development Charity Foundation. As the name suggests, the purpose of this foundation is to help the development of rural areas. Why do I say it's semi-charitable? Because what this foundation wants to do is to teach the farmers how to use Taba's market platform and help them get on the fast train of e-commerce. Yang Yi said carefully, this kind of thing obviously has its own selfish motives. After all, it's for the development of Taba's market, but in the end, for the farmers, this is a good thing. Moreover, in the beginning, not only will we teach them knowledge, we will also donate a batch of computer equipment to them. Of course, in the later stages, their development will depend on their own efforts. We are at the stage where the teacher leads the way, but cultivation depends on the individual's efforts. Ding Xiang understood. She smiled happily and said, Brother Yang, this is similar to teaching and supporting farmers. That's right. However, my idea is that our foundation will not only use the current batch of employees transferred from eBay, but also hope to develop some student volunteers in various universities. We will strive to invite some enthusiastic students from local schools to join our ranks of public welfare and go deep into the countryside to teach the local farmers how to fish, Yang Yi said with a smile. This is not just a question of how to do it. What you need to consider is how to set up this framework step by step so that the entire charity can develop healthily. Of course, in the future, Fu Jun, Brother Lon, and I will continue to donate to our charity foundation and strive to benefit the farmers of our country. Brother Yang, are you talking about the problem that I need to consider? Ding Xiang caught the key point and asked with a little surprise. That's right. I want you to help me set up this foundation. We'll start from scratch. We'll study how to teach, what to teach, how to deal with the relationship with the farmers, and other basic things. Of course, you won't be doing this alone. You have hundreds of young employees transferred from Wanjiayi. Also, you can use a portion of the fund to invite teachers and students from Guangdong Province or our Jiangqing Media University to help with this matter. However, you'll be my representative. As the person in charge of this foundation, you'll be in charge of the overall situation. Ah? You are giving such a big foundation to me? Ding Xiang looked at Yang Yi in surprise. Can I do it? What you are doing is something that no one in this world has ever done before, so I don't know if you can do it, and I don't know if others can do it either. But I trust your character, wisdom, and ability. Yang Yi smiled and said, and think about it. When the time is ripe, the villagers in your village can also use our platform and get the training and help of our foundation to walk a successful path. For this goal, don't you want to set up this foundation now? Starting from scratch was a big challenge for Ding Xiang, but Yang Yi felt that this was also a good development opportunity for Ding Xiang. Moreover, Ding Xiang was such a smart girl. It was too much of a waste of her talent to be a small agent. She might as well come to the foundation and train herself well. Ding Xiang's senior, Mao Peifu, was now a senior executive of Backwave Technology Company and became the third person in the company. Ding Xiang was smarter and more tenacious than her. Plus, she must be very motivated to do this. Yang Yi believed that she would definitely bring him a surprise. Of course, Yang Yi chose Ding Xiang to do this not only because he trusted her, but also because he wanted to help Ding Xiang as a friend and help her win happiness. At around noon, in Yang Yi's villa, she had just returned home. She excitedly carried Xiaoya's birdcage up to the second floor, put it down in the bedroom, and ran back down. Little auntie, I'll take you to see the vegetables I planted. They've all grown so tall. Before they even went downstairs, the little girl's energetic voice could be heard from afar. Little Momo didn't have as much energy as his older sister. In the morning, he ran and danced with his older sister on the grass outside the coffee shop. Later, his aunt came to lead them to dance. Little Momo played until he was exhausted. When he came back, he lay listlessly in his mother's arms. He entered his sleepy and weak state half an hour earlier than usual. Even when he heard his sister's excited cry, little Fuchen still couldn't help but raise his little head and turn around to look at his sister, who was holding his little aunt's hand with a smile. Although he also wanted to play with his sister, he really didn't have the strength to. As he watched, he couldn't help but open his little mouth slightly and yawn. Yang Huan was talking to Mo Fei. In the company, she often met her brother and sister-in-law at some activities. However, because she was busy with the filming of shows and movies, she hadn't come to Yang Yi's place for about a month. This was also the reason why when Cici saw that she rarely came to Yang Yi's place, she wanted to take her to see some of her achievements. Go play with Shishi. Look at her. She likes to pester you. Murphy chuckled and said to Yang Huan, who looked a little helpless. As soon as Shishi dragged Yang Huan away, the security system notified Guozi that he was here. He was called over by Yang Yi. On the one hand, he was here to be a guest. On the other hand, the matter that Yang Yi and Ding Xiang discussed involved Guozi. That's about it. That's why I want to take Ding Xiang, to be precise, most of her energy out of Hua Yi Brothers, and then help me with this public welfare fund. However, she is still your agent. I asked her and she said that you don't have a lot of work to do. She can handle it. In the kitchen, Yang Yi skillfully cut a large piece of tender, red raw beef and described his plan to Guozi in detail. He told Guozi about the work and the nature of the work. Ding Xiang was at the sink by the side, silently picking vegetables. She was actually a little nervous. After all, she used to spend a lot of time and energy on Guozi. Although she was still Guozi's agent, if she became the person in charge of the charity fund in the future, she would have to devote more energy to it. Would Guozi agree? Would he feel that the time she spent with him was too little, and then he would feel unhappy? Ding Xiang thought this way because she cared. Not only did she care about Guozi's feelings, but she also cared about the job Yang Yi mentioned today. To be honest, Ding Xiang was moved. Although she would definitely face a lot of challenges if she took over the job, Ding Xiang found the goal of her life that she had been worried about for a long time in the vision that Yang Yi described. She wanted to do such a thing. She wanted to help the farmers who lived in the abyss of suffering like her Miao villagers. She also wanted to help the villagers who had helped her in the past when the time was right in the future so that they could also become rich and live a good life. However, what surprised Ding Xiang was that after listening to Yang Yi's words, Guozi did not have any hesitation, annoyance, or resistance. He just handed the plate over, scratched his head, and said to Yang Yi, "Brother Yang Yi, why do you have to ask for my opinion on this matter? Sister Ding Xiang, what do you think?" Guozi turned to look at Ding Xiang and asked for her opinion. He said in a gentle voice, "I think that this matter mainly depends on your thoughts. No matter what you decide, I will support you. You don't object?" Ding Xiang asked, a little surprised. "I don't object. Actually, Brother Yang is right. It's a bit of a waste of talent for you to just be an agent. Also, I think that you should be quite interested in this job." Guozi shook his head and said seriously, "The question that I am thinking about now is whether it will be too hard for you. After all, starting from scratch will be a lot of pressure. Of course, no matter what you choose, I will support you. If there are any challenges, we will face them together." Yang Yi was at the side, pouring cooking wine and sauce to marinate the beef. Listening to their sweet conversation, he could not help but shake his head gently. "I can't stand it." Ding Xiang pursed her lips, a trace of gratification and joy flashed in her eyes, but she still said, "But, if I do this job, I won't have that much time to accompany you. Moreover, in the future, there is a possibility that I will have to follow the volunteer team and run into the mountains. Then I will go with you." Guozi patted his chest and boldly said, "As long as I am free, I will go with you. Going to the mountains is also good. I can help you and also lose weight while I am at it." He also casually said a few words of humor. As smart as Guozi was, he had already seen through Ding Xiang's intention. He simply acted free and easy because he did not want to drag his girlfriend down. "That's a good idea." Yang Yi was inspired by Guozi. He reached out to touch his chin and said with a smile, "Our fund still lacks an image spokesperson. Why don't the two of you sing and the wife follow?" "No, the wife sings and the husband follows. If you have nothing to do with filming or recording, you can go and do public welfare." Guozi was also a hot-blooded little fatty. He immediately laughed and nodded to Yang Yi, saying, "This is good, Brother Yang. I can justifiably accompany Sister Ding Xiang to go sightseeing. You don't have to worry about not having an excuse to tell my family. We are not sightseeing. We are going to do public welfare." Ding Xiang slightly frowned and said, Yes, public welfare." Guozi eagerly went to Ding Xiang's side and helped her wash the vegetables. He said with a smile, "Aren't I learning from Brother Zhu Luyan? He was so angry because of his girlfriend that he hid in the mountains for many years. Of course, I have to accompany you to face difficulties." Ding Xiang was happy and sweet, but in front of Yang Yi, she was embarrassed to show it too obviously. Her cheeks were a little red, and her eyes were bright. She said with a happy tone, "Don't worry, I will also find a balance and take care of both sides of the work. I will also accompany you to realize your dream of being the best actor." Although the words of these two guys were quite touching, Yang Yi really could not stand the sweetness. He coughed twice and said, "Actually, you don't have to make it sound like you are going to be separated forever. I don't want to let others do this. I specially arranged for Ding Xiang to help because I have considered the future of both of you." Guozi and Ding Xiang turned to look at Yang Yi in surprise. "Last month, Murphy held a concert in Jiangcheng. Xiaogua, didn't your mother also come to watch the live scene? Later, I heard from Huan that Xiaoyan revealed that your mother actually likes Ding Xiang very much, but she wants you to find a girlfriend who is not in the entertainment industry. Of course, it will be better if she has a certain status, right? Right?" Yang Yi said with a smile. Guozi frowned slightly and muttered unhappily, "Brother Yang, my mother and the others have different ideas from mine. My mother is my mother, and I am me. No matter what they think, I will marry Sister Ding Xiang." Ding Xiang reached out to grab Guozi's hand and signaled him not to be so extreme with her eyes. However, her lips were slightly pale, and she seemed to lack confidence. "Don't worry," Yang Yi said with a smile, "now that I have asked Ding Xiang to run this fund, it is also an opportunity. Her identity in the entertainment industry is actually just your agent, which can be ignored. However, on the surface, she has an additional identity as the person in charge of the public welfare fund." Guozi and Ding Xiang were both smart people. They understood the meaning of Yang Yi's words and immediately became spirited, especially Guozi. He looked at Yang Yi with bright eyes and some excitement. Yang Yi continued, although our foundation has not been widely publicized, it can be said that this is a great public welfare project, just like Zhu Luyan's Hope Primary School project. It is a great public welfare project that will benefit the present and the future. Ding Xiang, do your best and help more farmers to become rich. In the future, your social status will definitely be corresponding to your contributions and will be greatly improved. It won't take too long. We currently have the support of the Guangdong provincial government. Therefore, you can start a pilot program in Guangdong province and learn the tutorial and process of teaching farmers how to open online shops. In the future, the shopping mall on Taobao will be completely popular. Then, you can start to expand to the whole country and help more people in need. Yang Yi said with a smile. I understand. If we do. Well, Sister Ding Xiang can be nominated for some outstanding youth award in the future. Guozi said with some excitement. Yes, I can tell you that as long as you do well and help the economy of the poor villages in Guangdong province, the Guangdong provincial government will not treat you badly. Yang Yi said seriously. Even if there are no awards, I will work hard to do it well, Ding Xiang couldn't help but whisper. Although it sounded a little hypocritical, Ding Xiang was expressing her sincerity. She was not the kind of person who pretended to be serious. That's true. Let's not talk about those empty words. Yang Yi said with a smile, let's imagine a scenario. If 1 or 2 years later, the shopping mall on Taobao becomes the mainstream of online shopping, and many farmers in Guangdong province open online shops, the economy will be booming. And Jiangqing City, that is, Xiaoguo's father, sees the success of others and wants to introduce this model. In that case, if Guo Jingyan wanted to learn from Guangdong province, he would definitely have to cooperate with the Sahara Desert like Guangdong province. At that time, he would discover that his son was inextricably linked to the Sahara Desert. This wasn't the most important thing. At that time, when the Sahara Rural Development Public Welfare Fund came to Jiangqing, the one who could contact Guo Jingyan and cooperate with him would be Ding Xiang, who was already in charge. Ding Xiang could talk about cooperation with Guo Jingyan on an equal footing. If Guozi and Ding Xiang were to be in a relationship, would the Guo family ostracize Ding Xiang because of her background? At that time, Ding Xiang's status would probably be comparable to those second-generation officials and socialites. Moreover, with Guo Jingyan's upright and plain-spoken character, Ding Xiang, who was engaged in public welfare, would probably be more likable. This was also the main reason why Yang Yi wanted Ding Xiang to be in charge of this public welfare fund. Guozi listened to Yang Yi's idea and couldn't help but take a deep breath for Yang Yi's idea. He said, Big brother Yang, I just wanted to say that since the Taobao model is so good, why don't you recommend it to my father? It turned out that Yang Yi was digging a hole for Guo Jingyan to jump into. However, Guozi thought too much. Yang Yi laughed and shook his head. He said, in fact, I didn't recommend it to your father because of you. Now, I'm using the same strategy for Jiangqing, Jiangnan, and even my hometown, Anqing province. Isn't there such a saying? People tend not to cherish what they get too easily. Yang Yi spread his hands and smiled. I won't hide it from you. The Taobao model is definitely a major trend in the development of e-commerce in the future. I know this is a good thing, but others don't know. In other words, if I take the initiative to deliver it to them, they may not cherish it. On the contrary, when we make achievements and others see how good Guangdong province is, they will seek cooperation with Sahara. This is beneficial to both of us. They will pay more attention to this cooperation, and Sahara can also occupy an advantageous negotiating position, Yang Yi said. I understand. Business is business. This is very normal. Guozi came to a sudden realization and smiled. No, this is not just a business principle. This principle is also applicable to our public welfare fund. Yang Yi waved his hand and opened the refrigerator. He then said, Ding Xiang, do you remember the example I told you about the big boss giving a villa to a fellow villager? Ding Xiang nodded hurriedly. Guozi looked over in confusion. Fortunately, when Ding Xiang and Guozi were dating, they talked about this news. Ding Xiang pointed it out a little and Guozi understood. It's the same when doing public welfare. We need to help others, but we can't take the initiative to ask for help like we are asking for help. Xianxia said, if you beg and say that we'll teach you how to open an online shop, other people won't thank you if their online shop does well. Instead, they'll blame you if they don't open it well and lose money, right? Guozi and Ding Xiang nodded gently. So now, I will let you pilot it in Guangdong province. After all, we have the support of the Guangdong provincial government. It is justified. You can also explore the procedures of the fund, accumulate experience, and avoid detours in the future. Xianxia said, in the future, when the shopping mall on Taobao becomes popular, the local government will know that this is a good thing. Our fund will also become famous. At that time, you can start to go national. At that time, the resistance and doubts will be much less. So that's the case. Brother Yang, you are really thoughtful. Guozi and Ding Xiang were very smart, but they were still very young and had not experienced too much intrigue. Now, listening to Xiangxi's endless narration, their faces were full of admiration and respect. However, when Xianxia, Guozi, and Ding Xiang were in the kitchen, preparing lunch and talking, Xixi's exclamation came from outside the kitchen. 5 minutes ago, Cici, who was watering her little botanical garden with her little aunt in the yard, talked about the blooming of the radish tassels some time ago. The flowers have withered. Papa said that we have to wait for the next blooming. We don't know when the next one will be. The little girl said regretfully as she followed Yang Huan, who was carrying a watering can. Yang Huan smiled and said, it's okay. Remember, if the radish blooms next time, you must ask me to come and see it. Of course, Yang Huan was just joking. She had seen all kinds of crops in the countryside before. She pretended to be curious because she wanted to cooperate with Xixi and make her happy. However, the little girl took it seriously. She felt that her aunt really wanted to see the radish blooms. Therefore, the enthusiastic little girl racked her brains to help her aunt realize her dream. Xixi's eyes lit up as she thought about it. She said happily to Yang Huan, Aunt, I know. Let me show you the photos. There were still some photos that her father had printed. After saying that, Xixi turned around and ran upstairs excitedly. Yang Huan couldn't stop her, who knew that Cici, who had run upstairs in high spirits, would see a scene that made her scream as soon as she entered the bedroom. Xiao Guai was squatting on the table, and the cat was staring at the little girl in the cage. Xixi was so happy when she came back that she left Xiaoya's cage on the table and ran downstairs to play with her aunt. She forgot to close the door of the bedroom. And Xiao Guai, who was usually elusive, had actually seized such a coincidental opportunity to appear in the bedroom. Of course, she didn't know if little Guai wasn't interested in Xiaoya or if it couldn't open the birdcage. Anyway, when Cici ran up, she saw little Guai sizing up Xiaoya with its tail wagging from side to side in boredom. However, because Cici ran over and screamed, little Guai became even more excited. It jumped from the table and landed firmly on the ground with its chubby body. Then, it intimately moved to its little master's side and used its body to rub against Cici's ankle. However, no matter whether Bab had the intention to violate Xiaoya or not, Xixi pouted unhappily. She looked at Xiaoya in the cage and made sure that it was fine. It was just a little scared. Xiaoya, who was usually lively, shrank to the wire fence on the second floor of the cage. Then, Xixi squatted down and held Bab's chubby face angrily. She said angrily, Bab, you are not good at all. How can you eat Xiaoya? Xiaoya is our good friend. Bab looked at Xixi innocently with its round eyes and thin pupils. Meow. It sounded a little confused. Although nothing major happened, Xixi's earth-shattering scream still startled Xianxia, who was preparing lunch downstairs. His ears were very sensitive and he could hear Xixi scream from afar. Xianxia thought that something big had happened. He didn't even wash his hands and hurriedly ran upstairs with meat on them. Fortunately, when he ran upstairs, he saw that nothing had happened. Xixi was just angrily scolding Bab. Papa, Bab wants to eat Xiaoya. When the little girl saw her father come upstairs, she immediately felt confident and hurriedly asked him for help. What should I do? Papa, I don't want Xiaoya to be eaten. Don't think that this is a small matter. The little girl was so anxious that she was about to cry, because she remembered that she had actively applied to the teacher for Xiaoya to be a guest at her house this weekend. If she went back next week and could only carry an empty cage to school, how embarrassed would the little girl be? When she saw the dangerous scene just now, she felt that she had let down her classmates and teachers. She didn't take good care of Xiaoya. She couldn't even compare to the class monitor Chao Wulan, who she didn't trust before. Thinking of this, Xi's heart felt especially uncomfortable. It's okay, it's okay. Bab is probably just playing a prank. Look, isn't Xiaoya fine? Yang Yi hurriedly squatted down and hugged Xi to comfort her. Yang Yi knew that his hands were dirty, so he could only think of a way. He used the inside of his forearm to gently stroke the little girl's hair and simply comfort Xi, whose eyes were misty and was about to cry. But I'm still scared. Papa, I'm scared that Xiaoya will really be eaten. Xi said in her father's arms, feeling wronged. Bab, Little Gray, and Little Bun are all very naughty. What Xi was worried about was indeed a relatively big problem. Yang Yi thought carefully and felt that he used to think that Xiaoya would be able to live in their house safely with the protection of the cage, but now he realized that it didn't seem to be possible. Just like the little goldfish, when they took care of Xiaoya, there were still times when they were careless. Back then, they were careless and forgot to cover the fish tank. Little Bun, that little guy, was actually able to take advantage of the gap and kill a little goldfish. Although domestic cats and dogs didn't have much desire to eat goldfish, birds, or even mice, they were animals after all, especially Bab and the others. The nature of cats was there. Even if they didn't eat, they had the habit of teasing these prey. Xiaoya was so small, and if she was teased by these guys without restraint, she would probably die, and Xiaoya wasn't a goldfish. If it died, where would Yang Yi find a second Xiaoya for Xi? Moreover, now that Xi had grown up a lot and was much smarter, it wouldn't be so easy to fool her, so he had to think of a way. After lunch, Yang Yi accompanied Xi and carried the birdcage and Xiaoya to Lan Xian's house. Xian, you have to help me take good care of Xiaoya. Xi reluctantly put Xiaoya down, then pulled Lan Xian's hand, shook her little butt, and said in a sad tone. It's okay. I've helped you take care of Xiaoya in school. Leave Xiaoya to me, don't worry. Lan Xian was like a big sister, patting her fleshy little chest, and said happily, but you have to help me take good care of Bye-Bye. Bye-Bye was Lan Xian's Samoyed. It was much bigger than Steamed Bun, and was usually quite docile. However, it was said that sometimes Bye-Bye wasn't as obedient as its angelic appearance, and sometimes it would be unrestrained. Anyway, Xi and Lan Xian had discussed on the phone just now. In order to ensure Xiaoya's safety at their house, Xiaoya would temporarily spend the weekend at Lan Xian's house, because Lan Xian only had one dog, so it was easier to move, but cats were troublesome. Xiao Guai and the rest liked to run around. Even if they went to Lan Xian's house, they might sneak back at night, so it was still not safe. So, Xiaoya stayed at Lan Xian's house, and this Samoyed called Bye-Bye was going to be a guest at Xi's house for 2 days. It didn't matter. After all, Bye-Bye was often taken by Lan Xian to play with Steamed Bun, so it was very familiar with Xi's house. Yang Yi looked at Xi's reluctant look, and said with a smile, Xi, don't worry. Xiaoya staying at Xian's house is the same as staying at our house, isn't it? It's so close. You can go to Xian's house in the afternoon, play with her, and take care of Xiaoya together. Yes. Lan Xian beamed with joy and said, Xi, you can come over and help me feed Xiaoya the bugs. Aya, what's so scary about that? These are dead bugs that can't be moved. Cici had already forgotten her initial fear. However, it made sense. These worms were all dried worms. Cici had fed Xiaoya a lot of them, so she had already gotten used to it. How could she still feel afraid? The little girl could even use her hands to catch the bugs. She was much braver than before. But Lan Xian still didn't like the appearance of these bugs. Usually, she would use Xi's little tweezers to catch the bugs from a distance. So, she pouted and argued, they're dead, but they're still bugs. After entrusting Xiaoya to Lan Xian, Yang Yi and Xi brought Lan Xian's Samoyed home. But he didn't know what kind of special reaction Bye-Bye's arrival would have. Ha. Yang Yi and Xi brought the Samoyed Whitey home. Steamed Bun ran over and played with Whitey. However, this silly Steamed Bun was not reserved at all. He wagged his tail, shook his head, jumped up and down, and even cried out excitedly. He was so excited that he was like a young man who saw his crush for the first time, but this was not because of hormones. Steamed Bun and Whitey were both female dogs. Could it be that Steamed Bun also chased after idols? Maybe Whitey, who was as beautiful as an angel, was Steamed Bun's idol dog. Ignoring the excited Steamed Bun, Xianxia saw that Bai Bai's arrival did not shock or anger the indigenous Steamed Bun. In addition, Xiao Guai and the others were also very calm on the cat tree in the side hall. Xianxia relaxed. Be good and play with Steamed Bun. We're going to rest. Xianxia smiled and patted Whitey, who was also running in circles because of Steamed Bun jumping up and down. After reminding him, he led Xianxia upstairs. The little girl was a little listless when it was time for her afternoon nap. The owners all went upstairs. The large space on the first floor became Steamed Bun and Whitey's world. Of course, it would be even better if the 3 eyesores next to them weren't there. Because of Steamed Bun's welcome, Whitey was not very alert to Xianxia's new environment. After Xianxia and the others went upstairs, Whitey bent down and lay down comfortably on the corridor in front of the stairs. After all, Whitey was a lot bigger than Steamed Bun. Whether it was because of its fluffy fur or not, when it lay down on the ground, it was like a large white truck in front of Steamed Bun, who was as small as a bumblebee. Steamed Bun had no intention of lying down. He wagged his tail excitedly. The strength of his tail was so strong that it seemed like his but was also twisting. Not only did it run around in front of Bai Bai, but it also acted like a spoiled brat. One moment, it wagged its tail in front of Bai Bai, and the next moment, it leaned its head over and rubbed against Bai Bai's head. It was as if it was burrowing its head under Bai Bai's chest. Then, it stuck close to Bai Bai and rolled around on the ground. However, this was not enough. After it was done, it jumped up from the ground as if it had endless energy. It ran to the side and lay on the ground to see if Bai Sai had followed it. However, Whitey was a little reserved. It only turned its head, stuck out its tongue, and looked at the bun with a smile. Why don't you understand what I mean? Steamed Bun was so anxious that he repeated his previous actions. First, he rubbed his head against Bai Sai's ear, then he jumped to the door and turned his head to look at Bai Sai. As if he felt that his intentions weren't obvious enough, Bao Bao arched his buttocks and threw himself on the ground. He turned his head to the door and looked at Bai Sai. If a dog could speak, Steamed Bun would have said, "Do you understand? I mean, go out and have fun. I beg you." Bai Sai was finally moved by Bao Bao. It got up from the ground and followed behind Bao Bao. The door to the villa was closed by Xianxia, but Bao Bao and the 3 cats never needed to open the door. If they wanted to go out or come back to eat, they would go through the dog hole that Xianxia had specially installed for them, from the outside of the villa. The originally ordinary door suddenly had a small cover that was painted the same color as the wooden door open. A dog head with short yellow fur poked out. It looked left and right, then easily squeezed half of its body out of the dog hole. It stretched out its front legs, and with a kick of its hind legs, its body jumped out. After Bao Bao came out, he ran 2 steps away and wagged his tail. He turned his head back to look, as if waiting for Bai Sai to appear. Not long after, a white head squeezed out of the dog hole somewhat awkwardly. After squeezing out, the fluffy hair allowed people to recognize that the white furry ball was Bai Bai's head. Squeezing through a dog hole could be said to be a relatively new experience for Bai Sai. But Bai Sai still looked around happily before continuing to squeeze out. But it seemed that this small dog hole was a serious test for Bai Sai's huge body. Its fluffy hair had already covered the door of the dog hole, but when it squeezed into its body, Bai Sai, who had shrunk a lot, was still stuck. Bai Sai squeezed out strenuously. Bao Bao also wagged his tail in front of it and ran back and forth, as if to encourage Bai Sai. But maybe it really couldn't. Its 2 front paws couldn't reach out, and because it tried so hard to get out, part of its front legs were stuck in the dog hole. Gotcha! With a crisp sound, the dog hole's cover was squeezed off by Bai Sai, and the rubber ring was strung on Bai Sai's body. This seemed to give Bao Bao and Bai Sai some hope, because Bai Sai took the opportunity to squeeze out a little more. But the dog hole wasn't big to begin with, and in the end, Bai Sai still couldn't squeeze out. Now, a bigger problem appeared. Bai Sai was stuck in a position where it couldn't move forward or backward. Its hind legs moved, but it found that it couldn't move, no matter how hard it tried. Woo woo. Baisei was dumbfounded, and wailed to Bao Bao for help. This position was very uncomfortable, its front legs couldn't touch the ground, its hind legs were slipping, and its stomach was uncomfortable. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Steamed Bun was also anxiously pacing back and forth. He tried to bite the dog hole's door cover, as if he thought he could pull Whitey out of the hole. However, only the door cover was pulled. Soon, Steamed Bun broke the rubber band and the door cover was flung to the ground. But Baisei still couldn't move. What should I do? Just as Bao Bao was anxiously pacing around, Baisei, who was stuck in the door hole for a while, showed a strange expression. Then, it was so anxious that it started to flop on the ground, whimpering in fear. What happened? A few minutes ago, when Bao Bao brought Baisei out, Little Gray, who was lying on the cat tree and sleeping with its eyes closed, opened its eyes. Why are you sleeping? It's such a beautiful afternoon, let's go out and play. Therefore, Little Gray jumped down from the cat tree, squatted behind Baisei's butt, and prepared to line up to go out. But who knew that Baisei would be stuck? Little Gray looked at Baisei's anxiousness as it kicked its legs and wagged its tail. It found it very interesting, so it tilted its head and looked at it for a while. Finally, Baisei was tired and wanted to rest. Little Gray jumped up, and when its fluffy big tail stopped moving, it grabbed it with its claws. Xianxia was taking an afternoon nap upstairs. Suddenly, his ears twitched slightly. Following that, a pair of sharp eyes suddenly opened. A trace of sharpness was hidden in his eyes, and it was replaced by deep doubt. He seemed to have heard a rustling sound just now. It seemed to have come from the kitchen. Even though the rooms on the second floor were soundproof, it was impossible for him to be hallucinating. Xianxia knew that with his ability, Murphy and she couldn't hear anything, but with his enhanced ears, he could still hear very subtle sounds. Moreover, Xianxia also believed in his own judgment. Even though he had lived a peaceful life for a long time, the dangerous days of a hail of bullets were still vivid in his mind. Some reactions, or even sixth sense, were very accurate, but why was there such a big commotion? Was there a burglar in the house? Xianxia pondered as he lifted the blanket and stood up from the bed. What's wrong now? Just now when little Sophie was taking a nap next to her, he kept kicking his legs and groaning for a while. In fact, Mo Fei had just laid down for less than 10 minutes, and now she was disturbed by his movements again. She lay on her side on the bed, squinted her eyes lazily, and muttered with her mouth pouted. It's nothing. Go back to sleep. Xianxia smiled and comforted Murphy. He opened the door and walked out. What Xianxia didn't expect was that when he went down the stairs, Steamed Bun was anxiously jumping up and they just happened to meet at the corner. Steamed Bun was overjoyed. He snorted and ran around Xianxia's feet. Because this was a staircase, he still had to go up and down. Xianxia was a little confused. What are you doing? Did you hear a noise? Xianxia rubbed Steamed Bun's head and asked with a smile. Steamed Bun bit Xianxia's sleeve. He wagged his tail vigorously and tried to pull Xianxia down. Okay, I'll go with you. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knocked on Steamed Bun's head, making it loosen its mouth. Then, he followed it to the door downstairs. Xianxia immediately understood what was going on when he saw a white, fluffy butt stuck in the dog hole. He laughed out loud in a very unkind manner. Steamed Bun was a little anxious. He looked up at his master and jumped on the ground. Then, he stood up and placed his 2 front paws on his master's body. Bye-bye was also quite pitiful. Hearing the movement behind him, he kicked his legs with lingering fear, but it was futile. His every move made people feel sad. Alright, don't worry, I'll get it out. Xianxia smiled and unlocked the door. He pushed open the door that wasn't locked by Bye-bye. This time, Xianxia saw Bye-bye in a sorry state. Bye-bye, who was originally smiling like an angel, was now listless. His aggrieved eyes also gave people a feeling of listlessness. You guys broke the dog door just to go out and play? Xianxia looked at the dog door cover that was removed and then looked at the claw marks on the door outside. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and ask in surprise. Steamed Bun seemed to have realized that he had done something wrong. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look directly at Xianxia. He only dared to circle around Xianxia's feet like a spoiled child. Then, he reached out his claws and scratched on Yang Yi's trousers. This little guy seemed to be saying, forget it, forget it. Yang Yi only smiled and didn't pursue the matter. He squatted down, rubbed steamed bun and Bai Bai's heads, and said in a bad mood, you guys, I told you to play obediently downstairs. Now, I have to get someone to repaint it. Although he was reprimanding them, Yang Yi still reached out and helped Bai Bai out. It was convenient to have hands. Yang Yi pushed Bai Bai's stuck leg inside. After pushing out the leg muscles, Bai Bai's body loosened a little. He felt it himself and happily pulled his body out. After being stuck for a while, Bai Bai's body wasn't used to it. He struggled on the ground for a while before he found the feeling of standing up. He was finally saved. Bai Bai was wild with joy. He used his soft head to rub Yang Yi's chest as he squatted down. After all, he was his savior. However, Yang Yi was a little absent-minded. He was still frowning, as if he was thinking about something. What was that strange noise from the kitchen? The claw marks on the door definitely didn't come from Bai Bai. He was stuck before he could reach out. Since steamed bun caught him outside. Bai Bai was stuck outside for so long. How did steamed bun get in? In the afternoon, she woke up naturally. However, the little girl didn't want to stay in bed because she missed Xiaoya, who was temporarily staying at Lan Xian's house. She obediently got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash her face and change her clothes. Papa, I want to go to Xian's house to play. She found that her father wasn't in the bedroom next door. She ran downstairs and found her father in the kitchen. She was very happy to speak. However, she quickly blinked her eyes in confusion. She saw that her father wasn't cooking in the kitchen. Instead, he was squatting on the floor and cleaning up some broken porcelain pieces. Don't come in. I haven't cleaned it up yet. Be careful not to prick your feet. Yang Yi hurriedly reminded Xi, who hadn't walked in yet. Xi looked at her father strangely. She simply hugged her knees and squatted at the door, as if she was also working with her father. She asked curiously, Papa, why? Why are these plates broken? Yang Yi shook his head gently and said with a wry smile, you have to ask steamed bun about this. He did it. Yes, the strange noise Yang Yi heard upstairs was the sound of these plates breaking. Steamed bun couldn't come in through the door, so he found a way and jumped in through the open kitchen window sill. Fortunately, although steamed bun broke the porcelain plates, he was more sensitive and didn't step on the broken porcelain pieces. He didn't hurt himself. Yang Yi only slightly blamed steamed bun for his recklessness and didn't care too much. If the plates were broken, they could just buy more. If steamed bun was hurt, Yang Yi would be worried and upset, although Yang Yi and Xi would sometimes blame steamed bun for some of his mistakes and even make him the scapegoat. No matter what, they still loved steamed bun. There was also little Guai, little Gray, and Dondo. They were all family. How many happy memories did they have with each other? Not to mention, steamed bun also accompanied Tong Tong as he grew up. How could Yang Yi bear to let steamed bun get hurt? Although the villa was in a mess, Yang Yi still opened the door and let steamed bun and Whitey play in the grass in the yard. Time rewound to the time before the strange noise in the kitchen. Whitey was stuck at the door for a while. Steamed bun could only anxiously walk in circles in front of the door. He didn't know how to enter the house and ask his master for help. However, after little Gray got tired of playing with Whitey's tail, steamed bun pricked up his ears and turned his head to follow little Gray's position in the house. His ears were very sensitive. Soon after, he heard the sound of little Gray jumping down from the kitchen windowsill. Not long after, little Gray walked past steamed bun and Whitey with his elegant cat steps. He didn't even turn around to look at steamed bun and Whitey, who looked a little sad. No, Whitey didn't have any balls. It was just Whitey's sadness. Steamed bun looked at little Gray with shining eyes. He now had a way to enter the house. Little you let me tell you. You don't even know what Xiaoya went through at our house over the weekend. On Monday, she returned to school with Xiaoya, who was safe and sound. She placed Xiaoya's birdcage on the table at the back of the classroom and filled her sink with fresh water before excitedly returning to her seat. With one leg propped up and the other bent on the chair, she couldn't wait to tell Lu Xiaoyu. The little girl felt that it was already very difficult for her to send Xiaoya back safely, so after letting go of the heavy burden in her heart, she became in high spirits. Lu Xiaoyu's reaction was a little slow. She seemed to be in a daze for 2 seconds before she looked at Xixi in confusion and asked, "What did you go through?" Perhaps it was because she had more fun on the weekends and was used to sleeping in, and she had to wake up early for school this morning, but every time Lu Xiaoyu came back on Monday, she looked like an office worker. She was listless and had a listless expression on her face. However, Xixi's work and rest had always been very regular, regardless of whether it was the weekend or on weekdays, so she was still in high spirits. She beamed with joy as she told Lu Xiaoyu, "That's right, Xianxia and I just brought Xiaoya home, and then our family's dog, steamed bun. Do you still remember?" Lu Xiaoyu quite liked steamed bun, but it was a pity that her family didn't raise a dog for her. However, at the mention of steamed bun, Lu Xiaoyu's interest was piqued. She nodded repeatedly. "That's right, steamed bun. He ran over and wanted to see Xiaoya, but Xianxia and I were both scared by steamed bun. We were afraid that steamed bun would scare Xiaoya." Even though Xixi's speech was very nimble, her thoughts always moved faster than her mouth. Thus, while she was still talking about steamed bun, she immediately changed the topic and giggled, "Hey, right, little you let me tell you. My papa said that Xiaoya has been fed by us until she's fat, so she can't be like this. If I get any fatter, I won't be able to fly anymore." Hee hee, hee hee. Lu Xiaoyu was not easily amused. She found Xixi's words very amusing, so she also laughed. This further encouraged Xixi's desire to talk. Thus, the young lady started from Xiaoya's exploration in the bushes, and then talked about Xiaoya's danger in her room. Fortunately, she appeared like a divine soldier from the heavens, and rescued Xiaoya from Xiaoya's bloody mouth. He didn't know if it was because she had heard too many stories from her father and was influenced by him, or if it was because Xixi had grown up over the years and had become more eloquent. The little girl's stories were very exciting, with all kinds of twists and turns and all kinds of ups and downs. Gradually, not only was Lu Xiaoyu listening, Xixi and Lu Xiaoyu's seats, the two boys in front of them, also turned their heads to listen. Behind them, Jin Yuxuan was propped up on someone else's table, his eyes wide open as he listened with a face full of surprise. His expression was the most varied, but when he heard that Xiaoya was in danger, Jin Yuxuan showed a terrified expression. When he heard that Xiaoya was saved, and that she was lucky enough to escape the calamity caused by steamed bun and Whitey causing havoc in the heavenly palace, at least from Xixi's point of view, the young lady would not have thought of the cause and effect behind this. Jin Yuxuan's face was full of joy. It could be said that he was very supportive. Unfortunately, Xixi did not know that he was eavesdropping. She was only happily telling Lu Xiaoyu the story of the weekend. However, Xixi's happy time was quickly coming to an end. Teacher Li Rulin walked in and called the group of little monkeys to quickly return to their seats. "Take out your textbooks and read the 7th lesson, Little Pine Tree and Big Pine Tree, this morning. Do you still remember that the teacher asked you to memorize this lesson last weekend? There will be a spot check in class later, so hurry up and revise now." The teacher's arrival disbanded Xixi's story club, but the little girl still wanted to continue. She took out her textbook and whispered to Lu Xiaoyu in a low voice, "Little fishy, there's still one more thing that I haven't told you. I'll tell you after class." Lu Xiaoyu seemed a little absent-minded. She took out her textbook in a panic and nervously muttered, "It's over. Xixi, I forgot to memorize the lesson. You have to help me pray that the teacher doesn't pick me to memorize the lesson." Xixi did not have time to comfort Lu Xiaoyu, because the language representative was already reading the lesson loudly. Xixi and Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly followed suit. "There's a little pine tree on the mountain and a big pine tree at the foot of the mountain. The little pine tree said to the big pine tree, 'Hey, friend, look how tall I am. I can see very, very far. What about you?' The big pine tree did not answer. Xixi liked this lesson very much. Moreover, after the reading class last Friday, Xixi and Lan Xian also listened to Yu Xiaowei's demonstration of this lesson. Sister Xiaowei read it with great emotion. Uncle Feng touched the little pine tree's head and said, "Child, the pine tree at the foot of the mountain is much taller than you. You can see very far because Grandpa Dashan lifted you up." When the little pine tree heard this, he lowered his head in shame. This time, when Xixi was reading this text, she couldn't help but imitate Sister Xiaowei. She read Uncle Fang's words out loud with full emotion. Especially when she read the words Grandpa Dashin and lifted up, she read it very hard. Her tone was deep and emotional, but a little too hard. After all, she had not systematically learned how to read aloud elegantly. Her earnest and emotional look was very cute. Li Ruolin happened to pass by Shi. When she saw this scene, she could not help but smile. She did not know the teacher's true thoughts. She felt that when the teacher passed by, she was sitting upright and still, trying hard to perform. Now that she caught a glimpse of the teacher's smile, the little girl thought that the teacher was praising her. Suddenly, she felt a sense of accomplishment and worked even harder to read the rest of the lesson. After Li Ruolin patrolled the class for 2 weeks, she returned to the podium. She still had to stay behind to supervise the morning reading class. After all, these first-grade children's self-control was still a little weak. If she or the other teachers in charge of the morning reading class were not watching, some of them might quietly slack off and not study. Standing on the podium, she could still serve as a deterrent. It was the same reason that an examiner had to sit in front of the examination room during an exam. Of course, in order not to waste time, Li Ruolin opened the children's diaries that the subject representative had helped her collect in the morning and began to correct the children's diaries. After the last spring outing, Li Ruolin had started to teach the students to write diaries. The children had complained a lot, but they had gradually gotten used to it recently. Of course, Li Ruolin still knew a thing or two about the children's abilities. She did not set any thresholds for their diaries. Some children would write more, such as Shi and Chao Ruolin, who were serious students. Some children would write less, such as Qin Yuxuan and the other children who did not like to study. 1 or 2 sentences would become a diary entry, but Li Ruolin did not blame them. Even now, Li Ruolin was holding a red pen and correcting the diaries. She did not want to give marks. The so-called correction was just to see if the children had completed the diaries and give some feedback based on the content. For example, now that she had opened Qin Yuxuan's diary, there were only a few sentences in the previous Friday's diary that had not been corrected yet. Tonight, Mom said, "Qin Yuxuan, take this garbage out." I said, "Yes." The garbage was so heavy, but I was very strong, so I took the garbage downstairs and threw it out. Qin Yuxuan's diary was already much better than before. At least, it had changed from a simple sentence, "Nothing happened today." It was so boring. Now, it was 2 or 3 sentences, and it even told a short story. Therefore, Li Ruolin picked up the red pen and wrote a few words of praise below. Then she wrote, "However, you still have a lot of room for improvement. For example, when you took the garbage out today, you can add some details. For example, when you took the garbage out, did the heavy feeling make you feel tired? For example, when you took the garbage downstairs, did you meet other people? For example, after you helped Mom take the garbage out, did Mom praise you?" These are all things that you can mention. Li Ruolin did not pick. She read the diaries according to the order in which they were placed. Although she preferred to read Shi's diary, there were many interesting stories in it. It could be said that reading Shi's diary was as interesting as reading a storybook. However, after all, she still had to take care of and educate every student, regardless of whether they wrote well or poorly. Take Qin Yuxuan for example. Although his writing was not as good as Shi's, Li Ruolin still gave a lot of comments. Moreover, she also saw Qin Yuxuan's delightful improvement. After correcting the Saturday and Sunday diaries, Li Ruolin put down Qin Yuxuan's diary and picked up the next one. The signature was Xianxia. Li Ruolin flipped open the diary and read it carefully. Suddenly, she frowned slightly and her expression became serious. Moreover, her eyes began to show hesitation. Lan Zhou Kai had gone to Jinling City to inspect the construction progress of the amusement park, and Wu Jingjing didn't check on Lan Xian's homework often. Therefore, Lan Xian's situation hadn't been exposed yet. This weekend, Murphy was going to hold a concert in Chengdu. Therefore, on Friday afternoon, after Shi finished school, Yang Yi took her, Lan Xian, and Tong Tong on a plane to Chengdu. Why was Lan Xian included? Because of this trip to Chengdu, Yang Yi planned to use this good opportunity to take Cici to see the pandas and try the famous delicacies of Chengdu. After hearing from Shi that there were so many wonderful arrangements, Lan Xian ran home and went to find Papa Yang with her remaining 4 gold coins. Papa Yang, can I use 1 gold coin to see a panda, and then use 3 gold coins to eat something delicious? Lan Xian looked at Yang Yi expectantly with her watery eyes. Obviously, 1 gold coin wasn't enough to see pandas. At most, she could only see the pictures of pandas that she brought back. And 3 gold coins wasn't enough to eat much delicious food. However, looking at Lan Xian's pitiful eyes, Yang Yi touched his conscience and finally accepted Lan Xian's 4 gold coins. He pretended that it was a promotion for the half-year anniversary of the opening of Gold Coin Mall and gave Lan Xian a first-class plane ticket. It had to be said that the first-class cabin of a domestic flight was very different from the first-class cabin of an international flight. Yang Yi and the others were on the plane from Jiangqing to Chengdu. The first-class cabin was similar to the business-class cabin, and it was arranged in pairs with 6 seats in a row. The luxury of the seats couldn't be compared to the first-class cabin of an international flight. At a glance, it seemed similar to the economy-class cabin. At most, the gap between the seats was bigger, the seats could be reclined, and there were armrests on both sides. The small table was more spacious, and of course, there was a small sofa behind the front row for feet and luggage. It sounded quite complete, but it did look a little shabby. However, Yang Yi had been on it many times and was used to it. Moreover, Yang Yi was more concerned about the fact that there were fewer people in the first-class cabin and it was more private. With his identity, it wouldn't be easy to cause a sensation. For the children, the luxury of the seats wasn't within their scope of concern. After Xi and Lan Xian got on the plane, they ran around excitedly. The 2 girls jostled each other as they ran to the front and couldn't stop giggling. Yang Yi and the others were the first batch of passengers to come to the first-class cabin. There was no one else around, so Yang Yi didn't care about the noise of Xi and Lan Xian. He was busy putting Tong Tong, who was in his arms, on the seat and putting the square suitcase that he carried with him on the small sofa in front. But soon, new first-class passengers came up. It was an elderly couple who were dressed fashionably. They looked like they were in their 50s or 60s. The stewardess was taking their tickets and leading them to the seats at the back. Yang Yi looked up and waved his hand to Xi and Lan Xian. The 2 girls were standing in a row, looking out the window of the plane and chattering. "Don't disturb others. We are now in a public place, so you can't be as casual as you are at home. You have to speak softly, and you can't run around." Yang Yi gently rubbed the 2 girls' heads and said with a smile, "Let's make a small agreement, okay? Today on the plane, let me see who is the most obedient. Tomorrow, when we go to see the panda, I'll buy you a big ice cream, and the other one can only watch the other eat." "A big ice cream?" Cece's and Lanqing's eyes lit up at the same time. Now that the weather was hot, eating ice cream was simply the most comfortable enjoyment. Even if the weather wasn't hot, ice cream was still very attractive to children. "I'm the most obedient," Lan Xian hurriedly shouted. She stuck out her chest and looked very straight. "No, good children, you can't speak loudly." Xi was more direct. She pulled Lan Xian's hand and whispered. However, although the 2 girls were no longer as noisy as they were when they first boarded the plane because of the temptation of the ice cream, they were still driven by endless energy and the excitement brought about by the trip. After a while, they began to gather together and whisper to each other. Yang Yi bought 4 adjacent first-class tickets. Although Tong Tong wanted to sit with him, and it was a bit of a waste to have a ticket, Yang Yi bought 1 more just in case. Who knows, maybe Tong Tong wanted to sit alone during the flight. Therefore, these 4 seats gave Lan Xian and Xi space to play. Yang Yi sat in the middle seat so that he could take care of Tong Tong and Xi and Lan Xian, who were sitting on the other side of the aisle. However, the 2 girls were restless. The plane flew steadily in the sky. When it was time to unfasten the seat belts, Xi and Lan Xian began to whisper to each other. No one knew what they were talking about, but they began to run excitedly from seat to seat. After a while, Xi ran to Lan Xian's seat. She giggled and sat on the small sofa in front of Lan Xian. Of course, this gap was very wide. Only adults could put their feet on it. Lan Xian and Xi could not reach it. Lan Xian jumped down from her seat and ran to Xi's small sofa. She sat side by side with Xi. Yang Yi did not understand what the 2 girls were playing. Anyway, they whispered to each other for a while. She sat on Lan Xian's seat again. After a while, Lan Xian jumped down from the small sofa and ran to the seat next to Yang Yi. Then, she looked for a gap between Yang Yi and Tong Tong and smiled silently at Shi. That's right. In order to appear obedient, even if they were playing, they deliberately made no sound. Little Momo, on the other hand, was teased by the two sisters who were running around. He was originally sitting obediently in his father's arms and watching the cartoon on the small screen in front of him, but now he felt that the cartoon was no longer interesting. Hey, hey! The little boy groaned. He pulled away his father's big hand and slid down the seat. His feet could not reach the seat. He turned over and prepared to slide down the edge of the sofa with his bulging belly. What are you doing? Yang Yi had to hold his little hand and carry him to the ground. But he still kept a close eye on him. He was afraid that the little boy would not notice and bump his head. After all, the space in the plane was very small. He. Tong Tong did not answer his father. He giggled and walked down the aisle. Then, he threw himself between his sister's legs. He put one hand on his sister's thigh and the other hand on the seat. Little brother, sit with me. She bent down excitedly and reached out to carry Tong Tong. Actually, the word carry could not be used because they were both children. From the looks of it, Shi's action of carrying Tong Tong looked more like she was pulling him by force, but it didn't matter. Little Momo finally climbed up and sat on the same seat as her sister. Shi and Lan Xian could not sit together, but Tong Tong's butt was very thin. He and his sister could barely sit side by side in this small seat. After they sat down, Shi smiled and winked at Lan Xian from across the aisle. Tong Tong looked at his sister and giggled for a while. Then, he smiled at his father from across his sister as if he was showing something to his father. I want to go over too. Lan Xian could not hold it in anymore. She muttered softly and jumped down from the seat beside Yang Yi. Then, she ran over to Shi's seat. Now, the three little ones were all sitting on the other side, while Yang Yi was left alone on the other side. Although the three little guys were playing together on the plane, they didn't make too much noise, and they wouldn't go to other seats. At most, they would stay in their own little world, pointing and giggling inexplicably. Maybe it was because there weren't many first-class passengers on the plane. Yang Yi saw that the noise didn't affect others, so he just reminded them when they didn't pay attention and their voices began to rise. Most of the time, he didn't deliberately suppress their nature of playing. It took 3 hours to fly from Jiang City to Chengdu, so when the plane arrived at Chengdu, it was nearly 11 o'clock, and the night was dark. Tong Tong was tired after playing with her sisters on the plane, so she curled up in her father's arms and fell asleep early. Shi and Lan Xian also yawned. The two girls were used to sleeping early, so they were very tired. If it weren't for the excitement of traveling, they would have fallen asleep on the plane. Come on, Shi, Dad doesn't have so many hands to take care of. You hold Xian'er's hand. Xian'er, you have to hold Shi's hand. You two sisters, don't let go. Yang Yi held Tong Tong in one hand and Lan Xian and Shi in the other hand, walking out of the passage. Behind him were 3 men in black suits, carrying bags and dragging suitcases. One was his personal assistant, and the other 2 were bodyguards. These were the standard domestic equipment that Mo Shawan usually arranged for him. If he was in Harbor City or abroad, he might be equipped with more bodyguards. In addition, I have to mention this by the way, after returning from Harbor City this year, Mo Shawan realized that Yang Yi's identity was different from before. No matter whether Yang Yi kept a low profile or not, he and Murphy needed some professional bodyguards to escort them when they attended activities. And they couldn't hire temporary bodyguards in a hurry like in Harbor City, right? Therefore, Mo Shawan began to recruit a group of full-time bodyguards in the name of the Huai Brothers Company. Yang Yi also went to his old comrade-in-arms and old leader, Luo Zongxing, for help. Luo Zongxing had now officially retired from Battle Wolf. He held a relatively high military position in the Southwest Military Region. Coincidentally, there were a group of retired soldiers in the Southwest Military Region this year, and the Southwest Military Region also had a headache about the problem of placement. Yang Yi's needs, so Luo Zongxing selected 10 veterans with good skills and good character for him. Although there were no retired Special Forces soldiers from Battle Wolf, they were all treasures. After retiring from Battle Wolf, they were usually hired to be instructors in the Southwest Military Region or even other military regions. Yang Yi was an exception. These 10 people were also the best among ordinary soldiers. After special training from the instructors of the bodyguard company, they also mastered the skills and qualities that bodyguards should have. Of course, the 10 bodyguards were not all arranged for Yang Yi. In order not to waste resources, sometimes when Guozi, Yang Huan, or Qianli Chuanchu attended more complicated events, Mo Xiaowan would also arrange 1 or 2 bodyguards to follow them. In comparison, Yang Yi and Murphy used bodyguards less often because they participated in fewer public events. Then again, although Yang Yi did not like ostentation, he had so many children with him this time. He would not feel at ease if he did not bring a few people with him. Moreover, now that the whole country knew about his net worth, it was necessary to bring some bodyguards with him when he went to other cities. After all, no matter how good Yang Yi's skills were, he was only good at himself. There would always be things that were inconvenient for him to take action or things that he could not take care of. As soon as he stepped out of the terminal, he saw a large group of fans and reporters surrounding him. The 2 bodyguards reacted quickly. They just glanced at each other and skillfully handed the push-pull suitcases to their assistants. They spread out their arms to protect Yang Yi and the 3 children. Although he did not know that his whereabouts were exposed so quickly, Yang Yi was fine. He was used to these situations. He paused for a moment and let go of Lan Xian's hand to wave at the fans and reporters. Thank you, everyone, for welcoming me so warmly. Chengdu is a very beautiful and friendly city. After Yang Yi put down his hand, he did not hold Lan Xian's little hand. Instead, he pulled Xi and Lan Xian to his side and said loudly, "However, I'm sorry that I can't interact with everyone tonight, nor can I accept any interviews from the reporters. As you can see, it's very late and the children are very sleepy. I'm really sorry." After that, Yang Yi smiled and nodded to the crowd. Then, under the protection of his bodyguards and assistants, he walked out of the airport and got into the car that was going to pick them up. Most of Yang Yi's fans were more rational. After listening to Yang Yi's gentle explanation, they stopped in their tracks. However, there were still some fans who desperately tried to squeeze in. There were also many reporters who did not care about what they said at all. Some of them held their cameras and hurriedly followed, pressing the shutter crazily. Some of them shook their microphones and shouted their own questions, wanting to interview Yang Yi. Fortunately, Yang Yi's 2 bodyguards were very helpful. Although the 2 of them looked a little weak, with the help of the airport security, they still protected Yang Yi and the others and made it not too crowded. It was not until the black nanny van slowly drove out of the airport and onto the road that the crowded crowd gradually disappeared from Lan Xian's sight. It was the first time that she had encountered such a big crowd, so she was very nervous, not to mention that she had been holding on to Yang Yi's trouser legs tightly just now. Lan Xian had been leaning on the window to look back after getting into the car. "Papa Yang, why are there so many people?" Lan Xian asked with some lingering fear. "Because." Such a simple question, Yang Yi found himself stuck. How should he answer? Should he say that he was too famous? That he was a big star? At this time, she interrupted her father's words. The little girl first yawned, then a little lazily muttered to Lan Xian, "Oh, it's all like this. Because many people know my papa, so when they see my papa and mom, they will call their names." Eh? Can too famous be explained in this way? Yang Yi looked at Xi with interest and nodded with a smile. Then I don't want to know so many people. It's too troublesome. Lan Xian shook her head hard and said. After Lan Xian finished speaking, she couldn't support her tired body anymore. She fell to the side and leaned on Cece's body. "Oh, Xian, you are too heavy." Although she was very sleepy, she could not help but protest loudly. Although Yang Yi left the airport, the photos of him with the 3 children were still on many reporters' cameras. There was nothing strange about Xi and Tong Tong, but the reporters were very curious about who the little girl standing next to Xi was. Could it be that Yang Yi and Murphy had a 3rd child? No, this child was much older than Tong Tong. If it was Yang Yi and Murphy's child, then it should be the 2nd child, and Tong Tong should be the 3rd child. but it was impossible. Xianxia and Tong Tong looked a little like Yang Yi and Murphy, and Xianxia. Although she was also a pretty little girl, judging from her body shape, they should not be a family, so the question was, who was this little girl that they could not ask at the airport? Why was she next to Yang Yi and received such considerate care from Yang Yi? When Yang Yi got back to the hotel last night, it was already very late. When he woke up early this morning, he realized that the two girls were still sleeping like pigs. Interestingly, because Xianxia and Xianxia were sleeping on the same big bed, their sleeping positions were Xianxia hugging the quilt and Xianxia sleeping directly on the other side of the quilt. One of her legs was even placed on Xianxia's chubby little butt. Perhaps it was because her feet felt better. After Yang Yi got up, he pulled Xiaxia's leg down and pulled the quilt over her. As for Xianxia, he pushed the little girl away as if he was pushing a piece of wood. He let her change back to her normal sleeping position and then covered them with the quilt. They arrived at the hotel very late last night, so the three children did not take a shower. Xianxia and Xianxia were at least asked by Yang Yi to go to the bathroom to get a towel to wipe their faces and arms. After that, they washed their faces and brushed their teeth before going to bed. Tong Tong slept directly until the next morning. But no matter what, it was a little unhygienic to not take a shower. Therefore, Yang Yi grabbed Tong Tong, who had woken up early and had been kicking his legs and playing with his feet. He raised the little guy with both hands and giggled because he found it very interesting. Yang Yi went to the bathroom to take a shower. As for Xianxia and Xianxia, it was not their turn yet, so Yang Yi let them sleep a little longer. Fei also couldn't get up, she was still sleeping. In fact, Murphy did not sleep well last night. She was already very tired from the rehearsal. In the hotel, she had to force herself to keep her eyelids open and wait for Yang Yi and the others to come to help take care of the two little girls. She had to toss and turn until very late last night. Just now, Tong Tong had woken her up. Yang Yi felt sorry for his wife, so he took Tong Tong to take a shower and let Murphy sleep a little longer. After an unknown amount of time, Xianxia, who was in her sleep, felt that the world was falling apart, especially when there was a tremor right in front of her face. The little girl was so scared that she immediately woke up from her sleep. Hee hee, hee hee. Little Momo's complacent laughter drifted into her ears, causing Cici, whose mind was a little muddled, to gradually come back to her senses. She struggled to raise her fluffy and messy little head, squinting her sleepy eyes as she glanced at little Momo who was propping herself up with both hands. Mmm. She pouted her little mouth and let out a long groan. She was like a little pig, not awake at all. Of course, this snort also seemed to be a protest. Little brother, why did you disturb your sister's sleep? Tong Tong, on the other hand, was immersed in his joy. He chuckled and wanted to share it with his sister. Xianxia, sister. Tong Tong stretched out his little arm towards his sister's nose and said with a smile of exultation. He had just taken a shower, so he was only wearing a pair of shorts and a small t-shirt. Naturally, a large part of his arm was exposed. His father was rummaging through his luggage to find diapers for him to wear, as he still had to take off his pants later. However, Tong Tong, who was being carried to his sister's big bed by his father, was restless. His sister was still sleeping, so he could not wait to wake her up. She was still unhappy when she was woken up. When she heard her brother showing off, she muttered with a slightly nasal voice, "It doesn't smell good." "It smells bad." Tong Tong widened his eyes in surprise. He had unwavering trust in his sister, so when he heard her say that it smells bad, he quickly retracted his hand and tried to smell it himself. "It doesn't smell bad." Therefore, he stretched out his hand again and said seriously, No, it doesn't smell bad. It smells good." Yang Yi walked over with a pair of diapers. When he saw this scene, he could not help but laugh. He rubbed Xixi's little head and said, "All right, sister, hurry up and get up. While you're at it, wake up Xian and Air as well. You two go to the bathroom to take a shower. After that, we'll go eat delicious food and see the pandas." When Xixi heard that they were going to see the pandas, she quickly woke up from her state of lazing around in bed. She hugged the quilt and sat up. She squinted her eyes, which were still unable to open, and combed her messy hair with her claws. Xian was still sleeping next to her. Perhaps she was dreaming about the delicious food that Yang Yi mentioned just now. she smacked her lips. Papa, where's Xianxia? Tong Tong was still immersed in the topic that he had just discussed with his sister. Although he was pressed down on the bed by his father to put on a diaper, he still tried to raise his little arm and pouted his little mouth to let his father smell it. Yes, you smell good. Sister was wrong. She's the stinky one. She didn't take a shower last night either, Xianxia said with a smile. When she heard this, she immediately became unhappy. She got up from the bed and leaned over to hug her father's shoulders. Her soft little body pressed against her father's arm. She shook her little butt unhappily and shouted, "That's not the case. Little brother is the stinky one." See, she became energetic after messing around for a while. Although Xianxia especially got up early, it was already past 9 o'clock when he left the house after taking care of the 3 children in turn. Murphy didn't go out with him. Tonight's concert would be held at 11 o'clock. She still had to go to the concert venue to practice with the invited singers. Xianxia didn't need to rehearse. He only needed to sing one song in Chengdu. When they met in the stadium in the afternoon, he just needed to do a sound check. Remember to eat breakfast. I'll take them out to play. Before Xianxia went out, he ordered the hotel's breakfast to be served and placed on the table. He reminded Murphy, who still wanted to stay in bed for a while. Murphy hugged the quilt in the same position as Xianxia just now. However, her white long legs were exposed, which made her more charming. Hearing Xianxia's nagging, she raised her head. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of happiness and she sweetly said, "Okay. We're going to eat delicious food." Xianxia shouted. In the elevator downstairs, she and Xianxia started a fierce discussion about the purpose of today's visit. "No, we're going to see the pandas. My papa said yesterday." She shook her head. "But he also said that we're going to eat delicious food." Xianxia said unhappily, If we don't eat delicious food, how can we? I haven't eaten breakfast. I'm starving." How could they have the strength to see the pandas without delicious food? She blinked her eyes and said with some confusion, but we don't have much time. Papa said that we're going to Mom's concert in the afternoon." Xianxia saw that their discussion had fallen into a misunderstanding, so he said with a smile, "We're going to eat delicious food first, then see the pandas. Don't worry, there are 2 good restaurants in front of the hotel. Let's try the famous delicacies in Chengdu and fill our stomachs. Then we'll take the bus to the place where the pandas are. See, I told you there would be delicious food." Xianxia was overjoyed. She said to Shi proudly, "Because we haven't eaten breakfast. It's just that your mother didn't eat delicious food. She wants to eat in the hotel. The hotel's breakfast is not delicious." "Alright, but I want to see the giant panda as soon as possible." "Brother too." "Brother, do you want to see the super cute giant panda?" Cici turned her head and looked for her ally in her father's arms. Tong Tong opened his round eyes and looked at his sister. He found that his sister was talking to him, so he immediately laughed happily. "Pandas." She emphasized this word in front of her brother. Her big eyes were full of expectation, and she wanted her brother to repeat it. Tong Tong thought that his sister was talking about Xiao Guai. They were all cats, so why did she have to make it so complicated? He clapped his hands excitedly and shouted, "Meow, meow." "Hey, it's not meow. It's not a cat, it's a panda. A panda is very big." She cried anxiously. The food in Chengdu cannot be separated from the word spicy. However, not all of them were spicy. For example, Xianxia had to sing tonight, so he couldn't eat anything that would irritate his throat. Therefore, he brought the children to this century-old shop that sold tofu pudding. After leaving the hotel, they still encountered the problem of being surrounded by fans. The enthusiasm of the fans in Chengdu was beyond Xianxia's expectations. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that there were not many concerts scheduled in the southwest region. Many fans had come from other places or even other provinces. Luckily, Xianxia had the experience of last night. Today, he asked Mo Xiaowan to arrange a few more bodyguards for him to protect him all the way to the tofu pudding shop. "There's a private room upstairs. Be quiet." The owner of the tofu pudding shop was very considerate. When he saw the celebrities bringing their children over, he knew that this was a living advertisement. He immediately extended his hand to invite them upstairs and vacated the tea room that he usually used to entertain his friends. One must know that this time-honored tofu pudding shop couldn't be considered luxurious. It was basically a hall. The so-called private room was just a small room upstairs. However, this wasn't bad. At least it was clean and tidy. The tea set had been moved away by the owner. "What do you want to eat?" Xianxia took the menu and smiled as he asked Xixi and Lan Xian to look at it together. The two little girls, one on each side of Xianxia, held onto Xia's arm and stared at the menu. "It has to have a lot of meat," Lan Xian muttered as she looked at the menu. But it doesn't seem like there's any meat." "There's meat. There's beef tofu pudding here." Xixi's eyes were very sharp. She stretched out her slender arm and pointed at a line of words on the menu. Then, she turned her head and said to Lan Xian, "That's right. Beef tofu pudding." When Lan Xian saw the word beef, her eyes lit up. She excitedly said, "Daddy Yang, I want beef tofu pudding." "You want beef tofu pudding?" Yang looked at the small chili symbol at the back of the menu. He smiled and said, "This is spicy. Can you eat spicy beef tofu pudding?" "Spicy?" Lan Xian's response was a little slow. At this moment, her little head was filled with the word beef. How could she care about anything else? Anyway, she just had a confused look on her face. On the contrary, Xixi reacted faster. She quickly grabbed her father's arm, shook her head, and said, "No, don't eat spicy food." She seemed to dislike this shop when she heard that there was spicy food. Indeed, Xixi didn't like spicy food when she was young, but Xianxia was still going to let her practice. He might forget about it today, but he had to try spicy food tomorrow no matter what. He had grown up and should improve his tolerance. He had to try all kinds of sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy food. Otherwise, wouldn't he miss out on a lot of delicacies in the world? The boss was standing at the side with a small booklet. When he heard Xixi's words, he hurriedly explained, yes, we have non-spicy tofu pudding. For example, this brown sugar tofu pudding and this ice-drunk tofu pudding can be made non-spicy. Also, our signature yi or pao is also filled with meat, and it's not spicy. This kid should like it. Lan Xian hurriedly nodded her head. Ice-drunk tofu pudding? It's filled with alcohol? Kids can't eat it, right? Xianxia lightly raised his eyebrows and asked. It's not filled with alcohol, but with mash. It won't make people drunk. The boss hurriedly explained. However, he looked at the three kids and hesitated for a moment before saying, "But, if you have concerns, it's fine if you don't let the kids eat it. After all, there's still some alcohol in it. You can order the brown sugar tofu pudding." The boss looked at Xianxia anxiously as he explained. He was worried that Xianxia would be unhappy after looking at the menu and leave. "Can you put less chili in the beef tofu pudding? Or can you make it non-spicy?" Xianxia asked. Customers who came to Chengdu to look for non-spicy food were usually looking for trouble. In Chengdu, or even the entire Sichuan province, which restaurant didn't serve spicy food? This shop even provided non-spicy tofu pudding, which was rare. If it was any other customer, they would probably be despised. But facing Xianxia, the boss could only carefully explain, "This is more difficult because our beef is specially marinated, so it's spicy." "Okay then, give me 1 serving of ice-drunk tofu pudding, 3 servings of brown sugar tofu pudding, and 2 servings of the one with meat filling." Xianxia didn't mind and said, "Daddy Yi." The boss helped to add, "Yes." Xianxia smiled and nodded his head, "I'll start with these. Also beef tofu pudding." Lan Xian, who was listening attentively at the side, immediately shouted. "How could they leave out the beef? This is spicy." Xianxia smiled and looked at Lan Xian. Xixi also chimed in, "Yes, spicy food doesn't taste good. I want to eat. Lan Xian pulled Xianxi's arm and looked at Xianxia with her pleading eyes. "Alright, add another serving of beef tofu pudding. The rest are the same." "I don't think she can eat this beef tofu pudding." Xianxia smiled and said to the boss. After ordering the dishes, Xianxia asked Xixi to help take care of the tong tong. He walked out of the private room with the boss and called for the bodyguard sitting on the second floor to order something to eat. Then, Xianxia called for a bodyguard and asked him to go to the shop next door to buy a few servings of baked egg cakes for him. It's probably going to be hard for us to go out now. Later, arrange for a car to come over. After eating, we'll go straight to the giant panda base. Xianxia took out his wallet, took out a few red bills, and said to him, also, this baked egg cake, if you like it, you can buy more. The tofu pudding shop served the dishes very quickly. After a while, bowls of tofu pudding were brought in. The big white porcelain bowls were filled with white tofu pudding. The brown sugar tofu pudding was a brown sugar juice that looked like soy sauce. Xianxi's ice-drunk tofu pudding was much lighter. It was a clear white soup that looked like ordinary tofu pudding. There were clear grains of glutinous rice floating in it and 2 red goji berries. Obviously, this ice-drunk tofu pudding was much better looking. Cici and Xianxia both liked its appearance very much. They pulled their stools over and began to watch it while making a big fuss. Tong Tong was also attracted by their movements. He hurriedly came over and tried to squeeze between his father's legs. He said, asking his father to pick him up and look at it. You can't eat this. It tastes a little like alcohol. Xianxia smiled. Papa can't eat it or drink it either. She seriously protested when she heard that. Perhaps it was because Murphy had repeatedly mentioned that she was disgusted with smoking and drinking. She had hated smoking since she was young, and she started to resist drinking because of that incident in the past. She had been influenced by what she saw and heard, so she also had a deep-rooted dislike for these two things. She felt that these were not good things from the bottom of her heart. This isn't alcohol. It just tastes a little like alcohol. Xianxia explained. You can't eat it, you can't eat it. Ci's delicate brows furrowed. She pouted her small mouth and shook her head vigorously. Papa, I don't want you to drink. I'll be very sad. When the little girl said this, her expression was very serious. Moreover, there was a hint of indescribable sadness in her tone. It seemed that if her father really ate it, she would be very disappointed and really sad. Xianxia reluctantly looked at the ice-drunk tofu pudding, which was still emitting a bit of white cold air, and sighed. He pushed it to the side and said, okay, then I won't eat this. The little girl's delicate little face immediately revealed a happy expression. She happily said, Papa, I'll eat my brown sugar tofu pudding with you. I'll share it with you. She had counted before. The tofu pudding on the table was actually 1 serving per person. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. He was somewhat moved and said, it's okay. Your little brother definitely can't finish a bowl of tofu pudding. Moreover, we have a lot of other things to eat later. If it's still not enough, Papa can order more. Then, little brother and I will share some for Papa. She said enthusiastically. At the side, Xianxia seemed to be a little taciturn. In fact, that wasn't the case. She couldn't be bothered to listen to the conversation between Cici and Xianxia. She didn't even care if she could eat the ice-drunk tofu pudding. Her eyes were fixed on the waiter who had just pushed the door open. A big bowl of tofu pudding covered with large pieces of beef was being served. This was definitely added because Xianxi's face was brushed on it. Although there was still a daunting red soup and red chili floating on top of it, a thick meaty aroma was already wafting out. Although the spicy aroma was very strong, this spicy aroma was able to stimulate one's appetite before one ate it. The thick and stimulating meaty aroma was like an invisible hand that grabbed onto Xianxi's stomach. The little girl swallowed her saliva. Her round eyes shone brightly. It was as if there was an explosive rock background music playing. Nothing can stop your yearning for beef. Excluding the ice-drunk tofu pudding and the other tofu pudding that Xianxia didn't order because of its spiciness, there really wasn't anything special about the tofu pudding made with brown sugar. After all, there wasn't much difference between tofu pudding and tofu pudding. Although they weren't the same type of food, there was only a slight difference in the degree of solidification and the texture was slightly smoother. The so-called brown sugar tofu pudding wasn't much different from tofu pudding with sugar water. She had this question in her mind. She scooped up a spoonful of the tofu pudding and tasted it. Then, she looked at her father in confusion and asked, "Hey, Daddy, isn't this tofu pudding? We've eaten it before." However, little mommy liked it very much. Perhaps it was because it was sweet and tasted good, but after eating a small spoonful, his eyes narrowed in joy. His two little hands waved a little, and then he asked his father to give him another spoonful. Xianxia was competing with the plate of beef tofu pudding. The little girl raised her chopsticks and wanted to eat to her heart's content. She, who was beside her, grabbed her hand in panic and shouted, "Xianxia, no, it's super spicy." She looked as if she had seen poison. She pointed at the chili oil floating on the surface of the beef tofu pudding and shouted, "Xianxia, look, it's all spicy. Chili, chili, chili. It's all chili. It's very, very spicy." Xianxia was a little hesitant. She pouted and looked at it for a while. Then, she twisted in her seat and said with a little hesitation, but I want to eat the beef. "But it's very spicy." She pressed her little hands on her knees and looked at Xianxia worriedly. "But I want to eat beef." The two little girls both had their own insistence. Xianxia repeated the same thing over and over again. "If you want to eat it, then try it. If you don't try it, how will you know if you can handle it?" Xianxia stood at the side, holding a bowl, and smiled at them. "Also, there are some good things that are not so easy to obtain. If you want to obtain them, you have to overcome some difficulties." While Xianxia was talking, Tong Tong, who was sitting on the chair next to him, was getting impatient. He reached out his little hand and grabbed his father's wrist. Not to mention the Tong Tong, Xianxia sniffled as if she had smelled the scent again. She finally made up her mind. "I'll give it a try." She couldn't stop her. She sat at the side and looked at her little friend worriedly. Xianxia picked up a slice of beef with her chopsticks. She knew how to eat very well. She picked up the beef and tossed the other chopped onions, ginger, pepper, and other ingredients to the side. Then, she directly stuffed the thinly sliced beef into her mouth. The beef was very chewy, and it tasted especially good in the mouth. Xianxia craved this taste. Once she chewed, she felt as if her whole body had been sublimated. Her eyes narrowed comfortably. It seemed to be delicious. She blinked. She was so focused on Xianxia that she even forgot to eat her own tofu pudding. Spicy beef. The first word to describe it was fragrant. Xianxia first felt that she was eating very well. Then, the spiciness came up to her like an assassin in the dark. Xianxia's eyes, which were originally squinting comfortably, wrinkled up as if she had been bitten by a bug. It wasn't that both of her eyes were wrinkled. Her eyes were wrinkled more on one side, and the other side was different. It was a little asymmetrical. Spicy, Xianxia couldn't stand the spiciness. She jumped down from the chair and jumped on the ground. But she didn't scream. They hissed and gasped for cold air, and then hopped around noiselessly. Because she was still chewing the beef in her mouth. It was indeed spicy, but the taste was actually quite good. Xianxia chewed and felt that with every bite, the rich flavor of the beef would surge out. How could she bear to spit it out? Xianxia poured a glass of iced orange juice for Xianxia. After Xianxia ate the beef, she drank a few mouthfuls of orange juice to barely relieve the spiciness. But after the commotion just now, the little girl's face was red from the spiciness, and her forehead was sweating. "Is it very spicy?" She asked with concern. Xianxia nodded. "Sigh, I told you not to eat it," she said. Xianxia recovered and regained her spirit. Her eyes were watery. She didn't know if it was because of the spiciness, but she looked very lively. She giggled and said, "But it's also very delicious." "But you were about to cry from the spiciness." She didn't believe her. "It's really delicious. The spiciness is also very delicious." Xianxia didn't know if she was trying to be brave or really felt that way. She anxiously jumped in front of Shi and shouted. Actually, it was quite uncomfortable to be hit by the spiciness just now. Xianxia didn't dare to continue eating the beef. Instead, she turned her head and drank her brown sugar tofu pudding. However, after eating the brown sugar tofu pudding and tasting the yi ba with meat filling, Xianxia still couldn't forget about the beef. She bit the yi ba with non-spicy yi ba, but her eyes were fixed on the big piece of beef. How could the pork taste as good as the beef? Finally, under the stimulation of her appetite, Lan Xian gathered her courage and reached for the bowl of beef tofu pudding for the second time. This was a scene that Yang Yi and Shi didn't notice. That was because Shi felt that the tofu pudding didn't taste good. She was eating the yi ba with one hand and pushing the bowl of tofu pudding to her father with the other hand so that he could eat it. It wasn't until Lan Xian shouted that it was spicy and drank the orange juice that Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at this gluttonous little girl. Just give it a try. If you don't like the spiciness, don't force yourself. Yang Yi comforted. However, when Lan Xian turned her head around, she didn't have an uncomfortable expression. She licked her red lips and said to Yang Yi with a serious expression, "No, it's really delicious." With the second piece of beef, there was a third piece, a fourth piece. Lan Xian seemed to have a better tolerance for spiciness. Although she was still gritting her teeth and sweating profusely from eating, Yang Yi saw that her eyes were very clear and that her excitement didn't diminish. "Shi, the beef is super delicious." Lan Xian didn't only eat by herself, but also chewed as she strongly recommended it to Shi. "But it's spicy." When Cici saw Lan Xian eating so happily, she actually wavered a little and said hesitantly, "It's fine. It's not spicy anymore. Shi, let me tell you, you can drink this ice juice. It's super delicious, and then it won't be spicy anymore." Lan Xian said with a smile of exultation. Perhaps sometimes, the advice and encouragement of peers is more effective than the persuasion of parents. Sometimes it's a positive effect, and sometimes it's a negative effect. Let's look at the positive side here. Therefore, although Shi was afraid of spicy food before, when she saw how excited Lan Xian was, her originally firm heart wavered again. "Why don't you do the same as Xianer and try it first?" Yang Yi saw this and said encouragingly, "Maybe now that you've grown up, you'll feel differently about spiciness." When Lan Xian heard that Shi was going to try her beef, she was a little unhappy. However, when she thought that it was Shi, and that there was still a lot of beef left in the bowl, and that she was a little full from drinking the orange juice, she finally felt at ease. "Okay, Shi, you try it too." After Lan Xian thought it through, she generously pushed the bowl over. With the encouragement of her father and friends, Shi finally plucked up the courage to pick up her chopsticks. Tong Tong looked at his sister in surprise. He seemed to be able to hear the difficulty of this challenge. Although he was full and had no appetite, the little guy still stared at his sister with his big eyes as she picked up the beef. From Tong Tong's perspective, his sister hesitated for a long time before biting the beef between her teeth. However, her reaction was different from Lan Xian's. After a few bites, she felt the rising tide of spiciness. She frowned and spat it out. "It's so spicy, so spicy." She frowned as she drank the orange juice and breathed in through her small mouth that was numb from the spiciness. "Oh, you can't spit it out." Lan Xian felt that it was a waste. "Don't you think it's delicious?" With the iced drink, she felt better after a while. She nodded gently, pouted her small mouth, and said, "It's delicious, but it's spicy. I don't think it's as delicious as my papa's." Yang Yi saw Shishi's improvement. He rolled his eyes and saw that she had poured half a cup of cold water into a cup. Then, she picked up a piece of beef and rinsed it in the cup. Immediately, a layer of red oil floated in the cup. Yang Yi smiled as he put the washed beef into Shishi's bowl in front of her and said encouragingly, "Here, try it. It may not be so spicy." "Is it really not spicy?" Shi asked curiously. "It's definitely spicy, but didn't you try it just now? It's not a big deal, isn't it? You can rest for a while and feel better. Isn't that right?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "Then it's not as spicy as before. Maybe you can eat it. Try it and see if it's as delicious as Xianer said." Lan Xian was very good at learning when it came to eating. When Shi was still hesitating, she hurriedly picked up a piece of beef, rinsed it in the cup, and then stuffed it into her mouth. Shi also ate the beef. This time, she didn't have to go through a mental struggle like before. Yes, it's quite delicious." This time, Cici finally smiled joyfully, revealing her curved eyebrows with a smile. Although it was still a little spicy, she felt much better after washing it. She only took a small sip of the drink, however, Lan Xian didn't think so. She savored it carefully, shook her head vigorously, and shouted, "No, no, it's not delicious. It's still better spicy." Xian's attitude towards food was really strict. After it was exposed that Yang Yi was the boss of microbroadcasting or backwave technology company, Han Sen was in the limelight for a period of time in the entertainment industry. Some of the self-media summits also sent him invitations. He even gained a lot of benefits by relying on this influence. However, the good days were short-lived. Han Sen did not take the opportunity to expand. He was still a lone wolf. There were not many eye-catching reports, and he quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. On Saturday morning, Han Sen, who liked to stay up late, woke up around 11 o'clock. With a head of messy hair like a bird's nest, he rubbed his eyes while sitting in front of the computer. He browsed Weibo, some news websites, and fan forums to see if there was anything new in the entertainment industry. Yang Yi? Originally, a news headline that was not particularly popular entered his field of vision. When Han Sen saw the familiar name, he could not help but feel refreshed and read it attentively. The content of the news was nothing special. It said that Yang Yi arrived in Chengdu last night to attend Murphy's concert. However, he brought 3 children with him. In addition to Xi and Hua, who were more familiar to everyone, there was another child whose identity was unknown. Of course, the editor of the news still wrote a wonderful story. After all, it was an entertainment report, so naturally, it had to be written with suspense and ups and downs. He even hinted vaguely that this little girl might be the illegitimate daughter of Yang Yi and Mo Fei. Only by hinting vaguely would he not have to take responsibility. However, Han Sen was an industry insider after all. Naturally, he would not easily believe this kind of argument. When reading a report, he would at most look at some objective descriptions and photos taken by others. He would directly skip over the subjective assumptions. After Han Sen smiled disdainfully, he fell into deep thought. Who is this little girl? I can see that Yang Yi takes good care of her. Han Sen touched his chin. He felt that there was news to be found. Of course, Han Sen's tool of exploration was microbroadcasting. After all, he also relied on microbroadcasting for a living. Opening Yang Yi's microbroadcasting homepage, Han Sen was surprised to see that Yang Yi had actually updated a microbroadcasting article this morning. Bravely tried to eat spicy food. Today, I came to Chengdu in Sichuan province, a beautiful city where people love spicy food. Under Xian'er's encouragement, Xi, who had never eaten spicy food before, bravely tried spicy beef. Although she was not as good as Xian'er's ability to adapt to spicy food, Xi's courage today, encouraged by Xian'er's encouragement, was worthy of praise. However, when I saw the way the 2 little girls were jumping around due to the spiciness, I couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. It was just an ordinary speech with a picture of a plate of beef tofu pudding. But Han Sen couldn't help but feel refreshed. He felt that he had found the answer. This Xian'er must be the chubby little girl, Han Sen said. She must be the chubby little girl. Of course, he still had to find the answer in the comments. The microbroadcasting article that Yang Yi had posted more than an hour ago already had more than 10,000 comments. Father-in-law, why did you post a picture of Xi's microbroadcasting with a dish? No, 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 no. We want to see Xi. We want to see Xi whose lips are red because of the spiciness. Unsurprisingly, the top trending comments were similar. Han Sen was used to these people calling Yang Yi father-in-law every day. He paid more attention to the more substantive comments. For example, the following comment made Han Sen perk up. Xian'er can also eat spicy food? She grew up with Xi in the same environment, but Xian'er can eat spicy food better than Xi. I didn't expect this, I didn't expect this. Xian'er? Xian'er also went out to play with Xi? In the past, every time Yang Yi made delicious food, Xian'er would be very supportive. She can eat spicy food so well today. Maybe she can't resist the temptation of delicious food? Haha. This netizen's comment unexpectedly revealed the truth. Han Sen touched his chin. He felt that these two comments should be from Yang Yi's old fans, and they should be the kind of hardcore fans who have been following Yang Yi's micro-broadcasting for a long time. He often watched Yang Yi's micro-broadcasting, but he couldn't remember where he had seen the name Xianxia. Fortunately, under the micro-broadcasting's homepage, he could search for this person's previous posts. Hansen typed Xian in the search box. Soon, the relevant content popped up. Hey, there are quite a few. Hansen was surprised to see that Xian's name appeared under Yang Yi's micro-broadcasting. Although the frequency was not high, there were still more than 10 posts. The earliest post could be traced back to 2 years ago, and the last post was just over a month ago. She was still planting vegetables with Xian. From the micro-broadcasting, it could be seen that Xian was not a relative of Yang Yi and Shi. She and Shi were probably neighbors, or even classmates. This is interesting. They were classmates from kindergarten to elementary school, and they are so close. Moreover, Yang Yi was willing to bring her along with his daughter. Hansen felt that it was necessary to investigate this little girl's identity in depth. Hansen was good at finding gossip from a large amount of information. This was not only because he was tenacious, but also because he had a very sharp sense of touch. Now, he felt that this inconspicuous little girl might have some news to dig up, not to mention the excited Hansen, Yang Yi, Shi, Tong, and Xian, who had eaten and drunk to their heart's content, got into the car to the panda base after he posted on Weibo. After eating a few pieces of spicy beef, Shi's little mouth was still a little red. Of course, she had already passed the state of blushing from the spicy beef. Her face had returned to its usual white color, but her little mouth was still a little red. However, she still looked very cute. She could not wait to see the pandas in the car. She was moving around energetically. At this moment, she could not help but stand up from the chair. She hugged the headrest of the second row seat with her two little hands and said excitedly, "Papa, can I take my camera? Do you want to play now?" Yang Yi did not drive. They were now in an MPV nanny van with a bodyguard in the front. Yang Yi sat in the second row so that it was convenient for him to take care of Tong, who was sitting in the child's seat in the second row. Shi and Lan Xian sat in the third row. There was a passage in the middle of the second row of the nanny van. If necessary, Yang Yi could go to the back to take care of the two little girls. Yes. Shi quickly nodded and explained, "Because I want to play with the camera first. Otherwise, I don't know how to take pictures of the pandas. I haven't played with the camera for a long time. The last time I played with it, I took pictures of my radish." Yang Yi smiled and patted Shi's fluffy little head. He said, "Okay, Papa will get it for you. Sit down and fasten your seatbelt. You can't take off your seatbelt by yourself. It's not safe." I know." Shi sat back down obediently. Yang Yi took out the camera from the backpack on the ground and handed it to Shi. Soon, Shi and Lan Xian played in the back. Xian, sit down. Sit down first. I want to take pictures of you. You have to smile. You can't close your mouth. Oh, you blinked. Lan Xian also shouted, "Let me see." Shi, you don't even know how to take pictures. They don't look good. No, this one is gone. Let's do it again. While the two little girls were arguing, they arrived at the panda breeding research base. In the park, please be mindful of the volume of your voices. It's not that we don't allow you to speak, but what we mean is, please don't make any loud noises or make any sharp noises. Does anyone know why this is? At the giant panda breeding base, Yang Yi, along with his 3 children and a few other families with children, were listening to the base's expert tour guide explain the rules and regulations of the tour in the lounge. They originally wanted to hire a professional tour guide, but because it was the weekend, there were a lot of tourists who came to see the giant pandas, and the base did not have enough professional tour guides. Seeing this, Yang Yi did not insist on any special treatment. He led the children to be treated like normal tourists and received the services of a 20-person tour guide. However, this kind of service was not bad. Shi and Lan Xian stood beside the other children and listened to the tour guide attentively. It was just like a normal class. Not only was it lively, but it also gave them a sense of participation. Tong Tong was originally being carried by his father, but he felt that he was not free enough in his father's arms, so he asked his father to put him down. Then, he squeezed himself between Xixi and Lan Xian and let the two sisters hold his hands. Perhaps it was because of the unfamiliar environment, but Xixi and Lan Xian, the two children who were good at talking, turned their heads to look around at the same time when the tour guide asked them questions. Lan Xian was looking to see who was going to answer, while Xixi was eager to try, but she was a little shy and did not dare to raise her hand. Because giant pandas need to sleep too. At this time, a younger boy who looked to be about 5 years old plucked up his courage and raised his head to speak. That's right. The tour guide smiled and clapped her hands. She looked at him encouragingly and continued, because giant pandas like quiet environments and are very sensitive to noise. If we make too much noise, they will hide. That way, we won't be able to see the giant pandas, right? Cece widened her big eyes in surprise and looked at the tour guide very attentively. It seemed that if Xianxia gave her a pen and paper at this moment, the little girl would have to write down all of this. After listening to the explanation, they got on the long electric sightseeing bus and followed the tour guide to the giant panda's sun delivery room and the giant panda's infant villa. The lesson that the tour guide had given to Xixi and the others was very effective. Xixi and Lan Xian began to whisper on the sightseeing bus. They didn't even need Xianxia to promise them a big ice cream. Xian, I forgot to tell you that when pandas were small, they were very, very small. Xixi held the camera and looked very excited, but she whispered to Lan Xian in a very low voice. Actually, there was no need to speak so softly. However, Lan Xian also abided by the rules. She was also very interested in the giant panda. Just like Xixi, she listened very carefully. At this time, she seemed to realize that her voice was too loud, so she went directly to Xixi's ear and whispered to her, I know that you have giant panda dolls at home. Some are big, and some are very small. You used to call them de xiong. After being exposed, Cece felt a little embarrassed and twisted in the seat of the battery-powered scooter. Then, she tried her best to change the topic. No, it's not like that. Papa showed me a photo. It's really small. Oh, you'll know when you see it later. The two sisters were chatting in full swing in the car. Tong Tong was also a little unwilling to be left out. He stepped on his father's leg shakily and moved his body towards his sister. Sister, please play. Daddy didn't give it to him. Little Minglan was still anxiously squeezing Daddy's arms around him, muttering as he pressed forward. Xianxia helplessly picked him up and sat him down. Then, he whispered in his ear, we don't have many seats. Sit tight, or you'll fall off. Fortunately, the electric car was very light, and they soon arrived at the place where the giant panda cubs were bred. Tong Tong also got what he wanted. He could hold his sister's hand and walk with her. Why didn't he like to walk with his father? It was because it was hot to be hugged by his father, and he was not free. His sister's height was just right for him to hold his little hand, so he felt as safe as his father. Moreover, she treated Tong Tong very well. Lan Xian was a little impatient with holding Tong Tong's hand all the time, but she was still very considerate and gently held her brother's little hand in her palm. Fortunately, because of the tour guide's explanation, the group didn't walk very fast. Although Tong Tong was short and had short legs, his small steps were compact, so he could still keep up with everyone's pace. After turning a corner, Xixi's eyes suddenly lit up. She hurriedly held Lan Xian's hand and didn't dare to say anything. She just pursed her lips and smiled happily, look. Thus, the two girls moved closer to the glass partition and looked curiously. When the tour guide in front saw that everyone had walked over, she said, this is the room for the baby pandas that were born less than a month ago. Of course, they usually have to stay by their mother's side and be taken care of by her. The tour guide was still talking when she suddenly felt a tug on her sleeve. She looked down and saw a girl with neat bangs and braids. The tour guide's first impression of her was that she was pretty, especially her big bright eyes. Even though she was looking at her anxiously and frowning slightly, her big bright eyes were still very beautiful. She didn't have to guess to know that this girl was Xixi. She still lowered her voice and said anxiously, Sister, you can't talk too loudly. When the tour guide heard this, she smiled and said, It's fine here. Our room has double-layered soundproof glass and there are some soundproofing settings inside, so we won't disturb the baby pandas when we talk here. When I said not to talk too loudly, I meant that when we go outside and see the pandas in the activity area, we'll just have to keep our voices down. Of course, you're also great for thinking of taking care of the baby pandas. She suddenly understood. She smiled shyly and blushed. She turned her head and ran back to her father's side, continuing to hold Tong Tong's hand. But everyone is lucky because last Tuesday, a mother panda called Curly Curly gave birth to 2 baby pandas. Because the tour guide continued and explained why everyone could see the baby pandas in this place. The children listened attentively. When they heard something interesting, they even gasped in surprise. Tong Tong was held by his sister's hand. He learned from his sister and looked at the tour guide attentively. Of course, he didn't understand. This was because when the tour guide said that if twins were born, the mother panda would choose to take care of the stronger panda cub and abandon the weaker one, regardless of whether it lived or died. At this time, Tong Tong, who was listening attentively like his sister, didn't reveal the same shocked expression as his sister. He also didn't show the seriousness of a crisis. He still looked around in confusion. The little guy's confused expression seemed to be asking, "Why are you making such a big fuss over nothing?" It turned out that the keepers at the giant panda base had secretly stolen a baby panda when its mother, Curly Wan, wasn't paying attention. Then, they arranged for the baby panda to be taken care of by its mother. That was why Xianxia and the others had the opportunity to see the newborn baby panda. It's really small. Xianxia stood in front of the glass partition and looked at the baby panda sleeping soundly on the small quilt. Obviously, she really didn't expect the baby panda to look like this. It was only about the length of an adult's palm. Yeah, I've seen pictures of the baby panda. She stood beside her and stared at the baby panda. Since there was no restriction on her voice, she could speak freely. However, the young lady was still reluctant to speak too loudly. It was as if even the slightest movement would disturb the baby panda's sleep. She realized something. She was a little excited, but she suppressed her voice and whispered, Xianxia, look, the baby panda is moving in its sleep. Oh, it's true. It's moving its legs. Xianxia nodded happily. Little Momo was too small. Even if he stood on his tiptoes, he still couldn't reach the height of the wall. However, when he saw that his sister and the others were chatting animatedly, and he didn't know what they were looking at that was so interesting, he became anxious. Sister. Tong Tong grabbed his sister's arm with one hand and tried to squeeze his body between his sister and the other. He even tried to step on his sister's foot with his little shoe, as if this could increase his visibility. Hua, I want to see. She was pushed back by him. However, the young lady understood her brother's intention. She enthusiastically reached out and hugged Tong Tong's armpits. She tried to lift Tong Tong up so that he could see the baby panda. Big sister, will carry you, then you can watch. Xi's labored voice reached Yang Yi's ears. Yang Yi looked down and couldn't help but smile. However, Xi's efforts were in vain. Soon, she helplessly put down the Tong Tong and complained, Aya, little brother, you're too heavy. How can you eat so much? You weren't this heavy before. This was different from last night when she carried Tong Tong onto the chair. At that time, she was sitting on the chair and had to drag Tong Tong onto the chair. Now that she was carrying Tong Tong, it was naturally more tiring. Let Daddy do it. Yang Yi smiled and bent down to pick up Tong Tong from the ground. This way, little Momo could finally look at the baby pandas with his sisters. He curiously stuck his head out to look while grinning from ear to ear. He was very happy. What are you laughing at? Yang Yi smiled and scratched the little guy's nose. Didn't you abandon Daddy and only want to play with big sister? Tong Tong ignored him. Childish. Looking at the baby pandas was quite interesting. Even after leaving the nursery, Xishi and Xianxia couldn't help but chatter about how the baby pandas didn't have dark circles under their eyes and thick black hair circles like their mother. Daddy, why do you think the baby pandas look like that when they're born? Xishi and Xianxia's discussion was fruitless, so they simply ran over to their father and asked curiously, they don't look like their mom and daddy at all. Because they don't look like them. They're so small. Xianxia said matter-of-factly. That's not it. When I was young, many people said that I looked like my mom. She retorted with a pout. Yang Yi listened to their argument and laughed happily. Well, this world is very strange. Many animals don't look like their parents when they're young. Look at the baby frog. Aren't they just tadpoles when they're young? Of course, there's also a possibility that when the baby pandas were born, their mother ran out of ink, so they don't look as black as they do now. She ran out of ink? Xi and Xianxia both looked at Yang Yi in surprise. Yang Yi nodded seriously. Then let's go buy some ink and help it darken a little. Papa, is that okay? Cici said kindly. Haha. Of course, Yang Yi was just joking. After a while, Xi and Xianxia were led by the tour guide to see a few baby pandas that were between 30 and 60 days old. Their questions were also answered. The baby pandas at this stage were obviously more adorable. Not only were they round and no longer looked like little worms, but they also had black circles and a black back. The only difference between them and a normal panda was their size. It was worth mentioning that Xi and Xianxia also learned an interesting piece of information. Auntie. A child ran over and asked the tour guide seriously, Auntie, may I ask why the baby pandas are called baby pandas? Of course it's called baby pandas. Because it's a baby. The tour guide didn't understand what he meant at first. That's right, that's right. I think it should be called little panda. Because it's a baby. My mom also calls me Xiaoming, but my name is Ming Ming. The child explained naively. Xi and Xianxia heard the commotion and looked over curiously. In fact, they had the same question in their hearts. The tour guide laughed and said, I see. But I want to tell you a little bit of information. If someone asks you this question in the future, you can proudly tell them that you know why. The battle of titles was all kinds of open and covert attacks. The child didn't understand and even nodded happily. Why don't we call the baby pandas little panda? That's because the giant panda is the name of its entire species. It's just like how we call cats cats and dogs dogs. Giant pandas are all called pandas regardless of whether they're big or small, male or female. But red pandas are different. Red pandas are another type of animal. Xi listened attentively, her eyes shining with excitement. I learned something new again. Hurry up and write it down. I'll tell Mom when I get back tonight. Mom can't even come to see the pandas. What a pity. The baby pandas are really cute. The little girl thought to herself. Hee, but it's okay. I took a picture of the baby pandas. While playing, she could still think of her mother who was working. Would Murphy cry tears of joy if she knew that her daughter was so sensible? The tour guide snapped her fingers and smiled. Oh right, next to our panda sun delivery room, there's an area for little pandas to move around. Let's go take a look now and see what the little pandas look like, okay? Okay. There were quite a number of children in this 20-person tour group, and they all screamed in joy. Cici and Xianxia were still rather reserved, but the few little boys beside them were all jumping and jumping in joy. To everyone's surprise, the red panda was very popular among the children, especially when they saw its beautiful reddish-brown fur with white fur in its ears and cheeks. What was even more beautiful was its fluffy tail, which had circles of white rings spreading out like water ripples. Wow! It's so beautiful. It's so cute. When they saw these petite and exquisite red pandas, the children exclaimed one after another. At this time, the tour guide raised a finger and shushed them. She lowered her voice and said, Here, we have to keep our voices down. Look, there are red pandas sleeping on the trees. Perhaps the previous training had worked, but the little ones didn't dare to make a sound. She couldn't hold it in anymore. She just had a new discovery and wanted to say it out loud. She held it in and finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She pulled her father's hand and motioned for him to come over and listen to her whisper. Yang Yi squatted down and bent down. She squeezed in front of her father. Her left hand was still holding Tong Tong, but her right hand was on her father's shoulder to support him. Then she lowered her voice and whispered, Papa, look at the red panda. Yang Yi nodded and smiled, indicating that he saw it. Doesn't it look like a little squirrel? She said, her beautiful big eyes shining with excitement. Like a little squirrel? It doesn't look like it. Yang said with some surprise as he looked over again. He looked carefully, but he didn't think that the red panda looked like a squirrel. Its body shape, face, fur color, and so on were all very different from a squirrel. It looks like it. She pouted unhappily. She twisted her little butt and muttered, Papa, look at its tail. It's so cute, just like a little squirrel's tail. Yang understood. He changed his way of thinking and sighed with emotion at the children's unconstrained thoughts. Then he said with a smile, well, this is indeed a relatively similar place. You can take a picture of the red panda and then go back and think of a short story. For example, the red panda and the little squirrel met on the road, and they both felt that the other's tail was very similar to theirs. Then a series of interesting episodes will be triggered and written in your diary. She's eyes lit up and she nodded vigorously. I also want to tell this story to Mom. She muttered happily as she picked up the camera in her hand. Tong Tong's hand was released by his sister. He was still looking at the red panda, but when he turned around, he saw his sister take out the camera. She had taken a lot of photos of Tong Tong today. Tong Tong raised his right hand almost reflexively and raised 2 fingers. However, she wasn't taking photos of him. Moreover, she didn't even notice her brother's peace sign. She fiddled with the camera excitedly and aimed it at the red panda lazily basking in the sun on the tree. Yang was overjoyed when he saw this scene. He simply took out his phone and turned on the camera. He smiled and said, Come. Sister won't take photos of you. Daddy will take photos of you. It was the concert from that year, but it wasn't in the same city. Fortunately, it was still the same people from that year. Hee, you have a romantic encounter. I want to post it on microbroadcasting and WeChat. No way. Zhongzhenjin, I'm going to kill you. On the campus of Sichuan University in Chengdu, a pair of beauties were sitting under the shade of a tree in an open-air milk tea shop on campus. They were chatting and laughing as they fought over their phones. However, unlike the beautiful students in Sichuan University, they weren't university students. Chu Fangfang and Zhong Zhenjin were playing the role of tourists. Almost 3 years ago, Murphy held a concert in Shanghai. They were still third-year students at Shanghai University of Technology, so they bought tickets and went in to listen to the song. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the two of them had changed a lot. Chu Fangfang stayed in Shanghai for her postgraduate studies, while Zhong Zhenjin went to Yangqing. Of course, she also had a passionate relationship that made her sad. At the end of last year, when Murphy released her new album, Zhong Zhenjin broke up with her boyfriend and went to Yazhou in Shanghai to relax. Ever since she listened to Murphy's album, Zhong Zhenjin felt that she should go to Murphy's concert again. She talked to Chu Fangfang, who was still her best friend, and the two of them hit it off and made a decision. Unfortunately, Murphy was no longer the unpopular Murphy from before. She was the new heavenly queen of the Chinese music industry. Although she used technical means to limit scalpers from inflating the price, it was still difficult to get a ticket, especially for the Shanghai station that was held before. Zhong Zhenjin was surprised to find that the tickets were all snatched up in the blink of an eye. Zhong Zhenjin had no choice but to try her best to get tickets for every concert. Finally, at the Chengdu station, she got tickets for both her and Chu Fangfang. One person could buy at most 2 tickets. They couldn't wait until the Yangqing station. Maybe there would be no tickets then. Fortunately, they were all students. Although they sometimes had to do experiments, it was still relatively easy for them to apply for leave. Moreover, it was not bad to come to Chengdu. It just so happened that they could also travel and see the beautiful scenery of the southwest. It was the same today. The concert was at night. During the day, Chu Fangfang and Zhong Zhenjin went to Sichuan University to stroll around. In the afternoon, they planned to go to Jinli Ancient Street and Wuhou Temple. However, what was interesting was that when they were drinking milk tea and resting just now, Chu Fangfang was hit on by a boy. Although Chu Fangfang declined the other party, Zhong Zhenjin felt that this was something worth laughing at. We sisters still have the charm, and there are actually little boys who are fascinated by us. Naturally, Chu Fangfang didn't agree. The two joked around for a while before they quieted down. Hey, Fangfang, look. The micro-broadcasting that Yang Yi just sent is so interesting. Zhong Zhenzhen pointed at the phone excitedly and showed it to her friend. Chu Fangfang leaned over and looked at the phone screen. She read it out loud, "You stand in front and look at your sister. Sister stands in the high place, looking at the little panda. You think that you are decorating other people's scenery, but they don't have you in their viewfinder. What a sad story this is. Ha ha ha." This was the second time that Yang Yi had adapted someone else's cliffhanger. Although the adaptation was very bad and it was obvious that it was done in a hurry, the content was still very interesting. The three ha-ha-ha-s were not Chu Fangfang's own laughter, but Yang Yi's micro-broadcasting habit. Of course, this time there was a photo. Both Chu Fangfang and Zhong Zhenzhen saw that in the photo taken by Yang Yi's phone, she was holding the camera and taking pictures of things in front of her, but Tong Tong was standing in front of his sister. Oh, he's so cute. Look, he even put up a peace sign, thinking that his sister is taking pictures of him. Chu Fangfang laughed happily. Yes. Zhong Zhenzhen also laughed. I feel that Tong Tong is so pitiful, but I still can't help but want to laugh. By the way, what time is it now? Yang Yi just came last night, and this morning he took the child out to play. Chu Fangfang's thoughts jumped a bit, and she suddenly thought of the concert tonight. What about the concert tonight? Is he not going to sing tonight? I don't know, but I think that Yang Yi will attend. From what I remember, he has never missed any of Murphy's concerts, and he also knows that everyone is attending Murphy's concert because of him and Murphy at the same time. The guest of honor is the Iron Yang Yi. Zhong Zhenzhen held her chin and tilted her head as she spoke. It's hard to say. There are quite a few celebrities who came to sing for this concert. One of them is the first season champion of China's Top Voice, Su Lu, and I'm teacher Su Linglong. Who knows, Yang Yi might not sing. Chu Fangfang guessed. I don't care. Zhong Zhenzhen shook her head and said coquettishly, I just want to hear Yang Yi sing, and he and Murphy are going to sing together. If he doesn't sing, I'm going to boo him. Chu Fangfang pursed her lips and smiled, then said, hurry up, tell him on micro-broadcasting, he might still be looking at his phone. Many netizens who were paying attention to the concert in Chengdu were asking if Yang Yi would be singing tonight, but at this time, Yang Yi had already thrown his phone into his pocket. He was going to the bamboo restaurant in the giant panda base with the children. There was a famous bamboo banquet to try. Before Yang Yi came, he had heard about the unique delicacies in this scenic area. This time, naturally, he went because of the reputation. Why so early? It was only 11 o'clock, and they were already going to eat at the restaurant, because this restaurant was too popular. According to the netizens' guides, if they didn't go early, there might not even be a seat in the main hall, let alone a private room. When it came to food, Lan Xian was very interested. After getting off the electric scooter, she ran in front and asked, Papa Yang, what is a bamboo banquet? Are we going to eat bamboo like the giant pandas? No, the bamboo that the giant pandas eat is hard. We should eat bamboo shoots, bamboo fungus and the like. Yang Yi explained, it's soft. You should have eaten bamboo shoots before, right? Bamboo fungus is slightly different. It's a fungus, a kind of mushroom that grows on bamboo. Bamboo shoots, bamboo fungus? Lan Xian looked at Yang Yi with some confusion. She didn't quite understand, but since her father said it was delicious, she was willing to try it. But if we eat the bamboo, won't the giant pandas have no bamboo to eat? She asked worriedly. Don't be afraid. The giant pandas have a lot of bamboo to eat. They can't eat all of it. Yang Yi laughed, look at them. They eat too much bamboo, and then they don't exercise. They just lazily bask in the sun all day. You can help them eat some, and you can help them lose weight. She liked this explanation very much. She shook off her sadness and said with a smile, I know, I can help Xian eat more and help her lose weight. Lan Xian immediately protested, no. I don't want to lose weight. Yang Yi was amused by their conversation. After laughing, he shook his head and said, I don't need your help. Xian has been exercising a lot recently. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to save 4 gold coins, right? Besides, if you help Xian eat, what if you get fat? Yes. Lan Xian felt that this saying was very much in line with Shen, so she beamed with joy and nodded her head. Then I'll help my brother eat. She rolled her eyes. Thinking of her increasingly serious brother, she had an idea. Tong Tong hadn't been paying attention earlier and had been looking at the swans in Swan Lake. Now that he heard his sister calling him, he turned his head around with an innocent look on his face. The bamboo restaurant was indeed worthy of its name. The interior decoration of the entire restaurant echoed the theme of bamboo and pandas. For example, the brown bamboo reliefs on the walls and the support pillars were wrapped in green and smooth ceramic. They were protruding into the shape of bamboo. Of course, Xianxia had booked a small private room. After they sat down, a waiter came over with the menu not long after. Shi and Lan Xian were very curious about what kind of dishes could be made with bamboo. Therefore, when their father finished making milk powder for Tong Tong and was about to order the dishes, they dragged their chairs over, climbed up, and looked at the dishes together. As expected, Lan Xian asked the question she was most concerned about: is there meat? Is there a lot of meat? Actually, Lan Xian was asking Xianxia this question, but the waiter next to them recognized Xianxia. She enthusiastically answered, yes, there is meat in many dishes. For example, our pineapple sweet and sour pork, kung pao bamboo fetus, stir-fried pork with fresh bamboo shoots, kidney bean sauce beef brisket, stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots, stir-fried twice-cooked pork with bamboo shoots, etc. They all have meat in them. She was quite fluent in naming the dishes. Perhaps she learned it from a crosstalk class. However, these dishes all had meat in them. Especially when she heard the twice-cooked pork, Lan Xian thought of Xianxia's delicious twice-cooked pork and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Pineapple sweet and sour pork, kidney bean sauce beef brisket. Xianxia followed the waiter and read out a few names. Then he looked up and asked curiously, are these dishes special here? Does it also belong to the bamboo banquet? The waiter, who had just taken notes, casually replied, no, these are just the home-cooked dishes provided by our restaurant. As for the bamboo banquet, because there are only a few of you, I don't recommend ordering the bamboo banquet directly. The portion is too large, and it would be a waste if you can't finish it. You can order some of the more special dishes in the bamboo banquet, such as mountain pepper bamboo cover, bamboo mushroom slippery shrimp, pickled pepper bamboo mushroom eggs, bamboo tripe fried eggs, crab bird's nest, bamboo bird's nest, bamboo bird's nest, bamboo bird's nest, bamboo feast assorted dishes, etc. She quickly listed a bunch of dishes, and then she remembered that she had just asked the customer to order less. She said with some embarrassment, of course, I mainly recommend bamboo tripe with scrambled eggs, crab and bamboo bird's nest, especially the bamboo bird's nest. Although it's called bird's nest, it's actually a relatively rare fungus. It tastes like bird's nest, and it's very fresh and tender. Perhaps she wanted to try hard to show off in front of Xianxia, so the waiter still introduced a lot of dishes. Xianxia was very polite. After listening patiently, he smiled and said, well, you can cross out what I just said. Since we're here, we won't order any home-cooked dishes. We'll order the bamboo tripe with scrambled eggs you just mentioned. Xianxia ordered a few dishes, and Lan Xian listened attentively. She didn't want to take the menu and look at it by herself like Shi, so she paid attention to what Xianxia ordered. But after listening for a while, she became a little anxious. These are all without meat. Xianxia had no choice but to cross out 2 special dishes and order 2 dishes with meat for her, such as the bamboo stir-fried twice-cooked pork that Lan Xian couldn't forget. This is a little spicy. The waiter kindly reminded them. Just now, she also asked if some of the dishes were spicy. It's okay, I can eat spicy. This morning, I ate spicy beef. Lan Xian stuck out her small chest and said proudly. The waiter was really a good person. She pursed her lips and secretly smiled, and then explained again, actually, what we said is a little spicy. Maybe for some of you travelers who don't eat spicy food, it's very spicy. Xianxia couldn't help but want to laugh. He shook his head and said, it's okay, just order. It's just right for them to try spicy food. It just so happens that there are non-spicy dishes. If they can't eat it, they can change. The waiter gently nodded and didn't persuade anymore. Do you need anything else? Xianxia nodded and said, there's no need to order food here. Help me order the bamboo tripe with scrambled eggs and the crab and bamboo bird's nest. Pack it up. Can you help me get a good insulated lunchbox? Money is not a problem, because I'll take it with me when I go back in the afternoon. Obviously, this was ordered for Murphy. Xianxia heard that these two dishes had high nutritional value and tasted good, so he was thinking about it. No matter what, he had to bring one for Murphy. No problem. The waiter smiled and said, but, actually, I have a suggestion. Because the crab and bamboo bird's nest are soaked in the soup for a long time, the taste will be a lot worse. Do you want to change it to bamboo bird's nest pot? It's like a piece of soft pancake, and it tastes good. Okay. Change it to this. Xianxia nodded. Then that's it. Thank you for your trouble. However, she still had something to say. She anxiously took her father's hand and said, Papa, there's also big ice cream. Yes, there was still the big ice cream that Xianxia promised on the plane yesterday. When he got off the plane, he said that Xianxia and Xianxia were both very good, and they would eat big ice cream when they went to see the pandas today. Ice cream was not only liked by Xianxia, but also by Xianxia. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't eat in the park, in fact, it was just that they couldn't litter or feed their own food to the pandas, Xianxia misunderstood, she would have pestered her father to eat ice cream. Yes, let's eat ice cream first. Xianxia felt that when Xianxia asked this question, the whole room was bright, and she also clapped her hands happily. Do you have ice cream in this restaurant? Xianxia saw that the two girls were looking forward to it, so he turned to ask the waiter who stopped. We don't have ice cream here. The waiter hesitated and said, but the Panda Cafe next door has ice cream. We can call them and ask them to send it over. Xianxia nodded and said with a smile, okay, thank you. Then, the waiter changed several times. Everyone found an excuse to pour tea, change the water, and even bring ice cream. The ones who came were the two blushing waitresses from the cafe. Xianxia didn't reject them and signed for them generously. Time to eat ice cream. When there were other people around, Cici was still a little reserved. Now that the door of the private room was closed, the little girl cheered and pounced on Xianxia. I'll eat the strawberry-flavored one, and you eat the vanilla one, okay? Xianxia had already opened the lid, secretly dipped the ice cream with a small spoon, and licked it with her tongue, looking satisfied. However, Xianxia was caught in a dilemma when it came to the choice of flavor. She hesitated for a moment before saying, but I also want to eat strawberry and vanilla flavors. Hey, that won't do. You have to choose one, because one of them is mine. She said. It would be great if I could eat two. Xianxia sighed and looked at the ice cream ball in a small paper bowl like Haagen-Dazs, and said with some difficulty. To be honest, these two ice creams weren't big, but in front of delicious food, they forgot the difference between size. No, eat two, or you won't be able to eat later. Xianxia shrugged and smiled, make a choice, next time I'll eat another flavor. Although the ice cream ball could be cut, Xianxia felt that it wasn't easy to cut it. Instead of dividing it unequally and causing a conflict, it was better to let her learn how to make a choice. In life, how could there be so many perfect things? Well, I'll eat vanilla. She likes strawberry. Xianxia finally made a difficult decision and reluctantly pushed the strawberry to Xianxia. Of course, her eyes were still constantly darting around, as if she was afraid that others would see her reluctance. It's okay, I'll let you taste it. You can eat 2 spoonfuls. Xianxia thought for a moment and said. Xianxia's face lit up and she said generously, then you can eat 2 spoonfuls of mine. Like this, we can taste different flavors. Xianxia gently raised his eyebrows and looked at the two girls who were sitting together and whispering. He didn't expect that they would find a solution to the problem themselves. The two sisters were eating happily, and the way their eyebrows were dancing made little Momo, who was only holding a milk bottle and drinking milk, feel moved. He stuffed the milk bottle into his father's hand and then walked over to the chairs where his sisters were sitting. The little guy first raised his head for a moment, then pressed on his sister's thigh and looked at his sister with pleading eyes. Sister, I want it too. He wants it too. Xianxia looked over and said vaguely with a wooden spoon in her mouth. Then little brother should try it too. She turned her head and looked at Tong Tong. Then, she took her small spoon and scooped a piece for Tong Tong, just like what she did at the coffee shop. However, compared to last time, Tong Tong only had one sister, now he had two sisters. Lan Xian saw that Tong Tong was eating happily, so she was generous and said, "Hey, come here, I'll give you a spoonful too." "Sister, this one is vanilla." Since there was a sweet and cold ice cream to eat, Little Swan and I was naturally very happy. He ran in a circle and ran towards the ice cream. "But there's only one spoonful here, there's no more." Lan Xian let little Tao Wu have a small spoonful of ice cream, only to discover that little Tao Wu was still smacking his lips as he looked at her with a smile. She looked at the small amount of ice cream left in her little bowl, and was instantly struck by a sense of crisis as she hurriedly shielded her little bowl with a pout. Actually, it didn't matter because after they finished the ice cream, there were many bamboo shoots and dishes that looked, smelled, and tasted good. No one was hungry this afternoon. Instead, because of these fresh delicacies, Cici and Lan Xian's appetites were greatly stimulated. Both of them ate until their stomachs were bulging, and they yelled that they would come again next time. Time passed by slowly. Gradually, night fell, and there were already people waiting outside the concert venue to enter the venue to watch the concert. However, in a dark little room, someone was angrily tapping on the keyboard. "Breaking news, breaking news! Breaking news!" Hansen was flustered and exasperated, and he cursed. Hansen spent so much time today, crazily investigating the little girl's identity. Finally, a few minutes ago, he found the little girl's information through the contacts of several people who Xianxia followed, and after a whole day of micro-broadcasting, his eyes were almost blind. However, just when he was overjoyed, thinking that he had unearthed some incredible information and was about to organize the clues and information so that he could expose it at night, Hansen was shocked to discover that there was a gossip media account that had already revealed Lan Xian's identity before he did. "Do you think Xianxia is the richest 7-year-old girl?" "Wrong, it's the unremarkable fat girl beside her who is the one." A very gimmicky title, there was nothing wrong with the content. An employee of Lan Xiaokai's company anonymously disclosed to this media account for a fee. He even provided a candid photo of Lan Xiaokai bringing his child to the company, pointing out that Lan Xian was the daughter of Lan Xiaokai, a shareholder of Sahara Online Mall and a real estate tycoon who had been in the headlines a few times recently. The shares of Sahara Online Mall should be more valuable than Backwave. After all, the profitability was not on the same level. Lan Xiaokai also had a real estate company worth billions, while Lan Xian was an only daughter, and she had a younger brother. The gap in value seemed to be able to be distinguished. This news had been crazily reposted by other media outlets. But this glory originally belonged to him, Hansen. How could this not make him crazy? How could it not make him crazy with jealousy? However, Hansen's eyes were red, and he still sat back in his chair, thinking angrily, "No, there must be more information here. This time I won't be slower than anyone. Give me back everything that belongs to me." Unknowingly, it was already late into the night. Murphy's concert in Chengdu was already in its second half. For some reason, Zhong Zhenzhen, who was particularly excited tonight, held Chu Fangfang's hand and screamed, cheered, and sang along with Murphy. Her voice was almost hoarse from all the shouting. At this moment, Murphy had just finished singing her last song. She held the microphone in her hand and said in her clear and pleasant voice, "Actually, today, I know that you've all been looking forward to the appearance of someone." Hearing her say this, the audience below the stage boiled over. Zhong Zhenzhen was also very excited and shouted Yang Yi's name along with the audience. Why were they so excited? Because before the concert began, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhong Zhenzhen was eating while browsing micro-broadcasting on her phone. In the end, she saw a new micro-broadcasting from Phoebe Studios' official website. "I don't know if my salary will be deducted, but today, the official broadcaster can't hold it in any longer. I want to secretly tell everyone that the fans who bought tickets to the concert in Chengdu are in luck. That hot man and the lady boss have secretly prepared a big surprise for you all." "Hee, you know what I mean." "What surprise? What other surprise could there be?" Zhong Zhenzhen knew that Yang Yi and Murphy had never cared about the rules of the entertainment industry, nor did they play their cards according to the routine. When others released a song, they would record the album, do some publicity, start selling it, and then participate in a chart-topping program. But they didn't care. Publicity? None. A chart-topping program? They might participate, but they might also not. Records? Up until now, they had only released 2 major records and a small special, so they didn't care about the sales of their songs. From the fans' point of view, these 2 were mavericks. If they had good songs, they would directly throw them out to the fans on the program or at the concert. Of course, the fans were more willing to see them do this. After all, this was also a benefit. From this micro-broadcasting, it was very likely that Xianxia would bring a new song tonight. Moreover, he would be singing with Murphy. How could Xianxia and the others not be excited? Back at the concert, Xianxia walked up leisurely from backstage in a black slim-fit suit under everyone's cheers, forming a sharp contrast with Murphy's white dress. Murphy also did not go backstage as everyone expected. Instead, she stood sideways with both hands holding the microphone in front of her. Her eyes were filled with joy as she looked at Xianxia and watched him approach step by step. Xianxia rarely wore a suit when he went on stage, but it had to be said that he was handsome in a suit. That pair of long legs was enough to cover up the flaws of his masculine, but not handsome enough appearance. What's more, wasn't the charm of a mature man a reflection of his handsomeness? After Xianxia came up, he naturally took Murphy's hand and the 2 of them walked to the front of the stage at the same time. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the audience, Xianxia cut to the chase. Actually, songwriting is a very contradictory thing, because a songwriter can't be limited to one kind of theme, and can't only look for inspiration from his own experience. Because once you restrict your own thinking, your creation will soon reach a dead end, and you won't be able to produce any wonderful works. The fans below the stage laughed and cheered excitedly because they felt that since Xianxia mentioned this, he must be bringing a new song. But why do I say it's contradictory? Xianxia smiled and said, because when I wrote some songs about the love between Murphy and me, some people would say that it was a bit boring to listen to sweet love songs every day. They still prefer to listen to songs like Listen to the Sea that have a bit of meaning. Although I don't quite understand what the meaning of meaning is. He spread his hands and the fans below the stage burst into laughter. So, for Murphy's album last year, I specially wrote some sad songs. Some of the inspirations for these songs came from some reports or examples in life, and some were completely constructed out of thin air. It was like shooting a movie, fantasy, looking for inspiration. Xianxia's tone was a bit helpless. When the album came out, the response was very warm and very popular, but many fans were very concerned and worried about whether there was a problem with my relationship with Murphy. They said that after listening to the new album, they couldn't believe in love anymore. In the midst of the laughter, Xianxia raised his voice a little, cupped his hands and said, "Of course, I appreciate your kindness. But I still hope that you can have a little more expectation for love. No matter what others are like, no matter what setbacks you have encountered, you must believe in the beauty of love." Murphy, who had been standing beside Xianxia with a smile, nodded at this moment. She raised her head slightly and looked at Xianxia. Anyone could see the admiration in her eyes for Xianxia. Although it was not like those little fangirls' eyes that lit up when they saw their idols, the appreciation, love, and indulgence in her eyes made people feel her feelings for Xianxia. So, although I'm only singing one song today, this song is to be sung with Murphy, and it's a newly written song. I hope it can arouse your beautiful expectations for love. According to the statistics, there are many young friends here. I hope all of you can bravely find your own beautiful love. Xianxia concluded. Finally, Murphy also raised the microphone and said the name of the song with a smile, a little tempting. I hope everyone can like it. Below the stage, Xianxia was so excited that her eyes were filled with tears. She could no longer cheer with the others. She could only wave the light stick with her right hand. Chu Fangfang was a little calmer. She helplessly had one hand grabbed by Xianxia, who also raised it and swayed it. The beautiful prelude led by the piano sounded. Xianxia raised the microphone, turned slightly, looked at Murphy affectionately, and sang in a slightly high voice, "You and I, men and women, can't escape love. Who is willing to have the courage to give his heart at all costs?" Murphy also raised the microphone and sang along, "You're not just talking about you, but also about myself." Below the stage, Chu Fangfang and Xianxia also listened carefully. Xianxia was intoxicated by the song and lyrics, while Chu Fangfang listened more carefully. While listening, she gently shook her head and sighed. Xianxia's voice, "There's no one else." No one could hear her sigh because the scene was too noisy. But Chu Fangfang's sigh was not wrong. She heard that Yang Yi's singing of this song seemed to be very different from the other songs he sang. For example, his voice was much more delicate, unlike the vicissitudes of his singing of Love of a Lifetime or the softness of his singing of Silence is Golden. It seemed that Yang Yi reflected a different type of singing in every song. This kind of singing. Maybe if he went to the I Am a Singer live, he wouldn't be afraid of everyone? Chu Fangfang sighed in her heart. It said that Murphy's singing is excellent. Now it seems that there is an even more amazing man behind her. Yang Yi is just too low-key and doesn't want to overshadow Murphy's light. I'm a little tempted by you, but I'm so afraid to look into your eyes. I'm a little tempted, a little hesitant, but I don't believe that I can't help myself. While Chu Fangfang was analyzing Yang Yi's singing, Zhong Zhenzhen was already intoxicated by the lyrics of the song. Especially with the lyrics, Yang Yi and Murphy's perfect evasive and coquettish gazes on the stage made people feel that a strong smell of PDA permeated the air above the venue, but everyone was willing to eat this PDA. Like the other fans, Zhong Zhenzhen's eyes were filled with envy and her heart was filled with joy. She couldn't help but cross her hands and hold them in front of her, shouting, "I can't take it anymore." Murphy also sang a little tempted. Then, Yang Yi raised the microphone and sang with her, "It's hard to resist. Oh, the most frightening thing is to fall in love. Although you don't want to see or listen, you still fall in love." This section was originally sung with deep affection. Zhong Zhenzhen's sharp eyes saw Murphy reach out her hand and Yang Yi hold her hand at the right time. Actually, love is also very beautiful. At this moment, Zhong Zhenzhen absent-mindedly understood the meaning of the song, and also absent-mindedly felt the a little bit tempting written in the song. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Zhong Zhenzhen felt hot all over. She pouted and twisted in her seat. Then, she leaned over to Chu Fangfang's ear and shouted, I can't take it anymore. I've decided to die single. I want to find a boyfriend. I don't believe that Zhong Zhenzhen, can't meet a good man. His daughter's identity being exposed was a big deal. Lan Caokai rushed back to Jiangqing from Jinling on Sunday. Of course, he did not blame Yang Yi for this. After all, this was something he had expected. Wasn't it normal to be photographed by the media when interacting with a big star like Yang Yi often? He had only come back to Jiangqing to find Yang Yi's professional public relations team to help deal with this matter. My suggestion is that we don't need to hold an additional press conference. The more serious you are, the more willing the media will be to report. Mo Shaowan received Lan Caokai in the company and said, on the other hand, if we pretend to be deaf and mute and don't respond, we can turn this into a small matter and a small matter into nothing. Lan Caokai nodded and said, that's the effect I want too. Try to minimize the impact. What I said before was just a general approach. As for some inappropriate news between you and Yang Yi, we will also contact the relevant media to delete the posts. Mo Shaowan said, however, because this news has caused quite a stir, we need some time to deal with it. Lan Caokai waved his hand casually. I'll leave this matter to you guys. I'm not worried. The sooner, the better. Mo Shaowan smiled and said, it's actually easier on your side. Basically, in a few weeks, the news will be over. In the future, it will be very difficult for online users to search for your daughter's information and photos. It's not just microbroadcasting. Actually, quite a few internet companies have this kind of service in a more discreet manner. It's just that the price may be slightly more expensive. However, the price was not worth mentioning for Yang Yi and Lan Caokai. Lan Caokai returned to Jiangqing and took a weekend off. Unfortunately, although the weather was hot, his little jacket was still eating and drinking well in Rong City. And she was really eating and drinking well. Daddy, look, we ordered a lot of food. In the afternoon, in the video call with Lan Xian on WeChat, Lan Xian held up Yang Yi's phone proudly. She skillfully turned the camera to show Boss Lan their hot pot tabletop. There was a very large round table with a lot of fresh meat placed on it. What was even more enticing was that there was a quaint-looking big iron pot in the middle of the table. Of course, with Lan Xian's height, she couldn't take a picture of the inside of the hot pot. Haha, is that so? Did your Papa Yang take you to eat hot pot? Lan Caokai chuckled. Chengdu hot pot is very famous. Before he could finish, Lan Xian couldn't wait to tell him what was on the plates. Dad, do you see this? This is meat, a lot of fat cattle. A big plate. Lan Xian happily took a picture of the big plate of snowy fat cattle and showed it to Lan Kai. Then she continued to introduce, this is tripe, this is fish, this is called. There was actually something that Lan Xian, who had eaten many delicacies, couldn't remember the name of. She still had a good memory. She remembered when the dishes were served just now. She came over and said excitedly to Lan Kai on the phone, this is goose intestine. Yes. Lan Xian nodded quickly. Lan Kai finally seized the opportunity to speak. He asked, Xian, let me tell you, Chengdu hot pot is very good, but it's very spicy. Can you eat it? Yes. Dad, let me tell you, I ate a lot of spicy beef yesterday. I might have eaten spicy food. Lan Xian turned the camera back to her and shone it on her adorable face. She beamed happily as she told her father about it. Really? You can eat spicy food? Lan Kai was skeptical. At this moment, Shi's little face squeezed into the camera. She and Lan Xian were looking at Lan Kai on the screen. Hearing Lan Kai's questioning tone, the little girl couldn't wait to clarify for Lan Xian, no, Xian can really eat spicy food. I can prove it. The little girl also raised her little arm, as if the camera could capture it. She felt a little awkward saying this, so she reached out to grab the phone with Lan Xian and said, Papa Lan, let me tell you, yesterday, we went to eat tofu pudding. Tofu pudding isn't very delicious, but I really like eating baked egg cakes. I like it too. Lan Xian's eyes lit up and said, because there's meat in it, just like steamed buns. Steamed bun, QAQ, we're different. No, I want to talk about the beef tofu pudding. Fortunately, she still remembered the topic she wanted to talk about. She shook her head and said, there's some beef in the beef tofu pudding, but it's spicy. I don't dare to eat it, but Xian ate it. Hee. Lan Xian leaned against Shi and twisted her shoulders, happily accepting Shi's praise. Perhaps she felt that it was too strenuous to hold the phone, so she let go of her hand and let Shi hold it. This was incredible. Shi held the phone and wanted to express herself freely. This is a very special discovery. Shi, why don't you dare to eat it? Lan Kai's voice sounded. I ate it too. But it's a little spicy, so I didn't eat much. I also had some spicy twice-cooked pork for lunch, but it was delicious. Shi held the phone and answered as she climbed onto the chair. Of course, the camera also shook. When Shi was firmly kneeling on the chair, the little girl turned the camera around and filmed their hot pot for Lan Kai to see. Papa Lan, look. Our hot pot is very magical. The middle is not spicy. In the camera, there was a big iron pot. There were many chili seeds, and green onions floating on the dark red bottom of the pot. The boiling chili oil gave people a feeling of violent spiciness. Interestingly, there was a small pot in the middle. It was probably only a little bigger than a palm. There was a non-spicy white soup boiling in it, and there were also green onions and mushrooms floating on it. This small pot was too much. Perhaps they wanted you to come to Chengdu to eat authentic spicy hot pot. At this moment, Murphy's voice came from the side. Shi, don't film like that. Come down, what if you lose your balance and fall onto the table? Before Murphy could finish speaking, Yang Yi's large hands carried Shi down from the chair. The little girl had almost pressed her body against the edge of the table just now. Be careful. If the phone falls into the soup, it will burn you. Yang Yi rubbed Shi's little head and smiled. If you want to film this for Papa Lan to see, you can let me film it for you. Okay. Shi nodded obediently, but she felt that there was still something she wanted to say. Papa Lan, let me tell you, we can eat spicy food and non-spicy food. Because she seemed to want to explain the principles of this hot pot to Lan Kai. However, Lan Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw that Shi was holding the phone. In the shaky camera lens, Lan Xian had already thrown him, her father, to the side. She sat on the chair and excitedly asked Yang Yi to put some beef into her bag. Put it where it's hot. It'll be very fragrant. Lan Xian's high-spirited voice could be faintly heard. Lan Xiaokai sighed and shook his head. After patiently listening to Xishi's story, he let Xishi go to eat hot pot. Okay, when you come back, you can tell me what you did in Chengdu. Now go and eat, I'm starving. Hee hee. Then I'll go eat hot pot. Xishi felt that she had said a lot, so she nodded in satisfaction. Lan Xiaokai didn't have his daughter to make noise, nor did he have his daughter to accompany him for lunch. This weekend was a bit boring. Honey, where's Xian's homework? Let me check it. I have nothing to do anyway. Lan Xiaokai put down the phone and said casually. On Monday, Yang Yi sent Xishi and Lan Xian to school. Not long after they came back, Lan Xiaokai came over with Wu Jingjing. Even Murphy could see the worry between their eyebrows. She quickly helped Yang Yi boil water and make tea. Brother Lan, what happened? Yang Yi frowned slightly and asked with concern. Lan Xiaokai's usual style of doing things was the same as his body shape. He was as steady as Mount Tai. Even if there were any small problems in business or at the amusement park construction site, he could calmly deal with it. He almost never complained to Yang Yi. Today's situation was indeed a bit abnormal. This matter is not a big deal, Lan Xiaokai said with a sigh. However, before he finished speaking, Wu Jingjing next to him discontentedly interrupted, not a big deal? Shouldn't this kind of thing be taken seriously? I want to say later, it's not a big deal. Lan Xiaokai explained. What the hell happened? Yang Yi was getting more and more confused. Isn't it Xian? When I came back yesterday and saw her homework, I was almost dumbfounded. Lan Xiaokai said as he took out his large-screen phone and showed a photo to Yang Yi. Look at this diary she wrote and the teacher's comments. Lan Xiaokai didn't have it easy. He didn't think about how to deal with this matter, so he didn't talk about it. Last night when Lan Xian came back from Chengdu, he didn't mention a word. Now, he was waiting for Lan Xian to go to school before he told Yang Yi about it. At first, Yang Yi thought that Lan Xian was lazy and didn't write in the diary or something else, but when he looked over, he couldn't help but be stunned. This morning, I was hungry and didn't have anything to eat. Xishi also didn't have anything to eat. Fortunately, I was smart. Haha, I secretly ate the biscuits that the class monitor bought for Xiaoya. Xiaoya doesn't eat biscuits, but I think it's delicious. The above was the entire content of the diary. Of course, it was mixed in with various pinyin. This was just the translated version. When he saw this, Yang Yi knew why Lan Xiaokai was worried. Petty thievery was not a good habit, putting himself in Cece's shoes. Yang Yi felt that Lan Xiaokai would have been on the verge of breaking down when he read this diary yesterday. My God, you have billions of assets at home, you can have anything you want. You actually stole other people's biscuits because you were hungry? How could Lan Xiaokai's head not explode? How could Wu Jingjing not lose her temper just now? It was also because of Lan Xiaokai's calm personality that he didn't hang Lan Xian up and give her a beating when she came back last night, but then again, Lan Xiaokai was right. This wasn't a big deal. Because children would always make mistakes like this and that, they didn't form a correct worldview. They couldn't be defined because of one thing. Yang Yi glanced at the bottom of the diary. This diary was for the teacher to check. Sure enough, Li Ruolan also responded. She left a line of red words at the bottom. Next time, you can't eat other people's snacks. If you feel hungry, you can come to the teacher. The teacher brought an apple. I can give you half of it. A simple line of words immediately calmed Yang Yi's irritable thoughts. Li Ruolan obviously understood. She also knew that if this kind of thing was handled too harshly, it would bring a shame that the child would never forget for the rest of her life. Perhaps Lan Xian didn't feel anything now. If she grew up and became more sensible, she would remember that she was once called to the teacher's office and reprimanded in front of many people. She understood that she shouldn't secretly take other people's or little girls' snacks. She would probably carry a heavy psychological burden for the rest of her life. Fortunately, Teacher Li didn't do that. I think her comments are very well written and can also solve the problem. Yang Yi explained to Lan Xiaokai and Wu Jingjing, you see, on one hand, she told Lan Xian that she shouldn't do this. On the other hand, she also encouraged Lan Xian to go to her for help if she has such a problem. She didn't just say that Xian can't do this when she's hungry. She also gave a solution to the problem so that Xian doesn't have to worry about being hungry. If she's hungry, we can ask her to bring something to school to eat. At the very least, she has pocket money in her bag. She can go to the school's canteen to buy food. Why would she want to take other students' biscuits? I really don't know what she's thinking. Wu Jingjing said as she slapped her thigh in annoyance. Sister Jing, don't be so angry. Let's think of a solution together. Murphy saw this and poured some hot tea for her. Drink some tea first and calm down. Let bygones be bygones. Didn't the teacher already help us deal with it very well? We don't need to pursue it too much. Actually, you see, Xianxia usually comes back well. This means that she has already accepted the teacher's guidance and won't do this in the future. Yang laughed. Now that you're angry and anxious, it will make the child feel very scared. This will have a certain impact on her mental health development. That's true. I'm just worried that she thinks that the teacher doesn't take it seriously and that we parents don't take it seriously. She's still carefree in her heart and thinks that it's very smart to do this. What if she encounters a different situation next time? Is she thinking of using this method to solve it? Lan Caokai wasn't as anxious as Wu Jingjing, but he was also very worried. He slowly explained his worries to Yang Yi. Yang Yi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Lan Caokai's words made sense. Moreover, these words reminded him of a case in a children's education book that he had read before. Although it had been many years, Yang Yi still remembered it vividly. It was about a senior elementary school teacher who found out that student A stole student B's pocket money and spent it on buying hamsters. The process of investigating and interrogating student A was a battle of wits and courage. It was comparable to a criminal case. However, this teacher was very friendly. She didn't want to embarrass student A too much, so she privately gave student A the corresponding amount of money and asked him to secretly return it to student B. Then, student A wanted to use his own pocket money to return it to the teacher. Student A agreed. If this was the ending of the story, then everyone would be happy and satisfied, but later, when the teacher talked about this with student A's homeroom teacher, this teacher was only the homeroom teacher of this class, he was shocked to find out that student A had stolen other people's things more than once or twice. His class teacher had also told him many times and even helped him pay for it, but he didn't change. This kind of thing made the primary school teacher who told this story confused. She felt that she was really doing this for the good of the child, but by doing so, it could be said that she was helping him cover up his mistake. Perhaps, he would feel more at ease and be more unrestrained. Lan Caokai's concern just happened to hit the nail on the head. Just as Yang Yi was deep in thought, Murphy also felt that this was a very big problem. She also advised, Yang Yi, help brother Lan and sister Jing think of a way to explain this to Xianxia. Although I think it's a small problem, isn't there an old saying? Small people steal needles, big people steal cows? We have to take this seriously. Yes, Xiaoyang, you're the best at teaching children. Help us think of a way. Wu Jingjing said. Lan Caokai also nodded. He and Wu Jingjing sat there, and a gloomy atmosphere filled the air. Yang Yi nodded gently. He continued to think for a while, then slowly said, I still feel that this matter needs to be solved from two angles. First, regarding the matter in Xianxia's diary, we'll follow the teacher's method and not mention it. We'll just let it go. Second, on the basis of not mentioning this matter, let me do it. I'll find Xianxia and Xixi and tell them a story. In the story, we'll teach them the principles of how to deal with people, okay? Don't give the children too much pressure. Lan Caokai and Wu Jingjing still trusted Yang Yi. After hearing what he said, they felt a lot more at ease and quickly nodded happily. In the afternoon, Yang Yi went to school to pick up Xixi and Lan Xian. He noticed that there were a few more reporters with cameras outside the school. It seemed that the exposure of Lan Xian's identity last weekend had some impact. However, Xixi and Lan Xian didn't seem to be affected. The two girls held hands as usual and ran out of the school gate happily. Then, they ran to Yang Yi's left and right hand, and under his protection, they crossed the road together. Xixi didn't feel any pressure at all. After getting in the car, she said to her father with joy, Papa, the teacher knew that I went to see the panda today, and asked me to go on stage and tell everyone the story of the panda. But they didn't believe it. They said that the panda is so big. How could the baby panda be so small? Xianxia chimed in. Yes, I forgot to bring the photos. I'll bring the photos to show them tomorrow. She said regretfully. Xianxia smiled and said, Xian, didn't you go on stage and tell everyone the story? Only she? That's right. Cici nodded. Xian also nodded for a while, then shook her head and said, I don't want to tell a story. She will do it. Xianxia said with a smile as he drove, that won't do. If you don't tell a story, we'll have a bonus event for the half-year anniversary of the opening of the gold coin shop tonight. How can you participate? At this moment, Xici and Xian were both interested. The two girls pulled the seat belts in the back seat at the same time, stretched out their small arms, and hugged the front seat. They asked excitedly, really? A bonus event? What kind of prize? What kind of event is it? Is it fun? Just like that, the two young ladies chattered and asked questions all the way. When they got home, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to organize the event. Instead, he urged them to do their homework. After dinner and walking back, Xianxia called Xici and Xian to the side hall. Xianxia had already told the two girls the rules of the event. If they told a good story based on the pictures, there would be a reward. The reward was very generous. It directly surpassed the limit of gold coins and was a substantial reward. This made Xici and Xian very excited. If Xian tells a good story, then next month, when we go to Taiwan for a concert, I'll take you with me. There's a lot of delicious food there. Xianxia smiled and said, if Cici's lecture is good, then Daddy can take you to visit our doll factory and see how those super large dolls are made. Wow. Wow. Xian and Xici screamed excitedly. I want a reward. I want to see the dolls. Papa, can I ask Sisters Xiaowei, Fishy, Qiqi, Shiyun, and Zhaoyu to come with us? Xici asked excitedly. Her mind was still very fast. She immediately thought of how to enjoy the reward later. Xici, can I go with you? Xian felt that the doll factory was also very interesting, so she said excitedly, I can share some delicious food with you too if we go to Taiwan for a trip. Okay. Xici and Xian laughed happily. However, Xici still thought of the key point. The little girl said sadly, but I might win because I'm too good at telling stories. Xian, you won't be able to go to Taiwan to eat delicious food. What will you do then? Xian came back to her senses from her longing for the delicious food in Taiwan. In a trance, she realized that her beautiful idea was out of reach. Xian pouted her small mouth and said unhappily, yes, if I can't go, Xici, you can only play alone. How boring that is. No one will accompany you to eat delicious food. Xianxia listened to the thoughts and logic of the two little girls floating around, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He clapped his hands gently to attract the attention of Xici and Xian. He said with a smile, don't think that you will lose. What you should think about now is that I have to work hard to tell this story well and strive to get the prize. This prize is not for just one person. Xian, if you and Xici can tell the story as well, then both of you will get the prize. At this time, Xian and Xici looked at each other happily. The two little girls were excited. After explaining the rules, Xianxia projected two 4-panel comics that he had drawn himself on the large LCD TV hanging on the wall of the side hall. Of course, the comics were drawn by him during the day. Although it was a little rushed, with Xianxi's drawing skills, he could fully express the main storyline of the story. After all, Xici and Xian were still young, and they couldn't write an 800-word essay just by looking at pictures. Having a clear storyline was more helpful for them. The first comic was about Suheng not eating the ownerless pear. Of course, Suheng didn't exist in this world, so Xianxia drew this original story. The first panel was about Suheng and his friend walking on the road. Suheng's expression showed that he was tired and thirsty. The second panel was about Suheng sitting under another tree, resting, and his friend climbing up the tree to pick pears to eat. The third panel was about his friend eating pears and asking him why he didn't pick pears to eat. Su Heng's dialogue box said, I can't pick pears, because this pear tree isn't mine. The fourth panel sublimated the theme again. It was about Su Heng's friend who was puzzled. It's a time of war now. This pear tree doesn't have an owner. Why do you care? Su Heng said, the pear tree doesn't have an owner, but in my heart, it has an owner. It isn't mine. Even if the fruit ripens and falls, I won't pick it up. The comic here was different from the original. Because it had been modified by Yang Yi, he couldn't make it too complicated in the comic. The key was to make it easy to understand. For the second comic, Yang Yi drew a completely different cartoon style. The first panel was about an old farmer who found that a lot of watermelons in his melon field had been ruined. He was biting a piece here and there, and the old man was wiping his tears sadly. The second panel was about the old man who decided to secretly hide in the haystack next to the melon field, waiting for a thief to steal his melon. Interestingly, this panel was divided into two parts. On the other side, a round figure appeared in the melon field in the middle of the night. The third panel was naturally about the old man turning on the lights and catching the thief. However, what surprised Xianxia and Xianxia was that the round melon thief was actually a black and white panda with dark circles under his eyes. That's right, it was the panda they had just seen. In this panel, the panda was shedding tears of shame. Because it was a cartoon, he even said, I'm sorry, old man. I know I was wrong. As long as you let me go, you can punish me however you want. You can twist my ears, hit my hands, or kick my butt. The fourth panel of the comic had the same ending. The old man magnanimously forgave the panda and even picked a big and round watermelon for him to eat. The panda was very happy and said in return, Old man, you're really a good person. I want to stay and watch over the melon field with you. The two comics each had their own emphasis. However, unsurprisingly, the second comic with the cartoon style and a little fairy tale flavor was favored by Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxia and Xianxia both fought to tell the story of the second comic. Moreover, perhaps because the cartoon style and the panda attracted her attention, Xianxia didn't think of the incident where she secretly ate the biscuits 2 weeks ago. Wow, my sisters are telling a story. Let's go and join in the fun. When Yang Yi was about to arrange who would tell the story for the two girls, Murphy's laughter was heard. He, Xianxia, and Xianxia all turned their heads and saw Murphy walking towards them with a smile. She was even carrying a small stool that Tong Tong usually sat on. Tong Tong was already running in front of them excitedly. The little guy's steps were not big, but his pace was really fast. Like a small French sports car, he ran over with a whoosh. He ran to the middle of everyone and the screen before he stopped to look at his sisters. He opened his mouth and smiled, revealing a few white teeth. It was very cute. Come, let's sit here and watch. We can't disturb my sisters. Murphy pulled Tong Tong and led him to sit on the side. Murphy knew that Yang Yi wanted to teach Xianxia and Xianxia about values, so she also brought Tong Tong over. Although Tong Tong might not be able to understand, he might be influenced by him. Back on track, Yang Yi suggested, how about this? Since you all like to tell the story of the second painting, let's play rock paper scissors. Whoever wins will tell the story of this painting. The loser can't be sad because the story of the first painting has a lot of room for improvement. This suggestion was quite fair. Xianxia and Xianxia both agreed. After a round of rock paper scissors, Xianxia lost. She sighed regretfully and gave her seat to Xianxia. Of course, although the little girl felt regretful, she didn't care too much. She said generously, then, Xian will tell the story of the giant panda. Xianxia was full of joy, but when she stood in the middle and wanted to tell the story, she realized that she didn't seem to remember the story. She scratched her head and looked at Mr. Yang awkwardly. She said embarrassedly, but I'm not ready yet. Where's Xianxia? Do you want to prepare for a while? Yang Yi looked at Xianxia and said with a smile, why don't you tell the story first? Xianxia's interest was immediately piqued. She didn't even think about preparing anything. She ran over happily. Okay. I'll tell you a story. Little brother and mama are listening too. Give your sister a round of applause. Murphy held Tong Tong's hand and patted it with a smile. Xianxia's storytelling ability had been honed over the years. Therefore, even though the little girl did not jump up and down in an ostentatious manner, her little face was brimming with a confident smile. As she had just returned from a walk, she was a little sweaty. The sweat on her cheeks stuck to a few strands of her hair, making her look extraordinarily beautiful. The rarest thing was that her calm gaze and expression actually had some of the aura of Murphy on stage. It was a very, very long time ago. The little girl used the most common opening that her father used to tell her stories. She naturally cut into the story. A few people were taking a walk. Taking a walk? Xianxia was stunned. How could it be a walk? However, he smiled and did not interrupt Xixi's free speech. But the sun was so hot. They wanted to rest for a while. Then they went to rest under the tree. Xishi pointed at the picture on the screen and spoke with assurance even though she did not have a rich vocabulary. Then one of them climbed the tree because there were fruits on it. It's pear. It's snow pear. It's very sweet. Lan Xian recognized the words below and hurriedly reminded her little friend. Yes, yes. It's snow pear. I want to eat snow pear. Xishi smiled and nodded to her little friend. Following that, Cece's story was basically about reading the dialogue. There were some words that she didn't know. The little girl even stopped and asked her father about it. The person sitting under the tree also said, "No, the pear tree belongs to someone else." No, he said that the pear tree does not have an owner, but in my heart, it belongs to someone else. As she read, she scratched her head in confusion. She could not wrap her head around it. Xianxia did not bat an eyelid. He waited for Xishi to finish the story. Then he smiled and pressed his hands together, indicating that Murphy and Lan Xian should not be in a hurry to applaud. He said, "Xishi, it's not over yet." "It's over. Is there more?" Xishi turned her head to look at the screen behind her, puzzled. Then she turned back to look at her father in confusion. "Do you remember when I tell you stories? When we tell a story, we don't just tell a story. At the end of the story, we also have to make a small summary. For example, what does the story tell us?" Xianxia said with a smile. Xishi also remembered when her father reminded her. She suddenly understood and nodded. Then, the little girl showed a sad expression. Her delicate eyebrows drooped, and her beautiful big eyes showed a trace of reluctance. She unwillingly crossed her two little hands in front of her body, twisted her waist, and begged, "Papa, then can I say more? I want a reward. I want to invite everyone to see the dolls." It turned out that she thought a little too much. She thought that her father had already determined that she was not a good storyteller by pointing out the flaws in her storytelling. Xianxia, who had never thought of that at all, couldn't help laughing. He organized his words, and then said gently, "Of course, you can. If you work hard to tell our story completely, it's also an improvement." Shishi's mood turned for the better, and she happily showed a sweet smile. "Then I'll say it. It's. This story tells us that we can't pick the pear trees planted by others. If we want to eat them, we have to plant them ourselves. I can plant potatoes, and I can also plant very sweet pear trees." She spoke more and more fluently, and her eyes were shining with excitement. She said, "Yes, we can't eat other people's pear trees, because they were planted by other people with painstaking efforts. I planted radishes, and one of them was spoiled by a bun. I feel terrible." Shishi's performance was really beyond Xianxi's expectations. In fact, Xianxia only hoped that Xishi could make a conclusion by herself. In this way, Xishi could have a deeper impression of the story and this principle. However, Xianxia did not expect that Cici would be able to imagine what had happened to her in the past and describe the feelings of a victim by putting herself in his shoes. Very good. Xianxia sincerely applauded Xishi, and he couldn't help but praise her. "Xishi, I'm really happy for you because you can summarize so much. Look, your story is very complete, isn't it?" Xishi received her father's praise, and also received applause from her mother, brother, and Lan Xian. She stood there a little embarrassedly, and then she giggled. "Papa Yang, did Xishi tell a good story? Can we visit the doll factory now?" Lan Xian asked curiously. "That's right, this is the key." Xishi didn't care about being happy at this moment. She raised her little head and looked at her father anxiously. Her little face was a little tense, and she was very nervous as she waited for her father's decision. Of course, she has already received her reward. Xianxia looked at Lan Xian with a smile and said, "Then, now it's your turn, Xian heir. Whether or not you can go to Taiwan with us to eat delicious food depends on whether your story is good or not." After listening to the first half of the story, she was just about to smile when Lan Xian interrupted her joy. Then I still have to prepare for a while. She, come here. Let me tell you, you have to help me. The two little girls gathered together and started to whisper. What were they talking about? Actually, Xianxia didn't even need to try his best to eavesdrop. He could tell from Lan Xian's anxious look that she was looking for Shi for help. After all, Shi was an expert when it came to storytelling. It was as if Lan Xian was also an expert when it came to talking about what was delicious. After a while, the two girls looked radiant. After Shi finished her story, she turned around and ran upstairs. Lan Xian looked at the stairwell for a while, as if she was waiting for Shi to come down. Tong Tong didn't have that much patience. He looked at her in confusion for a while and thought that his sister had run out to play. He couldn't sit still on the stool and wanted to stand up. Murphy pulled him back, but he still cried out unwillingly. Don't worry. Sister will be back soon. We still want to listen to Sister Xian'er's story. Murphy had no choice but to take the little boy back into her arms. Okay. Let's not wait for Shi. I want to tell the story first. After a while, Lan Xian seemed to have seen something. She shouted and ran back to the middle of the side hall, looking as if she wanted to speak freely. Murphy was a little surprised. She asked, "Why aren't you waiting for Shi? Let Shi watch you tell the story too." Lan Xian wanted to say something but hesitated. She stammered, "Oh, no, we can't wait for Shi. We want to tell the story first." Xianxia raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Lan Xian with amusement. When Lan Xian ran back, Xianxia clearly heard Shi's footsteps coming down the stairs. Although Shi deliberately slowed down her footsteps, the footsteps were relatively light. But who was Xianxia? How could these footsteps be hidden from him? Alright, Xian heir, tell us your story. We're all ready to listen to it. I believe that Shi can also listen to your story. Xianxia decided to help these two mysterious girls. However, his last sentence was meaningful. Lan Xian didn't get the hint, but Murphy had a sudden realization and was trying hard not to laugh. Alright then, I'm going to tell you a story. Lan Xian nodded happily and said generously, "There's a farmer uncle who grows a lot of watermelons." For some reason, Xianxia heard Shi pacing back and forth anxiously in the stairwell. Regardless of Shi, Lan Xian was telling a story. Her storytelling style was relatively concise. There were no superfluous words, but her hands were gesturing. It was as if the little girl was also in the story. She gesticulated the round shape of the watermelon with her hands and feet. If it were Shi would probably use a lot of adjectives or details to describe it. However, Lan Xian was very straightforward and directly gesticulated. However, the effect was very good. Little Swantuan was very focused and did not struggle in his mother's arms. He was fully focused on Sister Lan Xian. Lan Xian seemed to have forgotten the words at the end. She was a little embarrassed and secretly glanced back at the TV screen. Then, she quickly turned back, as if she was worried that Mr. Young would deduct points if he saw it. But the watermelon was eaten by a thief. The farmer uncle cried. Lan Xian said, "Then the farmer uncle wanted to catch the thief. The thief is here." Her story was really very simple. Lan Xian was yelling and pointing while winking at Cici, who was in the stairwell, hinting for her to hurry up and come out. Xianxia seemed to understand something. He looked expectantly. Sure enough, a little girl wearing panda pajamas and a hoodie with two round and black little ears jumped out of the stairwell. Seeing this, Xianxia knew that his guess was right. Shi really went upstairs to get panda pajamas. When they were at the panda base, Shi and Lan Xian liked all kinds of panda souvenirs. In addition to the dolls, they also bought panda pajamas. However, it was a hot day now, so she couldn't wear these woolen pajamas. Xianxia had already washed them for Cici and put them back into her wardrobe, but he didn't expect that the little girl would still find them. Of course, the panda pajamas still had some effect. Emofe was dazed for a moment, and then covered her mouth and laughed. Little Momo, on the other hand, widened his big eyes and waved his little arms as if he couldn't recognize his sister. After a while, he took his mother's hand and muttered, "Sister." Meow meow. It wasn't just the people who reacted. The three fat British shorthairs who had been wagging their tails in boredom on the cat tree saw Shishi, the panda, jump out. They were also elves and raised their heads on the cat tree. However, after looking for a while, they felt bored and went back to squinting their eyes. It wasn't clear whether they were sleeping or secretly observing. Steamed Bun wagged his tail and ran over, circling around twice. So it was the panda who ate the watermelon. Lan Xian said angrily, pointing at Shishi with her hands on her hips. Cici, who was cooped up in her flannel pajamas, couldn't help but lift her hat at this moment. Her little face was drenched in sweat, and it was indeed very hot. However, this wasn't what Cici was anxious about. She took off her hat and pouted just to say the words that she had been holding back in the stairwell. "No, Xian, you haven't said anything yet. You have to turn on the light first to see that I'm a panda," Shishi said. Oh. Yes, you have to turn on the light first. Lan Xian suddenly realized and quickly made a gesture to turn on the light. "There's more," Shishi said anxiously. "You have to say from the beginning, a long, long time ago." It turned out that the little girl had been moving in the stairwell just now because of this. However, after saying it, Shishi felt much better. After all, she had to tell a story from a long, long time ago. Xianxia looked at Shishi and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't help but whisper, "Shishi, don't interrupt Xian. It's impolite. You have to let her finish the story first." Being polite was one thing. In fact, Xianxia felt a little sorry for his daughter. She had to finish the story quickly and let Shishi take off her thick pajamas. Seeing her sweaty forehead, Xianxia couldn't sit still. Then, Lan Xian continued to tell the story. Of course, she didn't create many lines herself. She basically read the dialogue in the story. However, Lan Xian's performance and Shishi's cooperation made the story lively and interesting. Especially the scene where Shishi begged for mercy pitifully. The little girl bowed down and wriggled her little butt in the panda pajamas as she begged. "You can punish me in any way you want. You can twist my ears, slap my hands, or kick my butt." Seeing this scene, Murphy and Xianxia both laughed. Tong Tong seemed to keep up with her mother's rhythm and was beaming with joy. Finally, they finished the story. Xianxia felt sorry for Shishi and asked her to take off her pajamas. In this weather, the air conditioner was on. Shishi was sweating profusely from the heat. She took off her pajamas, which were directly put on, and shouted, "Xian, hurry up. You haven't finished yet. You have to finish the story. Otherwise, my papa won't give you good grades." But what's the conclusion?" Lan Xian anxiously asked Shishi for help. She really couldn't make up anything to say. Xianxia smiled. He had already prepared a speech. He said, "Xian, what do you think this story mainly explains?" Lan Xian blinked and said, "The panda damaged the farmer's watermelon." "Is this the right thing to do? You just said that the panda was the thief who stole the farmer's watermelon." Xianxia laughed. "Of course it's wrong. How could it steal the farmer's watermelon?" Lan Xian said indignantly, "The farmer's watermelon was also very hard to grow. I've also grown vegetables, but it was very difficult to grow them." Perhaps it was because she had been inspired by Cici's previous conclusion, but Lan Xian also followed suit and analyzed the situation. This made Xianxia a little surprised. He realized that his and Teacher Li Rulan's judgment might be right. Because now it seemed that Lan Xian, this little girl, was quite righteous, and her previous behavior was just a small mistake that she didn't care about. "That's right." Xianxia smiled, clapped his fist, and said encouragingly, "So, think about it in reverse. If the panda wants to eat watermelon, but it can't steal the farmer's watermelon, what should it do? If you can understand it, then you can tell us the truth of this story." Lan Xian was overjoyed. She giggled and rushed to say, I know, I know. It's just that if a panda wants to eat a watermelon, it can't steal a farmer's watermelon. It should first ask the farmer, Uncle Farmer, I want to eat a watermelon. Can I have a watermelon? She was also on the side. She smiled and nodded her little head. Yes, yes, yes. Very good. In fact, if you can be better and tell the deeper meaning of these two stories, it would be even better. For example, these two stories tell us a very simple truth. We have to understand that what is ours and what is others. If it's ours, okay, no problem, it doesn't matter what you do with it. But if it's someone else's, such as the pear on the roadside or the farmer's watermelon, we try not to take it from others. But if we really want it, we have to take the initiative to ask others to see if they are willing to give it to us. This is a very basic etiquette and a moral code that must be followed. Xianxia gestured to Xixi and Xianxia with a thumbs up, and said with a smile, of course. In fact, your performance tonight was very good. It exceeded my expectations. In the future, I can continue to practice your storytelling skills. These compliments made Xixi and Xianxia very happy. However, Xianxia was still a little nervous. She looked at Father Yang eagerly, her little feet twisting on the ground, waiting to hear the sentence that she had been looking forward to the most. Since the goal of today had been achieved, Xianxia certainly had to satisfy her. That's right, Xixi and Xianxia both finished your stories very well tonight, so I think that you should both receive the rewards that I promised before. Before he finished speaking, Xixi and Xianxia couldn't wait to cheer. Yay! That's great, Xianxia can also go to Taiwan to play. Hee hee, hee hee. Xianxia was also so happy that she didn't know what to say. She hugged Xixi and jumped up and down. Xianxia hoped that the children could develop healthily and happily. Of course, for the worried Xianxia, after hearing Xianxi's evaluation and confirmation, he was finally relieved. He handed over the family matters to Wu Jingjing and rushed back to Jinling City. There was a section of the project that was in the acceptance stage. There were some things that he needed to deal with personally. However, before Xianxia could go back, an uninvited guest came to Jinling City's Wu County on Tuesday morning. Hey, where are you from? This is a construction site. You can't just barge in. Hansen had just stepped into the construction site of the first phase of the theme park. He had not even taken 2 photos before he was discovered. I'm a reporter. I'm here to interview your boss, Xianxia, President Lan. Hansen was surrounded by a few construction workers who were wearing safety helmets. You're looking for President Lan? Go to Jiangqing to find him. He's a big boss. Do you think he'll eat, drink, and poop here like us workers? The workers looked at each other and laughed. Hansen was not a real paparazzi after all. He was more of a technical nerd. He was experienced in writing, but he was slow in speaking. He stuttered and could not find a suitable excuse. In the end, he was brought out of the construction site on the grounds of safety. Of course, it was not impossible to use the word chased away to describe it. After all, Hansen did not have the ability to resist. F***CKU. Hansen paced back and forth outside the construction site and spat at the site angrily. However, he was still not satisfied. After thinking carefully for a while, Hansen finally had a new idea. Maybe it was because he had watched too many movies. Hansen went back to the city center of Wu County and found a shop that sold old-fashioned military uniforms. He bought a set of military uniforms and green rubber shoes that were the same as the construction workers at the construction site. He even found another shop and bought a yellow helmet. It had to be said that Hansen's imagination was also very big. After buying these military uniforms, he ruthlessly rolled on the sand a few times while wearing them. The originally clean military uniform suddenly became dirty. Of course, Hansen went all out. He even got some potash and smeared it on his face. This time, his face also darkened. Finally, in the afternoon, Hansen used a disguise to sneak into the construction site. Everyone was busy working, and no one noticed a strange person sneaking in. Of course, Hansen also walked along the edge. Gradually, he saw part of the completed project. F***CK. Hansen couldn't help but exclaim softly. Whether it was the building of the frozen palace or the statue of the queen wielding ice magic, they were all extremely large in scale. Hansen knew that this was a large-scale amusement park that Lan Caokai's company was building. This information was introduced in the news of Jinling City, but he didn't know that this large-scale amusement park actually made such a big scene. This should be the Palace of Frozen. Is it built on a 1-to-1 scale? Hansen secretly used his clothes to cover his phone and took a few photos. He already knew a lot about Xianxia. Moreover, it wasn't new news that the animated movie Frozen would be released during the summer vacation. They even made a poster for it. Moreover, Hansen came to the construction site through the personal micro-broadcasting of some employees of Lan Caokai's company. He found out that this newly built large-scale amusement park of Lan Caokai's was related to Xianxia's fairy tale works in terms of theme and content. This was not mentioned in the media reports. Of course, Hansen didn't expect that Lan Caokai's side would make such a big deal. This frozen palace, without even approaching it, was extremely shocking just looking at it from afar. There's a lot of investment in this. I heard that it's divided into several phases, including an island. Hansen took photos crazily while thinking secretly. No, it's not a lot, it should be a lot. Lan Caokai can't possibly sell all his liquid funds or his shares in the Sahara Desert just to make this amusement park, right? From the current relationship between Xianxia and Lan, they should both have invested. If only Lan bought Xianxia's copyright, the expenses would be even higher. Hansen's mind was spinning quickly, and he quickly grasped the main point. Xianxia is also a child lover. He usually takes his children with him when he goes out. It's not impossible for him to invest a little money to make an amusement park for his children. It should be that Lan wants to make an amusement park, and he bought the land. He told Xianxia, and the two of them hit it off. Hansen, who had made up the main text, basically guessed the ownership of the amusement park, but there was little information. He couldn't believe it. In fact, this amusement park was Xianxia's idea, and Lan Caokai was only a shareholder and agent. Hey, what are you doing? You're not working, but wandering around here? Who's your foreman? Suddenly, there was a deep voice behind him, scaring Hansen so much that he almost threw his phone away. I. Hansen looked back and saw a construction worker, who was slightly better dressed and wearing a blue safety helmet, frowning and sizing him up. Hansen suddenly became nervous. You're not from our construction site? The construction worker was responsible for directing the workers. He had worked with a lot of workers, so naturally, he could tell that something was wrong with Hansen. He looked at him carefully, and finally, his eyes fell on Hansen's white wrist, and his expression suddenly became serious. Half an hour later, Hansen was kicked out again. Fortunately, Hansen said that he was a resident nearby. The construction worker checked his belongings to make sure that he didn't steal the construction site's tools, didn't make things difficult for him, gave him a safety education, and told him not to come back again. Then, they let him go. They didn't even give me back my hat. Hansen spat again. After all, his safety helmet was too similar to the construction site's, so others thought it was a safety helmet. Fortunately, this wasn't a big loss. Hansen's phone and the photos inside were all kept. After leaving the construction site, he returned to the small hotel in Wu County. After taking a shower and changing his clothes, Hansen broke free from his bad mood. He looked excited and said to himself, it should be right. Xianxia and Lan Caokai have a deep partnership. Besides, there are also related companies like the Sahara Publishing House. It can be seen that the relationship between Xianxia and Fu Jun is earlier and deeper than that between Lan Caokai and Fu Jun. Hansen was talking to himself as he quickly typed a draft on his laptop. The title of the draft was Sahara, Backwave, Super Amusement Park. Behind the scenes, show you Xianxia, who built a business empire silently. He had prepared enough materials over the past few days, and now he was using them all. This time, he wanted to let the whole country know that he, Hansen, was the man who was the best at digging for breaking news. At the beginning of the month, Sahara Online Mall acquired eBay and set up a new sub-brand, Sahara Taobao Online Mall. In just a month, Sahara Online Mall could be said to have expanded frequently. It was constantly recruiting and expanding its own staff. Similarly, Sahara Express was further expanding. Fu Jun gave Li Long a large number of slots to set up his own data processing team and strive to build an open logistics big data platform this year. Just like the rookie logistics in Yang Yi's previous life, using advanced big data processing technology to integrate logistics resources from different platforms to give users of Sahara Online Mall the best logistics experience. After all, after the Sahara Taobao Online Mall was opened, Sahara Group could no longer maintain its monopoly on logistics. They had to bring in more logistics companies to serve the many Taobao merchants. However, this did not matter. At present, Sahara Express was at the leading level in the industry. Li Long could proudly claim that no one could provide the same quality express delivery service as Sahara Express. However, by bringing in competitors, it would help stimulate Sahara Express to continue to improve and develop. What he wanted to talk about here was an old acquaintance, Mu Yuqing, Yang Yi's die-hard fan. Under such circumstances, Li Long asked the headhunting company to poach him to the Sahara Express with a high salary. In the previous company, Mu Yuqing was doing very well and did not have any conflicts with the boss. However, he had been a manager for a few years and had limited room for development. People in the IT industry also needed to jump up often in order to easily increase their value. Mu Yuqing used to be a loyal user of Sahara Online Mall. From the beginning, he was very interested in the operation model of Sahara Online Mall. Although Sahara Online Mall was not the one who poached him, it was the industry's big shot, Li Long, who wanted him. Mu Yuqing took advantage of the situation and jumped to Sahara Express with a high annual salary contract. He came to Sahara Express as the product director of a new product, Sahara Logistics Network. Although this was only a new project, as the product director, Mu Yuqing could be said to be an executive of Sahara Express. He was on the same level as the other department heads, or maybe even a level higher, depending on the future results of the product. This morning, after Mu Yuqing finished a meeting with a few product managers, he was busy holding his laptop and preparing to go to the technical team to take a look. Because it was a brand new product and a brand new logistics network platform, the burden on Mu Yuqing's shoulders was very heavy. Especially in the past few months, the first step had been difficult. He and the team had been very busy. However, at this moment, a female product manager who had also jumped over from somewhere else came over with a smile and said, "Mr. Mu, let me ask you a very gossipy question." Mu Yuqing responded in surprise. His heart, which was already in his 30s, still skipped a beat. "Is there really Yang Yi among the bosses of our company?" The girl revealed a familiar fangirl expression and asked with a grin, "Do you know who Yang Yi is?" "That man who's good at writing songs is Murphy's husband." Yang Yi? Mu Yuqing knew it too well. Before Yang Yi became famous, Mu Yuqing, who was also known as Mu Yuchen, had already become a hardcore fan of Yang Yi. At that time, this girl probably didn't even know who Yang Yi was. Mu Yuqing snorted in his heart, but he quickly reacted. "Ah? Yang Yi? Yang Yi is one of the bosses of our company?" Mu Yuqing asked in surprise, "Where did you find out about this?" The girl blinked and said, "On the internet. This morning, the news was all over the place." Mu Yuqing thought about it. He seemed to have been too focused on work these days. He really didn't have time to look at his phone. As he thought about it, he put on a straight face, coughed, and said, "Don't talk about this groundless news in the company. Be careful that Mr. Li hears about it and deducts your bonus." The girl stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and ran away with her tail between her legs. She actually knew that Mu Yuqing was deliberately putting on a straight face to maintain his position as a director. Usually, Mr. Mu was very good. Usually, when there was something, he would take care of it. He rarely let the rest of the team bear the pressure of the outside world. However, after the girl ran away, Mu Yuqing's curiosity rose. "When did Yang Yi become my boss?" Mu Yuqing couldn't hold back his curiosity. He went back to the office and looked up the news on the computer. It really was. The internet was full of reposts and reports of Han Sen's expose, Sahara, Backwave, Super Amusement Park. Behind the scenes, restore to you Yang Yi, who built a business empire silently. The article was very long. Han Sen even inserted a lot of photo evidence in it. However, Mu Yuqing saw the photos of Sahara Publishing House in Jiangqing that Han Sen gave him, as well as the Children's Book Author Support Fund department that was funded by Yang Yi. Mu Yuqing was already 80% impressed by this exposé. One had to know that Mu Yuqing was Yang Yi's hardcore fan. Although Yang Yi first made a name for himself on Yuewen literature website, Yang Yi's later books were all published through Sahara Publishing House. Mu Yuqing knew the trajectory of this change very well. Back then, this group of fans was worried that Yang Yi would fall out with Yuewen literature website and affect the publication of his works. Mu Yuqing also remembered that the first time he came into contact with Sahara Online Mall was also because of Yang Yi's books. At that time, several of Yang Yi's physical books were sold on Sahara Online Mall. That made him realize the existence of this online mall earlier than others. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't help but pat his head. Old Mu, you're too stupid. How could you not think of this Sahara and that Sahara are related? Mu Yuqing sighed. However, it was also very normal. Yang Yi was just a small author and a small celebrity at that time. Who would have thought that he was related to Sahara Online Mall with a market value of tens of billions? Even if such a thought had briefly occurred to Mu Yuqing, he would probably have scoffed and laughed at himself for being too whimsical. But now, it seemed that the ownership of Sahara Publishing House was in the hands of Yang Yi. Back then, Sahara Online Mall was also started by Fu Jun from a small publishing house. This was already the company's chronicle that Mu Yuqing knew by heart. Why would Fu Jun give the publishing house to Yang Yi? Obviously, Yang Yi knew Fu Jun earlier than Lan Caocai. Han Sen also made the same speculation in the exposé given by Entertainment Express. However, as an old reader, Mu Yuqing went one step further than the speculation. He could be sure that Yang Yi knew Fu Jun in the early days of Sahara Online Mall or even earlier. Mu Yuqing couldn't help but have goosebumps when he thought about how the Sahara Online Mall had given Yang Yi's work so many resources to promote them. He was so excited that he felt that he was closer to the truth than Han Sen. Because of Han Sen's exposé, Mu Yuqing found that there was still a problem with the logic of the reasoning after reading it. After all, the information that Han Sen could collect was limited. Yang Yi was the boss of Sahara Publishing House plus Yang Yi had a good relationship with Lan Caocai. They also had a cooperative relationship with the amusement park plus Yang Yi's good friend Guozi served as the image ambassador of the Sahara Rural Development Charity Foundation. These three pieces of evidence could not conclusively prove that Yang Yi was the boss of Sahara Online Mall. This was because there was another possibility. Because of the book publishing cooperation, Yang Yi was Fu Jun's friend. At the same time, Yang Yi was also Lan Caocai's friend. When Fu Jun was short of money, he helped Fu Jun contact Lan Caocai to invest in Sahara Online Mall. This also prevented the erosion of some man-eating venture capitalists. Later, Fu Jun became rich. In order to thank Yang Yi, he gave the publishing house, which was no longer so important, to Yang Yi. Obviously, in this exposé, Han Sen deliberately did not mention this possibility. He used clever writing to deliberately lead readers to think in that direction. However, for some smart people, they could still see the logic loophole. But the conclusion of this report should be a little possible. Mu Yuqing checked the time of the two financing of Sahara Online Mall online, as well as the establishment and development of Yang Yi's Backwave Technology Company. Sure enough, Mu Yuqing found that during the financing period of Sahara Online Mall, Yang Yi's net worth was more than a few hundred million. In other words, if Fu Jun needed money and Yang Yi did not have shares in Sahara Online Mall, Yang Yi did not need to look for Lan Caocai at all. He could invest for Fu Jun himself. Of course, the logic here also had the possibility that Yang Yi was short-sighted and let go of this opportunity. However, Yang Yi, who could create micro-broadcasting and WeChat, could not see the potential of Sahara Online Mall. Ever since Mu Yuqing found out that Yang Yi was the big boss of Backwave, he admired Yang Yi. Now, he was like a fangirl, firmly believing that Yang Yi must have seen the potential of Sahara Online Mall and got involved early on. Of course, it was useless for him to let his imagination run wild and read the newspapers. He was a senior executive of Sahara Express. He did not know about this, but President Li Long, who had already received equity rewards from the company, did not have the authority to know about this matter. No, I have to ask President Li about it. Mu Yuqing could not calm down. He pushed open the office door excitedly and walked to the floor where Li Long was. The excited Mu Yuqing seemed to have forgotten that he had just scolded the product manager girl with a straight face and told others not to gossip. However, he himself couldn't suppress the fire of gossip that was growing in his heart. Yang Yi immediately knew that he was exposed by the Hansen Entertainment Express again. However, what was interesting was that even though the media reposted and discussed the news, the impact on the public was not as big as when the ownership of Backwave's shares was exposed. Maybe it was because everyone was already used to it. This was very similar to the following scenarios. If a celebrity was suddenly exposed to have a lot of shares in a technology company, the media would report about it every day, bragging about how good she was at making money and how she was the best investor among the celebrities. Her fans would also follow suit and exclaim. But even in the technology world, the news of a certain technology company in Yang Yi's previous life controlling 5% of Ubisoft's shares didn't cause a ripple in the slightest. In the eyes of ordinary people, they might have only glanced at this headline and said, "Oh," before skipping over it. It was very difficult to attract their attention. The logic was the same. Even though Yang Yi's name still attracted some attention, in the eyes of the public, Yang Yi's ownership of shares in an internet company was nothing special. He was already worth billions. What was the difference if he had a few billion more? As a result, the media was in a frenzy, while the public was in a state of disinterest. After Yang Yi received the analysis report from the company's public relations department, he quickly called Fu Jun to discuss with him. They agreed that both sides would remain silent. No response, no denial, no matter how the media reported, speculated, or excited. That was their own business. The competition in the entertainment industry was very fierce in this world. Ordinary celebrities did not accept interviews or contact the media because they were cutting off their own path of retreat. However, Yang Yi and Murphy were different. They did not have to worry about the media's retaliation. This time, Yang Yi was very familiar with the situation. He bumped into Murphy, who was at the company with her. He swapped his car with Xiao Ai's car for the time being. He drove Xiao Ai's red sedan and took a detour with Murphy to go home, just in time to avoid the media's encirclement. Of course, this happened in the morning. In the afternoon, Yang Yi received a call from Fu Jun, but this time, it was a WeChat video chat. Didn't he just call this morning? Yang Yi thought that something had happened and quickly connected the video chat. However, before Yang Yi could speak, Fu Jun burst out laughing. "Old Fu, what's the matter? Why are you so happy?" Yang Yi smiled. "It's quite a coincidence. Xiao Yang, wait a moment, I'll show you someone. Do you still remember?" Fu Jun said with a smile. He turned the camera of his phone and took a picture of Li Long and Mu Yuqing, who were sitting opposite his desk. Mu Yuqing was a little reserved. Although there was a smile on his face, he still looked a little nervous and perturbed. Mu Yuqing had only asked Li Long about the actual situation in the morning. Li Long had poached him from his previous company and had a good relationship with him. Hence, the two of them were still chatting and laughing when they talked about this matter. Moreover, because Mu Yuqing was also a senior in the company and had the authority, Li Long gave him an affirmative answer. After that, when he left Li Long's office, Li Long only asked him to keep it a secret. However, Mu Yuqing didn't expect that in the afternoon, when Fu Jun made time to call a few people in charge of the company to come over for a meeting to discuss the strategy to deal with this matter, Li Long told Fu Jun about this interesting coincidence with a smile. This wasn't a big deal. Fu Jun thought it was a little interesting, so he asked Li Long to call Mu Yuqing over. Moreover, after he saw the photo of Mu Yuqing eating with Yang Yi after the signing event, he happily said that he wanted to call Yang Yi and tell him about this coincidence. Fu Jun and Li Long, the two bosses, obviously didn't think much of it. It was just that Mu Yuqing had to suffer. When he faced Fu Jun, the big boss, he trembled in fear, afraid that he would say something wrong. Fortunately, Yang Yi had a good memory. After he saw Mu Yuqing's appearance in the camera, he felt that he looked familiar. After carefully searching in his mind, he had an answer. "How can I not remember? Mu Yuqing, Mu Yuqing," Yang Yi said with a smile. 2 years ago, I went to Yangqing for a signing event and even treated you to a meal. Among my fans in Yangqing, you're the most influential one. Boss Yang, you still remember me?" Mu Yuqing heard this and asked in surprise. Mu Yuqing didn't think that after 2 years, Yang Yi would still be able to call out his name. At this moment, his excitement instantly overshadowed his uneasiness in Fu Jun's office. Fu Jun turned the camera over and pointed the phone screen at Yang Yi. This way, Mu Yuqing could also see Yang Yi's appearance. Yang Yi on the phone screen smiled and said, "Of course, you're my parents. I'm grateful, how could I forget? Boss Yang, no, Boss Yang, you're too polite. Right now, you, Boss Fu, and Boss Li are my parents." Mu Yuqing recovered from his excitement and said happily and nervously. Fu Jun laughed and put the phone in front of him. He said, "You guys should just call each other your own names. Xiaoyang doesn't like people calling him boss. I think you'll feel uncomfortable calling him that." "Yes, don't call me Boss Yang." "Oh right, old Fu, what's Mu Yuqing doing in Sahara Desert?" Yang Yi asked curiously. "I remember that 2 years ago, when I had dinner with him, he was still the project manager of that messaging technology company." "That's right, Li Long poached him to Sahara Express. He's now in charge of the logistics network," Fu Jun said. Li Long added, "The position of product director." Yang Yi nodded lightly. He told Fu Jun and Li Long to start the logistics network, but he didn't expect Mu Yuqing to be in charge. "Mu Yuqing, I'll call you old Mu like on the forum." Yang Yi asked Fu Jun to look at Mu Yuqing and said with a smile, "The project you're in charge of now is actually quite important. It's related to the important development of the company's logistics in the future. Do it well. If you have any problems, look for Li Long. He's definitely an expert in logistics." Mu Yuqing nodded gratefully. Although after saying this, Yang Yi returned to his original calmness and treated Mu Yuqing as the fan who gave him a lot of support in the past. Both Yang Yi and Mu Yuqing knew that with this relationship, they couldn't go back to the past, even though Mu Yuqing also took the opportunity to ask Yang Yi a very fanboy question. "Dada Yang, I really want to ask. You haven't released many books in the past 2 years, but you've released many songs. We fans are all looking forward to it. We want to know when your new book will be released." Yang Yi had indeed reduced the speed of releasing books. After all, he didn't need to rely on writing books to earn money now. He would only occasionally release a book if he was particularly interested in it. Of course, compared to many authors, his speed wasn't considered slow. However, compared to the diligent Yang Yi in the past, the current Yang Yi had indeed disappointed his fans. Yang Yi often taught Shishi to know how to be grateful. He had also learned this principle himself. His fans had supported him during his most difficult times. Yang Yi didn't want to see their disappointed eyes. Therefore, after hearing Mu Yuqing's question, Yang Yi thought for a while. Fu Jun teased him, "Why are you still releasing books when you're so rich?" He said to Mu Yuqing, "In the second half of the year, you'll be able to see my new book in the second half of the year." This was just a small episode. When his identity was exposed, it stirred up waves in Yang Yi's heart. It was not as big as when she suddenly knocked on the glass door of his bathroom at night. The little girl had already taken a bath before. Before Yang Yi took a bath in Murphy's bedroom, he deliberately went to check on her. He saw that she was still playing in the master bedroom obediently. But just when Yang Yi was trying his best to persuade Mo Fei to put little Momo in the crib, and he took Mo Fei to enjoy the experience of taking a bath in the luxurious bathtub, the little girl suddenly ran out of her bedroom excitedly, banged on the glass door of the bathroom, and shouted, "Papa, Papa, I have good news for you." The red rose petals, the illumination of the candles, the swaying red wine glass, and the lips that seemed to be stained with blood. Such an unusual beauty, how could it be missing the charming supercilious eyes of his beloved princess consort, of course, if she didn't run over and bang on the bathroom door. All of this would be perfect. Yang Yi finally convinced Murphy to take advantage of the fact that the two children weren't paying attention to secretly be romantic and spend some alone time. However, before they finished taking off their clothes, they were interrupted. "Wait, don't rush." Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Murphy and mouthed to her, She will leave soon." Murphy rolled her eyes at Yang Yi coquettishly. She didn't dare to make a big fuss and just buttoned up her cotton pajamas that had been unbuttoned by Yang Yi to her delicate navel. With her daughter outside, how could the thin-skinned Murphy have the nerve to maintain that state just now? Yang Yi was a little anxious, but at this time, he couldn't care less. He could only turn his head and ask, "Ahem, Shishi, what good news do you want to tell Dad?" That's right, hee, I called Lu Weisha. Lu Weisha told me that she's going to come to our place to play during the summer vacation. Papa, I miss Lu Weisha so much. I'm so happy. Outside the door, Xixi was still beaming with joy and said happily. Oh, Lu Weisha will come to China to play this summer? That's good, but didn't you plan to go to Lu Weisha's house to play during the summer vacation? Yang Yi asked with a smile. Why did Yang Yi ask this? Because Xixi had already told him about this idea. Moreover, in order to make her father agree to let her go to Sweden to play with Lu Weisha, the little girl had been working hard this semester to save up gold coins. Yang Yi found it very interesting that Xixi would take out her small wooden box every night before going to bed and carefully count the gold coins she had saved. She calculated how many gold coins she had left to exchange for the 50 gold coins that she could use to travel abroad. It had to be said that in order to save gold coins, she would work hard to help her parents with the housework when she was free. Unless she particularly liked a doll, she rarely took the initiative to buy it. Of course, she already had a lot of dolls. After a few months, the little girl had actually saved up close to 40 gold coins. She was about to reach her goal. Yes, I also want to go to Lu Weisha's house to play. But Lu Weisha is coming to our house to play. Outside the door, Xixi giggled and said, then, Papa, let me tell you, Lu Weisha said that it would be fun to go to their house in winter. Because there will be beautiful snow and beautiful auroras. The concept of auroras was mentioned by Yang Yi when he told Xixi about Lu Weisha's hometown. When they were chatting, Lu Weisha also showed Xixi photos of auroras. Well, let's wait until winter to go to Lu Weisha's house to play. Yang Yi looked at Murphy's pretty face, which was as red as the neon at night, and was somewhat absent-minded. Papa, can I ask you for one more thing? Xixi pressed her 2 small hands on the bathroom door again and said seriously. Well, tell me what it is first. Yang Yi smiled helplessly at Murphy, and then said to Xixi. That's right, that's right. Can we visit the doll factory later? The little girl's voice came in, and it was muffled, as if she had stuck her little head on the bathroom door. Because I want Lu Weisha to go with us. Lu Weisha has never seen the doll factory, but she said that there is a chocolate factory there. As she spoke, the little girl became excited again, and couldn't wait to describe what a chocolate factory was to her father. Ahem, Xixi, you can visit the doll factory at any time. You can discuss it with Lu Weisha, choose a time, and then tell Dad. Yang Yi had no choice but to interrupt the little girl, and softly advised, go and tell Lu Weisha this good news, Dad also wants to take a bath. Xixi was a little regretful, but she thought of telling Lu Weisha this super good news, and let Lu Weisha feel that her house was very fun. The little girl became happy again, and she readily responded, yes, yes. Papa, then I'll go and tell Lu Weisha. Hearing Xixi's happy laughter leave the bathroom door, Yang Yi was a little relieved, and he was about to continue to drag Murphy into the water. But at this time, Xixi's puzzled voice came from the bedroom, hey, where is Mom? Why is Mom missing? Suddenly, Yang Yi and Murphy froze. Then, Xixi asked Tong Tong, brother, where is Mom? Why are you playing by yourself? Mom. Tong Tong also giggled, and no one knew what he was happy about, so he shouted something that no one could hear clearly. Mama is here. Murphy finally couldn't help it, and she blushed and pulled away Yang Yi's mischievous hand, opened the bathroom door, and walked out. After closing the door, Yang Yi, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, could still hear Xixi's surprised voice, hey, Mom, why are you in Papa's bathroom? The little girl didn't have any special doubts, and she felt that it was like watching a magic show, and it was very interesting to see a living person appear. Ahem, Mom is tidying up the clothes that you and brother changed out of. Murphy tried to cover it up. In any case, tonight's plan of taking a bath together was ruined, and Yang Yi was a little depressed, so he could only take a bath by himself. Lu Weisha was coming to China with her father to play with her old kindergarten friends. When Xixi brought the news to the school, Yang Luoqi, Qin Shiyun, Nan Zhaoyu, and the others immediately cheered happily. Lan Xian was fine, as she already knew the news. Lu Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was very curious when she saw their big reactions. Xixi, is Lu Weisha really a foreigner? Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously when she returned to the classroom with Xixi. Yes. She is Swedish, and she is very tall. Xixi giggled. Taller than you? Lu Xiaoyu asked with some surprise. She felt that Xixi was already very tall, and not only was she taller than girls of the same age, but now she was almost the same height as Yu Xiaowei, who was 2 years older than her. Yes. But Lu Weixia is 1 year older than me. She cracked her fingers and said with some nostalgia, but we haven't played with her for a long time, and we used to be very close. How did you talk to Lu Weixia? Do foreigners all speak English? Lu Xiaoyu was still following her own path, asking the things that she was very curious about. I spoke Swedish to Lu Weixia. My papa taught me, and now I speak it very well. Then Lu Weixia also spoke a little Chinese, but after she returned to Sweden, she couldn't speak it very well. She explained with some regret. Speak Swedish? That's amazing. Lu Xiaoyu looked at her deskmate with admiration. The light shadow's footsteps were hurried. Unknowingly, it was already the end of May. After entering summer, the weather in Jiangqing became more and more stuffy, especially since there was no rain for the past few days. During the day, the sun was scorching the land and the campus was also filled with heat waves. It was so hot that it made people panic. Today, we won't play basketball outside because the weather is very hot. It's not good to get heat stroke. The tall and burly teacher, Lu Dashan, was in the school's gymnasium, talking to the children of the first grade, class 3, who were laughing and joking as they lined up. Quiet, quiet, don't make any noise. Chao Roland, who was shouldering a heavy responsibility, had no choice but to stand up and shout loudly. In contrast, the physical education representative was much more dull. Not only did he not want to help maintain order, but he also stood there and laughed happily, as if he had forgotten his duty. Well, everyone, please be quiet. Listen to the teacher. We won't play basketball outside today, but come to this comfortable gymnasium. What do you think the teacher is going to teach you today? Lu Dashan smiled and kept them guessing. This time, it was the teacher's turn to ask questions. She, who loved physical education, was especially excited. Her eyes lit up as she tried to raise her arms and said in her sweet voice, I know. We're not playing basketball outside, but in the gym. Not basketball. Lu Dashan scratched his head awkwardly and said, the basketball court for today's class is reserved for the teachers of grade 2 and grade 5. Today, we are going to learn to play table tennis. Today was not the PE class on Tuesday, so Shi's PE class was not at the same time as Yu Xiaowei's. Ping pong? Ping pong. The reactions of the little guys were different. Among them, some had learned to play table tennis, or had watched others play table tennis on TV, and some were ignorant and had no concept of table tennis. Typical examples were Shi and Du Yuqian. Du Yuqian might have seen others play table tennis, but she stood in the front row of Shi, looking confused, as if she couldn't understand what table tennis meant. Shi's eyes lit up. She clapped her hands happily, then turned to Lu Xiaoyu and said, Xiaoyu, we want to play table tennis. I also have a table tennis racket at home. My papa bought it last year. Lu Xiaoyu was also beaming with joy. She smiled excitedly and said, I also know how to play table tennis, because my father and mother both know how to play table tennis. They taught me, and then my father participated in their unit's competition and won the first prize. Win an award? That was too amazing. She looked at Lu Xiaoyu in surprise and said enviously, wow, little you is your papa so powerful? Actually, I haven't learned how to play table tennis yet, because I haven't played table tennis with papa yet. It's okay, I can teach you. Lu Xiaoyu said excitedly, you can also come to my house. I'll take you to the table tennis place. There are table tennis tables in our community. There was no need for Lu Xiaoyu to teach. After Lu Dashan finished his lecture, he asked the PE representative and 2 enthusiastic boys to bring back the table tennis racket and table tennis racket. Then, he began to explain the boring table tennis game. She listened carefully. After all, she had only seen table tennis, but had never really played it. After the table tennis racket was opened at home, she didn't know where it was put by her father. After all, there was no table tennis table at home. At most, Shi and Tong Tong would play basketball at most. After the Chinese class, which was probably taught by the PE teacher, Lu Dashan, the children ran out of their lines and happily grabbed the table tennis racket and table tennis racket. Don't worry, there are enough table tennis racket, but not enough table tennis racket. But you can play with 4, 5, or 6 people on a table. One ball is enough. Lu Dashan said helplessly behind them. But the children were noisy, laughing, and shouting, which almost overturned the gymnasium. Lu Dashan didn't know how many children could listen to his words. Xian Air, Xiaoyu, and you and Xianxia will play together, okay? After getting the table tennis racket, she paid attention to the teacher's words. After hearing it, she immediately organized. Liao Qianxian was Lan Xian's deskmate, and she had a good relationship with Xi. So, there were 4 people. Although they were slower than those boys, who were faster than them, the 4 girls gathered around a table tennis table, looking very excited. I don't know how to play table tennis. This ball is for, who knows how to play. Open it for you. Lan Xian held a yellow table tennis ball in her hand. But after thinking for a while, she spread out her hand and stretched it out. Give it to Xiaoyu. She knows how to play table tennis. She immediately pointed to Lu Xiaoyu and said. Then you can have it. Lan Xian threw it over generously. It was a high toss, but Lan Xin misjudged the resistance of the ball in the air. The ping-pong ball fell down early in the air, crossed the net in the middle, and bounced repeatedly on the ping-pong table with a piak-piak sound. However, this scene was very interesting in the eyes of Xi and the other girls. Although the table tennis ball was bouncing lower and lower, the 4 girls' heads followed the arc of the table tennis ball, up and down, like chickens pecking at rice. In the end, Xi, who was tall and strong, quickly reached out to grab the table tennis ball and handed it to Lu Xiaoyu. She smiled and said, hee hee. You didn't throw it over. Lu Xiaoyu kicked off the table, but to everyone's surprise, it was her first time kicking off, and she didn't play well. The table tennis ball got stuck on the net and bounced back. I'll pick it up. Lu Xiaoyu shouted in embarrassment, and took a big step forward. Ha. Lu Xiaoyu's mistake made the other girls laugh. However, they seemed to have forgotten that they were the real novices. Sure enough, the next time Lu Xiaoyu hit the table tennis ball, Lan Xian and Liao Qianxian waved the table tennis racket in a flurry. As a result, neither of them was able to catch the table tennis ball, which cleverly went between their racket. Lu Dashan, who was patrolling, reached out and picked up the table tennis ball. He walked over and took the table tennis racket from Liao Qianxian's hand, and explained, You have just started to learn table tennis, so don't be so anxious. First, use this simple method to practice how to play, and find the feeling of touching the ball. What Lu Dashan taught was the most basic ball-tossing posture, which he just taught Xi and the others how to toss the ball. Why didn't he teach them the specific movements? Because practicing the movements was very boring, and children at this age didn't necessarily learn the movements from the teacher. Just now, when Lu Dashan taught them how to toss the ball, they were a little impatient after a while. He simply let them play on the table, and then slowly teach them the more difficult movements. After giving Xi and the others some simple instructions, Lu Dashan continued to look at the other children. As for Xi and Lan Xian, they continued to play table tennis in high spirits. However, these simple movements were a bit difficult for the children who were not too tall. Except for Xi, who was taller than Lan Xian and the others, Lu Xiaoyu and the others had to try their best to press down on the table tennis table and stretch out their arms to barely catch some table tennis balls. But even so, they couldn't always catch the table tennis balls, and mistakes often happened. Hey! Xi, you hit farther away. I'm so tired from picking up the ball. Lan Xian complained a little tiredly. Lan Xian was not as tall as Xi, and her reaction speed was not as fast as Xi's, so she often tried to reach out her hand, but the table tennis ball bounced to the other side. Helpless, Lan Xian could only run over to pick up the ball. After a few times, the chubby girl was out of breath. Xian, I'll go pick it up, I'll help you pick it up. Seeing this, Cici called out enthusiastically and ran over, full of vitality. Xi was now playing table tennis very happily. Although she was only bouncing the table tennis balls high up, she still felt that this sport was very interesting, especially at the moment of determining the landing point, which was particularly exciting. It was precisely because of this that she didn't want to see Lan Xian stop playing with them because she was tired of picking up the ball. Lan Xian's physical reserves were far less abundant than hers, and of course, she knew this. It was just a piece of cake to pick up the ball. Lan Xian saw this and suddenly stopped complaining. She said gratefully, "Oh, that's great. Thank you, Shi. You're welcome." She picked up the table tennis ball, ran back, and stuffed the ball into Lan Xian's hand. She said with a sweet smile, "Xian, when we go back, let's ask Dad to take us to play table tennis, okay?" "Of course, but we can teach my dad how to play table tennis." "My dad doesn't know how to play." "Your dad is so good, he should know how to play," Lan Xian said excitedly. Hee. Compared to the harmony, happiness, and laughter on the girl's side, the boys' side was more noisy, especially at the table of Chen Yuxuan and Jiang Chen. They even quarreled over the issue of the ball. No one knew the specific process, but in the end, Jiang Chen yelled angrily, "I'm not playing with you guys. I'll go to another table." Jiang Chen angrily took his racket and looked for another table. Of course, boys at this age basically didn't like to play with girls, so Jiang Chen also prioritized the boys' table. However, because boys liked to be lively, their tables were usually full, and there were 2 substitutes next to them. How could there be room for more people? "I don't want to wait that long," Jiang Chen muttered as he wandered into the girls' group. His eyes darted back and forth before he finally caught sight of a pool table in the corner with fewer people. On this table, there were still 4 clumsy-looking girls playing. Seeing them toss the ball high and then chase after it while giggling, Jiang Chen curled his lips in disdain. Too weak. Therefore, this little boy walked over casually and said proudly, "Xianxia, I'll play with you. I'll show you what it means to be the best player in the world." Cici and the girls were having a good time, but someone suddenly appeared and interrupted them. The girls looked over in confusion, but they only saw Jiang Chen waving the table tennis racket to act cool. Shi and Lu Xiaoyu didn't react before Lan Xian pouted and said angrily, No, this is where we play." "Jiang Chen, don't come over." "Why?" Jiang Chen asked, unconvinced. "Because you're bad." Lan Xian pouted and said unhappily. In fact, Lan Xian was a very generous girl. Just like when they were in kindergarten, Chen Shiyun liked to cause trouble. Lan Xian often quarreled with Chen Shiyun because she didn't like it, but she didn't take those trivial matters to heart. Later, Chen Shiyun was also influenced by her friends, and her personality became better and better. She gradually felt more like a girl, and Lan Xian became good friends with Chen Shiyun. But Lan Xian didn't like Jiang Chen, just like how she didn't like the class leader Chao Ruolin who liked to snitch on her to the teacher. There must be some very special reasons. Lan Xian felt unhappy about these reasons, but she couldn't say them out loud. Liao Qianqian helped her to say them out. This girl was usually a little like Yang Luoqi. She spoke softly, but that didn't mean that she didn't dare to speak. Liao Qianqian whispered, "Because you gave Xian a nickname," and the boys laughed at her. When Liao Qianqian said this, she also remembered that she had stood up for Lan Xian many times. Xian is not a fat pig. She's so thin now. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu also couldn't help but criticize Jiang Chen. "Yes, and Jiang Chen, you like to gossip and bully us." "I don't like you either." Perhaps boys at this age had too much energy, but there were also a lot of naughty boys in the first grade class 3, led by Chen Yuxuan and Jiang Chen. Chen Yuxuan was more boorish. His naughtiness was displayed in confrontations with the teacher. He had a lot of appeal among the boys and didn't easily arouse the dislike of girls. Although girls who liked to be quiet and steady, such as Shi, didn't want to play with Chen Yuxuan, she didn't dislike Chen Yuxuan. But Jiang Chen's naughtiness was more annoying. He didn't dare to provoke the teacher, but he liked to make other students uncomfortable. In addition to being touchy, his mouth was also very talkative and annoying, just like what Lu Xiaoyu said. Jiang Chen, in order to show his existence, also said that Lu Xiaoyu was a couple with a boy and spread rumors. This made Lu Xiaoyu very angry. Kids at this age, they were still somewhat sensible. Cici saw that her friends were all indignant, and the scenes that annoyed her when she was annoyed by Jiang Chen's nonsense also appeared in her mind. For example, last month when they first met Shi, Jiangchen swept up some of the water on the ground after the rain and splashed it on Xixi's clean socks. Another example was one time when Xixi happily walked past Jiangchen's table. This guy suddenly stretched out a foot and almost tripped Xixi. Although he didn't really want to trip Xixi, Jiangchen stretched out his foot and then retracted it. He just wanted to scare Xixi. And Jiangchen didn't deliberately target Xixi. The other pretty girls in the class were also scared by him. It seemed that this would leave a deeper impression on the girls. But this naughty move made Xixi very angry. Although the little girl didn't like to complain, she still told her father when she got home. Yang Yi later also talked to the homeroom teacher. After Li Ruolin talked to Jiangchen, he restrained himself a little bit towards Xixi. Almost half a month of peace. This was why Xixi wasn't as angry as Lan Xian, Liao Qianqian, and Lu Xiaoyu in the beginning. Back at the table, Jiangchen grabbed the table tennis racket and froze there. His face was tight and he was obviously embarrassed by the girl's words. I didn't bully you. Jiangchen stuttered and argued, but he couldn't find an excuse to explain himself. Xixi stood next to Lu Xiaoyu. The little girl didn't want to say anything, but when she saw her deskmate's body trembling slightly, her face was tight, and her lips were pursed. She looked not only angry but also scared. Xixi felt a surge of courage in her heart. Jiangchen, there are 4 of us, and we don't want to play with you. You should find someone else to play with. Xixi walked in front of Lu Xiaoyu and said seriously. This was a declarative conclusion. With Xixi taking the lead, the other 3 girls all nodded in agreement. Rejected by the 4 girls, Jiangchen felt embarrassed. He said angrily, "You don't play well." Don't play well? Xixi was a little confused. What did this have to do with them not wanting to play with Jiangchen? You don't play well, so I have to teach you. You're too stupid. Big idiots. Jiangchen still felt wronged. In his excitement, there were even some tears rolling in his eyes. We're not stupid. Xixi was a little upset. She said angrily, "We all learned very well. Xian Air can catch the ball too. We're not idiots. I can play too." Liao Qianqian said, "Little Fishy can play table tennis too." Idiots, you're all idiots. I don't want to play with you. Jiangchen's temper rose. After shouting, he turned around and left. This scene, how similar was it to his argument with Qin Yuxuan and the other boys just now? Xixi was called an idiot by him. Her little mouth pouted in anger and grievance. If Jiangchen didn't run away, Xixi would probably argue with him. In fact, the 4 girls were a little angry. However, Lan Xian recovered early. She waved her hand and said excitedly, "Aya, ignore him. Xixi, let's play together. I think, regardless of what he said, we'll all have a good time." Infected by Lan Xian's laughter, Xixi's depression dissipated a lot. She shook her little head and recovered her bright smile. Hee, yes. Xian Air, let's ignore him and play by ourselves. The teacher even praised us. We're not stupid. The children were very forgetful, and the unhappiness they felt just now quickly dissipated in their cheerful laughter. However, Xixi's memory was very good. Although she later played table tennis with her friends, when she returned home in the afternoon, when Xixi talked to her father about it, the little girl was a little unhappy and asked, "Papa, why did Jiangchen say we didn't play well? Did he say we were idiots?" "Don't worry about him. Papa told you in Xian Air that students like Jiangchen have some stubborn shortcomings. If you can't persuade him to correct his shortcomings, then don't talk to him. Stay away from him and don't let him affect your normal study and life." Yang Yi smiled, rubbed Xixi's little head, and said, "Just like those reporters. Isn't Papa the same? Since we can't drive them away, then we'll ignore them and live our own lives." All these years, Yang Yi had indeed cultivated his body and mind, becoming a Buddhist celebrity. If it were the year when he first came to this world, those who spent all day secretly taking photos of his daughter would have been killed by Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi's lecture was not what Xixi wanted to hear. She said unhappily, "But, Papa, I think a lot of people play really well. Fishy also plays very well. Her papa even won an award. Am I really that stupid? How come?" Yang Yi deliberately said in surprise, our Xianxia is the smartest child in the world, in the eyes of parents, their children were the smartest, but Xianxia hesitated and added afraid that Xianxia would be proud, it's your first time playing table tennis. It's normal that you're not good at it. But Papa believes that you can learn very well in the future. Better than those Jiangchen. Xianxia said encouragingly. Really? Xianxia blinked her beautiful big eyes, looked at her father, and asked cheerfully. The little girl's clear big eyes seemed to say, Papa, don't lie to me. Of course I won't lie to you. Xianxia touched his chin and laughed, you don't believe me? Papa will buy a table tennis table tomorrow and teach you this weekend. After we learn for a while, we'll definitely be better than them. Really? Buy a table tennis table. Wow. Xiaxia's eyes were almost sparkling with excitement. She held her hands and said joyfully, then I can also let Xian Air, Fishy, Sister Xiaowei, Qiqi, Shiyun, and Zhaoyu come over to play table tennis. She just said that she wanted to learn to play table tennis. How did it become calling friends to play at home? Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that he couldn't keep up with his daughter's jumping thoughts. On the weekend, the table tennis table ordered by Xianxia was finally delivered. Several workers were busy installing it behind the house and under the awning next to the swimming pool. Cici and Lan Xian were especially excited. They swayed from side to side as they watched. The way they swayed their bodies made it seem as if they were also working. Furthermore, they seemed to be even more engrossed than the workers. Xianxia, come here. Xianxia opened the door and called Xianxia. The little girl turned her head and curiously looked at her father. After confirming that her father was indeed calling her, she ran over like the wind with her long legs. Papa. Cici was also brimming with vitality today. Her big black gem-like eyes sparkled with excitement as she shouted in a clear and melodious voice. Xianxia bent down and handed the tray in his hand to Xianxia. He said with a smile, take these to the workers and tell them, Uncle, thank you, you have worked hard. Xianxia blinked and reached out to take it. She said obediently, yes, Papa, I know. Of course, how could Xianxia leave Lan Xian alone? She carefully carried the tray and slowly made her way back while calling for Lan Xian to help her. Lan Xian hurriedly ran over and glanced at the cups of watermelon juice that were filled with disposable paper cups. Xianxia stood at the back door and could hear the conversation between the two girls. Wow. Xianxia, there's watermelon juice to drink. Lan Xian shouted excitedly, it's so hot, I want to drink watermelon juice. No, this is not for you. Xianxia quickly said, this is for the workers. Ah? Lan Xian scratched her head regretfully. However, although she was disappointed, she still took the initiative to say, then, Xianxia, I'll help you bring it to the workers. Then we'll drink watermelon juice. There must be more. Lan Xian was not just saying. She also helped Xianxia pick up 2 cups of watermelon juice, which relieved a lot of Xianxia's burden. Hee, how do you know there's more? Xianxia said with a smile while holding the tray and carefully watching Lan Xian's movements. Because a big watermelon can make a lot of watermelon juice. If there's no watermelon juice, we can also eat watermelon. Lan Xian said with a proud expression. The 2 girls brought the watermelon juice to the workers and naturally received all kinds of praise from the workers. You're so kind. You're beautiful and sensible. Good girls, thank you. You're welcome. Xianxia and Lan Xian were a little embarrassed by the praise. They responded shyly, turned around, and ran away, leaving only giggles behind. Lan Xian wanted to eat watermelon, and Xianxia also felt that it must be very comfortable to eat watermelon in such a hot weather outside. Xianxia brought the 2 girls into the house and cut watermelon for them. At this time, Murphy hurried out of the living room and chased them out of the main door. She turned back and saw Xianxia and smiled unhappily. Your son took away the green onions at home. Green onions, Xianxia looked out of the side hall's window with some surprise. In the end, he found that the green onions that Murphy mentioned were not symbolic, but real green onions. On the driveway in the villa's courtyard, there was a little warrior holding a green onions upside down. The green leaves were slanted upwards, and the roots were dragging on the ground. This posture was arrogant, just like a swordsman from the end of the world who was about to fight a decisive battle. Of course, if the little guy wasn't wearing pants and only had a thick diaper, he would be even more handsome. That's my son. I'll play with him later. Xianxia was overjoyed when he saw this scene and said with a smile. Play with what? Murphy rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. She didn't have time to reply, and hurriedly chased after them. It's okay to play with green onions, but don't wander around without pants. Even though there was a diaper to cover her private parts, Xianxia's short, white, fleshy legs were still exposed. It wasn't difficult to assemble the table tennis table, but this brand did a solid job. After installing the table tennis table, they tested it with various instruments to confirm the accuracy of the table's height, the level of the plane, and the stability of the center net. Only then did they feel relieved to hand it over to the customer. After seeing off the workers, Xianxia and Xianxia couldn't wait to play with the table tennis racket that Xianxia had bought before. Xianxia, let me tell you, our table tennis racket is very useful. Look, it's super elastic. Xianxia showed it to Xianxia. She gently tossed the ball, and then bounced it with the table tennis racket. The table tennis ball immediately flew high. In fact, it wasn't so exaggerated. The table tennis racket at home was only good because of the friction force of the layer of glue. However, Xianxia didn't know how to slice a ball, so she just felt that the table tennis racket was soft to the touch, and was more elastic than the table tennis racket at school. Thus, she had such a preconceived idea. Wow! Xianxia also exclaimed cooperatively. The two girls bounced the ball back and forth as they chatted with each other in high spirits. This time, Xianxia also found something different. Xianxia, have you noticed that this table sounds very nice? Look at my table tennis, bang bang. Although Xianxia had dubbed it herself, the crisp sound of the ping-pong balls hitting the table was indeed rather pleasing to the ears. It's true. It's so nice. Xianxia also giggled. Tong Tong, who had just been caught by her mother to go upstairs to put on her pants, also walked out of the back door of the villa, and came to the backyard. Seeing her sisters playing so happily, the little girl's eyes lit up, and she ran over happily. If Tong Tong wanted to play other sports, Xianxia wouldn't mind. But now Xianxia and her sisters were playing table tennis, and this racket had a certain degree of destructive power. So when Xianxia saw this, he quickly reached out and pulled Tong Tong over. What are you going to do? Are you going to play with your sisters? Xianxia squatted down, took the little boy over, smiled, and reached out his hand to touch his chubby little face. Where is your green onion? Tong Tong was very happy to be teased by his father. He grinned and giggled, dumb insect, dumb insect. Mom. He pointed to the back, indicating that his mother had taken the green onion. Let's go and get it. Daddy will teach you how to fight, okay? Xianxia purposely used his hand to imitate the edge of a blade, making a series of swishing motions. Of course, his movements were very methodical and looked very exciting. Haha. Oh, oh, oh. Tong Tong's eyes were wide open, and he was both surprised and happy. He opened his mouth and laughed loudly, and his little hands were clapping vigorously. So, Murphy washed Tong Tong's clothes and hung them up. When she returned to the backyard, she found that Xianxia was like a big child, waving his green onion and fighting with his son. Haha, haha. Tong Tong only knew how to parry, but he was very happy, and he was laughing so hard that his eyes almost disappeared. Playing around was one thing, but Xianxia still needed to learn some real skills. Xianxia didn't want to spoil his daughter and turn her into a useless vase. What's more, Xianxia had also mentioned that she wanted to practice table tennis well. Xianxia called Xianxia and Xianxia, who were still playing without any progress, back into the house. He asked them to take a break, eat some watermelon, and watch a video of the table tennis match. On the TV, two Chinese table tennis female players were playing table tennis back and forth. Whether it was the waving of their arms, the jumping of their steps, or the sound of the table tennis, all of it showed the audience an extremely fierce battle. The two young ladies were dumbfounded. Wow! Xianxia was even more shocked. She held a piece of watermelon in her two small hands. She had only taken a bite of it a long time ago, but she was so engrossed in watching later that she forgot to eat it. The little girl watched the TV attentively. She opened her small mouth slightly and made a series of exclamations. After watching this edited video, Xianxia turned off the TV, turned around, and said with a smile, "How is it? Do you think they are very good?" Xianxia and Xianxia both nodded in agreement. Xianxia was busy eating the watermelon. Her small mouth was moving and she didn't have time to speak. Xianxia said excitedly, "Papa, these two sisters are so good. I almost couldn't see clearly when they were playing." In order to describe it more clearly, the little girl even put down the watermelon and jumped out of the sofa. She excitedly gestured to her father. That's right, that's right." The big sister in black hit the ball over with a whoosh. Before I could see it clearly, the big sister in red hit the ball back. So fast. I think they're really good. Even Xian air and I can't play so fast. Playing so fast, I'll be exhausted. Xian finally finished her slice of watermelon. Her mouth bulged as she said, "I feel so scared just looking at it. It's not fun to play like this. They are the best ping pong players in our country. Let alone you, even Dad can't beat them. It's normal for you to think that they are very good." Xianxia said with a smile. "More powerful than Papa?" She asked in surprise. The little girl's beautiful big eyes were wide open, as if she couldn't believe it. In her heart, her father was the most powerful. Of course, but this is also related to their long-term training. They have been practicing table tennis since they were young. When they were younger than you, they spent a lot of time training every day. Of course, Xianxia also had his own pride. He smiled and said, "If Dad could have so much training, he wouldn't necessarily be worse than them." This was not the topic they wanted to discuss today. Xianxia raised his voice with excitement to divert the attention of the little girls. He said with a smile, "But anyway, after watching this video, don't you feel that playing table tennis is not just the tossing of the ball that you usually play? If you add a little strength and angle, such as swinging the racket like this and hitting the ball like this, won't it be more beautiful?" Yes. She was very supportive. Her little face was very excited as she nodded again and again. "Then today, let me take you to play. Let's learn some new skills of playing table tennis, okay?" Xianxia said with a smile. I want to learn. She couldn't wait to jump up in front of her father. Xian didn't say anything. She was busy eating another slice of watermelon. She wanted to play so fast, so she had to quickly replenish her energy. The scene changed. Xianxia took the two little girls to the table tennis table in the backyard. He asked Xianxia and Xian to stand opposite him. "If you want to play table tennis well, first of all, you have to find a good sense of the ball. Dad has demonstrated this to you in the room just now. When the table tennis ball bounces back, you have to be able to find its position, so that you can bounce it back." Xianxia was referring to the fast-paced table tennis he casually performed in the room just now. "So now, let's try the practice of catching the ball first. I will hit the table tennis ball over, and you have to take turns to catch it back. You can use any method, just like you did before. You can bounce it back. But she can hit it. I can't catch it. The table is too high." Xian said with some unwillingness. She is taller than me, so she can catch it." She stood there, scratching her head embarrassedly. "It doesn't matter. You have to believe in Dad Yang." Xianxia said with a smile, "I promise I can feed the ball to you comfortably." It started. Like doubles, Xianxia took turns to hit the ball to Xianxia and Xian, so that they could take turns to catch the ball. Xianxia's table tennis skills were actually learned on the spot. But his reflexes and muscle control were better than many people. So when he fed the ball to the two little girls, he could always control the landing point, the angle and the height of the bounce. In this way, whether it was Xianxia or Xian, they could easily hit the table tennis ball back. Hey! Although she was still a little flustered, she successfully caught the ball 3 times in a row. Xian, who was originally a little discouraged, finally recovered a happy smile. She felt a sense of accomplishment, and her enthusiasm for playing table tennis came back. Of course, in contrast, Xiaxia's figure was more active. The little girl jumped around and actively caught the ball. Even when it was not her turn, when it was Lan Xian's turn, she subconsciously leaned over. When she saw Lan Xian hit the table tennis ball, she came to her senses, smiled, and took back her racket. However, although Yang Yi fed the ball to them just right, the return ball of the two little girls was like a random number, making it impossible to know where it would go. Although the ball was hanging high, the landing point was sometimes far, sometimes close, sometimes left, sometimes right, and sometimes even crooked, and the table tennis ball didn't fall on the table. Yang Yi could only rely on his long legs and arms to quickly reach the landing point of the ball and hit it back. After practicing like this for a few rounds, Yang Yi began to let the two little girls, who were in the mood to play, change the way they held the racket. Just like holding a sword, you hold the racket like this, and when you see the ball bouncing here, you hit it back at an angle. Just keep this posture, move your body, and wave your arms. Let's experience this kind of playing posture, okay? Yang Yi walked over, and guided the two little girls step by step. It's fun. And it's very nice to play. Those big sisters on TV play like this. She waved her arms excitedly, and showed it to Lan Xian. But it's a little heavy here. Lan Xian also followed suit, but her hand was a little small, and she felt that holding the table tennis ball with one hand was not very strong. Moreover, the racket was heavy, and it was not as comfortable as the straight racket she could hold with her left hand. Xian, play like before. You can try to use this different angle to hold the ball, so that the ball doesn't fly so high, and can cross the net. Yang Yi also tried his best to teach Lan Xian. Papa, then what about me? She saw that her little friend happily changed back to the original posture, and she asked with some confusion. Yang Yi said with a smile, you play like what Papa said just now. Whether it's the horizontal racket or the straight racket, in fact, you can play table tennis. It mainly depends on your reaction speed and the feeling of playing. Okay. I'll use the straight racket, I think it's super awesome, and those big sisters are very good at playing table tennis. She waved the racket in a decent manner, and said happily. This is called the horizontal racket, not the straight racket. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and corrected this wrong concept to his daughter. Horizontal racket? She blinked her big bright eyes, and looked at her father in confusion. The little girl couldn't hold back her words, and when she had a question, she would ask it. She saw that she stretched out her arm in confusion, and then asked, Papa, why is it the horizontal racket? You see, my hand is straight. This is a good question. Yang Yi laughed. In fact, he also felt that this naming method was a little awkward. Previously, Yang Yi had promised Lan Xian that he would bring Murphy's concert in Taiwan, which was scheduled for the beginning of June. However, for this concert, Murphy had prepared for a long time. Yang Yi had also studied and practiced with her. They had even prepared a few new songs for this concert. After all, this concert was held in Baobei City, Taiwan, which was also Murphy's hometown. It was also the place where Yang Chonggui had stayed for a few years before he went abroad. Therefore, this concert was of great significance to both Yang Yi and Murphy. It was worth mentioning that for this trip to Taiwan, although Yang Chonggui was not willing to go with them, Shi's grandfather, Mo Henian, and grandmother, Zhou Mingyu, would go back to their hometown to visit their relatives. It could be said that they were returning home with honor and glory. Therefore, at the end of May, on the Wednesday after Yang Yi had bought the table tennis table, Mo Henian and Zhou Mingyu flew back from Dezhou. They planned to visit their grandson and granddaughter first and stay in Jiangqing for more than a week. They would then go to Taiwan together the following weekend. Mo Henian rarely returned to China. Zhou Mingyu, on the other hand, had come back twice in the past year. The first time was when she had to go back to Harbor City, so she took a detour to Jiangqing to visit her grandson and granddaughter. The second time was when one of her sisters opened a clothing store in Shanghai. She came back to support her, so she also made a trip to Jiangqing. However, both times, Zhou Mingyu was in a hurry and left after a day or two. On Wednesday morning, Yang Yi and Murphy brought Tong Tong, who did not need to go to school, to the international airport in Jiangqing's Binhai district to pick up their grandparents. The old man was still dressed in a cowboy outfit. It was inconvenient to wear a cowboy hat, so he held it in his hand. However, the dark-colored checkered shirt was obviously matched by Zhou Mingyu. The color of the shirt looked mature and not old-fashioned. When they walked out of the passage, from afar, he looked like a fashionable old man who refused to admit his age. However, upon closer inspection, Mo Henian was still as stern as before. When he saw Yang Yi, he even snorted softly to express his dissatisfaction. Although the old man was a farmer in America, he was not uninformed. Of course, he knew about Yang Yi's current net worth. However, it was also because he knew that Yang Yi was definitely one of the richest men in China that Mo Henian was unhappy with Yang Yi. This was the same reaction that Mo Henian had when he first found out that Yang Yi and Murphy were together, when his son-in-law was still a poor boy. That was his first impression of Yang Yi. His grandfather was worried that his daughter would not have enough food to eat and warm clothes to wear. Now that his son-in-law had become rich, the old man was worried that the rich man would turn bad. He would be pursued by a group of women and spend all day outside. His daughter would be wronged because of this. Of course, Zhou Mingyu had also asked Murphy this question on the phone. Knowing that Yang Yi was still the same as before and had never left the three of them to spend time outside, they were relieved. However, he would still be unhappy if he had to be. Did a father-in-law need a reason to be unhappy with his son-in-law? Yang Yi had already understood the old man's character. He did not care at all. Moreover, he had even brought the family heirloom. Yang Yi took Tong Tong from Murphy's arms and smiled as he held Tong Tong's hand and said, "Tong Tong, greet Grandpa." Although they hadn't seen each other for a year, it wasn't like little Wanqing hadn't seen his grandfather before. Usually, when Mo Fei had a video call with her mother, she would pull little Wanqing over and let him say hello to her grandparents. Otherwise, how could Tong Tong have learned to call them grandpa and grandma at such a young age? However, Tong Tong was a little reserved now. It seemed that this was the first time he had seen his grandpa in person. When Yang Yi went to the US last year, Tong Tong was still too young. He was only a few months old, so how could he remember? His eyes were wide open, and he pouted his watery little mouth. He was only focused on looking at his grandpa and trying to distinguish between them, so he did not call him grandpa out loud. When he saw Tong Tong, the unhappiness in Mo Henian's eyes instantly disappeared. His stern face became gentle. He smiled and reached out his hand. "Tong Tong, come and give Grandpa a hug. Let me see if you have gained any weight." What an amazing observation angle. When Tong Tong heard this, he instinctively rejected. He turned his little head and reached out to hug his father's neck. He did not want to be hugged by anyone else. "Are you still shy?" Zhou Mingyu walked over with a smile. She also reached out her hand and said, "Tong Tong, let Grandma hug you, okay?" Of course, he could hug his grandma. Tong Tong had played with his grandma in February this year, so he had a familiar impression of her. He looked at his grandma for a while, then decisively abandoned his father and went into his grandma's arms. The little fellow was hugged by his grandma. He twisted his butt and felt that it was the same sitting position that he was familiar with. He immediately calmed down, as if he had regained his liveliness at home. He grinned and pointed with his finger as he said to his grandma, "Grandma, Mom, Papa." "Grandpa too," Murphy reminded him. Tong Tong tried to recall his grandma's and grandpa's facial shape and appearance. He nodded and said in a childish voice, "Grandpa. There's Tong Tong. Our Tong Tong is so smart. He can already speak so much." Zhou Mingyu was grinning from ear to ear. Murphy smiled and said, "Actually, he can speak a lot. For example, he can learn to say what he wants when he eats, what he wants, and what he wants." He might be a little embarrassed today, so he didn't say anything. Mo Henian watched and listened from the side. Although he was laughing happily, his heart was itching. In the end, he couldn't hold back and asked again, "Let me hug Tong Tong." "Let Grandpa hug him, okay?" Murphy hurriedly asked Tong Tong. Tong Tong's feeling of unfamiliarity faded a lot. He nodded and said, "Okay." Mo Henian's wrinkled face immediately bloomed into a smile. He reached out and picked up Tong Tong, weighed him, and patted the little fellow's butt. He looked at Tong Tong with a smile and said, "You've grown up. When Grandpa saw you last year, you were still a little thing. Now you're so heavy." "Yes, he's quite heavy. Grandma can't hold him anymore." Zhou Mingyu joked a little exaggeratedly. Then, she smiled and said to Murphy, I always feel that Tong Tong is heavier than little Lulu. Fei, do you still remember little Lulu? Your Aunt Yun's granddaughter. She's 2 months older than Tong Tong. She's not just heavy. I saw the photo she sent the day before yesterday. Our Tong Tong is even taller than her granddaughter. When Yang Yi heard this, he immediately came over and said, Dad, if you think he's heavy, let me help you carry him. Mo Henian was a little unhappy that his flattery didn't work. He held Tong Tong with one hand and waved his other hand. Go, go, go. Do whatever you need to do. I'm not so old that I can't even carry my grandson. Tong Tong didn't know whether he understood or found the bickering between his grandpa and his dad very interesting. He giggled in his grandpa's arms. It was not easy for Mo Henian to hug his grandson. Tong Tong was now full of energy and liked to run around and explore things that interested him. Therefore, the little boy was quite obedient at the airport. But when he got home, he began to be unwilling to be held and twisted his body, wanting to get down. No, no, hug. Tong Tong mumbled as he tried to break free from his grandfather's grip. Duh, and Mo Henian had no choice but to put him down. Tong Tong's happy smile returned, and he bounced his little butt as he ran to Dodo, who had just jumped down from the tree. Compared to the other two cats, Dodo's personality was cold and gentle. Usually, when Shishi's little friends came to the house, Dodo was not willing to play with them and would hide away without a trace. However, Dodo was very patient with Tong Tong. Even if Tong Tong grabbed Dodo's tail, Dodo would only turn its head to look at Tong Tong. Obviously, Dodo knew that Tong Tong was chasing after it, so it slowed down and waited for Tong Tong to catch up. Then, it twisted its tail and crawled between Tong Tong's legs. Although Tong Tong could not catch Dodo and was circled around by Dodo, this was just a game between Dodo and Tong Tong. The little guy giggled happily. Grandsons were no match for granddaughters. In the evening, Shishi came back from school. Before she got out of the car, she eagerly clung to the car window and shouted excitedly, Grandpa! Grandma! Grandpa, Grandma! After her father parked the car, the little girl jumped out of the car with her little backpack and happily pounced on Mo Henian. The old man's face immediately bloomed with a smile again and hugged this little cotton-padded jacket. I also want to hug Grandma, Shishi said with a grin. Good, good. My Shishi is so sensible. Zhou Mingyu smiled and reached out to hug Shishi. However, she almost didn't manage to hug her. After all, Shishi was already a big child. In the end, her grandmother only hugged her for a while before putting the little girl down. Shishi did not mind. After Lan Xian greeted her grandparents, she could not wait to drag them home. Each of them held one hand, and Shishi skipped in front. Zhou Mingyu's backpack. How could the old people bear to see their granddaughter carry such a heavy backpack? They could not wait to help her carry everything. Of course, when Yang Yi, who was about to send Lan Xian home, saw this scene, he secretly sighed in his heart. Luckily, the old people didn't let the old people take care of the child. Otherwise, with this kind of spoiling, Shishi will really think of herself as a little princess. Although Shishi usually liked to imagine herself as a cute little princess in her diary and sometimes when she wrote short stories, in reality, Shishi was not pretentious at all. She did not have princess syndrome at all. This could be seen from how she usually helped her parents with the housework. However, Yang Yi would not spoil the fun and criticize the old people now. After all, the old people rarely came once a year. Let them dote on their granddaughter, Shishi did not know what her father was thinking. She knew that her grandparents were coming today, so she had a lot to say. At this moment, she was talking to her grandfather with joy. Grandpa, let me tell you. Today, I told little Yu that my grandfather was coming to see me. Then little Yu asked, is your grandfather the one who has a deer at home? There's a deer at home? Mo Henian was on the farm. Usually, the farm work was complicated and busy, so he had somewhat forgotten about this matter. Fortunately, Zhou Mingyu had a good memory, so she reminded him with a smile, it's the deer that you brought back when little Yang and the others came last year. Yes. Shishi nodded and said, I also call it Little White. Because it has very beautiful white spots on its body. Oh. Henian remembered and said, that deer. Later, it grew up a little, so we put it back in the forest. I know. When Papa told me about it, I was so sad. Xixi's mood was a little low, but soon, she thought of the topic just now and giggled in high spirits. I told Little You about it. Then Little You asked, is there a deer's grandfather at home? It turned out that the little girl felt that the description of her deskmate was very interesting. Who is Little You? Zhou Mingyu asked curiously. She's my deskmate. She's also very nice, and her papa is a policeman. Xixi always felt that policemen were very powerful. With Xixi at home, the atmosphere suddenly became lively, and Tong Tong came to join in the fun. Grandpa, let me show you a ping-pong performance. After asking her grandparents to sit down, Xixi ran to the side hall excitedly and took her ping-pong paddle and a light ping-pong ball. Wow, this is awesome. Xixi, you can play ping-pong now? Zhou Mingyu applauded with a smile and praised. Hee, yes. I'm the one who learned it. Dad also taught me. The little girl shook her little but embarrassedly and said shyly, Grandma, if I don't play well, can you let me try again? I've just started learning. Of course, Grandma will accompany you and watch you play ping-pong. You can play it very well. Zhou Mingyu said with a smile, don't worry, Grandma is looking forward to it. So, Xixi performed a ping-pong ball for her grandparents. It had to be said that although Xixi was a beginner, her reaction speed was not bad. Moreover, she exercised with her father every day, so her body coordination was also very good. She performed 20 ping-pong balls for the first time. Yes. That's very good. Zhou Mingyu was a little surprised and applauded for Xixi with a smile. Actually, I can do 32 at most. Xixi pursed her lips and explained seriously. Mo Henian said loudly, then continue to work hard and break your record. Don't talk about this. The child is already doing very well. How old is Xixi? Zhou Mingyu said angrily. She was worried that her granddaughter would be tired. After Xixi continued to perform table tennis excitedly for a while, Mo Fei, who had just come over with a plate of fruit, smiled and said, Xixi, since you have performed for Grandpa and Grandma, why don't you let your younger brother perform for Grandpa and Grandma? Okay. Xixi agreed without hesitation. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, but soon she fell into hesitation. But, what should my brother perform? Without waiting for Murphy's reminder, Xixi's eyes suddenly lit up. She giggled and said, I know. My brother can dance. Under the expectant gazes of Mo Henian and Zhou Mingyu, Xixi ran to her father and asked for his phone. Yang Yi's phone had songs in it. Xixi found the song The King Sent Me to Patrol the Mountains that she had recorded with her father a few years ago and clicked play. Not only were the lyrics funny, but the melody was also very rhythmic. It was like a dance song that made people want to stand up and dance. When Tong Tong heard the song, his eyes lit up. He even waved his little hand happily. Brother, get up. Let's dance for Grandpa. Xixi put her phone on the coffee table and excitedly pulled Tong Tong up from the carpet. After little Momo stood up, he looked up at his sister. When he saw his sister twisting and dancing, his interest was completely aroused. He giggled and raised his little hands high, as if he was dancing ballet. However, his feet were dancing in small steps like tap dancing. With a twist and a twist, Xiao Tianguan danced happily. It even giggled as it circled around its sister. Although it was an impromptu and random dance by the little girl, the excitement still made the two elders laugh heartily. Yang Yi and Mo Fei also sat on the side. While watching, they smiled at each other and held each other's hands. This song was actually very meaningful to Murphy and Yang Yi. The first time Yang Yi sang this song for Xixi was the morning after Yang Yi proposed to Murphy. At that time, they were still living in the small building above the coffee shop. After that, Murphy also practiced this song with Xixi and sang it for Yang Yi on his birthday. Listening to it now, it was full of memories. Xixi, who was still a little girl at that time, was now a big sister who could dance with her little brother. Of course, no matter how fast time passed, the wonderful thing was that the family was still happy together. After Yang Yi bought the ping-pong table, Xixi wanted to invite her friends over to play ping-pong. Although Grandpa and Grandma were coming over to stay this week, she didn't think it would affect her. She still sent out invitations to her friends in high spirits. On Saturday morning, Lu Xiaoyu, Yu Xiaowei, Qin Shiyun, and Nan Jiaoyu were all sent over by their parents. The only exception was Yang Luoqi. The little girl had relatives coming over today, so she couldn't leave. Nan Jiaoyu was the last to arrive. As soon as he entered, he saw Mo Henian, who was holding a pair of large scissors and trimming the flower bed. The old man glanced at him and coolly pressed down on the front of his cowboy hat with his finger. The corner of his mustached mouth curled up slightly, and it could be considered a cowboy greeting. Whose gardener is so cool? Nan Jiaoyu was dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze, as if a few Remingtons were poking at him, stupidly motionless. Jiaoyu. You're here too. She cheered and happily welcomed him with her friends. Lu Xiaoyu bounced beside Xi and said with a smile, Nan Jiaoyu, you're being rude. You didn't even greet Xi's grandfather when you saw him. Nan Jiaoyu finally came back to his senses after being reminded by his friends. He scratched his head and looked at Mo Henian a little embarrassedly. He said softly, hello, Grandpa. No, you're not calling him Grandpa. Yu Xiaowei, who was 2 years older, corrected him rigidly. She calls him Grandpa, but we should call Xi's grandpa, Grandpa Mo. That's more polite. She didn't think much of it at first. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Sister Xiaowei in surprise. Not only was she surprised, but she also admired her. Sister Xiaowei knows so much. It's because I read a lot of books. It's okay, Xi. You can read more extracurricular books in the future, and you'll know a lot of things. Yu Xiaowei honestly explained and comforted Xi, as if she was afraid that Xi would be discouraged. Seeing this, Nan Jiaoyu could only obediently change his greeting, hello, Grandpa Mo. Yes, they're all good kids. Mo Henian couldn't be serious. He smiled and pointed at the villa. Go inside and play. Your Granny Zhou has prepared a lot of snacks that she brought back from America. Yes. Let me tell you, it's delicious. I've eaten a lot these few days. Lan Xian's eyes lit up and she shouted, let's go back to the house. Thus, the children chatted and laughed and ran back like a swarm of bees. Lan Xian led the way while Xi blended into the crowd. At first glance, Lan Xian looked more like the owner than Xi. However, on Thursday morning, when Lan Xian came to school with Xi tried some American chocolates, soft candies, nuts, and other snacks that she didn't have time to take out for her the night before. After that, she couldn't wait to stay at Xi's house. Zhou Mingyu was very enthusiastic about the children. She took out a few cans of snacks and asked the children to eat. If Yang Yu wasn't worried that they would eat too many snacks and not have an appetite for lunch, the children would probably be eating snacks for the whole morning. It was a pity that Zhou Mingyu couldn't spend more time with the children. After she greeted them for a while, she took her bag and said goodbye to the children. Then, she went to the studio's recording studio with Murphy to practice singing. Yang Yi also prepared a new song for her. When the time came, Murphy would invite her mother to sing this new song with her at her concert in Taiwan. This was a small gift that Yang Yi and Murphy prepared for Zhou Mingyu. Zhou Mingyu used to be a small singer, but she wasn't very famous in Harbor City. Naturally, she didn't have many opportunities to hold a concert. Murphy's gift could be said to be helping her mother realize her dream. You all can play in the house first. Your Grandpa Mo and I are trimming the branches next to the table tennis table. When it's done, I'll let you play table tennis. Xi, you have to take care of your brother and play with Momo. Okay? Yang Yi reminded the little guys. Although Mo Henian couldn't stay idle and wanted to do something, Yang Yi couldn't leave his father-in-law to work outside alone. He greeted the children and walked out of the door again. This was nothing. The children were playing in the house, and he and Mo Henian were working in the yard. They could take care of them, so there was no need for them to sneak out of the yard. Moreover, Xi's friends were quite well behaved. They had come to the house to play so many times, so they could be considered regular guests. Yang Yi was more at ease. After Yang Yi went out, the children began to discuss heatedly again. Wow, Xi, your grandparents are really cool. Chen Shiyun said enviously, my grandparents aren't so awesome. They're all old. Yu Xiaowei nodded and said in agreement, that's right. My grandmother is also at home, but I still feel that Cici's grandfather and grandmother look young. I like Xishi's grandfather very much. He's very handsome, and he wears a hat. Nan Zhaoyu's eyes were blurred, and he sighed with fascination. Let me tell you, my grandfather also bought a cowboy hat for my brother and me. When Xishi heard her grandfather and grandmother being praised, she also felt honored. She said with a smile, it's my grandfather's farm. Many people wear cowboy hats because the sun is very hot. Xishi felt that it was not enough to just talk about it, so she ran upstairs excitedly. In the master bedroom and the guest bedroom, she found her and her brother's cowboy hats and took them down to show them to her friends. Tong Tong was originally in Yu Xiaowei's arms. Yu Xiaowei was 2 years older than Xishi. Although she was not much taller than Xishi, she was much more mature than Xishi. Tong Tong felt very comfortable being carried by Yu Xiaowei, and he did not struggle to get down from the sofa. He was playing with a toy car in his hand, and Sister Xiaowei held another one for him. Little Wanqing felt that he cooperated very well with Sister Xiaowei. He stuffed the little cart in his hand into Sister Xiaowei's hand, and Sister Xiaowei helped him hold it. If he wanted to change to another one, Sister Xiaowei would also obediently let go of her hand. So comfortable. At this moment, Tong Tong heard some noise and saw his biological sister running down the stairs wearing a cowboy hat. She was holding a small cowboy hat in her hand. Tong Tong immediately recognized the small cowboy hat. There was a simple drawing of a cow's head on it. His father had drawn it for him. The hat. The little guy grinned and pointed to his cowboy hat. Yes, cried the little guy. Yes, it's yours. She walked over and helped her brother put on the hat. She even naughtily covered her brother's eyes with the brim of the hat. Then, she giggled and ran away. Luckily, Yu Xiaowei was also smiling as she helped Tong Tong adjust the hat. Tong Tong did not know what he was thinking. He took the hat off his head and grabbed it with his small hand. Then, he turned around and crawled out of Sister Xiaowei's arms. This little fellow took advantage of his young and ignorant age to grab Sister Xiaowei's clothes and stand up in Sister Xiaowei's arms. Luckily, Yu Xiaowei had a gentle personality, so she did not push him away. Tong Tong's eyes curved into crescents. After he stood up, he looked at Sister Xiaowei's pretty face and grinned foolishly for a while. Then, he put the hat on Sister Xiaowei. The hat was naturally not suitable for Yu Xiaowei, so it could not cover her head. However, Yu Xiaowei did not mind. She could feel Tong Tong's friendliness, so she pursed her lips and smiled gently. Tong Tong was quite satisfied with his wonderful idea. After he received Sister Xiaowei's response, he happily waved his 2 small hands and giggled with her. The happiness on this side was faint, but Xishi's side was much more lively. Xishi, help me put it on. Chen Shiyun shouted excitedly. I want to try it on too. Lu Xiaoyu also said excitedly. Including Nan Zhaoyu, who admired the cowboy costume, the few children fought to be the first to put on the cowboy hat. After they put it on, they tried to act cool. Xishi, can you take a picture for me? Chen Shiyun was the first to put on the hat. She made a cool pose and asked, still not satisfied. Xishi had a camera, and Xishi knew how to take pictures. This was nothing new among these children. Okay. Xishi answered sweetly. But I have to go upstairs to get my camera. I'll go with you. I want to take a picture with your doll. Chen Shiyun shouted. I'll go too. Thus, the little fellows ran up like a swarm of bees. While the children were playing in the villa, Yang Yi was wearing a straw hat and holding on to a ladder as he accompanied Mo Henian to trim the branches and flowers in the yard. It had to be said that the weather today was indeed hot. Although Yang Yi and the old man were wearing wide-brimmed hats, their backs were soaked in the hot sun. Dad, do you want to take a break? Let me help you. Yang Yi said with a smile as he stood on the lawn and held on to the ladder. No need. You're still young and haven't done any heavy work. Mo Henian panted slightly as he scolded them. Yang Yi could only smile bitterly and didn't dare to talk back. The old man's temper was a little stubborn. Actually, there were specialized gardeners in the villa area who would come every week to trim the flowers and plants. However, the frequency of this kind of tree trimming was not that high. Usually, they would only come by once every month or two. Of course, if you wanted, you could get someone to help you with the gardening at any time as long as you paid. However, as an American farm owner, Mohenian was used to being self-sufficient and working with other cowboys. He just rolled up his sleeves and started doing it himself. It had to be mentioned that although Mohenian and Yang Chonggue were both stubborn and didn't like to be extravagant in their lives, there was still a difference between them. Mohenian liked to ponder over the details while Yang Chonggue, although an old man from the countryside, was still a proud young master in his bones. If it was the same kind of gardening work, if Yang Yi suggested that the whole family roll up their sleeves and get it done, the two old men might help out. However, just like before, if Yang Yi suggested that the gardeners do the work, Mohenian would complain about it and feel that the others couldn't do it as well as he could. On the other hand, Yang Chonggue would probably just nod his head casually and walk away with his hands behind his back. The attitude of a young master from a big family would inadvertently reveal a little at this time. Of course, this was a little far-fetched. Yang Yi still had to think of a way to convince his father-in-law. "Dad, I'm also from the countryside. Why don't you take a break first and have a sip of tea under the shade of a tree and watch how I do? Since you have experience, wouldn't it be better to give me some pointers from the side?" Yang Yi said with a smile. Mohenian pondered for a moment. "This idea is not bad. Teach this kid a lesson. Otherwise, when I return to the US, who will work for me? Moreover, he could also temper this brat's temperament." "Humph, so what if he's a billionaire? Isn't he my son-in-law?" Thus, Mohenian came down. He sipped a few mouthfuls of tea under the awning at the side. Unable to stay idle, he came over to help Yang Yi hold the ladder. While giving Yang Yi pointers, he chatted with Yang Yi. "Mommy is too young, so I won't talk about it. How do you plan to arrange Shishi's education?" Mohenian asked. "The country has been developing well these years, but when it comes to education, I always feel that it's a little lacking. Over the years, many of Baobei's relatives have approached me to find out more about sending their children overseas. If you plan to send her overseas to study, I can also contact a good school for you. Over the years, I've helped the family a lot. I know which schools are good and which are not." Although Yang Yi did not think that overseas schools were good, the old man did mean well. Thus, he pondered for a moment before replying with a smile, "Dad, Shishi is actually quite happy to be studying in the country now. You see, she has so many friends. If you ask her to study in the US all of a sudden, she probably won't be able to adapt and won't be able to leave these good friends behind. Also, we've arranged for her to go to the best private school in the country. The teaching resources there are not bad. Therefore, I think that if the goal is to broaden her horizons, it's better to let her finish her basic education in the country. She can then consider going overseas for her future studies." Mohenian did not really mind. He nodded slightly, agreeing with Yang Yi's arrangement. Children indeed need to have more social interactions. The children on our farm often run around with the children in town. In terms of character, they are much better than the children in the city who stay at home all day. Look at the US, there are so many autistic children. Mohenian sighed as he spoke. It was unknown whether he was wiping sweat or feeling sad. He gently wiped the corners of his eyes before saying, "When Shishi was overseas, Murphy said that she was worried that she would not dare to play with other children because she did not have a father. She was afraid that she would be autistic. Now that I see so many of her friends coming over to play with her and smiling so happily, I'm relieved." Although the old man didn't criticize Yang Yi, his words still faintly revealed a hint of resentment. In the past 2 years, it had faded quite a bit, but thinking back to that time, Mohenian still felt a little unhappy. Yang Yi remained silent for a while before saying softly, "Dad, don't worry. We're heading in the right direction now. Things are already very good now. In the future, our lives will definitely get better." The autistic young lady that the grandfather was worried about was currently surrounded by a group of children laughing and joking. Shishi, I want to take a picture with the panda." Nanjiaoyu, who was wearing Shishi's cowboy hat, waved at Shishi, who was holding her card camera, as he walked excitedly to the large panda doll placed beside the bed. Lan Xian, who was digging through Shishi's bookshelf, saw this and immediately shouted, No, this is what I want to take later. I want to take a cowboy picture with the panda. Alright then, you take a picture with the panda. I'll look for something else. Nanjiao could only pout and change his target. Xi, on the other hand, enthusiastically helped him find a doll. In her super big bedroom, there was no lack of all kinds of dolls. Xiaoyu, how about this? I once bought it from my papa. It's 18 little monk dolls. Xi excitedly took out 18 palm-sized dolls from the cabinet and shook them in front of Nanjiao. Don't be fooled by the appearance of these 18 little monk dolls. In fact, they were from a very popular domestic cartoon. Each little monk was made into a cartoon image. They were very cute and were very popular among children. In order to buy these 18 little dolls, Xi pestered her father for a long time before her father agreed to exchange a very small amount of gold coins for the entire set of dolls. Okay. Xi, help me set it up. Nanjiao really liked it. He stood beside the desk in high spirits with his hands in his pockets, making a pose. At this time, Lan Xian finally found a jar of nut snacks on Xi's bookshelf that she put there 2 days ago. There were almonds, cashews, peeled macadamia nuts, and so on. They all tasted very good. Lan Xian was worried that if she brought them home, her parents wouldn't let her eat them, so she hid them at Xi's place. However, she was very generous to her good friends. Moreover, since it was such a big jar, Lan Xian felt that it wouldn't be a problem to share some with everyone. Therefore, after the little girl took it out, she acted as if it was her own home and asked her friends to eat. Xian, help me get some, I want to take a picture. Nanjiao saw that everyone was eating and praising the snacks. He also felt a little hungry, so he quickly called out. I'm coming, I'm coming. Lan Xian grabbed a few cashews and ran over noisily. She glanced at Nanjiao standing with his hands in his pockets and said enthusiastically, come on, open your mouth. I'll let you eat. Nanjiao opened his mouth, and Lan Xian directly stuffed all the cashews into Nanjiao's mouth. Suddenly, Nanjiao could only whimper. His mouth was stuffed full and he couldn't speak. Xi was busy setting up the little monk. She looked up and saw this scene. She couldn't help but giggle and say, Xiaoyu, you can't take pictures like this. It's too ugly. Nanjiao still couldn't speak. He could only chew hard with an embarrassed look on his face. At this time, Lu Xiaoyu wandered over to Xi's dressing table near the bathroom in her big bedroom. Hey, Xi, what's this? Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. She found a set of makeup tools on the dressing table that she had never seen in Xi's room before. Here. Compared to the liveliness upstairs, the living room downstairs was much quieter. Yu Xiaowei was sitting on the sofa, and in front of her, little Momo was flipping through his toy basket. Fortunately, the little guy was wearing pants today, and not just wrapped in a diaper and wandering around. Tong Tong wanted to play with Sister Xiaowei, so he took out all his toys. There were some transformable Autobots, various car models, robot models, and some dolls that he got from his sister. After searching for a while, he stood up excitedly and took out his favorite Autobot and passed it to Sister Xiaowei. Okay. Yu Xiaowei's voice was soft and gentle, and Tong Tong felt comfortable listening to it. However, when he saw that Sister Xiaowei was only holding the Autobot in her arms, he became anxious. No. Tong Tong waved his little hand and walked over. He pouted his little mouth and taught Sister Xiaowei how to play. Oh, so you can transform like this. Sister Xiaowei's surprised voice rang in his ears. Tong Tong raised his little head and looked at Sister Xiaowei's face. He grinned happily. I have this. Tong Tong excitedly took out another transformable robot and gestured with Sister Xiaowei. He wanted to use these two toys to fight with Sister Xiaowei, but Sister Xiaowei did not understand. He could only try his best to explain with his hands and feet. Yu Xiaowei and Tong Tong played downstairs for a while. Tong Tong was still in high spirits, but Yu Xiaowei was a little reserved. Why isn't Xi coming down yet? Yu Xiaowei turned around on the sofa uneasily and turned her head to look at the stairs. Xi and Tong Tong had been upstairs for too long, and this made Yu Xiaowei feel very insecure. After all, this was not her own home. Although there was still a little girl who pestered her to play, Without her best friend, Yu Xiaowei felt like she was lost in a maze when she was alone in such a big house. Finally, Yu Xiaowei could not stand it anymore. She stood up from the sofa and reached out her right hand. She whispered, "Mommy, let's go upstairs and find Xi, your sister, okay? Don't play with the toys anymore?" Tong Tong blinked and put down the robot in his hands. He naturally held Sister Xiaowei's hand and climbed upstairs step by step with her. She would not have known if she did not look, but when she did, she was shocked. Pushing open the door to Cixi's master bedroom, Yu Xiaowei was instantly dumbfounded. She saw her friends who had completely changed. Chen Shiyun's eyebrows were drawn thickly, and she was also wearing lipstick. Moreover, it was a dark blood-red lipstick. However, Chen Shiyun did not know how to apply lipstick at all. She painted the skin around her mouth bright red, making it look as if her mouth was a size bigger. Lan Xian had also put on some makeup. She loved eyebrow pencil and eyeshadow. That's right, she had drawn herself into the shape of a panda. She had huge dark circles under her eyes and looked silly, but she didn't mind at all. Instead, she proudly showed it off. The most flirtatious was Nan Jiaoyu. Wait, what happened? 10 minutes ago, Lu Xiaoyu found a set of makeup tools on the dressing table. Xi's dressing table only had some skincare products and hairbands. Lu Xiaoyu screamed as if she had discovered a new continent. Due to the nature of Lu Xiaoyu's work and family habits, Lu Xiaoyu's parents had always been barefaced and did not wear makeup, so Lu Xiaoyu found it very novel. Lan Xian ran over first. After taking a look, she replied loudly, "These are makeup tools. Lipstick, eyebrow pencil. My mom has them too." Cixi, who was arranging the little monk doll, raised her head and glanced at it. She giggled and said, "This is my mama's. Because my grandmother's mirror is very small. Mama and my grandmother put on makeup here." To be exact, Zhou Mingyu was the one who taught Murphy how to put on makeup. When it came to fashion, whether it was clothes or makeup choices, Murphy could not compare to Zhou Mingyu. While she was taking photos of Nan Jiaoyu, the other girls were excitedly trying out the makeup products. Chen Shiyun and Lu Xiaoyu were the most curious. Lan Xian casually opened a lipstick and applied it on Lu Xiaoyu's hand to let her feel the color. "Wow, it's so beautiful." Lu Xiaoyu really liked this kind of shiny pink color. As a result, their exploration of cosmetics went out of control. 10 minutes later, Yu Xiaowei went upstairs and saw the scene. The three girls were not the only ones who put on makeup. Xi was not spared either. The little girl's forehead was drawn with an eyebrow pencil. Then, she asked Lan Xian to draw 3 whiskers on each side of her face with pink lipstick. Hee hee. Lu Xiaoyu giggled and said, Xi, you look like a tiger." "No, I'm a cat. A very cute cat." Xi opened her 2 paws and played with Lu Xiaoyu, who had put on lipstick and smoky makeup by accident. Of course, the girls had all put on makeup, so how could Nan Jiaoyu be spared? He subconsciously wanted to escape, but in the end, he was pressed onto the dressing table by Chen Shiyun. Chen Shiyun and Lan Xian excitedly carried out a tragic makeup experiment on his face. "This powder is good. When we performed in kindergarten, the teacher put it on our faces. I remember. Use this to put it on. Is there any black lipstick? I think black lips look good too." Chen Shiyun muttered. "How can there be black lipstick? Lipsticks are all red." Lan Xian said. Xi listened to their discussion and her eyes lit up. She came over and suggested, "I have an idea. We can use this black pen." When Yu Xiaowei came in with Tong Tong, Xi and the girls were still working on Nan Jiaoyu's face in full swing. However, the scene in front of Yu Xiaowei was enough to make her dumbfounded. "What's going on? How long has it been? Why do the girls look like they just came back from a trip to the fairy's cave? Their appearances have all changed." Tong Tong's eyes widened. He didn't react for a moment. If he hadn't been so close to Sister Xiaowei's thigh, he would have run away when he saw these strange people. "Sister Xiaowei, come in and play with us." Xi had been looking at Nan Jiaoyu's appearance and laughing happily. Now that she heard the commotion behind her, she excitedly waved at Yu Xiaowei. For Xi and the girls, the significance of putting on makeup was nothing more than playing around. Perhaps they didn't even feel like they were putting on makeup. Instead, they felt like they were scribbling. It was just like painting. The makeup was their brushes and paints, and their faces were their natural canvas. What could be more interesting than painting where they could let their imagination run wild? Of course, Yu Xiaowei was 2 years older than Xixi and the girls, so she faintly felt that it was inappropriate for them to be fooling around like this. However, she wasn't a tough person. When her friends called her, she pursed her lips and joined in. Little brother wants to draw too. Little brother wants to be a kitten like me. Xixi hugged Tong Tong and giggled. Tong Tong carefully looked at his sister in front of him. He finally recognized his sister. When he let out a long sigh of relief, he clapped his hands and chuckled. Oh, how did my sister become like this? Yang Yi was trimming the branches outside. After he replaced his father-in-law, he sped up. After a while, he finished trimming the trees beside the swimming pool and the table tennis table. Mo Henian didn't stay idle either. He swept the cut branches and leaves to one side. Only the front yard was left. Yang Yi asked his father-in-law to go back to the house to rest. Then he planned to call the kids, who had been clamoring to play table tennis since the morning, out to play. However, when he returned to the house, Yang Yi was surprised to find that there was no one in the living room. You guys. What did you do? It wasn't easy for Yang Yi to find someone in the master bedroom. In the end, when he saw these little demons and ghosts, he almost couldn't believe his eyes, including Cece. Were these little guys captured by the demons and released after changing their appearances? Yang Yi originally wanted to scold them, but when he saw the excited and nervous expressions on their colorful faces, he couldn't bring himself to reprimand them. He felt both angry and amused at the same time. In the end, Yang Yi pointed at the little ones, who had all kinds of makeup on their faces, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, all of you, hey, come out and stand in a row for me to see. After the commotion died down, Cece, Xianxia, and the others finally realized that they seemed to have gotten into trouble. They lowered their little heads and shuffled to the side with embarrassed expressions on their faces. Since they had to stand in a row, they hoped to stand in a corner so that they would receive less attention. On the other side were Lu Xiaoyu, Qin Shiyun, and Nan Zhaoyu. In the middle was only Yu Xiaowei and Tong Tong, who was quietly hiding beside Sister Xiaowei's legs. Tong Tong also felt that something was wrong. He tried to hide behind a tall sister, thinking that he could avoid his father's sight. However, he didn't expect that they would end up in the middle, and Tong Tong would naturally appear in his father's line of sight. Yang Yi widened his eyes and pointed at Tong Tong, who looked like a little kitten, and said, Hey, you're here too. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tong Tong also had a few strands of his beard, but perhaps because he felt uncomfortable, Tong Tong unintentionally wiped it. In the end, the color became a mess on his face, and there were lipstick stains on his sleeves. Being laughed at by his father, Tong Tong embarrassedly hid behind Sister Xiaowei and smeared some lipstick stains on Sister Xiaowei's clothes. Yu Xiaowei's expression was the most flustered. She felt that Yang Yi was going to fly into a rage when he asked them to stand in a row. Yu Xiaowei, who was more mature, felt very guilty at this moment. Her eyebrows drooped, and her eyes were red with tears. Yu Xiaowei didn't notice Tong Tong hiding behind her at all. Her heart was in a mess, and she almost burst into tears. Xiaowei, why are you crying? Yang Yi squatted down and rubbed Tong Tong's hair in annoyance and amusement. Just now, he thought that Yu Xiaowei's face was red because she was wearing makeup. Moreover, as soon as he asked this question, Yu Xiaowei sniffled and tears fell from her eyes. Hearing that Yu Xiaowei was crying, Cece and Xianxia, who were trying their best to hide to the side, no longer cared about themselves. They quickly surrounded Yu Xiaowei and said with concern, Oh, Sister Xiaowei, don't cry. Fortunately, the current Yu Xiaowei was no longer the Yu Xiaowei that Xixi had just met last year. The Yu Xiaowei was a lot more cheerful and was willing to explain. Uncle Yang. The little girl sobbed and explained, Don't be angry, okay? I know I was wrong. Please don't stop me from playing with Xixi. It turned out that Yu Xiaowei had been frightened by Yang Yi. Yang, I didn't do anything. Perhaps because Yu Xiaowei was antisocial when she was young, she didn't like to play with other children. Other adults also thought that she was mentally ill, so they told their children, Don't play with that Yu Xiaowei. These things had left a deep shadow in her heart. Now, Yu Xiaowei was also very scared. She was worried that she would be too naughty this time and make Uncle Yang Yi say such things. Of course, Yang Yi wouldn't do that. He had originally made the little fellows stand in a row because he wanted to see how much trouble they were causing. At the same time, he wanted to reason with them. But now that he saw Yu Xiaowei so scared, he was too embarrassed to blame them. How could it be? Why wouldn't Uncle let you play with Xixi? Yang Yi smiled and said, you and Xixi are very good friends. Yes, Sister Xiaowei and I are very, very good friends. Cici hurriedly nodded at the side. When she saw that Yu Xiaowei was crying, she was also a little worried. The originally cute kitten was now worried and pitiful. She mustered up her courage and said, Papa, don't be angry with Sister Xiaowei, okay? You can be angry with me. It's my fault. It's also my fault. I used Xixi's grandma's cosmetics first. Lan Xian also stood by her little friend and supported her. She hesitated for a moment, then pouted and said, Papa Yang, how about you punish me by not allowing me to eat snacks for a week? But don't blame Sister Xiaowei, okay? These two little girls, they're starting to talk about loyalty. Yang Yi still had a bit of the underworld aura. Of course, he appreciated Xixi and Lan Xian's bravery. However, in order not to let the little guys have too much psychological burden, especially Lu Xiaoyu and Nan Zhaoyu, who were still scared and didn't dare to say a word, Yang Yi smiled and said, who said that I want to blame you when I let you stand in a row? Of course, it's still wrong for you to play with other people's cosmetics privately. It's just that this is the first time you've made a mistake, so I forgive you. Yang Yi glanced at the card camera that Xixi put next to him, then smiled and took it. He shook it at them and said proudly, but since you've already painted your faces like this, you can't let it go to waste, right? Uncle Yang will take a photo of each of you as a souvenir. Okay? Take a photo? Okay. Okay. Xixi saw that her father wasn't angry anymore, so she immediately became happy and rushed to answer. Lan Xian also shouted excitedly, I want to take a photo too. Papa Yang, take 2 more photos of Zhaoyu. We've painted him the most. Nan Zhaoyu's cheeks were covered in rose-colored blush. This blush was rarely used, because Nan Zhaoyu's cheeks looked like they were floating in the high plains. In addition to the blush, his lips were still black, as if he had eaten something poisonous. The most flirtatious thing was that some little girl suddenly had the idea to paint pink lipstick on his eyebrows and the eyelids under them. Yang Yi couldn't bear to look at this scene. However, Nan Zhaoyu didn't resist. He just scratched his head shyly and whispered, Uncle Yang, these photos, can you not let my father see them? Yang Yi held back his laughter and said, it's okay, I'll take photos for you and save them. When you grow up and don't remember this, I'll show them to you and let you see how you played around in your childhood. I'll let you be happy now, but in the future, you'll be dumbfounded. Yang Yi thought evilly in his heart. Papa, do you want to take photos for little brother? Obviously, Xixi's attention wasn't here at the moment, so she asked curiously. Of course, how can I leave Momo behind? Yang Yi laughed. Then, I want to redraw little brother's face. His face was erased, so it doesn't look good. Xixi looked at her father with pleading eyes and said, Papa, give us a little more time, okay? Of course, do as you please. Yang Yi generously waved his hand and said cheerfully. Tong Tong blinked innocently, his little hand was still holding Sister Xiaowei's clothes. Yu Xiaowei had stopped sobbing. When she heard that Uncle Yang didn't blame her, she felt that the atmosphere among her friends had become warm again. She was happy and touched, so she pursed her lips and smiled. In the evening, the children who had washed off their faces were taken home by their parents, while Yang Yi was at home, being chased by the flustered and exasperated Murphy. No, honey, listen to me, the situation was out of control at that time. When I saw their faces were red from the makeup, I was dumbfounded, so how could I stop them in time? Yang Yi chuckled as she ran for her life. But don't worry, I've already left evidence. When they grow up in the future, you can take these photos to them. Tell them, quickly compensate Auntie for her cosmetics. You're still quibbling, you must have a part in it too. Murphy angrily chased after him and angrily said, last time, in the TV station's lounge, who was the one who broke several of my lipsticks? Cough, it's such a long time ago, why are you still bringing it up? Yang Yi dryly laughed. Humph, Yang Yi, you're a man with a criminal record, I don't believe your nonsense at all. You're framing the children, Xianxia is fine, but you're framing Momo. I don't believe it. I'm innocent. Ah. Murphy's concert at Baobei Station had been closely watched by the media for almost half a month. If it was just a normal concert, even if Murphy was the most popular diva in the Chinese music industry, it would still be difficult to attract the media's attention. However, according to the venue in Taiwan, Yang Yi had spent a lot of money to set up special effects that were comparable to the Spring Festival Gala for this concert. In addition, Taiwan was Mo Fei's hometown, so this situation was not a secret. Naturally, the media was very curious about what kind of tricks Yang Yi would play in this concert. In addition to the equipment at the venue, there were also many interesting news reports. For example, the 6 people of the Limit Challenge had already arrived in Baodao. In addition to recording a special episode, their agent also revealed that the 6 people of the Limit Challenge, including Yang Huan and Zhu Jia, would be attending Mo Fei's Baobei Station concert as special guests. Another example was that a reporter had received an affirmative answer from Xianxia. I received an invitation, so of course I will attend. I will attend all 3 events. In addition to Xianxia, there were also Taiwanese singers, Qin Yu, who had gained a new lease of life through I Am a Singer, and Yang Yi's own group of folk singers, 1000 Miles Creek Tree, who were currently popular with folk music fans. They all announced their itineraries on micro-broadcasting. See you at Baobei. Obviously, this was a very high-standard concert. Not only were the Taiwanese fans excited, but the other fans who had gotten tickets to this concert also couldn't wait to book tickets to Taiwanese. They even expanded their itinerary to include sightseeing and food. After all, Taiwanese was famous for its tourism resources. Just like before, on Friday afternoon, after Xianxia and Lan Xian finished school, Yang Yi picked up the 2 girls. They didn't need to go home, so they left Wuhu District directly and went to the airport in Binhai District to meet up with Murphy, Tong Tong, and the 2 elders. This time, Murphy went with the big group because the concert was scheduled for next Monday. In fact, Monday to Wednesday was the Dragon Boat Festival holiday. With the 2-day weekend, this short holiday was enough for many fans to arrange their itineraries. Of course, since Murphy was leaving now, there was enough time for her to arrange the rehearsals for the concert. Taking a plane was nothing special. After all, it took less than 2 hours to fly from Jiangqing to Baobei. It was much more comfortable than flying from Jiangqing to Chengdu. This time, Tong didn't feel sleepy when she got off the plane. She was in her mother's arms and she looked around energetically at the fans and reporters who came to pick her up. It was so lively. Outside the airport, it was simply a sea of people. Little Momo was curious and nervous as she lay in her mother's arms. She didn't dare to move, but her round eyes kept moving around and looking around. Taiwan was Murphy's hometown after all. The number of fans who came to pick her up was several times larger than the number who came to pick her up in Chengdu. The local police had already been dispatched to maintain order. However, it had to be said that although there were a lot of fans outside the airport, they were all very well-mannered. They did not crowd out through the passage that was guarded by the police. They just stood where they were and happily held up the flags, slogans, and even lit up support signs that they had prepared. The words on the signs were quite interesting. Murphy, welcome home. Murphy, you are the pride of Taiwan's children. Yang Yi, Treasure Island's son-in-law, multi-talented, we love you. This big slogan even had rhymes. Unfortunately, they just held it up and didn't shout it out. There were also support signs with Xianxia and Tong Tong's names. It seemed like these were really hardcore fans. When Murphy saw this scene, she was so touched that she couldn't help but cover her mouth with one hand. Her eyes were glistening with tears. When she was young, she used to come back to Taiwan during the holidays. However, after she debuted, she was very busy with work. Moreover, Taiwan's entertainment industry was leaning towards China, so she rarely came back to her hometown. She really didn't expect that her hometown fans would prepare such a big welcome ceremony for her. When Yang Yi saw this, he let the 2 elders hold on to Xianxia and Lan Xian while he took over Tong Tong. He wanted to give Murphy some space to thank her fans. However, they didn't expect that the surprise wasn't just limited to these slogans. Before Murphy walked up to say something, someone in the line of fans suddenly shouted, 3, 2, 1. After the countdown ended, hundreds of fans sang Murphy's song in unison. For you, I used half a year's savings to cross the ocean to see you. This song was written by Xianxia for Murphy. It could be considered one of her famous songs, so it was very appropriate to use it here. In an instant, Murphy, Xianxia, and Zhou Mingyu, who were behind her, were all touched. Thank you everyone. Murphy smiled as she wiped away her tears. She wasn't good with words, so she didn't know how to thank them. She could only bow gently and say, thank you for your constant support. In the future, I will definitely come back often. If there is a chance, I will continue to hold concerts in Taiwan. As it was inconvenient to bring the children and elders, Xianxia and Murphy thanked their fans and got into the nanny van driven by the bodyguards. The nanny van slowly drove out of the airport. The fans behind them didn't disperse for a long time. Returning home in glory, this is how it should be. Earlier, Mo Henian didn't say a word and solemnly acted like a family head. However, when he got into the car and the windows were slowly closed, he couldn't help but sigh. Old Master Mo had a big farm in America and was considered a successful person in his hometown. However, when compared to the attention that Murphy received when she came back, the difference was obvious. Papa, how is this returning home in glory? I'm just here to hold a concert. Mo Fei shook her head and said honestly, I'm not here to show off in front of the villagers. Mo Henian was fuming, but before he could say anything, Zhou Mingyu pulled Murphy's hand and said with a smile, just let him show off for a while. This person is usually very prideful. It's rare to have a chance to show off, so of course, he has to grab it. How am I showing off? Mo Henian said resentfully, when am I prideful? You don't understand. This time, they didn't have to stay in a hotel. Mo Henian had an ancestral house in Baobei. Although it looked old, more than 10 years ago, Mo Henian had made some money from his farm in America and had come back to renovate it. However, although the renovations were done by others, the interior design and structure of the house and yard were all done by Mo Henian himself. With his architectural design ability, his old profession, this small courtyard was also a unique place. Moreover, as they planned to come back to live in these few days, Mo Henian had asked his relatives to come over and help clean and tidy up the house. Therefore, as far as the eye could see, the house was clean and the yard was like a garden, with green plants and paths complementing each other beautifully. Lan Xian, who was picky, couldn't stop praising, wow, what a beautiful house. Xian, can I stay in the same room as you? Cece's footsteps were light as she ran ahead excitedly. After looking around, she ran back and said while blinking her big bright eyes, I saw a room with a bed next to the window, and there were many books on the wall. Okay. Lan Xian agreed. She believed in Xixi taste, and the little girl also liked to stay with Xixi, so that they could whisper for a while at night. Xianxia followed them to take a look and found that it was a combination of a study and a bedroom. The space was not very big, but the layout was relatively clean and tidy. Moreover, outside the transparent window was a beautiful small courtyard. Now that the lights illuminated the whole courtyard, it looked really beautiful. You want to sleep here? Xianxia still felt that this place was a little small, so he said with a smile, you can sleep in the bedroom inside. This bed is a little small. Of course, it could still accommodate the two little girls. Xianxia was just worried that the degree of comfort was not as good as a real bedroom. Oh, no, Papa, I like this room. There are so many books. Papa, I like to read. Xixi pouted and shook her little head. Perhaps this was called each flower in each eye. As soon as Xixi arrived, she felt that this room was suitable for her, so naturally, she was not willing to change. Xianxia could not persuade Xixi and Lan Xian, who agreed with Xixi, so he had to go to the bedroom and bring in a softer bed, quilt, and pillows for Xixi and the others to change. How could Xianxia bear to let his daughter sleep on this kind of simple bed that was not meant for people to live in? After Murphy bathed the two little girls, Xianxia came to visit again. Seeing that the two of them were laughing and playing together on the bed and were not afraid of the strange environment at all, he was relieved. Turn off the light and go to bed early. Xianxia reminded them and then went back to his and Murphy's room. Mo Fei and Xianxia were still the busiest when they were traveling with 3 children and 2 elderly people. even if they were accompanied by assistants and bodyguards. After returning to the Mo family's ancestral home, Murphy and Xianxia worked around the clock. They bathed the 3 children, coaxed Tong Tong to sleep, packed the luggage, hung up the clothes they brought, and many other chores. The assistants and bodyguards were arranged to stay in a nearby hotel. They were not so pretentious as to stay in their own house with a personal assistant. So, they had to do these things themselves. After Xianxia came back from visiting Xixi and Lan Xian, Murphy was finally free to rest on the sofa in the bedroom. However, Xianxia saw that she was still very energetic. It seemed that her excitement of returning to her hometown and touching the familiar furniture had not subsided. "Why are you so happy?" Xianxia sat down beside Murphy and asked with a smile. "Because I suddenly remembered a lot of memories when I returned to my hometown," Murphy said softly with a smile in her eyes. "Didn't you say that after your debut, you rarely came back to Baobei?" Xianxia asked curiously. "Yes, after my debut, I was busy with work and did not come back for a few years. After Xixi was born, I did not bring her back either. At that time, she was too young and I did not want to take her everywhere," Murphy said with emotion. "However, when I was young, every spring festival or when my father was on vacation, we would come back to Baobei to visit our relatives. So, I left a lot of memories here." Xianxia remembered that Murphy had said that she was very cheerful when she was young. However, she had been treated unfairly in the entertainment industry in Harbor City, so her personality gradually became cold. "So," Xianxia smiled and said, "when you were young? That must be very interesting memories." Murphy reached out and intertwined her fingers with Xianxia's. Her eyes were filled with memories as she shared with Xianxia, "Yes. At that time our ancestral home had not been renovated yet. It was an old house that had been there for decades. My grandmother was still alive at that time. She lived in the room that my father and mom were sleeping in tonight." Speaking of her grandmother who had passed away, Fei was a little sad, and the fatigue in her body also came up. Xianxia felt sorry for his wife, so he reached out and put his arm around her shoulders. Murphy lay in Xianxia's arms. She was used to this. She found the most comfortable pillow position on Xianxia's thick chest, then she raised her head and smiled softly at Xianxia. Fei continued, pointing at the ceiling with her finger, "Then the room we are sleeping in now is still the room that was left for me before, but it was not so big before. Later, my papa redesigned it and combined the 2 small rooms, mine and my cousin's room, into this big bedroom." Murphy had told Xianxia about the Murphy family before. After her grandmother passed away, the ancestral home was left to Mo Henian, and the family factory was left to Murphy's uncles. Later, the development of the manufacturing industry in Baobei was not good, so they moved the factory to the mainland. At present, Murphy's uncles also lived in the mainland. "What about the furniture? Is it the old furniture?" Xianxia pointed to the cabinet and the big bed in the middle and asked. After hearing Xianxia's question, Murphy was a little surprised and said, "Yes, how did you know?" "The cabinet used to be in my room, and the bed was made when my papa and mama got married. It's a very solid wooden bed. My papa felt that it was a pity to change it, so he kept it." Xianxia smiled and said, "I can see that. These pieces of furniture look old. They don't fit in with the design of your father's house. Compared to them, the other pieces of furniture are much more harmonious." It was past 11 o'clock in the evening, but the two were not sleepy. Instead, the more they talked, the more energetic they became. They snuggled together on the sofa and continued to talk about Murphy's childhood. Fei's memory wasn't as good as Xianxia's. She only remembered a lot of things from her childhood after coming here. "Actually, when I was young, I was not as obedient as Xixi." Murphy smiled embarrassedly and said, "At that time, when we came back to Baobei in the summer, I did something that almost made my father anxious." "What was it?" Xianxia asked in surprise. "My cousin is much older than me. Then he and a neighbor's brother, I forgot to call him Awei, or Awei's brother, liked motorcycles very much. Motorcycles are banned in Jiangqing." Murphy was worried that Xianxia would not understand, so she explained, "But there are no motorcycles that big. Baobei is more crowded, so most of the motorcycles people use are small women's motorcycles." "Yes, I know." Xianxia smiled and nodded. He had seen it in the movies. One night, I heard them say that they were going to take a motorbike to Keelung to watch the sunrise. Then I ran over and asked them if they could take me along. Murphy smiled embarrassedly and said, I was only 5 or 6 years old at that time, so I didn't know much. I simply thought that my cousins were very awesome, so I often followed behind them. Going to Keelung to watch the sunrise was the coolest thing they did, so I wanted to follow them even more. And then? You went to Keelung with your cousin and brother Wei? Yang asked, his tone a little jealous. Some people said that husband and wife looked more and more alike, and Yang was the same. After living with Mo Fei for so many years, although they didn't look more and more alike, their personalities had become a lot more similar. No, they looked exactly the same when they were jealous, Murphy could naturally tell. She smiled and said, Aya, don't be jealous. I rode on my cousin's motorbike, and brother Wei drove his own. Plus, my cousins were all older than me by more than 10 years. Let me tell you, at that time I was also I didn't know how crazy I was. I left in the middle of the night, then went to Keelung early in the morning to watch the sunrise. On the way back, I bumped into my dad and uncle, and they came over in a car. Yang could not help but feel jealous. He complained, you're too bold, running out in the middle of the night when you're only 5 or 6 years old. Okay, don't be angry. I know I was wrong. Murphy saw this and immediately sat up, holding Yang's hand pitifully. However, before the two of them had time to talk about this matter clearly, there was a knock on the door of the room. What was it? Yang and Mo Fei both stood up in confusion and opened the door to take a look. Lan Xian, who was wearing pajamas, was standing barefoot on the wooden floor outside. The little girl looked scared and trembled as she stood outside. Daddy Yang, sob, I'm scared. I don't dare to sleep. When the door opened, Lan Xian could not wait to jump into Yang's arms. Her body was still trembling as she cried, Window, it's too scary outside the window. Yang picked up Lan Xian and coaxed her for a while before he figured out what had happened. It turned out that when they were sleeping, old Master Mo turned off the lights in the yard. All of a sudden, it seemed that the whole world had become dark and quiet. Lan Xian was not like Xi, who slept peacefully and punctually. She was still squinting and tossing in bed, thinking about what to eat tomorrow. I think there's a monster outside the window. It's very, very dark. Lan Xian pouted and complained. The little girl looked out of the floor-to-ceiling window beside the bed. It was a dark courtyard, and the bushes were hidden in the shadows of the trees. It was as if there was a beast lurking in the dark. Although she couldn't see it, Lan Xian could already imagine the monster's ferocious appearance. What about Xi? Is she scared too? Murphy asked with a smile. Xi and Yang were not very worried. After all, this was just a child's silly imagination. Who had not been afraid of ghosts when they were young? Yeah, Xi is still here. I called her, but she fell asleep and ignored me. Lan Xian also thought of Xi at this moment. She muttered and suddenly realized something and became anxious. Papa Yang, hurry up and save Xi. She's going to be taken away by the monster. It's okay. Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he comforted Lan Xian and brought her back to the study where the two little girls were sleeping. He pointed outside the window and said with a smile, there's no demon there. Aren't they all the trees you saw before? They just turned off the lights. Xi was sleeping soundly on the bed. She did not respond even when the lights were turned on in the room. When Yang came in, he saw the little girl sleeping soundly. She had kicked the small quilt to one side and squeezed it with the quilt Lan Xian had pushed away before coming out. After turning on the light, Lan Xian let out a sigh of relief, but she still muttered with lingering fear, but I'm scared, why don't we change rooms tonight? Yang smiled and said, Uncle has an empty room next door. When you sleep, you don't have to look at the courtyard. What do you think? What about Xi? We can't leave Xi here. Lan Xian calmed down and was still concerned about her little friend. She said exaggeratedly, if Xi stays here, she will be taken away by the monsters. Xi is not Tang Sanzang. Why would a monster like her? Yang smiled. He remembered that when Lan Xian was in kindergarten with Xi, she had heard a lot of stories from Yang's journey to the west. She didn't remember anything except those gods, demons, and monsters. Of course, since he was going to change rooms for Lan Xian in the middle of the night, Yang Yi also wanted to change rooms for Xi. It just so happened that the room next to Yang Yi's was bigger and more comfortable than the study, so there was no need for the two little girls to squeeze on a small bed. When he moved the beds for them, Lan Xian yawned. However, since she didn't sleep in the middle of the night, she was still quite energetic. In order to help her father, the little girl hugged her small pillow and followed behind Yang Yi. Then, she followed Yang Yi to pick up Xi. It was obvious that she didn't have a sense of security in her heart from the way she kept following them. Xi really slept like a slender little white pig. When Yang Yi returned to the study and carried her to the bedroom, the little girl didn't wake up. She just murmured and then twisted her body in her father's arms to find a comfortable position. She continued to bury her head in her father's chest and slept soundly. "Father Yang, can I sleep with the lights on?" Lan Xian climbed onto the bed and pulled the small quilt to cover her legs. Then, she looked at Yang Yi and asked. "Sleeping with the lights on will affect the quality of your sleep." Yang Yi thought for a moment and smiled gently. "How about this? I'll stay with you for a while. After you fall asleep, I'll go back to sleep, okay?" Lan Xian's tense little face finally relaxed at this moment. She nodded happily. Yes, yes. That night, there were no more twists and turns. Lan Xian was already a little sleepy. Yang Yi watched for a while and finally fell asleep. They slept all the way until dawn. The next morning, Xi was woken up by her father. The little girl was like a little koala. She hugged her father's neck lazily and didn't want to come down. When she rubbed her sleepy eyes and regained some energy, she realized that something was wrong. Why am I here?" The little girl's voice was a little nasal. She asked in confusion. Xi, you don't know. It was dangerous last night. After the lights were turned off, there was a monster. Lan Xian was still lazing around in bed. She grabbed the small quilt and refused to get up. However, after hearing Xi's question, she couldn't help it. She turned over and got up. She shouted at Xi. "There was a monster?" Xi looked at her little friend in surprise. "Yes. It was very scary. You were almost taken away." Lan Xian threatened in a menacing manner. "I'm not afraid. My papa is super powerful. He can beat a monster." Xi pouted and said indifferently. Looking at Xi's exultant performance, Lan Xian was a little surprised. She wasn't even afraid of a monster. How would Lan Xian know? In Xi's heart, her father was an existence comparable to Ultraman and Sun Wukong. What was a little monster? No bad guy could be her father's opponent. This was just a small episode. On Saturday and Sunday, Yang Yi was still busy. In the morning, he would take Xi, Lan Xian, and Tong to visit several famous scenic spots in Baobei City. In the afternoon, he needed to go to the stadium to participate in the group rehearsal with Murphy. After all, the concert this time was very grand. Not only did they invite a lot of guests, but they also used some lighting technology at the scene. In order to make the concert look more exquisite and interesting, it was necessary to do a walkthrough before the start of the concert. The program in the evening was much more exciting. After Murphy and Yang Yi came out of the stadium, they didn't eat dinner. Instead, they took the three little guys to visit several famous night markets in Baobei City. Every night market had its own characteristics. However, no matter which night market it was, they could almost find all the special food and snacks of Baobei, and even food from all over the world. Obviously, this catered to Lan Xian's appetite. Every night, the little girl would eat until her stomach was full. She would even take a walk to digest her food. Then, she would eat until she was full. Then, she would leave with Yang Yi and Tong. Don't think that Yang Yi and Tong could easily hide their identities in the crowded night market. With Murphy's fame in Baobei City, when they entered the night market, they were surrounded by a lot of surprised fans. Luckily, Yang Yi had brought enough bodyguards, and the fans, who were local or tourists, were understanding of Yang Yi and Tong. They just smiled and watched, and secretly took out their mobile phones to take pictures. They didn't make any noise and ruin the mood of Yang Yi, Murphy, and the other children. However, the next day, all the major local media in Baobei, and even many tabloids in the entertainment industry, reported the news of Yang Yi and Murphy's appearance in the night market in Baobei City. Interestingly, they didn't find a topic that could attract the attention of the audience. Many reports even reported on what Yang Yi and Murphy ate with the children. You might not believe it, but Yang Yi and Murphy tore up squid on the street. The most down-to-earth star and billionaire, Yang Yi and Murphy ate shaved ice in Baobei City's night market. Where to Baobei? Yang Yi and Murphy tell you the answer. In Baobei City, the night market was Lan Xian's favorite, and Xixi and Tong Tong praised it. However, in terms of favorite, Xixi and Tong Tong would still choose Huashan Cultural and Creative Park. Even if the food in the night market was not included, Lan Xian also liked the cartoon art exhibitions and creative shops in the park. It was the kind of wonderful place that the three children would never want to leave. However, when it came to this place, Yang Yi heard about it from a tourist fan who was eating shaved ice with them in the night market. Yang Yi, Murphy, you brought your children here for a trip. You must go to Huashan Cultural and Creative Park to play. There are all kinds of art exhibitions there. I went there yesterday, and there is a cartoon art exhibition that is very suitable for children. When the fan saw that Yang Yi and Murphy were very easygoing, she let go of her reservations and excitedly introduced them to the park. Cartoon art exhibition? Huashan Cultural and Creative Park. Murphy was not familiar with this place. After all, it was built in recent years. After Yang Yi went back home that night, he and Murphy looked it up on the internet. Just looking at the photos and the unique and very artistic buildings and decorations, they were immediately interested. This was a unique scenic spot in the modern era. It seemed to be much more interesting than ordinary tourist attractions. Therefore, on Sunday morning, Yang Yi and Murphy brought the three children to this wonderful place. This place is very suitable for taking photos. Murphy exclaimed in surprise when she saw the row of old-fashioned bungalows and the preserved winery ruins, especially the row of green walls covered with creepers outside the row of small factories. Xixi also looked around with interest. Suddenly, she found something and happily pulled her father's hand, wanting to drag him away. Papa, look, there is a little person wearing a yellow hat. Let's go and take a look, okay? Wasn't that right? It should be a bookstore that was set up in an old house. The bushes at the door were neatly trimmed. From the front, it looked like the small trees were painted on the wall. What was more interesting was that inside the old lattice windows, there were blue and yellow leaf stickers, which contrasted nicely with the bushes and small trees outside. She liked the figure sculpture sitting next to a small potted tree. It was a sculpture of a little boy about the size of a normal person, with a yellow hat, yellow gloves, and yellow snow boots. This color was in sharp contrast to the blue shirt and pants, as well as the green scarf. Of course, it was also holding a book with a red cover and sitting on a big black rock, also a sculpture. The small tree next to it was like an open umbrella, sheltering him from the rain and the sun. The sculpture of the little boy was quite a few meters tall. Although it looked chubby and silly, the sharp contrast of these lively colors gave it a particularly eye-catching vitality. No wonder Xixi liked it. Murphy had just finished modeling in front of the Boston Ivy and happily wanted Yang Yi to take a photo of her. In the end, she turned around and saw her daughter pulling her husband away. Xianxia, you have to abide by the principle of first come, first served. Murphy said angrily, how can you cut the queue? Papa wants to take a photo of me first. Xixi obediently stopped and giggled at her mother. She shook her little but a little embarrassedly and said, I didn't cut in line. Hee, Mama, come and take a look too. That little person is so cute. I don't want to look. Don't you think it looks better here? This red bus shop is in front of the Boston Ivy. Red with green, how stylish. Murphy argued with her daughter very seriously. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He put Tong Tong down and let Lan Xian and Xixi each hold Tong Tong with one hand. Then, he took out a SLR camera from his backpack and said with a smile, okay, don't quarrel, one by one. Everyone has a share. They didn't just take photos here, they also bought a lot of things. For example, in the bookstore behind the little person that Xixi mentioned just now, Yang Yi bought a few storybooks written by Taiwanese writers for Xixi. Then they went to a store that specialized in selling vinyl records that had already retired from the stage of history. Murphy was also attracted by these very artistic shop designs and the beautifully packaged vinyl records. Although they weren't particularly famous international vinyl records, they were just music works by some Taiwanese artists, and there were even many ethnic classical songs. As the store manager said when they were chatting, this store didn't sell high-quality products, but a kind of ancient lifestyle. It sold a special, leisurely lifestyle. Therefore, Yang and Murphy happily jumped on a few wooden vinyl records and prepared to take them back to Jiangqing to enjoy. Of course, Yang didn't need to take anything. Today, he went out with a few bodyguards as usual. After buying something, he asked the bodyguards to send it directly to their car. They could take it with them when they went back. Finally, after visiting creative stores, Yang and Murphy accidentally came to the art exhibition hall and saw the cartoon art exhibition that they had long forgotten. It was really a cartoon art exhibition. When Yang and the rest entered, they saw many cartoon figures that they often saw on TV. Whoosh! Chow chow hu! Cici and Lan Xian were even more excited. The two little girls had even forgotten their image as they screamed and yelled excitedly. Tong Tong also recognized these. After all, he often watched TV with his sister. Although the little guy didn't shout, he was still affected by his sister's emotions. He excitedly clapped his little hands in his father's arms. The exhibition hall here wasn't like some car shows or merchandise exhibitions, where the goods were only displayed for people to observe. The reason why it could win the children's favor was because it had been cleverly designed. For example, the Chow Chow exhibition hall that Xi mentioned had wooden wall stickers, grass-like carpets, and pillars in the middle that looked like a big tree. There were also lifelike plastic branches and leaves extending from the pillars. These were all highly similar to the scenes in cartoons. It was like an extremely miniaturized version of an amusement park, giving the children a wonderful immersive experience. It was no wonder that Cici and Lan Xian couldn't help but pounce on them when they saw them. They giggled and sat together with the three big dumb bears, and even beckoned little Tao Wu to come over and take photos with them. Not only that, even Xi was dazzled. Yang had just taken 2 pictures of them when the little girl couldn't hold back anymore. She ran to the wooden toy exhibition area in front of them and hugged a magic rabbit that was completely made of wood. It poked its head out from a gentleman's hat and didn't want to let go. This one can even play. Lan Xian touched a small wooden Ferris wheel toy, which actually produced a series of beautiful music. She exclaimed in surprise and asked Xi to take a look. Hey, it's real. It looks like a music box. I also have a music box toy at home. Xi hugged the magic rabbit and went over to take a look. She analyzed it with Lan Xian. Not to mention Xi and Lan Xian, even Murphy was captivated by the beautiful and exquisite wooden dolls and toys. She held Tong Tong in one hand and picked up a wooden deer in the other. She smiled and showed it to Yang. Look at this, it's so cute. It was as if at this moment, Murphy had also returned to her teenage years. Her little starry eyes were as happy as Xi's. However, there was a problem. There were so many wonderful wooden toys. Were they going to buy them all? Yang felt that he couldn't bring so many, but looking at the little girls, they were unwilling to put down their favorite wooden toys. This is quite suitable for you to play with. Yang and the others had not only seen many wooden dolls in the shape of animals, but also many wooden toys, such as the Ferris wheel wooden music box that Lan Xian and Xi had found earlier, and a small wooden toy that Murphy had found, called the ball-knocking box. Murphy smiled as if she was presenting a treasure. She beckoned Yang over with Tong Tong in her arms. Look, there are wooden balls of different sizes and colors. The different holes in the box correspond to different wooden balls. You have to put them in the right place before you can knock them in. She even showed Yang how to do it. Murphy picked up a small blue ball, found the right hole on the board, and put it in. The middle of the hole was wrapped in a circle of rubber and had a strong sense of damping. Obviously, it would be difficult to force it in. Murphy's curved eyes had a charming smile. She raised a well-polished small mallet next to her and knocked the blue ball in little by little, as if she was playing whack-a-mole. Plop! The sound of the ball falling into the wooden box was dull but pleasant to the ears. Tong Tong's eyes were wide open. He was stunned by his mother's operation in his father's arms. Look. It's fun, isn't it? Murphy proudly gestured with the small mallet in her hand to Yang Yi. Yang Yi just smiled. Tong Tong enthusiastically stretched out his little hand and asked his mother for the small mallet. He grinned happily and said in a childish voice, "Mom, I want to play." At this time, Cece ran over and tugged at her father's clothes excitedly. "Papa, come and take a look." Yang Yi was a little busy, so he had to let Murphy play with Tong Tong while he followed Shishi to see her new discovery. The little girl found a cartoon puppet of a big-eared monkey. However, it was different from ordinary puppets. Its style was a bit like Meng Chi-Chi's. It had big ears and claws like a small animal, but its body was upright and anthropomorphic. Moreover, its face was made to look like a child's. It had short eyebrows, big eyes, a small nose, and a cheerful smile. If one only looked at its face, it had a kind of adorable look that made people want to dote on it. Note, based on Big Ears Chabu, from Russia. If you include its big ears, then this big-eared monkey would be even cuter. This was because other than its human-like face, its brown fur made it look more like a little doll wearing a one-piece nightgown with big ears. The combination of the furry doll and the puppet naturally attracted Cece's attention at once. "Papa, look, isn't it super cute?" She pulled her father over. Her big watery eyes looked at her father with anticipation as she said excitedly and nervously. Yang Yi could of course understand. Although the little girl didn't say it directly, her meaning was, "Papa, such a cute big-eared monkey. Let's bring it home, okay?" Lan Xian helped Shishi hold the magic rabbit she wanted before, but she didn't want to be left out. She giggled and interrupted, Shishi, look, there's more. The big-eared monkey is holding an apple in its hand. I thought it was a real apple just now, and then I took a look at it, only to find that it was also a piece of wood. It really looks like an apple, and it's a super beautiful red apple. He. Really? Wow. Shishi exclaimed. Yang Yi looked at his daughter, and then looked at Murphy, who was trying all kinds of wooden toys suitable for children with Tong Tong. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, Shishi, this big-eared monkey is a bit too big. It's not easy to buy it and bring it home. Does that mean we can't buy it? Shishi's cute little face suddenly became tangled. She slightly pouted her little mouth, grabbed her father's finger, and shook it back and forth. She muttered, but she couldn't think of any reason to persuade her father to buy her this super cute big-eared monkey. But at this time, Yang Yi smiled, waved his right hand, and said boldly, but this time is an exception. Even if it's troublesome to bring it home, we'll find a way to buy it. He couldn't help it. After all, he also admired the design of these wooden arts. After all, the whole family showed such a fanatical attitude. Even if he didn't buy it for Shishi, Murphy would buy a lot of wooden toys for Tong Tong to play at home. Yang Yi couldn't favor one and discriminate against the other, right? So, he might as well be willful this time. Buy. Yang Yi said generously, Xian, do you like anything? Pick a few. It's rare for you to come out, so buy some small gifts for your parents. Not to mention Lan Xian's reaction, Shishi's face was already full of surprise. After she confirmed that her father wasn't lying, her pretty little face bloomed with a sweet smile. She happily held her father's hand and excitedly jumped up. Papa, you're so good. I know you're the best papa, and you love me the most. When was the last time Shishi was so happy? Yang Yi looked at the little girl's joyful jumping and couldn't help but laugh softly. Before going to the rehearsal in the stadium, Yang Yi, Murphy, and the three children spent their lunchtime in a very unique themed restaurant. There wasn't much to say about the cakes and drinks in this restaurant, because in terms of taste, Yang Yi could make more delicious baked cakes and make more delicious fruit milk tea. But the interesting thing about this restaurant was that it had a very beautiful theme. The paint on the walls and floor were either red with white dots on a red background or white with red dots on a white background. The dots of different sizes created a special starry sky feeling. Of course, it was a color that made people's eyes light up with red and white colors. Not only the decorations on the walls and floor, but the tables and plastic seats were all adorned with a very cute white background and red dots. In this restaurant, Shishi, Tong Tong, and Murphy all showed a strong interest. After all, women tended to like bright and cute colors. It was necessary to mention the cake here. Although Xianxia didn't think it was that delicious, she also thought that the cake was very beautiful. The layer of white cheese on the surface was also decorated with round dots of strawberry juice. It looked like it matched the restaurant's theme. Of course, the taste was ordinary. After the children were full, they didn't show much interest. Instead, they took out the wooden toys that they had just bought and played with Tong Tong. Xianxia and Murphy sat at the side and chatted leisurely. They were resting their legs after walking for the whole morning. Do you know what I was thinking when I made my comeback in the past? If I failed again and again and couldn't sing anymore, what would I do? Murphy asked Xianxia with a smile. They really hadn't talked about this topic before. After all, they were all looking forward to a bright future. Why would they look back and think about their past failures? What would you do? Xianxia asked curiously. Go back to America? No, I mean that I slowly started to accept your thoughts during that time period. Guess what I was thinking at that time? Take a guess. Fei laughed. It's not easy to guess, but I don't think you would become a music teacher. I don't think you have the personality to be a music teacher. Xianxia smiled bitterly and shook his head. He said, I really can't guess. I don't know what else you can do besides singing. I know how to arrange flowers. Don't think that I'm stupid. I don't know anything, okay? Murphy pouted and said angrily. Oh, right. Flower arranging. You're the best at arranging flowers. Xianxia laughed. Murphy nodded her head in satisfaction. She giggled and said, I won't keep you in suspense. I'll tell you. If I really can't sing anymore, I hope to open a flower arrangement shop next to your coffee shop, not a flower shop. I'm not selling these flowers. I'm making them for everyone to see. Then, the customers can pay for them to make their own flower arrangements. I'll provide them with the raw materials and give them some guidance. That's a good idea. It sounds wonderful. Xianxia gave Murphy a thumbs up and praised her. Actually, Murphy's idea did not have any business sense at all. She had never considered the profits of this shop. She was relying on the customers to make money by making their own DIY arrangements. Not many people would have the time to do this. Most of the boys who wanted to be romantic were only willing to spend money to buy ready-made bouquets. Moreover, in the material age, intentions were not worth much. No matter how meticulous the DIY was, it would only be a few lonely flowers. It would not be as effective as a big bouquet of red roses. So, Murphy's idea was not realistic. But what did it matter? Why would Xianxia need Murphy to make money? If she wanted to open a flower arrangement shop, she just needed to make some artistic flower arrangements for others to see. Xianxia would also support her unconditionally. After receiving Xianxia's praise, Murphy pursed her lips. Her beautiful eyes were shining with joy. She smiled sweetly and said, also, I think that the best thing would be for our two shops to be next to each other. You open a coffee shop, and I'll open a flower arrangement shop. Just like Grandpa Hu and Grandma Hu, one opening a bookstore, and the other planting flowers outside. How romantic would that be? Xianxia saw a strong yearning in Murphy's eyes. In fact, Xianxia understood that Murphy did not yearn for the so-called flower arrangement shop. What she wanted more was Old Master Hu Songnan and his wife's love that lasted 4 decades. Back then, when Xianxia and Murphy were still living in the coffee shop's small building, didn't Murphy, who didn't feel very safe, often pester Xianxia to tell her the story of Old Master Hu? Xianxia reached out and grabbed Murphy's soft hand. He held it gently and said gently, believe me, there will be. Mommy, come on, don't run. Let me see if you'll look more handsome in a vest or just wear a scarf. On Monday afternoon, at the Mo family's ancestral home, Zhou Mingyu was carrying a small black vest in one hand and a gray and white towel in the other. She was smiling as she followed the energetic Tong Tong. Little Momo had already been dressed up handsomely by his grandmother. He wore a pair of dark blue jeans with wrinkles and a white long-sleeved t-shirt. Moreover, the sleeves were rolled up slightly. Not only did he not look bloated, but he also looked extra energetic. After all, their grandmother, who had a good eye for fashion, had personally dressed them up. If little mommy were to put on a vest, tuck her hair, and put on a pair of sunglasses, she would definitely be a charming little hot pot. "Grandma, I'll help you catch little brother." "Hee hee." Xixi's cheerful laughter came from the side. Looking towards the source of the sound, a little princess who seemed to have accidentally entered the human world appeared in front of the camera. Xixi had also been dressed up by Grandma. She was wearing a dreamy white lace gauze dress. The main body of the dress was made of many layers of yarn, with flower embroidery and pearl decorations. This wasn't very special since many princess dresses were exquisite and beautiful. The best finishing touch was its long shawl mesh design. The little girl's fair and slender arms were exposed from her shoulders, shrouded in this dreamy and misty mesh. All of a sudden, the style was enhanced by a lot. It was as if a commoner princess had evolved into an exquisite princess of the royal family. Of course, Xixi's slender figure and delicate little face were the real reasons why she looked so fairy-like and elegant in this dress. Which family's little girl could have such fair skin without any makeup? Her lips were red and her teeth were white and cute. Which family's little girl could have such beautiful waist-length hair? It was so dark and shiny, and it was combed straight and smooth. It was like a waterfall on the outside of her white dress. Which family's little girl could have such heaven-defying legs? Wearing a pair of sapphire sandals, her slender legs drew beautiful arcs as she walked, giving off a sense of elegance that didn't seem tacky at all. Of course, when Xixi ran, her small figure, which was full of vitality, was in contrast to this small dress that was supposed to be elegant and quiet. But what did that matter? Appearance was justice. Xixi was good-looking. Even when she ran, she didn't look like a crazy girl at all. She was still very charming and adorable. Xixi chased after Tong Tong, but Lan Xian was much more reserved. It was as if the dress that Xixi's grandma had carefully chosen for her was a magical seal that sealed her thoughts of playing with Xixi. Lan Xian was like a little lady, with her hands crossed, and giggling as she stood by the side. Zhou Mingyu also liked this little girl who liked to eat and had a sweet mouth. Naturally, she wouldn't favor one and discriminate against the other. She would only choose clothes for Xixi, or buy Lan Xian the same dress as Xixi. Zhou Mingyu still understood that Lan Xian was a little chubby. If she wore the same clothes as Xixi, it wouldn't be pretty. Therefore, after careful selection, the old lady finally chose a set of clothes for Lan Xian that didn't appear fat. The top was a black undershirt, and it was paired with a dark red coat. This coat was very particular. After the 3 big buttons were fastened, the sleeves on both sides opened up like a bat's wings. This kind of bat-sleeved shirt looked very unique. Not only was it not ugly, but it gave people a sense of confidence and elegance. The bottom was matched with a pair of black slim-fit trousers and a pair of high-top black woolen boots. In this way, it could completely cover up Lan Xian's chubby figure. Instead, it gave people the illusion that Lan Xian was as thin as a normal girl. Regardless of whether it was an illusion or not, the Lanqin in the mirror suddenly looked like an elegant and fashionable city girl. On top of that, the little girl's face was already rather cute to begin with. This fashionable little girl had a kind of beauty that made one's heart flutter. After Lan Xian changed her clothes and came out, she received unanimous praise from everyone, including Murphy and Yang Yi. Only then did Lan Xian rejoice in her heart. She was so shy that she was too embarrassed to follow Xixi and make a fuss. Sure enough, there were only girls who didn't know how to dress up. There were no ugly girls. In front of Granny Zhou, who was the best at dressing up, Lan Xian, who had a good foundation, was as pretty as Xixi. After changing her clothes, Yang Yi led the group and set off. Murphy had already gone to the venue to welcome the other singers and guests, while Yang Yi was slightly slower. They arrived at the venue at almost 4 o'clock. Yang Yi made arrangements for the 3 children and asked Yang Huan and Ding Xiang to help take care of him. He accompanied Mo Henian to welcome some important guests from Taiwan. After all, this was the first time that Mo Fei held a concert in Baodao. Not to mention that Mo Henian, who was a little vain and wanted to return to his hometown in glory, invited Mo Fei's 2 uncles, as well as some of the Mo family's relatives and elders who were still in Baobei City to watch the concert. Some of Mo Henian's friends when he was young also asked him for tickets. Among them was the deputy mayor of Baobei City, Mr. Song Shiyu, who needed everyone to welcome. Song Shiyu was Mo Henian's classmate when he was in Baobei High School. In terms of political achievements, being a deputy mayor at the age of 60 was nothing to brag about. However, he was still a deputy mayor of a provincial city. Even though he was about to retire, he still had an extraordinary status, just like Guizi's father. Of course, if it were a few years ago, Xianxia wouldn't have known Mo Henian, the owner of a small farm. In the past, Xianxia, who was surrounded by people at the school's anniversary celebrations, didn't even greet Mo Henian. However, it was different now. Mo Henian's son-in-law was not only the superstar Yang Yi, but also the billionaire Yang Yi. Deputy Mayor Song made use of this hidden connection and naturally wanted to get to know Mo Henian. On Saturday afternoon, he even invited Mo Henian to a banquet to catch up. During the banquet, the two were like old classmates who had known each other for many years. They sighed and sighed, almost holding hands and crying. Song Shiyu didn't deliberately show that he wanted to meet Yang Yi, but his thoughts were already clear. Yang Yi and Mo Henian also understood. After all, the overall economic development of Taiwan was very low. As the government, Song Shiyu also hoped that Yang Yi, the rich big boss, would invest in Taiwan. However, when it came to investing, both parties had to be willing. Yang Yi didn't have this idea at the moment, so he politely declined Song Shiyu's invitation to tour the development of Baobei City for the past 10 years with him and his wife on Sunday. Song Shiyu wasn't discouraged. He still accepted Mo Henian's invitation and came to Murphy's concert to support her. Yang Yi naturally had to give him the biggest welcome. Of course, during this period, Mo Henian was the proudest. The old man didn't want to be too high-profile, so he didn't show it. However, Yang Yi could still guess what he was thinking from the occasional proud look in his eyes and the way he stroked his beard. Yang Yi felt that this was quite interesting. However, wasn't it his duty as the son-in-law to make his father-in-law proud? Tonight, I guarantee that you'll be in the limelight. Yang Yi thought to himself. In the evening, Murphy's concert venue was bustling with activity. Although it was still early and there were still people entering the venue, most of the fans had already eaten dinner and couldn't wait to come early. After all, it wasn't easy to get the tickets, so it would be a waste if they didn't come early to join in the fun. Of course, it was still meaningful to come early, taking advantage of the fact that the sun had not completely set and the beautiful orange sunset in the western sky. They could still take a beautiful selfie with the little surprise that Yang Yi had prepared for them today and then proudly post it on the internet. It turned out that in order to cooperate with Mantis Shrimp Animation Company to promote Frozen, which was about to be released during the summer vacation, Yang Yi had asked the staff to arrange for a mysterious eco-friendly paper bag to be distributed to every audience member who had passed through the ticket inspection. After opening the bag, they were pleasantly surprised to find that in addition to a normal light stick and a plastic palm, there was also a Frozen-themed t-shirt printed with a cartoon of Elsa and Anna standing back to back, as well as the words Frozen's release date. Not only that, after rummaging through the paper bag, they could even see a small Snowbow doll key ring. The cute Snowbow instantly captured the hearts of many fans. Even the biased fans who only followed Murphy and Ga couldn't help but take out their phones to search for information about this animated movie. Of course, more fans knew about this story and the news that Frozen was about to be released. They were naturally very surprised to receive such a thoughtful gift and couldn't wait to take pictures and share it. This keyring is not bad, it's quite cute. Take it back, my youngest granddaughter will probably like it very much. No, the older kids will probably like it too. They'll probably fight for it, haha. In the VIP seats in the front row, Song Shiyu played with these small gifts with great interest and turned to laugh with Mo Henian. Mo Henian waved his hand casually and said, "There's no need to fight for it. Little Yang's factory made the toys himself. When we go back, I'll ask him to gift some to your driver so that he can help you bring them back." At this moment, Shi, who was talking to Lan Xian in the aisle next to her grandpa, heard some key words from her grandpa. She turned around and her gaze fell on the old man's hand. The little girl was anxious. She squeezed in front of her grandfather's knees and stretched out her slender little arms. The gauze that was as light as a cloud of smoke slid down to her shoulders. She pointed at the key ring and said seriously, "No, it's not a button. It's called Snowbow." Snow baby? Song Shiyu's expression was on point. He was so surprised that she was very satisfied. "Yeah. It's called Snowbow. It's Sister Aisha's good friend," she said excitedly. At this moment, Mo Henian interrupted and reminded, She, you have to call him Grandpa Song. Grandpa Song is Grandpa's classmate and the deputy mayor of Baobei City. Haha, you don't have to tell the child this, Song Shiyu said with a smile. Song Shiyu smiled and said, Old Mo, your granddaughter is really cute. I saw the news and she seems to be a small celebrity, right? Mo Henian's eyes suddenly had a trace of pride, but he waved his hand reservedly. What small celebrity? Her parents are more famous, and she also acted in some movies. It's just a small matter, a small matter. Ha ha ha. Song Shiyu raised his head and laughed heartily. He paused and was about to go back to the previous topic. She blinked her beautiful big eyes. She looked at her grandfather and then at Grandpa Song. Finally, when there was a break in their conversation, she grabbed her grandfather's knee and turned her little head to look at Grandpa Song. She said, Grandpa Song, let me tell you. Snowbow is actually a snowman. However, many snowmen can't move, but this one can. Also, its nose is made of carrots. In order to introduce Snowbow to Grandpa Song so that he could go back and tell his granddaughters and grandchildren, the warm-hearted little girl was so excited that no one dared to interrupt her. Fortunately, after a while, Mo Xiaowan, who was carrying Tong Tong, came over. She couldn't handle this little guy anymore. She said helplessly, Mayor Song, third uncle, I'm sorry. I have to bring mommy backstage, but she insisted on looking for Sister Fei and brother-in-law. At this time, she couldn't stay still. She didn't have time to finish her story and hurriedly pulled Mo Xiaojuan's pants. She said happily, I want to go too. I want to look for daddy and mom too. It's more interesting to go backstage with daddy and mommy. It's not comfortable to watch the concert in front. When Tong Tong heard this, he twisted his head in Mo Xiaojuan's arms and turned his head to look at his sister. He smiled and waved at his sister, as if he wanted to give her a high five. Perhaps it was because Lan Xian was wearing a beautiful set of clothes. She was very obedient today and sat on the chair obediently. On the other hand, Shi, who was dressed like a little princess, was not as steady and reserved as a princess at all. Her butt didn't even touch the chair. However, at this time, Lan Xian couldn't sit still anymore. She hurriedly jumped down from the chair and stood beside Shi. She also raised her head and said loudly, I want to go too. This was nothing. Mo Xiaowan brought the three little guys backstage together. Song Shiyu let out a sigh of relief and smiled at Mo Henian. After a while, he pretended to casually turn to Mo Henian and said, By the way, old Mo, just now you said that Yang Yi has a factory, right? He also has a manufacturing business? Putting aside the two scheming old men, when the three children reached the backstage, they immediately became the most popular stars among all the celebrities. Tong Tong, who was dressed up to look handsome and cute by his grandmother, attracted everyone's attention. Everyone fought to hug this little guy with a chubby face and a cool appearance. Of course, Tong Tong didn't like it when other people hugged him, especially Jia Yuchen, who didn't have children yet. Although this guy liked children very much and wanted to have children with his wife as soon as possible, he had almost zero experience in taking care of children. After hugging him for a while, Tong Tong pouted his little mouth and struggled to get down. Fortunately, it was Yuan Yan, who was more comfortable in the arms of an old nanny. Tong Tong finally quieted down for a while. Yuan Yan said happily, Do you still remember last year when we were recording the Limit Challenge in Gusu City? Yang Yi brought Murphy and the two kids over. At that time, although Shi was the one who appeared the most on camera, the youngest one was still mommy. When Shi heard Uncle Yuan mention her name, she turned her head curiously. Yes, I remember. How old was mommy back then? She was only a few months old, and she was still in her swaddling clothes. Jia Yuchen said with a smile, I didn't even have a chance to look at her. But time passed very quickly. She grew up in the blink of an eye. I heard that she can speak a lot now. Yuan Yan looked at Tong Tong lovingly and said to him, Mommy, call me uncle. Dan Hongkui argued with him, What uncle? Call me uncle. Old Yuan, do you have any shame? How many years older are you than Yang Yi? Uncle? At this time, Tong Tong smiled mischievously, shook his little head, and said, No. The little guy didn't know which question he was responding to, but it happened to coincide with Dan Hongkui's question. Suddenly, the dressing room backstage was filled with laughter. Oh! Without any warning, the lights in the entire concert venue dimmed. Of course, not all of them were extinguished. It was just that the effect of the lights dimmed. There were still faint lights in the audience. However, this sudden change still made the audience cry out in surprise. A considerable portion of the fans reacted and looked at the stage in surprise. Sure enough, the big screens on the stage that were still dark gradually lit up. Gradually, everyone could see the endless sea in the darkness under the faint starlight and moonlight. The faint light reflected by the undulating waves made the darkness so beautiful that it was suffocating. Wow! The fans' praises could be faintly heard from the audience. Just now, they were still wondering why this concert was different from ordinary concerts. The front of the stage and the entire venue was made up of many huge screens that were pieced together to form an arc that faced them, so it turned out that it was to create such a beautiful lighting effect. Moreover, time passed very quickly in the picture. The sky gradually turned white, and the sea seemed to be getting clearer. Obviously, the concert was about to begin. However, the audience had no time to think about it. They happily took out their phones and took pictures of this miracle. After all, none of the concerts that they had seen or understood in the past were willing to spend so much money to create such a big scene. Xianxia was probably the only one who had so much money and was willing to be so willful for his wife. We've made a fortune. In their hearts, other than being surprised and amazed, the fans could not help but be pleased with themselves. They were afraid that after these photos were released, they would receive the envious and jealous greetings of many friends who did not manage to get the tickets. Right, on the stage, the sun in the sky was already moving under the horizon. The bright sea, accompanied by the sound of the waves, also sounded the familiar melody of the fans. Crossing the sea to see you. Someone could not help but shout excitedly. Yes, Murphy returned the favor and gave them a beautiful surprise at the beginning of the concert. For you, I used half a year's savings to cross the sea to see you. For this gathering, I even practiced the breathing when we meet. In the sunlight that jumped out from the screen, Murphy slowly took the elevator and appeared on the stage. The goddess was dressed more casually and elegantly, but in everyone's eyes, she was still as beautiful as a fairy. She walked leisurely with a beautiful voice from the celestial world. Of course, the most wonderful thing was her voice. After all, only her voice could close the distance and let the fans sitting further away feel her charm. In a strange city, in a familiar corner. Murphy's low voice and sigh spread throughout the venue. At this time, the fans who gradually withdrew their gazes from the stunning screen effects were pleasantly surprised to find that the live sound effects were also so wonderful. Sitting so far away, Murphy's voice seemed to be singing softly in their ears. They did not know that Xianxia was building a small music venue in Jiangqing's Tingshan district to hold a small fan meeting for Murphy. Not to mention the venue, the equipment inside was customized according to the standards of the live sound equipment of I Am a Singer. For this concert, Xianxia asked people to bring the equipment to the venue in Baobei to try it out first. Of course, part of the sound equipment was rented from the manufacturer. But in any case, the audience who were lucky enough to get tickets for this concert did indeed enjoy the live sound effects of I Am a Singer. Murphy opened the concert and sang 3 of her classic songs in a row. Then, she paused for a while, raised the microphone, and said softly to the audience, "Everyone should have heard that my mother used to be a singer. I also fell in love with music under her influence, fell in love with singing, and embarked on this road accompanied by music." Before she finished speaking, the fans below the stage cheered excitedly. As early as a week ago, there had been a report from the powerful media that Murphy's mother was likely to appear at Murphy's concert. After that, there were more and more revelations, but those were not important. Now that they heard Murphy say this, the fans below the stage knew that the news was true. Murphy's mother was going to go on stage, regardless of whether Murphy's mother sang well or not. She was Murphy's mother. Of course, she had to support her. Murphy waited for the cheers to stop before she continued, "Actually, I know that my mother has always had a dream that all singers have, which is to hold her own concert. Although the conditions are limited, and my mother is old, and singing a song is more difficult, I still hope to help her realize her dream. So, for the next song, everyone will treat it as my mother's concert. Then, I will be the guest and accompany my mother to finish singing this song, okay?" Murphy was not good with words, so she stuttered a lot when she said this, but the fans did not care. They were touched and shouted desperately, "Okay. Thank you. Now, I'll have to trouble everyone to use the warmest applause to welcome the best singer in my heart, Ms. Zhou Mingyu, to come on stage." Murphy was touched and bowed, then she said loudly. What came into view was Zhou Mingyu, who was wearing a cheongsam and didn't seem to have aged, gracefully walking out from the backstage. As the audience watched, they suddenly realized that the scene on the screen had quietly changed. It had changed from a beautiful natural scene to a home background with a historical charm. On the screen, there was a wall with old movie posters, an antique cabinet, a coffee table, a Western-style sofa, and a phonograph with a loudspeaker that was slowly turning. It was like a scene from the last century, and the whole background was yellowish, which matched the historical feeling that the background wanted to express. Zhou Mingyu, who was wearing a cheongsam, was more like a woman who walked out from a historical painting. Although her face was old, she was still elegant and calm, which made people gasp in admiration. Murphy gently held her mother's hand and walked her to the front of the stage. Without too many words, the live music started. It was a melodious violin prelude, just like Liangzhu's violin music. It made people feel sad and lonely, but it was not that sad. It just made people feel the flow of time, and there was a touch of sadness. It fit perfectly with the background of the big screen. Under Mofei's smiling gaze, Zhou Mingyu smiled gently. She raised the microphone, suppressed the rhythm, and sang softly, "I have a flower, planted in my heart, waiting to bloom." That's right, the song that Yang Yi had prepared for his mother-in-law and wife was one of the most elegant female singers in his previous life, Lady May's most classic work, Woman Flower. Zhou Mingyu's voice was not that beautiful, but her singing skills had been honed and accumulated over the years. When she slowly sang the lyrics, it still gave people an indescribable sense of elegance. Perhaps, using elegance to describe her singing was quite appropriate. The audience below the stage listened attentively, and they were all moved by her slightly historical but not lacking elegance. Amazing! Murphy's mother also knows how to sing. The audience was surprised and exclaimed in their hearts. Of course, Zhou Mingyu's singing was good, and Murphy's singing was even more intoxicating. Zhao Zhao and Mumu, I'm eagerly waiting for someone with a heart to enter my dream. Murphy's voice was changeable, but she was more suited for this kind of deep song, especially when it was low. She could lower her voice and use it freely, with the top-notch sound effects. The audience could naturally hear the vicissitudes and loneliness in Murphy's singing, and they couldn't help but applaud one after another. The applause happened to be stuck in the middle of the song, and the faint accompaniment rose to a higher level. Murphy and her mother raised their voices at the same time, and sang the chorus of the song leisurely, "Woman Flower, swaying in the mortal world, woman flower, swaying gently with the wind." The background did not change with the lyrics, but Zhou Mingyu's cheongsam was like a flower, gently swaying in the background. At this moment, listening to the beautiful lyrics and looking at the scene on the stage, the audience actually had an illusion of time and space changing. It was as if they had also come to the golden age of the last century, and saw those elegant women who would not age singing with all their hearts. Perhaps it was because of this that they would not age, and would only bloom gracefully with time. When you've been in love, you'll know how strong the wine is. When you've been drunk, you'll know how strong the wine is. When the flowers bloom and wilt, it's all in vain. The reason why this song could captivate the audience was not only because Murphy and her mother, Zhou Mingyu, sang it well, but also because of the lyrics of this song. It was brilliant and could perfectly express that calm attitude. However, the two girls backstage, Xixi and Lan Xian, couldn't appreciate the brilliance of the lyrics. After all, they were still young. Most of the time, they just listened to songs for fun. As a matter of fact, the two girls got together and stood at the exit of the backstage with their father. They curiously looked at the stage. "Wow, Xixi, your grandma is singing too." Lan Xian said enviously, "And she sings very well." "Hee, that's right. My grandma and mommy both sing really well." Xixi said happily, "But, Xian, let me tell you, I like my grandma's clothes more." "Her clothes?" Lan Xian almost couldn't keep up with Xixi's thoughts. She looked at her with some confusion. Yes. Xixi's little hands were not idle. While playing with the net of her shawl, she said excitedly, "My grandma's clothes are called cheongsams." They're very beautiful. Lan Xian's brain turned around this time. She smiled and said, "Oh, she, I know it's called cheongsams. My mom has one too." "No, it's not the same. Your mom bought it at the store. My grandma's cheongsams were made by her. My grandma can make clothes." She said proudly to her friends. "Wow, your grandma can make clothes?" Lan Xian looked at Lan Xian in surprise. She pointed to the clothes on her body and asked, "Then, my clothes are also made by your grandma?" Lan Xian looked at Shi with envy. She was probably thinking, why don't I have such a powerful grandmother? She tilted her head and thought for a while. In the end, she shook her head and said honestly, "I don't know. I've never seen grandma make clothes like this." "Alright then, but I think mine looks pretty good too." Lan Xian didn't care. Instead, she happily pinched her clothes and twirled around. Then, she smiled at Shi. Yes, I also think that you look super good today." Shi nodded in agreement. This compliment made Lan Xian even more elated. She was so happy that her eyes were about to disappear. The concert was very exciting. Not only did Murphy sing, but Murphy also invited many guests to the Baobei station, such as Xianxia and Qinyu, who were definitely big names in the music industry. Especially Qinyu. Although he had also ushered in the second spring of his singing career with I Am a Singer, it was undeniable that as a real singer born and raised in Taiwan, Qinyu had always been a big star in Taiwan. His appearance added a lot of color to Murphy's concert. However, although the concert was already halfway through, and the audience was very satisfied with the wonderful singing, they were still not satisfied. They were still looking forward to the performance, unable to take their eyes off the stage. Because, until now, the man that everyone was looking forward to the most had yet to appear. However, this man still seemed to be as mysterious as ever. Even in the second half of the concert, when Mo Fei invited the warm-up guests for the last time, which was the 6 people who had challenged the limit, she sang the Hokkien song Love to Strive to Win with these 6 people, who did not sing well, but Yang Yi still did not appear on the stage. Shouldn't this song be sung by Yang Yi Lai and the extremely picky 6? The audience was confused by what they saw. What was going on? Could it be that after his mother-in-law appeared on the stage tonight, Yang Yi wouldn't come on stage? Just when everyone was getting impatient, a shocking scene appeared on the stage. After Murphy and the Extreme Challenge 6 finished singing Strive Hard to Win, they directly got off the stage. Wait, what about the stage? Just when everyone was dumbfounded, more than half of the lights on the stage suddenly went off. The remaining lights were like spotlights, shining on the other exit backstage. Under the guidance of the bright spots of light, everyone saw a tall man, holding a guitar, walking onto the stage. Oh! The audience below the stage applauded excitedly. It's really him, he's really too bad. Just when he was getting impatient from waiting, this guy suddenly popped up. He brought everyone a surprise, and they couldn't help themselves. That's right, it's Yang Yi. Yang Yi carried the guitar and walked to the front of the stage. At this time, the lights on the stage lit up. The audience then realized that there was an additional band behind the stage. There were drums, a few musicians carrying basses and guitars, and there was also a harmonica on the stage. But what made people want to scream excitedly was that the musicians on the stage were actually wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night. Of course, they weren't blind, but just wanted to look cool. Are they going to sing a rock song? When the audience saw this, they were all excited. They felt that Yang Yi's surprise attack this time was probably going to come up with a new song. The Hokkien song just now, Strive Hard to Win, is everyone used to it? Yang Yi laughed. Below the stage, the audience couldn't help but cheer. There were also some people responding, but it was hard to hear what they were saying. Of course, their joy could still be seen. Let's sing another song, okay? Yang Yi continued. This time, the response was much more orderly. The audience shouted enthusiastically, okay. Okay, then the next song, the world's #1, is dedicated to everyone here, and also to our friends from Taiwan. I hope that you can all be happy and live a good life. After Yang Yi finished his inexplicable speech, he didn't give the audience much time to think. Behind him, the coquettish harmonica music started playing. Although the way a musician in sunglasses played the harmonica was very flashy and coquettish, The prelude to this song was very beautiful. The unique soft and seductive sound of the harmonica immediately captured the audience's ears. It was very beautiful, of course, with the rhythm of the drum set and Xianxia's guitar melody. The background music of the entire song also became rich. The scenery of life is like the surging winds of the sea, sometimes fierce, sometimes flat. My dear friends, be careful. Xianxia started singing. It was the same Hokkien singing that many of the Taiwanese audience found very familiar. The other fans who came from afar didn't understand it and found it very impressive, but it didn't matter if they didn't understand it. On the big screens on both sides of the stage, subtitles of the lyrics were already displayed. It was directly translated into Mandarin. The scenery of life is like the surging winds of the sea. It was like watching a foreign movie. It didn't matter if you didn't understand what others were saying. Looking at the subtitles, you would feel as if you could understand it, and it would give you a special sense of accomplishment. When this song was sung, it seemed a little ordinary, like a monologue. But just like Strive to Win, when carefully listened to, it was like an aged wine that left a rich aftertaste. Although some of the lyrics, such as life's environment, begging for food will lead to success, required people who were familiar with the Hokkien language to understand a very special flavor. But there were also a lot of lyrics that were different from normal words, such as don't blame the heavens, don't blame people. Follow your fate and follow your fate for life. When listening to it, people could feel the profound philosophy of life. Perhaps this song was singing about a free and easy attitude towards life, just like Xianxia, who was holding his guitar and singing freely on stage. The audience felt comfortable watching and relaxed listening to it. Their feelings of joy spontaneously rose. Of course, if they couldn't drink that much chicken soup, then it didn't matter. Looking at Xianxia's appearance when he was singing, the breeze from the mountain lifted his not too long hair, and his face, which wasn't particularly handsome at this moment, because of his natural and unrestrained manner, because of his gentle smile, because of his spirited and deep eyes, instantly captivated many little fangirls. Short scenery, play when you're young. Xianxia sang and laughed softly. That smile, which wasn't much at first, had a kind of devilishly charming handsomeness at this moment. Many of the fans below the stage couldn't help but raise their light sticks and wave them excitedly. Although he was just a middle-aged greasy uncle nearing 40 with a family and a wife, at this moment, Xianxia's relaxed and casual singing actually gave people an indescribable attraction. Moreover, this attraction wasn't just for the little girls. Many of the male fans couldn't help but shout that their hearts couldn't take it anymore. They were about to be blown away by Xianxia's handsomeness. Damn it, so handsome and so rich. How did he already have a wife? Why don't you have another girlfriend? Do you mind? Have another boyfriend? Murphy's concert lasted until 11 p.m., but the fans were still very enthusiastic. Although Murphy and Xianxia came out and sang an extra duet, the fans were still reluctant to leave. After a while, it was already 2 a.m. when Xianxia and Murphy returned to their place. Not to mention Tong Tong, who was already tired and asleep backstage. Xi and Lan Xian had already been sent back by Mo Shaowan to shower and sleep. Xianxia put down Murphy's handbag and tiptoed to the room next door. When he turned on the light, he saw two little beauties in cartoon pajamas sleeping soundly on the bed with their eyes closed. Seeing the sleeping posture of the two little girls, Xianxia couldn't help but smile. Xi had snatched the two little blankets. Not only did she snatch them, but she didn't even cover herself with them. She kicked off his little blanket and piled it under her feet, while Lan Xian's little blanket was pressed under her arm. The little girl was still in her usual sleeping position. Even though there was a little blanket under her left arm, she was still sleeping soundly. Her cute little mouth even had a little smile. She probably came back at night and played with Lan Xian for a while. She was very happy. Lan Xian was more tragic. After her little blanket was snatched, she probably felt a little cold and curled up on her side, looking pitiful. I ate so much meat for nothing. I couldn't even snatch Xi's blanket. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. He softly muttered and helped Lan Xian turn over. Then, he took the little blanket from under Xi's little arm and covered her with it. When he covered Xi with the blanket, he couldn't help but turn the little girl over and pretended to slap her little butt. Then, he flipped her back and said softly with a smile, "Humph, you're usually so cute, but after you sleep, you become a little overlord?" She was sleeping soundly, so naturally, she didn't hear her father's muttering. However, just as Yang Yi was covering Shi with the little blanket, Shi seemed to unconsciously raise her little hand and scratch her face. This movement almost gave Yang Yi a fright. He thought that Shi had found out about his prank. Luckily, it was just a false alarm. When he returned to his and Murphy's bedroom, Yang Yi found that Murphy had just changed into casual clothes and was sitting at the dressing table next to her hair, which was tied up from the concert. "Aren't you going to shower and sleep? It's already so late." Yang Yi sat on the bed next to her and asked with concern. In fact, Yang Yi didn't need to spend much effort to arrange the concert, because most of the work was handed over to the professionals. As for the communication and other arrangements, Mo Shaowan and the other people in the company took care of most of the work. This was also why Yang Yi had the time to take the children around these few days, including this morning. Of course, Murphy still had a hard time. After all, this was her concert. She had to sing a lot of songs and memorize many steps and processes. Whether it was the preparation for the concert or today's performance, she had consumed a lot of energy. In contrast, the burden on Yang Yi's shoulders was much lighter. Even during the concert, he was still playing with the two little girls backstage, unlike Mo Fei, who came back in a hurry to change clothes and drink water while standing. Therefore, Yang Yi, who loved his wife, said softly, "Rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll take Shi and the others out to play. Sleep a little more and I'll come back to pick you up for lunch in the afternoon." Murphy giggled. She got up from the dressing table, crossed her long legs, and knelt on the bed. She hugged Yang Yi's shoulders from the side like a spoiled child and whispered softly, "I don't want to sleep." "If you don't want to sleep, then what do you want to do?" Yang Yi was a little surprised. Then, he pinched her nose in amusement and said, "I'm fine with it, but can your body take it if I have to toss and turn for another night?" Ah. Murphy screamed. She stuck her hands in Yang Yi's hair and shook him back and forth. She said angrily, "Who said I want to do that? What are you thinking about in that head of yours?" Murphy's face was still red. Clearly, she also thought of the scene of tossing and turning that Yang Yi said. "Then what do you mean?" Yang Yi asked, puzzled. "Come with me and see." Murphy smiled slyly. She took a step back with her knees and got off the bed. Then, she held Yang Yi's hand and pulled him to the courtyard. At this time everyone else was asleep. Not to mention the two elders, Mo Henian and Zhou Mingyu, even Mo Shaowan, who came to accompany the children, yawned and went back to her room to rest when Yang Yi and Murphy came back. Therefore, the courtyard was quiet. It was so quiet that one could hear the screeching of the car tires on the road in the distance. "Look." Murphy held Yang Yi's hand and the two of them went to the deepest part of the courtyard. Actually, before Murphy reached out her hand, Yang Yi saw a medium-sized female motorcycle. Although this motorcycle looked clean as if someone had taken care of it, Yang Yi could still see that the paint had faded a lot. It seemed to have gone through the baptism of time. Seeing this motorcycle, Yang Yi already understood what Murphy wanted to do. He smiled and turned back to look at Murphy. He said, "What you mean is that we won't sleep tonight and we'll drive this motorcycle for a ride?" "Yes, but not for a ride. We're going to Keelung to watch the sunrise tonight." Murphy gracefully twirled in front of Yang Yi as if she was dancing ballet. She skipped around to the front of the motorcycle and touched the front of the motorcycle while mischievously winking at Yang Yi. "I called my cousin to borrow this motorcycle. I didn't expect that although he doesn't work in Baobei City, he could still help me get a motorcycle in Baobei City." At this moment, Yang Yi felt as if he had traveled through time and space and saw a mischievous little girl Murphy. Although she was pretty, her cuteness gave Yang Yi a new feeling. Of course, he still liked her. He liked her very much, however, Yang Yi was still more rational. He walked over and held Murphy's face in his hands. He said in a slightly reproachful tone, "Silly wife, what are you thinking? Are you worried that I'll be jealous? There's no such thing. I don't care. Don't ruin your body over such a small matter. What does it have to do with you being jealous?" Murphy was a little embarrassed to admit it. She giggled and turned her head, hugging Yang Yi's arm instead. "Don't worry about me. Let's just go out and play, okay?" "No, you didn't rest tonight." Yang Yi shook his head. Mm. Mo Fei pouted her lips, pulled Yang Yi's hand, and twisted it a few times, imitating Cece's coquettish behavior. Can we go together? I want to be with you. I want to have such an unforgettable memory with you. I haven't been with you to watch the sunrise by the beach alone. Every time, there's a child with me. We haven't gone out to play like a couple. Although Murphy did want to take care of Yang Yi and didn't want Yang Yi to be jealous, what she said was not an excuse at the last minute. She really wanted to be with Yang Yi and have the most beautiful memories. Yang Yi hesitated after hearing what she said. Murphy didn't understand Yang Yi. She could tell at a glance that he was wavering. She immediately struck while the iron was hot and said, "Also, didn't you say that we should be more carefree and find a time to go on an impromptu trip? Tonight, let's be willful for once. You drive the motorcycle, and we'll secretly go to Keelung to watch the sunrise, okay?" Staying up late once in a while wasn't a big deal. Yang Yi's energy wouldn't be reduced even if he didn't sleep for a night. As for Murphy, she could also take a nap in the car. Thinking of this, Yang Yi was also tempted. In the end, he still asked the last question hesitantly, "What about tomorrow? If we skip home and go to Keelung to play, what if Xi and Chen will wake up in the morning and realize that mom and dad aren't home? What if they make a scene? I told Xiaowan to help take care of him tomorrow. We'll come back after watching the sunrise. It won't take too long." Murphy giggled and said, "At most, we'll leave a note for Xi at home. Xi is so obedient, she definitely won't make a scene. We'll ask her to help us take care of little brother." Before making the decision to leave home, Yang Yi remembered what Yuan Yan had said to him. Actually, it was about tonight. At that time, Mo Fei was singing on stage, while Yuan Yan and the other members of the Extreme Challenge team were backstage. It was not their turn to go on stage yet, so they played with the child and talked about marriage and children. It was mainly Yuan Yan and Yang Yi who were talking. At most, Jia Yuchen would say a few words. After all, the others were either not married or did not have children. At that time, Zhu Jia jokingly asked Yang Yi who he liked the most, Xi and Tong Tong. Yang Yi naturally would not tell the truth in front of the two children. He smiled and said that he liked both of them. In the family, the two of them would always have the highest status. Yuan Yan half-jokingly said to Yang Yi, "That won't do. Yang Yi, a man can't only care about his daughter and son. He has to love his wife." This sentence was not a big deal, because later, Jia Yuchen and Dan Hongkue teased Yuan Yan, saying that Yang Yi loved Murphy and was a famous model husband in the entertainment circle. But in fact, when Yuan Yan said that, he added another sentence, which really touched Yang Yi. After all, children will grow up. They will have their own lives. In the end, the person closest to you is still your wife. At that time, because the stage supervisor came to inform them to prepare, it was chaotic. Yang Yi did not have time to think carefully about this sentence. Now that he suddenly thought of it, Yang Yi made a decision. "Let's go and watch the sunrise." Late at night, at 2:30, the gate of the ancestral home of the Mo family was opened. Two tall figures stealthily pushed a small motorcycle out. After walking out of the shade, the slightly delicate figure behind them revealed a pair of bright and excited eyes. Let's go, don't get caught by my papa." Murphy was more than 30 years old, but now she was like a thief. She was nervous and excited as she grabbed Yang Yi's clothes and said, "Put on your helmet first. Have you put on your coat? It might be cold on the road later." Yang Yi stopped the motorcycle and turned around. While tying the strap of Murphy's helmet, he gently said with concern, "Hee, I've worn enough. If I wear more, I'll die from the heat." Murphy put her hands on Yang Yi's waist and said with a sweet smile, "Besides, don't I have you? With you, I won't be afraid of the cold." Needless to say, Yang Yi asked Mo Fei to get on the woman's motorcycle first, and then he sat in the front. "I'll sit a little farther back to give you more space, because you're but as big hee. Hee. Mo Fei's muffled voice came from behind. She was trying her best to move backward. After all, this small motorcycle was not big. It was incomparable to the cars and big minivans they usually drove. Yang Yi and Mo Fei could barely sit on it. And in comparison, Yang Yi's huge body size was a cruel crush on this small motorcycle. but there were advantages to squeezing. Murphy could easily hug Yang Yi's waist. She sat comfortably at the back and put her face on Yang Yi's back. She happily said, "Okay, I'm sitting properly. We can go now. Let's go." Yang Yi's left hand pinched the brake and his right hand gently twisted the accelerator and pressed the ignition switch. This motorcycle was not an electric car, but like a car, the sound of the engine sounded. At that moment, Yang Yi also felt like a thief. He was a little excited and couldn't help but yell. He released the brakes and stepped on the gas to move forward. This feeling was very subtle. It was different from Murphy's. Murphy only felt that she was like when she was young, secretly following Yang Yi on an adventure behind her father's back. Yang Yi felt like he was a flower thief, stealing someone's daughter and running away with her in the car. He even had a feeling that his father-in-law was about to rush out with a shotgun and kill him. Hurry up and run. On the brightly lit road of Baobei City, a small motorcycle was driving steadily. The neon lights of the city flowed on its body, as if it was shuttling back and forth in the river of time. Who would have thought that in the middle of the night traffic, this small motorcycle was carrying the two big stars who had received the cheers and applause of tens of thousands of people at the concert that night? Since there wasn't, then all the titles, honor, status, and light would be thrown away. Now, it was just an ordinary couple going to the beach to watch the sunrise. "I'm so happy." Murphy did not seem to feel tired at all. Behind the motorcycle, she was sandwiched between Yang Yi and the trunk. She felt very safe. She even waved one of her arms excitedly and shouted towards the sky. Although Murphy's voice sounded a little muffled through the helmet, the happiness in his voice could not be concealed. "Sit tight, hold me." Yang Yi was worried that Murphy would fall. He was a daring man, so he continued to drive with his right hand, while his left hand reached behind him to catch Murphy's hand. Yang Yi asked Murphy to put both of her hands in the pockets of his jacket, so that she could block some of the wind. Although it was summer, it was late at night, and the temperature was much lower. Plus, on the empty road, the wind was like a knife, cutting their skin painfully. Yang Yi did not care, but he had to take good care of Murphy. "Humph, what an unromantic guy," Emofe muttered, but when she looked at Yang Yi's back, her eyes were filled with honey. She then leaned her head against Yang Yi's back sweetly. Wearing the motorcycle helmet, Murphy could lean against Yang Yi's warm and broad back, which made her feel very safe. After leaving the downtown area of Baobei City, they went on the national highway to Keelung. There were fewer cars on the road, and it was almost impossible to see a car driving by in a few minutes. After all, the cars were all on the highway. Although the streetlights on the national highway could still illuminate sections of the road at intervals, they were like lonely knights traveling in the endless darkness of the wilderness. There was no one else to go with them, only themselves. "Huh." Murphy yawned and said, a little bored, "Did we come out too early? Look around, it's still dark, and we can't see any scenery." "It's a little early, but we have to wait for the sky to brighten before we go to Keelung. I'm afraid the sun will be up before we get there." Yang Yi laughed happily. It's too troublesome to look at the stars, and we have to look up," Murphy said gloomily. It was not that she had lost interest, but after yawning, she was so sleepy that she could not take it anymore and wanted to sleep. "Take a nap." "It's okay, I can hold you. You don't have to worry about falling." Yang Yi saw this and stopped the car by the roadside. He let Murphy sit in front of him, and he sat up straight, letting her lean against his chest comfortably. "No, it's not safe." Murphy was still a little worried, and said stubbornly, "I'll chat with you, I can't let you be bored." Although she said that, being able to comfortably lean against Yang Yi's chest, Murphy finally could not resist the heavy fatigue. After a while, as they chatted, she became a little absent-minded. Gradually, under the embrace of Yang Yi's arms, she closed her eyes and fell into a light sleep. Seeing this, Yang Yi eased off the accelerator, stepped on the brake, and let go again to let the car slow down. Then, he retracted his left hand and hugged Murphy's soft little belly. "P.S. Please do not imitate, this is a dangerous action." Although it was just a light hug, and he was prepared to raise his left hand to grab the motorcycle handle at any time, this hug gave Murphy a strong sense of security. She gently twisted and fell asleep comfortably. When it came to driving, Yang Yi had been able to play with motorcycles in his previous life. He had even ridden a mountain bike, leaping and weaving through the jungles of Southeast Asia. With his superb driving skills, Xianxia could naturally protect Murphy's safety. At this time, Xi, who was still sleeping at home, seemed to have had a nightmare. She fell asleep on her side, her little feet kicking in the air. Xianxia had found the map on his phone. Following the road signs, he sped all the way. Finally, before the sunrise, before the sleeping Keelung woke up, and before the traffic police noticed him, he passed through Keelung's downtown area and arrived at the beach in the northeast. Because it was his first time there, and he was unprepared, Xianxia could only drive the motorcycle along the coastline to find the most suitable sightseeing spot. Unexpectedly, he was lucky enough to find an excellent sightseeing spot, a brand new small fishing pier. Why was it brand new? Because it was completely new, some of the facilities had not been removed, and there were no fishing boats around it. Naturally, there wouldn't be a fishy smell. But the other places were already very clean. Also, because of the sea breeze, the cement road was so clean that it looked as if someone had cleaned it. Strangely, perhaps because it was the Dragon Boat Festival holiday, or because the workers didn't live in such a desolate place, the small pier was empty. There wasn't a single person. Seeing this, Xianxia drove the motorcycle in and stopped in front of a mooring post at the east end of the pier. It was 5 in the morning. Although the sky was still green, compared to when they were on the road, the sky was much brighter, and the scenery in the distance could be seen clearly. Obviously, it wouldn't be long before the sun came out, but Xianxia was still hesitating. Should he wake Murphy up now? Or should he let Murphy sleep for a while? Xianxia was leaning towards the latter, because Murphy had only slept for about an hour in the car. Xianxia wanted to wait for the sky to brighten before waking her up. But then, Murphy woke up by herself. Perhaps it was because after the motorcycle stopped, there was less vibration and less rumbling sound. The world seemed to have become quiet all of a sudden. This made Mofei feel a little uncomfortable, so he frowned, opened his eyes sleepily, looked around, and then stretched his body, letting out a long, lazy sound like a piglet. "You're up?" Xianxia asked with a smile as he held Murphy's slender waist with his left hand and combed her hair with his right hand. Murphy did not answer. She stretched and hugged Xianxia's neck from behind with her soft arms. She was like a big brown bear that had just come out of hibernation. She treated Xianxia as a tree trunk and rubbed her back and head against him. Of course, Murphy only wanted to find a more comfortable position in Xianxia's arms. Then, she pulled Xianxia's other hand and let him hug her with both hands. She also hugged Xianxia's big hand, and then lazily whispered, "Have we arrived?" "Yes, this is Keelung's seaside. The sun hasn't risen yet." Xianxia smiled and said, "Since you're awake, let's sit on the ground. It's not comfortable to sit on the motorcycle." "Yeah, my back hurts." Murphy nodded. She straightened up and let Xianxia get down from the back seat first. But then, Xianxia stood to the side and saw that Murphy had no intention of getting down. She only yawned and blinked her beautiful eyes at him. Xianxia understood Murphy's meaning. He was happy and reached out his 2 hands with a smile and asked, "Do you want a hug?" "Yes." Murphy suddenly beamed with joy. She reached out her 2 arms and hugged Xianxia's neck. Then, Xianxia held her butt and carried her down from the motorcycle. Fortunately, Xianxia was trained and had great strength. Otherwise, Murphy, who was 1.7 meters tall and looked thin, but actually weighed more than 50 kilograms, would have been enough to make Xianxia suffer. But after all, he was trained. Xianxia easily carried Murphy down from the motorcycle. But there was a small accident at the end. Murphy's long legs were an obstacle. When she was carried out, she accidentally hooked the motorcycle. Clang! The motorcycle flipped over on the ground. Fortunately, Xianxia carried Murphy and dodged. At this time, Murphy, who wanted to act coquettishly and be lovey-dovey with Xianxia, couldn't bear it anymore. She got down from Xianxia's body and hugged Xianxia's arm, laughing with him. 10 minutes later. The poor motorcycle had been lifted up and stopped not far behind them. Xianxia and Murphy sat at the end of the long embankment, leaning against the mooring post and looking at the sea. They didn't sit on the ground. Below their butts, Xianxia made a small carpet with newspapers. Although the sea breeze blew and rolled the newspapers, with their butts, they weren't afraid that they would fly away. "I only knew that you bought milk and bread at the gas station." I didn't even notice that you bought newspapers. Hee hee, you are really smart. Murphy giggled. She was still nestled in Xianxi's arms, leaning against him comfortably. The coat that she was wearing was now reversed in front of her body to block the biting cold sea breeze. Behind her was Xianxi's warm embrace. Xianxi even opened his coat and connected it with Murphy's. This way, the two of them could be wrapped together. Although Xianxi's body was good and he didn't feel cold, this feeling of snuggling up to each other and warming each other was also very blissful. Murphy happily held the milk that was still a little warm and sipped it. From time to time, she would pass it to Xianxi and let him have a sip. At that time, when I bought some food, I saw the newspaper and thought that it should come in handy, so I bought one. I didn't expect it to come in handy. Xianxi smiled and said, at that time, you were taking photos and signing autographs for the shop staff. Of course, you didn't notice. NN. At this time, Murphy felt a gust of sea breeze. She was no longer sleepy, so she wanted to enjoy this moment more. The world was white, the sea, the dock, in such an empty world, it was as if only she and Xianxi were left. Hubby, do you feel happy? Let's sneak out and have a world of just the two of us? Murphy asked in a sweet voice. Of course, I'm happy. The time with you will always be happy and blissful. Xianxi said with a little emotion, you're right. We should have some exclusive memories. I can't wait to watch the sunrise with you. Hee hee, actually, I still feel a little guilty. I left Xixi and Huahua at home, and the two of us came out to have fun. Although Imofei said that, her pretty face was full of excitement and joy. There was no sense of guilt at all. Also, although sitting here and my face is a little cold from the wind, it doesn't matter. When I'm with you, I feel very happy. I'm not afraid of anything, and I don't want to care about it anymore. When Xianxi heard that her face was a little cold, he stretched out his two big hands and rubbed them hard. When they were warm, he held Murphy's face from behind. Murphy's excited description came to an abrupt end, as if she was stuck in a shell. Xianxi asked with a smile, this way, it won't be so cold. Before he could say the word okay, Murphy suddenly turned around in his arms. She looked at Xianxi's face affectionately, and her eyes shone with a touched light. Before Xianxi could react, Murphy hugged his head and kissed him with her soft red lips. One kiss, suffocating, Mo Xiaowan, who had been entrusted with a heavy responsibility, was used to sleeping in. She was still sleeping in the bedroom, but the other children woke up very early, especially Xixi. She usually woke up early to exercise with her father. The little girl was the same today. She woke up early, and as usual, she tossed and turned in bed, waiting for her father to wake her up, but it was strange. Why didn't her father wake her up today? The little girl couldn't fall asleep. She rolled over and sat up. She rubbed her eyes and looked around in confusion. Fortunately, Xian was still sleeping next to her. She couldn't wait any longer. She moved her little butt and moved to Xian's pillow. She pushed her little friend and woke her up. Xian was pulled up by Xixi in a daze. She yawned, and it took her a while to recover. She touched her chubby little belly and muttered, oh, I'm hungry. Xian ate dinner early last night. Backstage at the concert, she didn't eat any snacks or supper. Later, she came back and took a shower and went to sleep. If she hadn't been sleeping just now, her stomach would have been growling. However, Xixi, who couldn't hold it in any longer, didn't respond to Xian's topic. She giggled and said to Xian, let me tell you. I had a big nightmare last night. What nightmare? Xian asked in a daze. That's right. I dreamed that my mom and brother were taken away by bad guys. The little girl said excitedly, I was crying, but my papa came out. He was super powerful. He defeated the bad guys and saved mom and brother. Oh. It wasn't about food. Xian was a little dispirited. Hee hee, but I forgot how my papa defeated the bad guys. I forgot when I woke up. After being woken up by Xixi and listening to a story for a while, Xian's sleepiness was gradually dispelled. After the little girl's head was clear, she felt a little hungry. Finally, she couldn't help but interrupt Xixi and said pitifully, Xixi, I'm really hungry. Do you have anything to eat? It was also at this time that Xian remembered that this was not her home, nor was it Xixi's bedroom. Otherwise, she could have found some snacks that she usually hid. Her friend's question really stumped Xianxia. She scratched her head and said awkwardly, "Oh, I don't have any either." How could Xianxia have the habit of storing food? Hearing this, Xian collapsed on the bed softly and said in a dispirited voice, "I'm starving to death." Seeing this, Xianxia said enthusiastically, "Let's go find my papa. My papa must have woken up. He must know where to eat." Yes. Xian's eyes lit up as a surge of energy surged through her body, allowing her to regain her vitality. She hurriedly climbed out of bed and even slid out of bed nimbly as she urged, "Cece, let's go quickly." "Yes, yes." Xianxia giggled and followed her friend out of their bedroom. They didn't notice that on the small cabinet beside the bed that they had just passed, there was a note that Xianxia and Murphy had left for them. It was forgotten there alone. When Xianxia and Xian came out, it was still very early. It was not 5:30 yet. The whole room was quiet, but the voice-activated sensor light illuminated the corridor for the little guys. "Papa, hey, Papa, where's Mom?" But when they opened the door and turned on the light, Xianxia was dumbfounded. She looked in confusion at the bedroom where her parents were sleeping. There was no one inside. Not only was the bed empty, even Tong Tong was gone. Xianxia didn't know that Tong Tong and the crib had been moved to Imo Xiaojuan's room, and Imo Xiaojuan was taking care of them. Xian's reaction was a little slow. She walked in and looked around in confusion for a long time before she said in surprise, "Yeah, where's Papa Yang?" "It's over. If Papa Yang disappeared, she might starve." She stood rooted to the ground in a daze, but her beautiful big eyes were moving nimbly. After a while, the young lady suddenly clapped her hands in surprise and pulled Xian's arm as she said happily, "I know. Xian, I got it." There seems to be something wrong with his reaction. How could he be happy? What? Xian looked at her friend in bewilderment. "I know where Papa went." Xianxia said excitedly, "It turns out that I saw it in my dream. My mom and little brother were taken away by bad guys, and then my papa went to save them." "Taken away by bad guys?" Xian's eyes widened. She nervously hugged Xianxia's arm and asked fearfully, "Really?" At this moment, in Xian's mind, she had already equated the bad guy with a monster. Moreover, Xian remembered the fright she had received when she was sleeping in the study a few nights ago. So there really are monsters. The image of a terrifying demon with a black demonic aura instantly surfaced in Xian's mind. She felt that she was right, but at the same time, she began to tremble in fear. What should I do? The demons had captured Mommy Mo and little Mommy. Would they still come for me? Xian felt that she might be the monster's favorite since she was white and tender and chubby. She showed a completely different reaction. She giggled and said, "Xian, don't be afraid. My papa is super powerful. He can defeat the bad guys." No, he has already defeated the bad guys, because I saw it." Xian was so scared that her body went soft. She sat down on the edge of the bed and looked at Xianxia worriedly. But, Xianxia, that was just a dream. What if Papa Yang didn't defeat the bad guys?" Xianxia also hesitated. After a while, she had an idea. "I know, I can ask my papa." "How?" Xian looked at Xianxia in confusion. At this time, Xianxia was a little proud. She said with joy, "I have an idea." The little girl touched her neck and pulled out a red rope. Then, she pulled out a Buddha statue that still had the residual warmth of the little girl's body from the collar of her pajamas. This Buddha statue was very small and made of wood. It was not as conspicuous as jade, but after being worn by Cece for more than a year, this piece of wood had already been polished. It looked like its color had settled down, and it was even rounder and brighter. Xian certainly knew that Xianxia had such a pendant. She looked at it curiously. Although Cece had almost never used this Buddha statue, her clever little brain still clearly remembered how her father had taught her how to use it. She pinched the head and tail of the Buddha statue and pressed it. "Hey!" Xian was surprised to see that the head of the Buddha statue was pressed into her stomach. At this time, Xianxia and Murphy were sitting by the sea and ushering in the magnificent scene they had been looking forward to for a long time, the sunrise over the sea. Like the description in Elder Ba's prose that many people had learned in school, a beautiful red glow spread over the sky and became brighter and brighter. Then, a small half of the face of the sun was revealed. At this moment, it was like a little kid who had eaten too much and wanted to jump onto the bed to play with its master. After trying a few times, it finally jumped out and revealed its round and fat true face. Wow! It's so beautiful. Murphy nestled in Xiangyi's arms and looked at the sun that had just left the sea and was gradually blooming with golden light. At this time, Xiangyi's cell phone rang at an inappropriate time. Murphy looked back at Xiangyi, who was busy taking out his cell phone, and asked in confusion, "Alarm clock?" Hearing the specially set ringtone, Xiangyi frowned, shook his head, looked at the cell phone screen, and said in a deep voice, "No, it's Xixi's pendant. I don't know what happened." Pendant? Murphy didn't get enough sleep and her reaction was a little slow. For a while, she didn't understand what Xiangyi was talking about. Xiangyi was worried that something would happen to his daughter, so he didn't have time to explain and quickly answered the phone. "Papa." Xixi's clear and pleasant voice came through. Xiangyi heard his daughter's cheerful tone and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Xixi, what's going on? Why did you call Papa with this?" Xiangyi asked. "Papa, did you defeat the bad guy? Did you save Mom and brother?" On the phone, the little girl asked excitedly. "Ah?" Xiangyi was confused by his daughter's words. "Bad guy? What bad guy?" Xiangyi was not completely relieved, and he seriously asked Xixi. Finally, with Xixi's description and Lan Xian's agreement from time to time, Xiangyi finally figured out what was going on. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and looked at Murphy, who was listening next to him. Murphy had a guilty conscience, and she winked at Xiangyi, asking Xiangyi to quickly find an excuse to cover up this matter. "Ahem, Xixi, you're right. Daddy did defeat the bad guy and saved Mommy." Xiangyi coughed dryly and went with the flow as he spoke. "Yeah." Xixi's excited cheers came from her side, and the little girl seemed to be happily showing off to Lan Xian. "Xian, see, I'm right. What about Momo? Did you save Momo?" Lan Xian asked. "Momo?" "Momo was not taken by the bad guy. Bad guys don't catch children. When I went to save Mom, I left Momo with Auntie Xiaowan and asked her to help take care of her." Xiangyi explained. Xiangyi said this to cover up his lie, and on the other hand, he didn't want this matter to scare Lan Xian. Lan Xian seemed to be very scared just now. Murphy, who was next to him, covered her mouth and laughed. She also pushed Xiangyi's arm with her palm and said with a reproachful look, "You're really good at making up stories." Sure enough, after hearing Xiangyi's words, Lan Xian breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, that's great, I was wondering why Xixi and I were not taken away by the bad guy. Hee, it turns out that bad guys don't catch children." At this time, Xixi was happy, and she came over and asked sweetly, "Papa, then when will you come back? I miss you so much." "How long has it been?" Murphy couldn't help but say, "Xixi, why don't you ask Mom when she will come back? Don't you miss Mom? Mom was taken away by the bad guy. It's so dangerous." No, I miss Mama too." Xixi giggled. "But Mama is with Papa." At this time, Lan Xian, who had calmed down, came over again and asked pitifully, "Papa Yang, when will you come back? I'm starving to death." Hearing this, Xiangyi shook his head helplessly and laughed. He coaxed the two little girls and taught them to find something to eat in the kitchen fridge. Then, he hung up the phone. Phew, it's finally over. Xiangyi looked at Murphy and smiled helplessly. Emofe sat there, giggling. Her beautiful eyes reflected the bright sunshine, so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. "The sun is over. What should we do next?" Xiangyi asked softly. In fact, they could find the answer from each other's eyes without Murphy's answer. They had enough fun and began to miss their children. It was time to go back. "Hey, Xixi, why are you and Xian standing here?" Back at the Mo family's ancestral home in Baobei City, Murphy opened the big iron gate and was surprised to see Xixi and Lan Xian standing behind the gate sneakily. When Xixi and Lan Xian saw that Xiangyi had also come back with a motorcycle, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They looked like little adults, as if they were saying, it's good that you came back safely. Of course, although she was no stranger to motorcycles, there were many motorcycles in the old town where she studied, she was still very curious about why her father was pushing a motorcycle. She ran over and touched it curiously, then hurriedly passed the important information to her father. Papa, it's not good. Grandpa is very angry. The little girl said to her father worriedly. He was unhappy when he was eating breakfast. I told Grandpa that Papa went to beat up the bad guys and then saved Mama, but he was still unhappy. Xianxia nodded quickly and said, yes, Auntie Xiaowan was also scolded. Xixi's grandfather is really fierce. It turned out that Xixi and Xianxia had deliberately waited here to pass on the message. When Xiangyi heard this, he couldn't help but look at Murphy. Murphy was holding back her laughter, while Yangyi's eyes were a little helpless. It's over, Murphy spread her hands. It's probably the little guys who leaked the secret. There's no other way. We can only play it by ear. After passing on the message, Xixi and Xianxia took out a boiled egg from their pockets. Xixi said with concern, Papa, are you hungry? I was afraid that Grandpa wouldn't let you eat, so I left an egg for you. Mommy Mo can eat mine. Xianxia said obediently. Wow, you left an egg for us? You are so considerate. Are you guys full? Yangyi and Murphy didn't expect the two little girls to be so sensible. They were so touched that they hugged the two little girls and kissed them again and again. I'm full. Xixi giggled. I'm full too. Xixi's grandmother made a lot of delicious breakfast. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and she quickly responded, there are delicious eggs, boiled eggs, fried eggs, and delicious bread. The most amazing thing is that there's so much delicious meat. It's super fragrant. When Yangyi heard this, he understood that Zhou Mingyu was making a Western-style breakfast today. To be exact, it was a Hong Kong-style breakfast. They had tasted it at home before. Passing through the courtyard, Yangyi thought for a while and asked Murphy to take the two children back to the back. You haven't slept for a whole night. Go take a hot bath and sleep. I'll explain to Dad. In fact, Yangyi wasn't sure, but he knew that Murphy was too sleepy. On the way back, she basically didn't sleep and kept yawning. Now, she was so sleepy that she was dizzy. How can I do that? My dad is very angry. I have to stop him from beating you, Murphy said worriedly. Although Murphy was very worried, Yangyi insisted that she take Xixi and Xianxia back to the bedroom. Murphy had no choice but to watch Yangyi walk along the corridor to Imohenian's room. Yangyi nervously knocked on the door, and Zhou Mingyu opened the door. Immediately, Yangyi saw Imohenian sitting on a wooden armchair with a dark expression. Beside him, the aroma of tea wafted in the air, but it was unable to calm his anxious heart. Oh how old are you already? Still messing around with Feifei. Zhou Mingyu rushed to reprimand Yangyi before the old man could. If Xiaowan hadn't told us, we wouldn't have known that you guys were so daring to ride a motorcycle to Keelung in the middle of the night. Didn't you consider the safety issue? Zhou Mingyu's reprimand was raised high but lowered gently. Clearly, she was secretly helping Yangyi smooth things over. If it had been Imohenian who said it, the atmosphere would have exploded. Yes, Mom. We know we were wrong. We won't be stubborn next time. Yangyi hurriedly lowered his head and obediently admitted his mistake. It's not enough that you know you were wrong. You still have to reprimand Feifei. Zhou Mingyu said. No, this has nothing to do with Feifei. It's all my fault. I told her I wanted to go see the sunrise. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Yangyi said, scratching his head. It's right that you know you're to blame. Imohenian slammed the table heavily and said sternly, Yangyi, back then, I also saw that you were mature and steady and knew how to take care of others. That's why I let bygones be bygones and married my daughter to you. Now that you're almost 30, why are you acting like a child? You still like to mess around? Yangyi lowered his head and listened obediently. His face was full of guilt, but he did not dare to refute. However, Zhou Mingyu was still helping him. Don't just blame little Yang. If you ask me, this matter definitely has something to do with your daughter. When Feifei was young, she snuck out to Keelung to play once and caused a ruckus at home. This time, there's no need to think about it. It's definitely Feifei's idea. But little Yang, you're not young anymore. Feifei didn't do well. If you want to reprimand her, don't mess around with her. Yes, I understand. Yang Yi nodded and did not dare to say anything more. No matter whose idea it was, they were in the wrong for doing this. All of them are in the wrong. Mo Henian slammed the table and said angrily, moreover, little Yang, you're the head of a family with a net worth of tens of billions. How can you be so inconsiderate? You rode your motorcycles out to play in the middle of the night and disregarded your own safety. Why don't you think about the children? Xi and Xianxia are still so young. If anything happens to you. Although Yang Yi knew that he would be fine, when he heard Mo Henian's words, he felt like a teenager who ran out to play games at an internet cafe and was reprimanded by his parents. He agreed with Mo Henian's words, but he was not convinced. Of course, Yang Yi still changed his perspective and criticized himself. He sincerely lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Dad, you're right. What we did was indeed irresponsible. We won't do it again in the future. It's not just you who were irresponsible. Think about it. What kind of wrong demonstration did you bring to the children? When Xi grows up and runs away from home like you, how will you feel when you find out? Mo Henian reprimanded bitterly. That's right. Xi might learn. Parents were the template they loved to imitate. Yang Yi really felt a little regretful this time. Zhou Mingyu smiled and said, you don't have to worry about Xi. How did you come up with this trick? You actually said that Murphy was taken away by a big bad guy and that you went to save her. Fortunately, I was smart and didn't expose it. If they knew the truth, it would be bad. Mom, thank you. Yang Yi said gratefully. Actually, this wasn't what we wanted. Xi had a nightmare, and we didn't want them to know about it. So we took advantage of the situation and made up this lie. It's easy to lie, but difficult to cover up a lie. Mo Henian said indignantly. Speaking of which, there's one more thing. How could you lie to the children and say that big bad guys don't catch little kids? Zhou Mingyu said reproachfully. I didn't know until Xianxia mentioned it. That's because Xianxia is still at home. Yang Yi explained. Anyway, you shouldn't have said such things. Look at the two children. They don't have any vigilance at all. What if they meet a real bad guy in the future? Zhou Mingyu said kindly, when you go back, you have to explain this to the children. Do you understand? You can't leave them alone. Yang Yi nodded seriously. He was convinced by the details pointed out by his mother-in-law. Not only did he nod, but he also wrote it down seriously. Fortunately, Mo Henian's view of Yang Yi had changed a lot. Although he was furious just now, he didn't harp on this matter. After a few more words, he waved his hand and impatiently told Yang Yi to go back and rest. After playing all night, Yang Yi was in a good state of mind. As usual, he did not yawn or feel sleepy. Unlike Murphy, she was really sleepy. She took her clothes and was ready to take a bath, but her eyelids couldn't stand it. She just sat on the sofa for a while, and then dozed off. When Yang Yi came back from his father-in-law's place, he saw that Murphy had already curled up on the sofa and fallen asleep. Go to bed and sleep. Yang Yi chuckled, shook his head, and walked over. He put one hand through Murphy's legs, and the other hand, along with her arm, held up Murphy's back and neck, and let her head rest on his arm. Then, he carried Murphy back to the bed and carefully covered her with a quilt. Yang Yi himself still had to take a bath. After taking a bath, he came out refreshed and found the children in the yard. Mo Shaowan was looking after them. Of course, sometimes it was better not to expect others to take care of your children. Mo Shaowan, this careless person, was like this. She sat on a small stone bench next to her, swiping her phone and looking up from time to time. The children played by themselves. However, when Yang Yi came, Xi and Lan Xian were also playing happily. Tong Tong also participated. The little guy was giggling happily at the side, moving his chubby legs and running around with his sisters. What are you playing? Yang Yi asked Mo Shaowan to busy herself with work. He went over to take care of the three little fellows. Then, he walked over and asked Xi and Lan Xian with a smile. Papa, we play that game. You have to turn around, cover your eyes and count the words, and then turn around. Then I can't move. I can only move when you count the words, and then I can't be seen by you. We often play it at school. She stood on her tiptoes and explained enthusiastically to her father. And then Momo keeps getting caught. Haha, it's so funny. Xian pointed at Tong Tong and shouted loudly. Hee, no. Tong Tong didn't take it to heart. He just smiled happily and waved his hands as he said in a childish voice. But even if Tao Wu is discovered, he can't be punished. Sigh, he still can't play the hunter game. He doesn't know how to play it. She said, so Tao Wu will always be the first to be eliminated. Yang Yi figured out what game the three little guys were playing. He had seen it in a book before. It was a classic children's game from the last century. 1, 2, 3, Woodman. However, she and the others seemed to have learned the game from others. They didn't know the name of the game yet. At this time, Xian had an idea. She looked at Yang Yi expectantly and said, Papa Yang, do you want to play with us? Before Yang Yi answered, she shook her head and said, no, Papa needs to sleep. Mom said that Papa didn't sleep last night because he wanted to catch the bad guys. His daughter's words were full of concern. Yang Yi was moved. He reached out and stroked the little girl's soft hair lovingly. It's okay. Papa is not very sleepy. Yang Yi smiled and said, by the way, where are we going to play today? Mama is going to sleep. Only Papa will play with you. Tong Tong stood aside and looked at his father with his big watery eyes. He listened for a while and was interested in talking. He pulled his father's trousers, raised his little head, and asked with his pink little mouth, where's Mom? Mama is sleeping. Yang Yi explained. But Papa also needs to sleep. At the side, Cece reluctantly twisted her little butt, pouted her little mouth, and said reluctantly, Mama said that Papa wants to sleep. She also said that we can't be willful. That's right. Daddy Yang, you've already defeated the big baddie, you need to sleep. Xian said seriously, let's not go play. It's tiring to play. Xian expressed Cece's thoughts and the little girl nodded. Although she still wanted to go and play and was a little reluctant to leave, she nodded very firmly at this moment. Yang Yi gently raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, we're not going to play? She and Xian looked at each other and reached an agreement. They giggled and said, let's play tomorrow. Yang Yi didn't expect the two little girls to be so sensible today. Although Yang Yi knew that Murphy's advice should be credited, she and Xian suppressed their desire to play. It wasn't easy. Since when did you know how to take care of people? Yang Yi rubbed the two little girls' heads lovingly and said with a smile. Okay. Since we're not going to play, we'll stay at home. I'll ask Grandpa and Grandma to accompany you. When I wake up in the afternoon, we'll go to Baobei City and play in a very high building. Okay? Okay. She nodded her little head happily. Yang Yi and his family's trip to Baodao during the Dragon Boat Festival came to an end. They had to leave the next day and go back to Jiangqing. After all, the two little girls had to go back to school and the end of the semester was approaching. However, the interesting news that Yang Yi and Murphy brought to the entertainment circle during their trip to Baodao was still constantly being updated and spread. At the beginning, the media enthusiastically reported on Zhou Mingyu's first time on the concert stage. Everyone knew that Murphy's mother used to be an unknown singer in Harbor City. However, it wasn't until today that everyone had the opportunity to hear her singing when the fan video of the concert was released. Not only was the news reporting, but the netizens' comments were also full of praise. Murphy's mother sings so well. No wonder Murphy can sing so well. It turns out that she has such a great mother who raised her since she was young. I love Woman Flower. Murphy and Murphy's mother sang so well that I, a 30-year-old auntie, cried. Murphy used to say that her mother was very trendy in an interview. Today, I see that it's true. Murphy's mother's cheongsam is really stunning. It's just like the song Woman Flower. It's so beautiful. However, on the second night after the concert, some of the entertainment public accounts on micro-broadcasting released the news that others had given them. Xianxia and Murphy ran out to ride motorcycles in the middle of the night and were discovered by fans. It's so romantic. Xianxia and Murphy unexpectedly appeared in Keelung. Fans, they went to see the sunrise. Rich people's toys. Xianxia and Murphy rode motorcycles and were asked for autographs by fans. There were all kinds of headlines, but they were actually stating the same truth. The excited gas station employees sent the photos to many entertainment VIPs in order to tell others that they had taken photos with Xianxia and Murphy. Seeing this news, the fans were suddenly in an uproar, although a small number of people were nitpicking and criticizing Xianxia and Murphy for doing such a dangerous thing as public figures. However, most of the fans couldn't help but be envious and jealous. The comments below were very interesting. I'm exhausted after the concert. Now I find out that the two most tired people actually sneaked out to be romantic behind our backs. What should I do? I feel like I've been betrayed. I'm going to be jealous. I had nothing to do in the middle of the night, so I was stuffed with dog food. Why don't I have a girlfriend to play with me? Wow, I can't help but cry. Only Xianxia and Murphy know how to play. Others are showing off their love in front of the camera and pretending to be happy. They're showing off their love behind the camera. I'm going to eat this dog food. Who still dares to say that Xianxia and Murphy are only husband and wife on the surface? They're living a poetic life, okay? Lee Man, are you divorced from our Supreme Doe? Don't use our Supreme Doe to create hype, okay? I've never seen you showing off your love outside of the camera. There seemed to be a strange comment mixed in. But it didn't matter. The fans continued to express their envy and jealousy. Excuse me, is the sunrise in Keelung really that beautiful? No, the sunrise in Keelung isn't the most beautiful. The most beautiful place is in Kenting. The sunrise and sunset are beautiful. I have to refute this. The most beautiful place should be Mount Ali, okay? Watching the sunrise in the clouds and sea of fog is really beautiful. Let me ask weakly. You're discussing it so intensely, but do you have a girlfriend? You're dead set, old heart. June, for little Rua, is happy, although there was no Children's Day, the hot summer brought him a cool swimming pool. What game could be better than jumping into a big swimming pool to play in this unbearably hot summer day? Yes, after returning from Taiwan, Xianxia had asked someone to clean up the swimming pool in the backyard of the villa. This was the top-notch entertainment facility that she had been looking forward to for a long time. It was the weekend. Cece was still reading upstairs because she was about to face a new final exam. The little girl, who had messed up her exam last semester and had given up the first place, didn't dare to relax this time. The closer it was to the exam, the more nervous she was and the more serious she was. Xianxia and Murphy were downstairs talking and laughing as they organized the fresh flowers they bought today. Murphy was the one who arranged the flowers while Xianxia helped her cut the branches and leaves and put them into the trash bag. Tong held the ball and played with it for a while. He felt a little bored, so he threw the ball away and ran towards the stairs. No adults to support him, it didn't matter. Little Momo was now very adept at climbing the stairs. His left hand held the pillar of the handrail, and his right hand was placed flat beside him to maintain his balance. Then, he struggled to lift his right leg, climbed up a step, and followed with his left leg. He climbed up the stairs with his right leg and followed with his left. Just like that, he climbed up to the second floor in a short while. Once they were upstairs, things would be much easier on the flat ground. The little fellow grinned and happily trotted over. Big sister, big sister. He pushed open his sister's door and timidly poked his head in. When he saw his sister sitting in front of the desk, he smiled and ran 2 steps forward to throw himself on his sister's lap. Little brother, what's wrong? She put down her pen and looked at him confusedly. Perhaps the pressure of preparing for the exams was too great, but there was an indescribable and unresolvable sadness between the girl's eyebrows. Go swimming. Little Pai giggled. The little guy's language ability was much better than other children of his age, but his vocabulary was still very limited. It was a little difficult for him to express his thoughts, but he still tried his best to say it. Tong was still holding his sister's hand as they walked out. The little guy's hand was actually very small, so he could only hold his sister's index finger. This was his favorite position. No, I still need to read. She shook her head, pouted, and said, the exam is tomorrow. I can't not study. Otherwise, I won't do well in the exam. Tong Tong looked at his sister in confusion. He did not know why his sister did not want to play with him. Usually, his sister loved to play with him. At least, in Tong Tong's opinion, his sister loved him the most. Therefore, Tong Tong did not give up. He turned around, pointed outside, and looked back at his sister, blinking his big eyes. Although he did not speak, the little guy's big bright eyes seemed to be able to say, Sister, do you see my big, innocent, and irresistible eyes? Let's go out and play. She was a little moved, but in the end, she shook her head and said, No, little brother, no. I want to read. Go find Papa and ask him to take you swimming. Little Momo had no choice but to pout her little mouth and go downstairs in a sullen mood. Xianxia, don't you need to study? Tong Tong, who was slowly and carefully coming down the stairs, heard his father's voice downstairs. Ah? Papa Yang, what do I need to study? Lan Xian replied absent-mindedly. Hearing Lan Xian's voice, Tong Tong's eyes lit up, and his little face glowed with joy again. Lan Xian was too bored at home, so she came to play with Xi. However, it was obvious that Xi was going to cultivate in seclusion today. After she went upstairs, she ran down helplessly. Papa Yang, did you cook anything good today? I'll bring it up for you to eat with Xi. Lan Xian did not ask, but swallowed her words. Because little Rusty Frog couldn't wait to run over and pull her hand, half an hour later, Yang Yi brought the two children, who had already changed into their swimsuits, to the backyard. Tong Tong was still happily hugging his little swimming ring as he followed behind his father. To ensure safety, Yang Yi asked someone to add an automatic cover to the swimming pool. After pressing a button, the cover closed with a click of the button. After a while, Yang Yi let Lan Xian and Tong Tong play in the water. There was a water circulation system under the swimming pool, so there was no need to change the water every day. However, the water under the cover was very cool. After Lan Xian entered the water, she made a big fuss. Tong Tong, who was still standing by the pool and waiting for his father to carry him, giggled. TSK, come down quickly. I want to have a swimming competition with you. Lan Xian shouted. Her swimming skills were on the same level as Cece's. In fact, due to her figure, it was even easier for Lan Xian to float on the surface of the water. Hence, the little girl swam effortlessly in the pool. Her swimming posture was also as graceful as the little mermaid's. Tong Tong understood the word competition. Usually, when they were eating, his mother would coax him by saying, TSK, you should compete with your sister. Let's see who can eat faster. Therefore, the little boy giggled and could not wait to reach out to his father. He replied in a childish voice, okay. However, how could he compare to Sister Xianxia? After the little boy soaked in the water, his little feet flopped around. For a long time, he did not move at all. He was like a little buoy, stuck in the water. Lan Xian was so happy playing in the water that she had forgotten that she wanted to have a swimming competition with Tong Tong. She paddled her arms in the water and swam past Tong Tong. Tong Tong grinned. His two little arms, which were held by the swimming ring, waved happily and slapped the water with his little palms. However, to his surprise, Lan Xian swam over and stuck her feet out of the water. Smack, smack, smack. 2 consecutive hits. Suddenly, the water splashed and splashed Tong Tong's face. Tui, tui, tui. Tong Tong was caught off guard and splashed with water. This time, his face and hair were wet. He could only use his little hands to wipe his face carelessly. The way he winked at others made him look very pitiful. Haha. Come, TSK, let's learn how to swim here. Yang Yi, who was next to him, laughed heartily. Then, he pulled the little boy's swimming ring and brought him away from the troublesome place. However, although his face was splashed with water, little Taochen wasn't frightened and didn't cry out loud. After he wiped off the water droplets on his face, his eyes sparkled as he looked at Sister Xianxia and excitedly kicked his feet under the water, as if he wanted to chase after Sister Xianxia and play with her, playing with water. What fun would there be if there were no splashes? Cece was usually soft and gentle, like a little girl with no temper. However, when she was doing something she liked, such as the stage performances and handicrafts she had participated in when she was in kindergarten, or the dance competition she had participated in last year, the little girl could erupt with a tenacity that surprised even Xianxia. She had a strong desire to win, and she practiced very seriously. Even if she had stage fright at the beginning, and her little face was tense, she worked hard to do her best, without the slightest thought of retreating. This was a good thing. Therefore, when she told her father that she was worried about not doing well in the final exam, Xianxia also supported her to study hard and do her best to prepare for the final exam. Why didn't he ease Shishi's mind? Let her let go of this obsession, because Xianxia knew that there were some knots that needed to be untied by Xishi herself. In Xianxi's previous life, from the time he was ignorant and sensible, he had been struggling on the edge of life and death. At that time, he realized the law of the jungle: if you want to survive, you can only rely on yourself. If you always fantasize about being comforted and helped by others, then only death awaited you. Only by constantly improving your own strength could you exchange for a chance of survival. Although Xishi didn't need to face that cruel world, and she also had Xianxi's protection, she could continue to grow up innocently and carefreely. However, Xianxia didn't want his daughter to grow up to be a little sheep. Xianxia would also silently follow behind the challenges that she should face, and let Xishi think of her own solutions. Just like this exam, Xianxia could indeed tell Xishi that she didn't need to care about this exam or two. Even if she didn't do well in the exam, her life could still be very exciting. But was it really good to do so? Reading too much of chicken soup literature would make one cowardly. Maybe she didn't care about the exam this time, but next time, and the time after that? Maybe she would become lazy and not care about the exam. Would she still need to study? I don't care if my results are good or bad. I might as well lie at home all day and act like a salted fish. Therefore, instead of feeding Xishi chicken soup for the soul, Xianxia would rather let her take the risk. Xianxia had confidence in Shishi's IQ and academic performance. Perhaps if the young lady prepared so seriously, she would be able to do well in the exams. She might even be able to get first place and untie the knot in his heart. Xianxia also knew that as long as Xishi did well in the exams, she wouldn't be afraid the next time the term ended. Of course, if Xishi didn't do well in the exams, it wouldn't be too late for Xianxia to intervene and counsel her. Everyone downstairs was playing, and only Xishi was upstairs reading seriously. Of course, Xianxi's heart ached for her. After playing for a while, Xianxia looked at the time and realized that it was around 10:30 p.m. The young lady had been upstairs reading for more than an hour. He asked Murphy to look after Tong Tong while he got up and went upstairs to call Xishi down to eat some fruit. The young lady was very obedient. After her father coaxed her for a while, she obediently came to the side of the pool. Murphy had already cut the cantaloupe and placed it on the coffee table next to the beach chair. Xianxia was sitting at the side, eating to replenish her energy. Xishi, have some cantaloupe. It's super sweet. Xianxia saw Xishi coming down and immediately shouted excitedly. She even enthusiastically took a piece and gave it to Xishi. She giggled and said, "It's really sweet. I ate a few pieces. It's sweeter than candy." When Xishi saw how happy her little friend was, the worry on her face faded a lot. She put on a more relaxed smile and took the cantaloupe. She laughed and said, "Hee hee, Xian, you also swam? I thought only my brother wanted to swim." Xian didn't have time to talk. She ate another piece of cantaloupe. Murphy cut the cantaloupe into smaller pieces. This way, adults could eat one piece at a time, and it wouldn't be easy for children to eat it. It would be sticky all over their faces. Xian's mouth was stuffed with cantaloupe. After a while, she finished eating. Only then did she have a chance to talk. "It's too hot. I think swimming is very comfortable. Cece, why don't you come and swim too? I want to compete with you. Your brother can't swim. It's not fun." Xian looked at Xishi expectantly. Xianxia listened to their conversation. At this time, he smiled and patted Shishi's shoulder. She was still a little hesitant. He said, "Go and play. You've been reading for so long this morning. You can play for a while. It won't be too late to continue reading in the afternoon." We need to strike a balance between work and rest. She didn't know what a balance between work and rest was. She was persuaded by her father. Maybe it was because the weather was too hot. After standing outside for a while, the little girl's little face was oozing with sweat. The comfortable feeling of swimming was also calling her. Okay then. The final exam seemed to give Xianxia a lot of pressure. When they went to bed at night, Yang Yi and Mo Fei were talking about some adult topics in bed. Suddenly, their bedroom door was gently knocked twice. In fact, the door wasn't locked, but the soundproofing was good. If they didn't shout loudly, the people outside wouldn't hear them. But if they shouted loudly, Tong Tong would still be sleeping in her small bed next to them. Yang Yi jumped out of bed and went to open the door. When the door opened, Yang Yi was surprised to see the little girl in a nightgown. She was holding her cartoon pillow and standing there pitifully. Papa, can I sleep with you and Mom? She looked at her father and asked in a soft voice. She hadn't asked to sleep with her parents for a long time. Moreover, she was usually quite brave. Last time when they went to Taiwan, Xianxia was so scared by the dark yard that she didn't dare to sleep. She was very brave and calmly fell asleep. However, before Yang Yi asked, she pouted and explained, because the exam is tomorrow, I won't be so nervous if I sleep with Papa and Mom. He didn't know how Xi's logic was built, but sometimes, a girl's emotions were unreasonable. Yang Yi also felt his daughter's weakness. Seeing the little girl's helplessness, how could he refuse? Come in. Yang Yi smiled and rubbed the little girl's head. He said, sleep well tonight, and we'll do well in the exam tomorrow. Perhaps influenced by her father's positive mood, Cici also beamed with joy. She giggled and ran past her father. She quickly climbed onto the bed and stepped on the quilt. Then, she cheered and threw herself in the middle of the quilt. Only then did she raise her little head and giggle with her mother. Murphy helped her put the small pillow in place. Then, she laughed and pinched the little girl's nose. She said, What time is it? Why aren't you sleeping? Because I have an exam tomorrow. The little girl turned over and lay on her back on the quilt. She said confidently. Then you have to sleep quickly. Moreover, your brother is asleep and you're still talking so loudly. Hurry up, cover yourself with the quilt and go to sleep. I'm going to turn off the light soon. Murphy threatened. After a burst of laughter mixed with Xi's laughter, Xishi finally got what she wanted. She comfortably lay in the middle of her father and mother. It felt good to be surrounded. It gave her a sense of security. Papa. In the dark, the little girl who didn't want to sleep blinked her big eyes. Let me tell you, this trick was taught to me by little Fishy. She said that before the exam, she always let her mom sleep with her. She whispered, as if she was afraid that her mother would hear it. Of course, Murphy heard it. However, she didn't interrupt. Now that you're sleeping with Daddy and Mommy, does that mean that you won't be nervous tomorrow? Yang Yi asked with a smile. I don't know. The little girl mischievously stuck out her little tongue. But in the dark, nothing could be seen. It's just a final exam. You see, Daddy and Mommy are supporting you, so you don't have to be nervous. Go for the exam normally. Daddy believes that you can do well. Yang Yi encouraged. N. The little girl hugged her father's arm and comfortably hummed. In addition, Daddy also wants to give you courage. At this time, Yang Yi suddenly had an idea. He turned into a big charlatan. He used his big hand to cover Xi's eyes. His voice was very bewitching as he said, Do you feel it? It's very warm courage. Warm courage? The little girl was skeptical. Yes. Yang Yi mysteriously said, Daddy will lend you my courage for one day. Like this, you will definitely do well in tomorrow's exam. You have to believe in Daddy's courage. So powerful? Xishi muttered in a daze. After being covered by her father's hand for a while, Xishi began to feel a little sleepy. It's really that powerful. Yang Yi removed his hand and said with certainty. Then I also want to become as powerful as Daddy. The little girl believed it. With a heart full of joy, she sweetly fell asleep. Shishi's expression was much calmer when she woke up in the morning after receiving the boost of courage from her father. Yang Yi sent her and Lan Xian to school. When they were about to say goodbye, Yang Yi turned his head and smiled. Shi, do your best for the exam. When you're done, we can go out and play. Lu Weisha will also come over to look for you. Yang Yi only wanted the little girl to have a good attitude for the exam. Who knew that after he said that, Shi would become anxious? The little girl quickly stood up from the back seat. She hugged the back of her father's seat with one hand and covered his big mouth with the other. No, you can't think like that. She pouted and said anxiously, that's right, I thought like that last time, and then I forgot to write my name. When Yang Yi heard this, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Fortunately, he stopped smiling and reached out to rub the little girl's head. He said, well then, do your best for the exam. Dad will wait for your good news. Actually, she was just giving herself pressure. When the exam officially started and the little girl received the first English test paper, she calmed down again. It's still so easy. She tilted her head and glanced at the questions on the test paper. Of course, this time, the little girl, who had a superb memory, wouldn't make the same mistake as the last time. Before answering the questions, the little girl first wrote her name on the paper, stroke by stroke. Then, it was Shi's showtime. Recently, Murphy's work had come to an end. Yang Yi, on the other hand, had started to have more things to do. After all, he had 3 works that were going to be shown to the audience soon. One was The Shawshank Redemption, which was created and written by him, and the other was Frozen, which was produced by Yang Yi and taken more than a year by the animation production company that he had a stake in. These 2 movies would be released during the summer vacation, although they didn't form a direct competitive relationship, as the audiences of the 2 movies were too different. They were movies that were released at the same time. In the future, they would definitely be compared by the media. The promotional period for these 2 movies had arrived. Yang Yi couldn't favor one and discriminate against the other. He had to cheer for both of them. In addition to developing micro-broadcasting, he would occasionally attend their promotional activities. However, with Yang Yi's status, other than the promotional activities in Jiangqing, he basically wouldn't accept any invitations, and no one dared to criticize him. However, today, after sending Shi and Lan Xian to their exams, Yang Yi came to Jiangnan TV station to attend a press conference. He wasn't there to promote the 2 movies, but to announce that the TV series Yuzue would be broadcasted on Jiangnan TV station, with I Am a Singer, which was very popular in the first half of this year, and In the Name of XX, which was directed by Chen Fengzhen, which was currently being filmed and produced. The cooperation between Jiangnan TV station and Yang Yi was in the honeymoon period. Originally, Yang Yi didn't intend to give Yuzue to Jiangnan TV station, because according to Yang Yi's memory, this was a web series, which should have become popular from the internet. He didn't know if it would continue to be popular in the previous world if it was released directly on TV. However, Wu Xiangdong, the director of Jiangnan TV station, somehow found out that Guozi was the main supporting role in this TV series, and that he had a very important part in it. Therefore, he personally came to Yang Yi and asked for the rights to broadcast Yuzue. Jiangnan TV station allocated the best time slot for the TV series during the summer vacation. Regardless of whether this was an abuse of power for personal gain, Yang Yi was the beneficiary, so he didn't care too much about it. At the press conference in the morning, Yang Yi, the main actors of Yuzue, and the director, Du Yuanlei, were interviewed by the reporters. Teacher Yang Yi. A reporter raised his hand and asked. He didn't know when it started, but the reporters had started to call Yang Yi teacher. Perhaps, Yang Yi had gained a certain social status with his wealth. There are rumors on the internet that Yang Huan is the female lead in this TV series, and that she was chosen by you, teacher Yang Yi. What do you think of this rumor? Yang Yi said calmly, there's no such thing as me choosing the female lead. The casting is decided by the director. However, since Yang Huan fits the role well, and she has good skills to play the role, why don't we choose her? In other words, if there are 2 candidates, one is Yang Huan, and the other is a girl who also knows martial arts, teacher Yang, you will still choose Yang Huan, right? The reporter asked slyly. Yang Yi wouldn't fall for his trick. He smiled and said, then you have to ask director Du after all, she was the one who decided the casting. I only found out about it after confirming the role. Du Yuanlei took over the conversation. Just like before, she replied quickly, there's no second candidate. Since my audition, there hasn't been another actress like Yang Huan. She can fight, dares to fight, is beautiful, and is conscientious. Which director wouldn't choose such an actress? Not being able to trick Yang Yi, the reporter sat down angrily. At the press conference, Yang Yi was not the only star. Yang Huan and Guozi were also the focus of attention. After all, they were regular guests of the popular variety show The Limit Challenge, so they were quite famous. Guozi, why did you accept the role of Yen Debiao? As far as we know, in order to broaden your acting career, you have been trying to lose weight in the past year, and you have achieved good results. However, in order to play the role of Yen Debiao well, you have put on a lot of weight. Aren't you repeating the same mistake? The reporter asked. Because this role is very interesting. Although it's just a supporting role, I think I can play it well. Guozi said with a smile. Besides, look at me now. I've lost weight again, haven't I? And I've become a lot darker. I think if I lose a little more weight, I can compete with brother Zhang for the role of Yu Zue. After saying that, Guozi looked at Zhang Tsang, the actor who played Yu Zue, and smiled. That's not enough. You've lost weight, but your face is still round. Zhang Tsang also teased Guozi. It had to be said that Guozi did lose a lot of weight and become a lot darker. In the past 2 months, as long as Guozi had no work arrangements, he would accompany Ding Xiang to visit the villages in Guangdong province. The summer sun in Guangdong province was even hotter, and the two of them were tanned, which made them look more like a couple. Yang Huan often teased them like this. In the evening, Yang Yi went to school to pick up Xixi. How was the exam? Yang Yi asked with a smile. The little girl was no longer as gloomy as she had been for the past few days. Her brows were no longer furrowed, and her big, shiny black eyes were sparkling with joy. Just like Lanqing, it was summer vacation soon. It's very easy. Papa, I can do it all. Xixi said to her father happily. Me, I can do it, too. Papa Yang, I think I will do well in the exam this time. Lan Xian jumped in front of Yang Yi, as if she was expecting Yang Yi to praise her. Lan Xian didn't lie. She thought she did well in the exam. Maybe she was the kind of candidate who could perform on the spot. That's great. You did well in the exam. Your Uncle Fu Jun sent us some fresh prawns and Spanish mackerel from Guangdong province. Tonight, I will cook a delicious seafood dinner to reward you. Yang Yi said with a smile, by the way, have you written your names? Don't forget it this time. Yang Yi asked this question mainly to Xixi, but Lan Xian was also there, so he asked both of them. But Lan Xian didn't listen to the latter part of the question. As soon as she got into the car, she sat in the back seat, raised her arms and cheered, yeah, let's have a big meal. On the other hand, Cece was more serious. She quickly hugged the back of the driver's seat and eagerly said to her father, Papa, let me tell you, I didn't forget to write my name. Then I finished the question and even checked it 3 times. This didn't mean that she could have a break after finishing her final exams. Because this was the end of the school year, the school held a summary meeting on Tuesday. After the meeting in the morning, the class teacher held a small class meeting in the afternoon. She made a simple summary, arranged summer homework, organized the children to clean their classrooms, and so on. However, Li Rulin had an important announcement to make in the first grade's class 3. After the group leaders distributed the summer homework, Li Rulin stood at the podium with a serious expression. Looking at the innocent smiles on the little kids' faces, she didn't know what to say. But she still had to say it. Children, it's been a few months since we found Xiaoya in the school's hygiene area, Li Rulin said gently as she carried Xiaoya's birdcage to the front of the podium. She and the rest didn't know what the teacher meant, so they all looked at her with curious eyes. In the past few months, all of you have taken very good care of the injured little girl. Whether it was the members of our care group on duty or the other children who were willing to help, all of you have done very well. You. Li Rulin listed some examples emotionally. When she heard this, she thought that the teacher was praising them. She was very happy and puffed out her chest. Although some of the children in the class couldn't wait to whisper to each other, and the chatter was very chaotic, Cece still followed the order of the class very seriously as usual. However, she still whispered in her heart, hee hee, that's right. This morning, I fed Xiaoya with everyone and even helped her clean the birdcage. However, Xishi's happiness didn't last long. Because Li Rulan continued, last week, I brought Xiaoya back. Not only did I bring it home, but I also brought it to the vet. The vet said that Xiaoya's wings have healed and it can fly in the sky like before. At this moment, the classroom quieted down again. The children seemed to feel something as they all widened their eyes and stared at Li Rulan. So, it's also time for us to say goodbye to Xiaoya and send it back to nature so that it can find its own home and enjoy the free life that it originally deserved. Li Rulan pretended to laugh lightly and said, actually, teacher has told you about this before, hasn't she? Xiaoya belongs to the sky. If she can't fly in the sky, she won't be happy. But no matter how relaxed she sounded, she couldn't withstand the uproar brought about by this matter. Xiaoya is leaving? Xiaoya wants to go home? The little fellows burst into an uproar. They didn't know that Li Rulan already had such a plan. She was only afraid that it would affect the mood of the children before the exam, so she delayed it until today. She looked at Teacher Li in disbelief, then at the little girl who was still jumping around in the cage on the table. Her little hand covered her mouth that was already wide open in shock, and her big eyes started to mist up. Lu Xiaoyu turned her head around and asked in confusion, Xi, what does the teacher mean? Why should we say goodbye to Xiaoya? Is it because it's the holidays? No, teacher said to let Xiaoya go home, go back to nature. Xi pursed her little mouth and said sadly. At this moment, the sorrowful little lady couldn't care about the class discipline anymore. Moreover, the entire classroom was bubbling up like a fish pond that had exploded, and everyone was talking. Lu Xiaoyu was a little late in realization and asked in astonishment, ah? Doesn't that mean that we won't be able to see Xiaoya in the future? That's right. Xi felt aggrieved as tears rolled down her cheeks. The sparkling and translucent crystal beads pattered down, little you don't say any more. I'm about to cry. Sob, Xi, don't cry. When I see you cry, I want to cry too. Lu Xiaoyu said as she started to cry herself. This was going to be lively. Xianxia didn't know anything about this. When he came to pick up Xi in the evening, the little lady ran all the way home and threw herself into his arms, sobbing sadly. Lan Xian was no exception, but she ran a little slower. When she came over, the seat was already taken by Xi. She could only hug Xi and cry sadly at the back. What's wrong with you two? Who bullied you? Xianxia saw the scene out of the blue and suddenly felt a little angry. He thought that Xi and Lan Xian had been bullied by someone in school. Why were they crying so sadly? One had to know that Xi aside, Lan Xian's emotions were usually very stable. Unless you deliberately teased her with delicious food, didn't let her eat, or bullied her, then she would cry. Otherwise, it seemed like there was nothing that could shake her emotions, but today, Lan Xian was also bawling her eyes out. Looking at the two little girls crying, Xi could still wipe her tears on her father's clothes, but Lan Xian could only rely on herself. Her two little hands were pinched together like orchid fingers, and she used her two ring fingers to rub her eyelids. Her eyes, cheeks, nose, and lips were all red from crying. Xianxia saw this scene. How could Xianxia not be anxious and angry? No. Xi shook her little head in her father's arms. After a while, she raised her teary little face and said in a choked voice. After hearing Xi's explanation, Xianxia then understood the whole story. So, you haven't said goodbye to Xiaoya today, and you'll come back to school tomorrow before sending Xiaoya home, right? Xianxia secretly heaved a sigh of relief and asked softly. Li Rulan probably found that the situation was a little strange, so she first comforted the little ones and let them have a night's psychological buffer before sending Xiaoya off tomorrow. She raised her head to look at her father with teary eyes and said sadly, But, Papa, I still can't bear to leave. I like Xiaoya so much. Can you ask Teacher Li not to send Xiaoya back? That's right. Lan Xian also nodded. She raised her crying eyes to look at Xianxia and asked hopefully, Papa Yang, can we let Xiaoya stay in our house? I'll let Bai stay in your house, and then Xiaoya will stay in our house. It won't leave, okay? Xianxia called the two little girls to get into the car. It was not good to be seen as a joke by others on the road crying. After closing the car door, Yang Yi said softly, although Xiaoya can stay in your house, but, after all, the cage is not her home. She doesn't like to live in a cage, but wants to be able to fly freely in the sky. However, Yang Yi's thinking was too simple. He couldn't coax the two little girls like this. Oh, you're exactly like what teacher said. She pouted and said unhappily. It seemed that his daughter had grown up. She knew more and more, and it was getting harder and harder to coax her. Yang Yi thought for a moment and changed his words. Think about it this way. Xiaoya lives in a cage and is being raised by us. In fact, it's the same as last year when Xianxia was disobedient and was locked up at home by your parents. They didn't let you watch TV or go out to play. Lan Xian's eyes showed a surprised expression, and her little mouth opened. Why? She asked, somewhat puzzled. Because Xiaoya has wings. She likes to fly. And Xian'er also wants to play. If we don't let Xiaoya do what she likes to do, isn't it like we don't let Xian'er do what she likes to do? Yang Yi gently explained, if we don't let Xian'er play, watch TV, or eat delicious food, won't she feel uncomfortable? Lan Xian seemed to understand something. She pouted her little mouth, shook her head, and cried out in fear, no. Let's give another example. If we lock Xiaoya in a bird cage and deprive her of the joy of flying, it's the same as if we took away all the dolls in Shishi's house and room, and didn't let her play in the future. In fact, it's the same feeling. Yang Yi said. At this moment, it was Shishi's turn to be nervous. She anxiously and aggrievedly hugged the back of her father's driver's seat and stamped her feet. With tears in her eyes, she asked, why did you take away my dolls? I didn't really want to take away your dolls. Dad was just giving an example. Think about it, you were so sad just now. Xiaoya is the same. Her wings are healed, but she can't fly. Being locked in a cage by you, she lost the joy of life. Well, the joy of a bird's life. Yang Yi quickly pressed the little girl's shoulder, gently stroked her little head, and softly comforted her. She was stunned for a while. She gradually became downcast, pouted her little mouth, and said unhappily, but Xiaoya likes me very much. She likes to play with me. This morning, I gave her food, and she even jumped onto my hand to play. Yang Yi could see that she actually understood what her father said and knew what she should do, but she was still not willing to believe in her own judgment. To put it bluntly, she was reluctant. Well, let's talk about it when we get home, okay? Dad knows you're upset. Let's go home and slowly think of a solution. Yang Yi said a few words of persuasion and drove the two girls home. After dinner, it was time for them to take a stroll by the lakeshore. It was rare for Cici to not run in front by herself. Instead, she stuffed her small hand into her father's big palm and asked him to take her for a walk with her with a gloomy expression. Needless to say, she was in a very bad mood. Little Momo originally wanted to run a race with his sister, but his sister wasn't interested today, so he could only run by himself. He held on to Steamed Bun's leash and laughed, shaking his little butt as he ran in front of him. Yang Yi used his eyes to signal Murphy to follow Tong Tong, while he slowly walked at the back with Shishi to relieve her boredom. Sometimes, we will inevitably encounter situations where we need to be separated. Because every person or family is a small world, they will have their own arrangements. Yang Yi considered his words carefully and said softly to Shishi, for example, we used to live above the coffee shop. Now that we moved here, we are neighbors with Xian'er. But for us at that time, we also said goodbye to the familiar environment and the beautiful flower bed. She hugged her father's big hand with her two little hands and leaned against her father's side more and more. Perhaps it was because of the cool breeze on the tree-lined path by the lakeshore at night. But actually, there's nothing to worry about. We're already used to living in the villa here. We're used to having Xian'er come here often to eat and drink, right? Yang Yi smiled and joked. Xian'er came to play with me. Cici unwillingly shook her father's arm and muttered in a low voice. Haha, let's not use Xian'er as an example. Let's talk about Lu Weisha. Yang Yi smiled and continued, when Lu Weisha came back to China, weren't you very sad? I remember that you also cried like a baby, just like tonight. You used to be a pretty little girl, but now you are crying with snot and tears. You don't look pretty anymore. Oh. Xianxia let out a long nasal sound and pouted her little mouth unhappily. This papa is so bad. He always teases me with such words. How can he say something so terrible? Xianxia smiled and bent down to take a look, as if he wanted to see if Xianxia was still ugly. The little girl shook her head and refused to let him see. Xianxia laughed heartily, straightened his back, and continued, but it's still okay now. Although Lu Weisha went back to her country, she still keeps in touch with you. Moreover, she will come to play with you in a few days. How good is that? Don't you think so? Speaking of Lu Weisha, Xixi's mood did improve a little. She pursed her little mouth, held back a smile, and said, but Xiaoya is different. If Xiaoya leaves, she won't come back. Lu Weisha and I are good friends. Xianxia didn't know that Xixi heard it from other boys. He was a little surprised that Xixi knew so much. But Xiaoya is also your good friend. She can go back to nature and find her parents. She doesn't have to be alone anymore. How happy is that? We should be happy for it, shouldn't we? Xianxia said softly. Xiaoya wants to go back to find Papa and Mom? Xixi was stunned again. That's right. Every small animal has a father and mother. Even a bird has one. It has been recuperating outside for so long. Its father and mother must be very worried. Xiaoya must also miss its father and mother very much. Xianxia saw that there was hope, so he struck while the iron was hot. Under the street lights, Xixi's little face looked a little hesitant, but in the end, the kindness in Xixi's heart prevailed. She said softly, then I'll let Xiaoya go back to find her papa and mom. Otherwise, she will be very sad. That's right. Xianxia said with a gratified smile. At this time, Xixi unconsciously pursed her small mouth again. Her nose twitched, and her big eyes blinked. Sparkling and translucent tears rolled down like pearls from a broken necklace. The little girl took the opportunity to hug her father's neck, who was squatting down to comfort her, and said with a choked voice, but, Papa, I'm still very sad. Dad understands. It's okay, it will be over. Xianxia saw his daughter crying like a little tearful person, and his heart was broken. He got up, picked up Xixi, and let her cry in his arms. His big hand gently patted Xixi's back, and said softly. Xianxia also knew that when Xixi told him that she was taking care of an injured bird in class, he expected that Xixi would have such a sad day. But, he didn't expect that Xixi would cry so pitifully. Perhaps, Xixi was also a very affectionate person. Xianxia held his daughter by the leg and coaxed her. Fortunately, he was tall and strong, and had great strength. Otherwise, with Xixi's current height and weight, ordinary parents couldn't carry her, but as he coaxed her, Xianxi's thoughts drifted a little. Damn, my daughter is so affectionate. In the future, if any stupid brat dares to play with her feelings, I will chop him to death. No, I have to take precautions. I have to guard against it and keep a close eye on it. Fire prevention, theft prevention, and boys prevention. I have to pay attention to this matter from a young age. I have to be on guard against that brat Nanjiaoyu. He plays with Xixi and Xian Air every day. This brat can't be underestimated. By the way, I have to teach Xiaobao. He must be able to fight at least 10 people. Otherwise, how can he protect my sister? After being sad for an entire night, Xixi's mood was much better the next day after her father's persuasion. When she was eating breakfast in the morning, she had a white beard because of Tong Tong drinking milk. Xixi laughed for a long time because of this. Of course, she didn't remember that she had such a silly and cute appearance before. Today, Huijia Primary School was quiet because the children had already been given a holiday yesterday. Other than the teachers who came back to grade the papers, the other children didn't need to come back to school. In addition, the teachers in the school administration were still busy preparing for the New Year's enrollment. Speech and entrance exam. Of course, this was also something that would happen this weekend. In contrast, Huijia Primary School's campus had lost its usual hustle and bustle. It was as quiet as an ordinary Jiangnan park. However, Xixi and the other children of the first grade class 3 still gathered at school. After all, they didn't want to send Xiaoya away last night, so teacher Li Rulin had to arrange it for today. At this moment, they were in the classroom, lining up to say goodbye to Xiaoya. Xixi, why aren't you sad anymore? I still want to cry. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes were red as she said to her deskmate. Xixi wasn't sad, but her expression was a little serious. It's not that I'm not sad, but, my papa said that it's a good thing that Xiaoya left us. Because it wants to go back to its papa and mom. Xiaoya also has a father and a mother? Lu Xiaoyu's little mouth was as round as an egg in surprise. Yes. Xixi followed suit. Just like how her father enlightened her yesterday, she started to enlighten Lu Xiaoyu. It had to be said that Xixi's words still had a certain weight in Lu Xiaoyu's heart. After a while, Lu Xiaoyu finally felt relieved. Okay, we should be happy for Xiaoya. When the two girls went to say goodbye to Xiaoya, they didn't cry like class leader Chao Ruolin and took off their glasses. They sincerely hugged the birdcage and whispered a lot to Xiaoya. Xiaoya, when you go home and see Papa and Mom, you must also miss me. I'll miss you too. Xiaoya, you will come back to see us, right? I cried last night. Xiaoya, did you cry? If you meet a bad guy, you must fly very, very high. Don't get hurt again. If it's as high as a plane, I won't be able to catch it. Yes. Hee hee. Although the children were still reluctant to part, it was close to noon. Li Ruolin could only harden her heart and ask them to set off to send Xiaoya off. A group of children crowded around Teacher Li, who was carrying a birdcage, and came to the hygiene area of their class, a corner of the small square, where they met Xiaoya for the first time. It was the place where Teacher Zhao met them with the injured Xiaoya. They were ready to release Xiaoya. Let's say goodbye to Xiaoya again. Li Ruolin put the birdcage on the stone table in the school and said softly to Xixi and the others, because, when we open the cage later, Xiaoya may fly away. Li Ruolin did not think that Xiaoya would be reluctant to part with her. After all, Xiaoya was a wild bird, unlike domesticated pigeons. It had no feelings for humans. Of course, Li Ruolin would not tell the children this. Goodbye, Xiaoya. When Xixi said this to her friends, she heard Chao Ruolin crying beside her. She was actually a little sad, but she remembered her father's advice to let Xiaoya find its parents. She did not let herself fall into the sad situation yesterday. Moreover, Xixi was holding her small camera and taking pictures of Xiaoya in the birdcage. The little girl, who wanted to leave some memories for Xiaoya, was a little distracted from being sad. It was better to get the pain over with. Li Ruolin did not dawdle. She gently opened the birdcage and chirped, trying to call Xiaoya out. Xiaoya probably did not understand what these humans were trying to do. It tilted its head and looked for a while before jumping out. Interestingly, Xiaoya did not fly away immediately like Li Ruolin said. It stepped on the stone table and jumped twice, then tilted its head and looked at the humans who were watching it. Xixi, Xiaoya hasn't flown away yet. Lu Xiaoyu was about to cry, but now she seemed to see hope. She nervously and excitedly tugged at Xixi's clothes. But at this moment, Li Ruolin reached out and rubbed Xiaoya's long tail. She even hooked the little fella's round little butt. Xiaoya flapped its wings and took a big step forward. As if it felt that its wings were better and found the feeling of flapping its wings, Xiaoya's next step was to flap its little wings and fly up. Wow! Although this action was not considered light, it still caused the children who were watching anxiously to exclaim. Xiaoya flew up. It did not fly away immediately. Instead, it flew to the tree branch above Xixi and the rest. As it used its little beak to comb its feathers, it turned its head and chirped a few times. It seemed to be a little reluctant. Li Ruolin struck while the iron was hot and said, "Look, Xiaoya is bidding farewell to all of you. It said that it is very grateful for your care for the past few months." Although this was made up by Li Ruolin, the first graders were all very naive, including Xixi. They all believed Teacher Li's words. Xixi's little face even revealed a happy smile. After all, her hard work was acknowledged and thanked by others. This was still very heartwarming. Even though there was still some lingering, Xiaoya was still a wild bird. After chirping twice, it flapped its wings again and flew up high. After a while, it flew past the branches of a few trees and disappeared from Xixi and the rest's sight. Xixi reluctantly put down the camera and looked in the direction that Xiaoya flew. Her eyes were actually red and she looked very pitiful. But today, the little girl promised her father not to make Xiaoya sad, so she did not cry and was very strong. The boys were fine. Although most of them were a little sad, after Xiaoya flew away, they calmed down. But there were a few girls who were crying. For example, the class monitor, Chao Ruoling, could not help but hug the teacher's leg and sob. "You are all great. Don't be sad. Although Xiaoya flew away, it will still remember how good you are to it." Li Rulin comforted gently. My papa said, Xiaoya went to find its papa and mom. She stood up at this moment, her beautiful big eyes shining with a sincere light. Then wait until next spring. Xiaoya will fly back from a place where it is not cold. It might come back to play with us. Really? Chao Ruoling and a few other crying girls looked at Xixi in surprise, waiting for her confirmation. Really? My papa said. Xixi said firmly. A miracle appeared. With Xixi's words, the scene was no longer a chaotic scene of a group of crying children. Instead, Chao Ruoling and the rest surrounded Xixi with sadness and joy. They acted coquettishly and wanted Xixi to tell them more information. Let me tell you. Xiaoya also has a papa and mom, because its papa and mom are like chicks, laying eggs and then hatching them. The little girl really explained to her classmates enthusiastically. Although she did not cry when she sent Xiaoya off, Xixi was not in a good mood for the next few days. In addition to Xiaoya, it was also because Lan Xian was not at home to play with her. After Lan Xian's summer vacation, she would go back to her hometown with Lan Caokai for a week. Originally, Lan Xian also invited Xixi to go back with her, but considering the media's annoyance, Lan Caokai's inability to take care of her, and other factors, Yang did not let her go. Because of this, Xixi was still angry for half a day. Why was it only half a day? Because when she woke up the next day, the little girl's anger had subsided. Early in the morning, she was full of energy and pestered her father to play table tennis with her. Of course, Yang also wanted to go back to his hometown to visit his family during the summer vacation, but now was not the time. Murphy rested for half a month, and her work arrangements began again. In addition to a concert, there was also the more important finals of I Am a Singer. In addition, Yang also had work to do in the promotion of the movie, so he could only postpone the visit to his hometown until the end of the summer vacation. It was worth mentioning that Xixi had improved rapidly in the past few days, perhaps because she was working hard to play table tennis with her father. Originally, she only knew how to catch the ball in a hurry, but now, she could even hit her father twice. Looking at her long legs running briskly and her thin arms waving the table tennis racket, she was actually playing well. After a few days, when she learned from Lu Weisha that she would be coming to China to play with her, Xixi finally got rid of her previous depression and became happy again. Papa, Lu Weisha said that she will be coming on Friday. The little girl ran downstairs and jumped into her father's arms happily. She smiled and said, "Hee, she has already." No, Lu Weisha's papa and mom have already bought plane tickets. This is great. Yang hadn't seen his daughter smile so happily for a long time. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Did you tell Lu Weisha? They don't have to worry about not having a place to stay since Xian'er's father has prepared a temporary house for them." Some of the villas in this villa district were empty. It wasn't that they couldn't be sold. As the most high-end villa district in Rivertown, it was impossible for the houses here to not be sold. Many rich people in Shanghai came to Jiang City to buy houses because Jiang City was very close to Shanghai. However, Lan Caokai was very shrewd. When the market opened, he only sold half of the villas and kept the other half as reserves. Every year, he sold a few of them sporadically. By doing this, on the one hand, he could limit the number of residents and ensure that the residents who had already moved in could enjoy a better living experience. On the other hand, Lan Caokai also secretly limited the identity and status of the buyers. Occasionally, he could also use this to win favors. Let's not talk about these business matters. Lan Caokai knew that Lan Xian and Xixi's kindergarten friends were going to come to China from Sweden. Lu Weisha's father was an executive of Wall Motors, so he generously asked someone to take care of a villa that was originally reserved for receiving guests for Lu Weisha's family to stay in temporarily. "I've already told Lu Weisha." Xixi nodded seriously and smiled at her father. "I told Lu Weisha that you don't have to stay in a hotel. you can stay near my house. In this way, we can visit each other. After the little girl finished speaking, her big eyes sparkled with excitement. She half knelt on the sofa, held her father's arm, and begged, Papa, can we go to Lu Weisha's house to have a look? Haven't you already seen it? Yang Yi asked curiously. He. Because Lu Weisha said that she likes pandas very much, so I want to put the panda doll that I want to give to Lu Weisha in her room. She smiled sweetly, and her eyes were like crescent moons. Lu Weisha will be very happy when she walks in. Yang Yi understood and said with a smile, you want to prepare a surprise for Lu Weisha, right? Yes. Cece quickly nodded her little head. She had such a good idea, so how could Yang Yi not agree? At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sun was not so hot outside, Yang Yi set off with Shi. Yang Yi carried big and small bags of things that he wanted to give to Lu Weisha's family. Shi was also happily holding 2 dolls. One was a single-horned deer with beautiful small horns, and the other was the panda doll that Shi had mentioned. The little girl bought it from the panda base. It was not very big, and could be considered a mini version of the panda. Shi bought a lot of them, and they were all gifts for her good friends. How could Tong not follow such a fun thing? The little guy, who was forced by his mother to wear a round sun hat, was also holding a robot that he liked very much. Because he was afraid that he would drop it, he still held his 2 small hands tightly in front of his chest and walked with small steps, humming as he followed behind his sister. It could not be helped. Both of his sister's hands were full, so she could not hold his hand. Do you want Daddy to carry you? Yang Yi walked behind the 2 little guys in order to take care of them. He could not help but ask with a smile when he saw that Tong was struggling to keep up. After all, 1 step of his sister's was equivalent to several of his steps. No. Tong's answer was very straightforward, and he did not even pant. However, in order to keep up with his sister, the little guy sometimes had to stop and raise his head strenuously. Only then could he get rid of the sun hat's obstruction and find his sister. Then, he laughed happily and jogged after her. Sister. Fortunately, the villa prepared for Lu Weisha's family was not very far away. It was just next to the lakeside greenway where Yang Yi's family often walked. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Yang Yi took out the key to open the door. This villa, which had a special purpose, was not very big. It was smaller than Yang Yi's house, and it only had 2 floors. After entering, they saw that the interior was very clean and had all the basic furniture. After all, it had been used to receive relatively high-class guests in the past, and Lan Cao Kai had also asked people to take care of the cleanliness in advance. After going upstairs, Shi opened the door of the room that she had designated as Lu Weisha's bedroom. She excitedly ran to the bedside table and put down the single-horned deer doll that she was holding in her left hand. Hua lives here. The little girl muttered to herself. Then the panda will be on the bed. Lu Weisha will definitely love to hug it to sleep. Hua was the name of the deer that she had rescued at her grandfather's house. Now, Shi had given it to the single-horned deer doll. As she spoke, she took off her shoes and climbed onto the bed. She placed the panda doll on the pillow in the middle of the bed. After looking at it for a while, she smiled with satisfaction and turned around. Hey, little brother, what are you doing? She turned around and saw that Tong had placed his robot on the bedside table next to the single-horned deer. She could not help but cry out in surprise. Tong was shocked by his sister's question. The little fellow actually only wanted to imitate his sister and play with her. Now, he looked at his sister in confusion and stood there helplessly. I know. She giggled and said, little brother, you also want to give Sister Lu Weisha a surprise. Tong was really confused by his sister's surprised look. He blinked his big eyes and looked at his sister in confusion. Let me help you. She said enthusiastically. She slid down from the bed and picked up Tong's robot. She walked to the bedside table on the other side. The room's furniture was a bit like a hotel apartment, and carefully placed it next to the table lamp. After she finished placing it, she walked back and looked at it for a while before nodding her head in satisfaction. Yes, it's symmetrical like this. It looks good. Xiao Pai pouted his little mouth, his little face full of confusion. He simply couldn't understand what his sister was doing. Is it fun to move things from here to there? When they were about to go back to school to get the student handbook and the final exam results, Lan Xian finally came back. Lan Xian, who had been living in the countryside for a week, was tanned. She used to be a fair and chubby little girl, but now she had become, cough, to save some face for Xian air. The first thing Lan Xian did when she came back was to find Xi. Lan Zhou Kai and Wu Jingjing had just arrived home, but before they could pack their luggage, Lan Xian came to Xi's house with difficulty, carrying a heavy bag of water chestnuts. Xi, try this. It's super delicious. Hey, my relatives just picked it this morning. You have to eat it quickly. If it's left for too long, it won't taste good. Lan Xian said anxiously when she saw Yang Yi put it on the table in the dining room after taking it for her. Lan Xin was very particular when it came to good food. If it weren't for the worry that it wouldn't taste good if it was left for too long, Lan Xian wouldn't have been so anxious to bring it over for Xi to try. After all, it was so heavy that it took a lot of effort. It won't taste good if it's left for too long? Xi asked, puzzled. She felt that it was very strange. Apple, pear, and other fruits, weren't they still edible after being left for too long? Lan Xian nodded her little head vigorously and said seriously, yes. When we were in our hometown, we took a boat to a very big lake to pick these. It's the best when it's just picked, but after it's left, it won't taste good anymore. It will turn black. Speaking of which, Lan Xian still had some regrets. She pouted her little mouth and said, Xi, you didn't go to play with me. Now it's a little black, but it's okay to eat it quickly. It's just that, Cici, if you go to my hometown with me, you can eat the most delicious water chestnuts. Xi looked at her friend enviously. Of course, she wasn't envious of Lan Xian for having fresh water chestnuts to eat. Instead, she was envious of Lan Xian for being able to take a boat to a big lake to play. But my papa and mom are not free. I also want to go and play. Xi's two small hands were tangled in front of her as she said with grievance. Yang Yi had just turned around. Hearing their conversation, he shook his head and smiled. He didn't agree to let Xi follow Lan Xian to the countryside to play because of this reason. Lan Xiaokai said that he wanted the children to see the big scene of water caltrop harvesting. Although Lan Xiaokai usually trusted Yang Yi and didn't mind letting him take his daughter around the world, Yang Yi didn't trust Boss Lan. Or more accurately, he didn't trust the villagers in Lan Xiaokai's village. Take a boat to a deep lake to play? Yang Yi didn't want his daughter to take this risk when she was out of his sight. He couldn't follow. If something happened, it would be too late for Yang Yi to rush over. However, Yang Yi didn't say this in front of the children. Even when he told Lan Xiaokai about his worries, he didn't say it directly. Instead, he used a more tactful excuse. Xian air is so thoughtful, sending the water caltrops over in such a hurry. Yang Yi said with a smile. But the water caltrops are actually not as delicious as stir-fried vegetables. We can stir-fry the water caltrops with chives or use streaky pork to make a very fragrant and delicious water caltrop braised pork with brown sauce. Fatty but not greasy braised pork with brown sauce. Once you bite into it, you'll be filled with the fragrance of meat. Actually, Yang Yi didn't really want the children to eat the water caltrops raw. This was because it was said that raw water caltrops, especially the surface, had parasites, so it was best to cook them before eating. This was also why after he received the water caltrops, he put them on the table in the dining room and didn't bring them to the coffee table for the little girls to peel and eat. As Yang Yi described the deliciousness of the braised pork with brown sauce, he stole glances at Lan Xian. He was obviously doing this on purpose. Of course, if it's not urgent, we can also make a water caltrop cake. Lan Xian's eyes were shining and her saliva was dripping. Finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore and said loudly, I want to eat, I want to eat, I want to eat, I want to eat red water caltrop braised pork. Papa Yang, let's make red water caltrop braised pork with brown sauce, okay? Stir-frying and whatnot, forget it. Besides, why hadn't she eaten red water caltrop braised pork with brown sauce in her hometown? Someone had stir-fried water caltrop with beef, but it wasn't delicious. Lan Xian was used to eating delicious food made by Papa Yang, so her mouth was already picky. Yang Yi laughed and said, then Xian, you and Shi can play at home first. This afternoon, we'll have lunch at our house. It was almost lunchtime. Lan Zhou Kai and the others probably just came back and didn't have time to cook. Yang Yi planned to call Lan Zhou Kai and Wu Jingjing over, but this matter didn't require Lan Xian to make the trip. Yang Yi could just call her later. Okay. Lan Xian nodded her head excitedly. The two little girls were playing downstairs. When Murphy saw this, she patted Tong Tong's butt and told him to go play with the two older sisters. She went into the kitchen and stood next to Yang Yi. Is this water caltrop? I've heard of it a few times, but this is the first time I've seen it. Murphy said in amazement, like a curious baby. Really? You haven't seen it before? Yang Yi asked with a smile. He had forgotten that in the end, it was still his fault. Who asked Yang Yi to never buy water chestnuts to eat? In fact, in the market of Jiangqing, water caltrops were a relatively common ingredient. Murphy didn't care. She picked up a water caltrop and said with a smile, look at this water caltrop. Doesn't it look a bit like a cow's horn? And it looks especially like the horns of the African buffalo in the animal world. It didn't look like one now, but when it was dried and tanned, it would look even more like one. Yang Yi smiled and said, are you trying to say that every time a water caltrop is produced, an African buffalo will lose its beloved horn? Please spread the word and let more people know that if there is no trade, there is no harm? Murphy nearly couldn't keep up with Yang Yi's train of thought. She was stunned for a long time before she reacted. She laughed so hard that tears were about to fall. She hammered Yang Yi's arm with her fist and giggled, wow, how are you so talented? You can even make up something like this. Then you don't know how much the netizens in the previous life were like. Yang Yi was so proud that he even sang the classic picking red caltrops. The two of us rowed the boat, plucking red caltrops, 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 plucking red caltrops. This song was originally a duet between a man and a woman. Yang Yi pinched his throat and pretended to be a woman for a while, and then sang very boldly. He was like a young gentleman who was going to pick red caltrops with a girl. But under Yang Yi's superb control of singing, it was actually quite good. Yang Yi sang while holding Murphy's waist, who was laughing so hard that she couldn't stand properly. Just like rowing a boat, he rocked. The two of them flirted shamelessly in the kitchen. They didn't know that outside the kitchen, Shi and Lan Xian had encountered a small problem. At this moment, in the living room, Shi and Lan Xian were looking at Tong Tong, who seemed to be confused as well. The story started a few minutes ago. Tong Tong was only 1.5 years old, so he was very forgetful. That day, he accompanied his older sister to walk around the small villa. Then, his older sister held his little hand and brought him home. He seemed to have forgotten something. It was also after a few days that little Momo realized that her favorite robot seemed to have disappeared. The robot that could transform and sing was Tong Tong's favorite. The remaining robots were not the one he was looking for today. There was a basket full of robots, cars, and trucks. Some of them could transform, and some of them could make a beeping sound when they were pushed. However, there was no robot that could transform and sing at the same time. Tong Tong stuck his little butt out and buried himself in his pile of toys. After searching for a long time, he still could not find the robot. When he raised his head, Tong Tong's eyes were a little confused, and he even looked like he was doubting life. Thus, the scene at the beginning of the story occurred. Tong Tong ran over to his two older sisters. He held one of Shishi's fingers with one hand and pointed at his pile of toys with the other. He asked for help. Where's that? Where's that? Where's that? Shishi and Lan Xian were confused by his words. Tong Tong was dumbfounded. He really did not know how to describe it. The little guy was lacking in vocabulary. He stuttered for a long time, but he still could not say a word. Aya, Huawei, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Lan Xian said. The three little guys looked at each other for a while. Tong Tong was so anxious that he was like an ant on a hot pan. He looked at his pile of toys for a while, then raised his head and looked at his older sisters. In the end, Xianxia and Lan Xian accompanied Tong Tong to his pile of toys. Tong Tong started rummaging through the toys. Lan Xian and Xianxia could only squat at the side and watch curiously. Tong Tong picked up a robot and gestured to Lan Xian. Then, he pouted his little mouth and said, "There's nothing, older sister." He wanted to say that his robot was gone, but he just could not express it. However, at this moment, Xianxia seemed to understand something. After all, she was his older sister. She raised her eyebrows and pointed at the robot in Tong Tong's arms. She giggled and said, "Tong, little brother, are you looking for a robot?" Xiao Rua nodded hurriedly, then pouted with an aggrieved expression, "Rua wants to play." The next day, Xianxia and Lan Xian had to go to school to collect their student handbooks. However, Yang Yi was not the one sending them to school today. Lan Xiaokai was free these few days, so he volunteered to send the two little girls to school. Lan Xiaokai and Yang Yi were the same. Usually, when the children went to school, Yang Yi was the one sending them to school most of the time. However, Lan Xiaokai would send them to school on behalf of Yang Yi if he was not busy with work. However, he did not drive himself. There was a chauffeur in the car. "Shall I send you up? Do you have a parent-teacher conference today?" Lan Xiaokai asked with a smile when they arrived at school. "No, no." However, Lan Xian's reaction was very intense. She yelled, "None of the others' fathers went up with us. They only want the children." From the looks of it, Lan Xian's reaction was like that of a rebellious child. She did not want her parents to be involved in her own affairs. However, that was not the case. Lan Xian was just worried that her father would be caught by the form teacher after he went upstairs. Then, he would expose her poor performance. It was like this last year. Teacher Li came to visit and complained to Lan Xiaokai. Lan Xian began a miserable working life. If she did not work hard to earn money, she would not be able to watch TV or eat good food. Lan Xian did not want to be lectured by her father again. Lan Xiaokai, who was originally in high spirits, felt as if he had been splashed with cold water. He could only resentfully stop his footsteps. He sighed, waved his hand at the two girls, and said, "Then you two go upstairs by yourselves. Be careful. I'll wait for you at the school gate." She watched as the two young ladies ran happily towards their classmates with laughter, like the wind. Poor Boss Lan could only regretfully return to the car and listen to music while waiting for them to come back. However, Lan Xiaokai's business was so big that it was impossible for him to be completely idle. After a while, he received a call from one of his subordinates. They had something to ask him. Not long after he put down his phone, he received another call from a business partner. It was nothing important. The two of them were just discussing the arrangements for playing golf this weekend. Lan Xiaokai's phone calls came one after another. He was so busy that he saw Xianxia, Lan Xian, and two other little girls from their class walking out of the school gate. When he finally snapped back to reality, almost an hour had passed. "Bye, little Yuer. Bye, Xianxian." Xianxia waved and said goodbye to her and Lan Xian's deskmate with a smile. Then, she and Lan Xian went back to Papa Lan's luxurious MPV. Lan Xiaokai put away his phone and jumped down to open the door for the two little girls. He asked cheerfully, "How was your final exam?" "Xianxia, you didn't forget to write your name this time, did you?" He had not gotten into the car yet, so he did not see the two little girls looking at each other. Two pairs of cute eyes sparkled, communicating with their eyes. After Lan Xiaokai sat down in the front passenger seat, Xianxia said unhappily, "Papa Lan, I didn't forget to write my name, but I didn't do well on the exam." Before Xianxia could complain about how she did, Lan Xiaokai quickly comforted her, "It's okay if you didn't do well on the exam. You just have to work harder next time. Xianxia, your grades are usually good, and you're a smart child. It's normal for you to perform poorly on an exam, unlike Xian. She didn't do well on the exam because she wasn't smart to begin with, and she didn't study hard. You need to have a little confidence in yourself." However, Lan Xian was not going to let him say that. She shouted, "Papa, who said I didn't do well on the exam? I did really well on the exam this time. I also got 100 in math. And then Teacher Li said I was still 9th in class." "You did so well?" Lan Xiaokai couldn't believe his ears. It was true. Lan Xian did really well this time. Her total score was actually in the top 10 of the class. This time, it was Xixi's turn to be unhappy. She pouted and said gloomily, "Ugh. Xian, you're so naughty. We agreed to scare your daddy." So that's what happened. Lan Xiaokai was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head and laughed. However, even if she failed to scare Papa Lan, wasn't there still Papa Yang? When they got home, Xixi threw herself into her father's arms with a sad expression. She didn't say anything, just sobbing with her head down. "What's wrong? Xixi, what's wrong?" Yang Yi was a little surprised. Lan Xiaokai also walked in with Lan Xian. Lan Xiaokai was very cooperative. He sighed, but he didn't explain. He just pretended to be very sad. Lan Xian pouted and ran to the sofa. She hugged Papa Yang's arm and said sadly, "Papa Yang, Xixi and I didn't do well on the final exam." "Ugh, I want to cry too." Yang Yi opened his mouth. His expression changed as if he wanted to laugh, but he held it back. In the end, it turned into an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. If you want to act, at least act more realistically. Her crying is full of flaws. It's obvious that she's faking it. Yang Yi complained inwardly. Actually, he was complaining about Lan Xian and her father. When Xixi threw herself into his arms just now, Yang Yi's heart skipped a beat. He thought that something bad was going to happen. However, when he saw Lan Xiaokai's meaningless performance and Lan Xian's tears, he suddenly understood what was going on. However, Yang Yi hesitated and didn't expose them. He just held back his laughter and deliberately held Xixi and Lan Xian's hands nervously. He said, "Didn't do well? Why didn't you do well?" "Sigh, but it doesn't matter. Xixi, didn't Papa tell you before? If you didn't do well, we shouldn't be discouraged or sad." Xixi couldn't hold it in any longer. The little girl raised her head, her hair a little messy because of the torment. There were no tears in her big eyes, but they were watery as she looked at her father with a smile. She twisted in her father's arms and stuck out her little tongue. He, Papa was deceived. I didn't do badly in the exam. Xian did super well in the exam, and then I also got the first place. I didn't cry either. Lan Xian also let go of Papa Yang's arm. She raised her head and giggled, showing Papa Yang her face. They seemed to think that their little prank had succeeded, and all of them had smug looks on their faces. "Papa, look, I did very well in the exam this time. Teacher Li even praised me." At this time, Xixi took out her red student handbook from her small school bag and flipped open the pages with 3 full marks written on them. She nestled in her father's arms obediently and happily pointed them out for him to see. "Me too, Teacher Li said that I improved the most." Lan Xian didn't want to be outdone. She showed her student handbook to Papa Yang. The 2 young ladies waited and waited, hoping and hoping. Finally, Lu Weisha arrived in front of them on a plane that had traveled halfway across the globe. Yang Yi had secretly speculated that Xixi and Lu Weisha had not seen each other for a year. When they met again, would they become more distant? But when he received Lu Weisha at the airport and saw the young lady's behavior, Yang Yi overturned his assumption. Perhaps when they saw Lu Weisha and her parents walking out from the corridor, Xixi and Lan Xian were stunned for a moment. But after confirming that it was really her, the 2 young ladies cheered and greeted her. Lu Weisha. Lu Weisha was also pleasantly surprised. She ran over and hugged Xixi and Lan Xian. Xixi had grown a lot taller this year, but Lu Weisha had also grown taller. Due to genetic factors, she was now 1 or 2 fingers taller than Xixi. She was able to hug Xixi and Lan Xian. But her personality was not as cheerful as Xixi's. She was still the same after a year. She pursed her lips and smiled shyly. The young ladies chattered away, and there was no sense of distance between them at all. Unlike when Yang Yi greeted David with a more formal handshake, David was more familiar with Chinese culture, they looked very cordial. But in fact, they were far less familiar with each other than when David was working in China, where the 2 of them could chat happily over coffee. Perhaps it was because they often video chatted that their relationship was maintained so well. Lan Xian was the same. She would often call her to chat with Lu Weisha. It was worth mentioning that Lu Weisha was not as talented in languages as Shi. After wasting a year, Lu Weisha could not remember how to speak Chinese except for some simple greetings. But it did not matter. Shi was proficient in Swedish. Shi did not find it troublesome at all. She enthusiastically translated for Lan Xian and Lu Weisha. Back in the villa area, David and Lu Weisha's mother, Maria, praised Lan Xiaokai's arrangement for them. It's so beautiful. This house is very big and comfortable. I think we will have a very good holiday in China. I'm really grateful to Lan and you, Leon. To say that this small villa was very big was actually not true. Lu Weisha's family owned a large house in Sweden. It could be said to be a mansion. Naturally, this small villa could not compare. But David and Maria also understood that China's national conditions were different. After all, they had lived in China before. Wall Motors rented an apartment for David, so compared to that apartment, this small villa reflected its advantages. They did not have to stay in a hotel for a holiday, but stayed in a more luxurious and spacious villa than a hotel. How could David and Maria not be amazed and grateful? Murphy did not follow them to the airport. She stayed in the villa. At this time, she also came over with Tong Tong and some coffee beans prepared by Yang Yi. The adults were downstairs in the living room, drinking coffee and chatting. The children felt a little bored. She winked at Lan Xian and whispered to Lu Weisha for a while. After a while, the girls got up secretly and walked upstairs. They thought that their parents would not notice their movements. How was that possible? However, Yang Yi knew that they should be going up to see the surprise that she had prepared for Lu Weisha, so he did not stop them. Lu Weisha. At %. On the stairs, she said something to Lu Weisha in Swedish. Then, she turned her head and said excitedly to Lan Xian, Xian, I told Lu Weisha that you and I have prepared a big surprise for her. We are going to take her to see it now. I've already guessed it. Lan Xian chuckled smugly. But at this time, a childish voice came from behind them, sister. Shi and Lan Xian heard it. They turned around and looked down from the staircase railing. They found that Tong Tong had followed them. It turned out that the little guy did not like to play with his parents. Those adults were very bored, so he followed his sister's footsteps. However, Tong Tong was small and had short legs. He climbed the stairs very slowly. After he climbed 2 steps, he looked up and saw that his sisters had already passed by the corner of the stairs. How could Tong Tong not be anxious? Why didn't my sisters wait for me? Xiaobai's little mouth pouted in grievance. Fortunately, little Momo's anxious cry still had an effect. Cici glanced downstairs, then ran downstairs in 3 steps, took her brother's hand, and pulled him up together. Lu Weisha, my brother wants to play with us too. Do you remember him? His name is Momo. She introduced him enthusiastically. I remember him. He is your brother. He was so small back then, but he is all grown up now. Lu Weisha's eyes lit up. She ran over happily and held Tong Tong's other hand as she spoke to Shi. That's right. My brother is already 1.5 years old. He is taller now, and let me tell you, he is so heavy that I can't even carry him. She pointed at Tong Tong as if she was showing off her baby. Her clear and bright eyes were filled with smiles as she spoke. Tong Tong did not understand what his sisters were talking about. He stood there in a daze, but his eyes were wide open as he stared straight at Lu Weisha. In the little fellow's limited memories, he had never seen a little big sister who looked like this. Although her blonde hair was not as smooth as his sister's long black hair, her curly hair gave off a languid and charming feeling. Her fair skin was even more radiant than Sister Xian's tanned skin. It was as if her body was emitting a faint fluorescent light. Of course, Tong Tong did not think too much about it. He simply felt that this sister's hair was very beautiful. It might be as fragrant as mom's. He also felt that this sister's appearance was very beautiful. Her 3-dimensional nose and face would leave a deep impression on Tong Tong. What attracted Tong Tong the most was Sister Lu Weisha's eyes. They were not black, but blue. They were as blue as the sky. In Tong Tong's mind, only that pair of blue eyes was left. He was led by his sister, but he kept staring at Sister Lu Weisha. It was as if he wanted to find an answer from Sister Lu Weisha. When they reached the room and heard Lu Weisha's exclamation and Shi's and Lan Xian's bell-like laughter, Tong Tong finally regained his senses. Shi introduced the items to Lu Weisha. Of course, she also took the trouble to translate for Lan Xian so that Lan Xian could also participate. I told Lu Weisha, these are all for her. This panda and deer are gifts from me, and this little doll is a gift from you, Xian. She was referring to the Barbie doll that was placed on the bedside table where Tong Tong had placed the robot. Tong Tong was in a hurry to get the robot back, so she accompanied him to the villa to get it back. Lan Xian volunteered to fill the hole. She gave the Barbie doll that her mother, Wu Jingjing, bought for her when she went overseas to play and gave it to Lu Weisha. You have to tell Lu Weisha that this little doll looks like her. That's why I gave it to her. Lan Xian said excitedly. Wasn't that right? They were both blonde and blue-eyed dolls. Okay. She told Lu Weisha. Lu Weisha looked at Lan Xian in surprise. She ran over gratefully and gave Lan Xian a hug. At this time, she started talking to Lu Weisha. Lu Weisha listened in amazement for a long time. Then, she looked at Tong Tong and seemed to find it very interesting. She pursed her lips and giggled. Tong Tong was puzzled by her stare. He just stood by the side and watched his sisters chat. But soon, Tong Tong knew the answer to his question. She eagerly translated for Lan Xian. I just told Lu Weisha that it used to be my younger brother's robot. It could transform and sing. I thought he was going to give it to Lu Weisha, but later I found out that wasn't the case. Luckily, Xian came back and gave Lu Weisha such a beautiful doll. Lan Xian waved her hand generously and said proudly, of course, because I'm also Lu Weisha's good friend. Tong Tong looked thoughtfully at his sisters chatting. Later, the three of them climbed onto the bed and sat on the blanket. They played with the three dolls in full swing. I'm so envious. Papa, why do we have to go home and let Lu Weisha go to sleep? After sitting in the small villa for a while, Yang Yi and Murphy left with the three children. She was a little reluctant, because she had just met her friends and hadn't had enough fun yet. Although the little girl left with her father obediently, she still couldn't figure it out on the way, so she asked unhappily. Because we have to deal with jet lag. Yang Yi held Tong Tong in his left hand and Shi's hand in his right. He smiled and said, Lu Weisha's family just came to China and crossed 7 time zones. Although it's only 10 o'clock now, it's still 3 or 4 o'clock in the middle of the night where they live. It's just the right time to sleep. Ah? Not only Shi, but Lan Xian, who was walking with Shi, was also very confused. They almost simultaneously looked over with confused eyes. Your father is making it too complicated. Murphy saw that Yang Yi's attempt to show off his knowledge was thwarted, so she couldn't help but laugh and say, it's just that they're very tired from the flight and need to sleep. Shi, it's just like when we came back from Grandpa's house, we also need to sleep. I don't need to sleep when I'm on the plane. I've already slept on the plane. Lan Xian shouted, puffing out her small chest. That's still a little different. They've been on this plane for a long time, and they have to change planes in the middle. It's very tiring. Yang Yi also learned to be smart and explained simply, don't worry, we'll invite Lu Weisha and her parents over for lunch at noon. It was useless to say so much before, so this sentence was very much in line with Shi's wishes. Hearing that Lu Weisha could come to play again at noon, which was less than 2 hours later, Shi clapped her hands happily and said, okay. What about me? What about me? Lan Xian asked anxiously. Papa Yang, can I join you for dinner? I also want to play with Lu Weisha. You? You can't. Your family has already cooked rice. Yang Yi was very bad, deliberately teasing Lan Xian. Well, I don't want to eat at home. Lan Xian was immediately unwilling. How could she leave herself alone? The little girl pouted and twisted her round waist. Suddenly, she had an idea. Her eyes lit up and she said, I know. Daddy Yang, everyone can come to our house for dinner. Then, Papa Yang can also come to our house to cook. Oh, what a good plan. Lan Xian's cleverness made everyone laugh. Yang Yi helplessly rubbed Lan Xian's head and smiled. Alright, I'm afraid of you. Come to our house for lunch. After returning home, Tong Tong excitedly ran to his toy basket in the living room. He found his favorite robot among the broken mechanical arms. Sister! Sister! Tong Tong hugged the robot and ran to the sofa. He pulled his sister's hand and looked at her expectantly. Xianxia, who was watching TV with Xianxia, did not know what he wanted to say. She could only follow his hand gesture and jump off the sofa. Who would have thought that Xianxia was so excited that she pulled her sister's hand and walked out? When Cici saw this, she hurriedly pulled little Huaqing and said, "No. You can't go outside to play. Papa said that you can't go outside to play now. Papa will be angry." Murphy heard the noise and walked over from the side hall. She picked up Tong Tong and asked with a smile, "Where are you going? You even dragged your sister to do bad things. Your sister is so obedient, so you have to be obedient too." But little rascal didn't mean that at all. He couldn't express himself, so he pointed outside and looked at his mother with a serious look in his eyes. His mouth muttered a lot of words. At this time, Xianxia felt that she had guessed the answer correctly. She ran over and shouted, "I know. You can't let Tong Tong go outside to play. Look at him holding this toy. He went outside to play and lost it again. Last time, he lost it, so Xianxia and I went to look for it." Cici quickly nodded and complained, "That's right. Little brother forgot where he put it. I know about it. Dad told me about it." Murphy smiled and shook her head. She comforted Tong Tong and said softly, "The toy is not important. Safety first." Therefore, Tong Tong's request was misunderstood. Since Lu Weixia's family arrived late at noon, Tong Tong, who usually went to bed on time, could not resist the thick pajamas and missed the opportunity. When he saw the blue-eyed girl again, it was already the next morning. Early in the morning, Lu Weixia, who had recovered from the jet lag, ran over to play with Xianxia. "Lu Weixia, how about we go to the publishing house today?" Yang Yi smiled and suggested, "I remember your father saying that you like reading very much. When we get there, there will be a lot of good books, and many of them have been translated into English. You can go and take a look and see if there are many children's books that you like." "Publishing house? Is it a bookstore?" Lu Weixia asked innocently. No, a publishing house is not a bookstore." Xianxia explained to her friend enthusiastically, "It is much more fun than a bookstore. There are many dolls and books. I like it very much." Cici was right. Ever since the Sahara Publishing House became a benchmark in the field of children's literature publishing, it had also gathered a group of children's literature authors and professional editors. Gradually, its market point was biased towards children's literature. Sahara Publishing House often held salon activities at the publishing house or held reader meetings for its authors. Sahara Publishing House had also been redesigned and renovated. The overall decoration style had become full of children's interest. This was also why Yang Yi felt that the publishing house was more worth it for him to take the children to play instead of spending time in bustling shopping malls and tourist attractions. Going out to play was naturally a very happy thing. Tong Tong was so happy that he almost forgot about his business. He beamed with joy as he followed his mother and watched her pack some of the necessary travel equipment. When they were about to leave the house, the little boy let his sister hold his hand. Wearing brand new shoes, he grinned proudly and revealed a few cute little teeth as he walked into the courtyard. At this moment, he saw Lu Weixia. After seeing her blue eyes a few more times, they were not as attractive as before. However, they had awakened Tong Tong's long-lost obsession. Fortunately, his mother had not come out yet. Tong Tong let go of his sister's hand, turned around, and went back into the house to take out his robot. "Why do we have to take it with us these few days?" Murphy muttered in confusion as she followed Tong Tong out. However, Murphy did not let Tong Tong leave the toy at home. It was only a small robot, so it was fine to take it with him. At this moment, the girls were crowded around Yang Yi's MPV nanny van and were excitedly dividing the seats. Listen to me. It's more comfortable to sit in the middle." Xianxia shouted loudly as she shared her experience with her friends. Xianxia was more sensitive. She waved her hand and said anxiously, "No, only 2 people can sit in the middle. There won't be any seats for Sister Lu Weixia." Xianxia, can the three of us sit in the back together? That's fine too. Lan Xian thought about it and realized that it made sense. She nodded her head in agreement. Thus, when Tong Tong followed his mother into the car, his sisters were all crowded in the third row. They were chatting and laughing happily from time to time. Tong Tong stood in the aisle between the second row and the first row and looked at his sisters in a daze. Sit in the safety seat. Murphy wanted to carry the little fellow, but she was rejected. Tong Tong finally remembered his mission. He pushed his mother's hand away and squeezed through the aisle in the middle of the second row. His eyes were bright as he reached out his little hand that was holding the robot towards Lu Weisha. At first, Lu Weisha didn't notice it and just took it subconsciously. Then, she looked at Xiaorua in surprise. My little brother gave his robot to you? She said to Lu Weisha in surprise. She found it unbelievable. I don't know. Lu Weisha looked at Tong Tong worriedly and asked but will your little brother cry? He seems to like this robot a lot. However, after Shi and Murphy asked a few times, Tong Tong did not have any intention of taking the robot back. He only patted the robot in Lu Weisha's hand and turned his head around happily. It was as though he was worried that Lu Weisha would push the robot back. It seems like he gave it to you temporarily. Lu Weisha, you can hold on to it first. Murphy said to Lu Weisha in English, amused. Lu Weisha fiddled with the robot for a while. When she heard Murphy's words, she whispered a few words in embarrassment. Hua hua, Sister Lu Weisha wants to thank you for the toy. She likes it a lot. Murphy smiled and translated to Tong Tong, who had just been carried to the child safety seat by his father. It was unknown if Tong Tong understood, but his expression was very happy. He sat on the high child safety seat and kicked his little legs. Murphy was amused when she saw the little guy get what he wanted. She rolled her eyes and waited for the car to drive off. Then, she sneaked up to Tong Tong and whispered in his ear, "You are so stupid. Why don't you learn from your father? Who gives a girl a robot? Next time, you should give her something nice. Even if you secretly give your sister's doll to a female classmate, it's fine." Murphy, who was pretending that her son did not understand, did not know that her son's situation was described by a special term in Yang Yi's previous life, iron straight man. Lily, do you want to watch this movie? In an ordinary female dormitory in Jiangqing Media University, He-Imin pulled her chair and made a squeaking sound as she moved to Xiaoyali's side. She excitedly showed her phone to her. Frozen? I know. It's Yang Yi's new movie. Xiaoyali combed her messy long bangs with her fingers and laughed. But, isn't this an animated movie? It's for the kids. Why do you want to watch it? He-Imin was about to speak when Xiaoyali shook her fair finger and said with a smile, "Don't tell me you went to the cinema just to listen to the song. I heard that the theme song is an English single released by Murphy. Why don't you just buy it and listen to it online?" Hey, who said I just wanted to listen to the song? He-Imin pulled Xiaoyali's hand unwillingly and said, "This movie is very good. It has high ratings online." Moreover, Xiaoya from the dormitory next door went to watch the premiere with her boyfriend in the middle of the night 2 days ago. She said that even the adults were fascinated by it and wanted to watch it again when they were free. Is it really that good? Xiaoyali looked at He-Imin in surprise. She thought that she was already past the age of watching animated movies. If she wanted to watch movies, she should watch literary films. Hey, I don't want to explain to you. I'm going to buy tickets in the Sahara Desert now. Let's go and have a look. He-Imin said excitedly, "I just took a look. The cinemas in the city are almost full. It's impossible to buy tickets now. Only the cinemas in our university town have many tickets." Now that the university students were on vacation, only He-Imin and Xiaoyali were left in the university town, not derogatory. Most people were not like He-Imin and Xiaoyali, who had been recommended for postgraduate studies. Everyone was busy reading books in the library and had no time to watch a movie. He-Imin did as she said. She quickly bought the tickets. In the afternoon, the two well-dressed girls happily went to the cinema in the university town together. In fact, it was in the commercial street outside the main entrance of the Media University of Jiangqing. They walked hand in hand and arrived in a few steps, sure enough, the cinema in the university town was deserted. When Xiaoyali and He arrived, there were only a few people in the huge hall. Other than them and the two front desk staff who were selling tickets, popcorn, drinks, and dolls, there was only a couple sitting by the side, waiting for the movie to start. As the movie started at 4 o'clock, they still had to wait for a while. He and Xiaoyali held their tickets, carried their bags, and sat by the side. The mischievous He was still restless when she sat down. She stretched out her finger and poked Xiaoyali's arm. Then, she pouted her lips and signaled to her to look at the couple. Xiaoyali was about to say something, but He quickly signaled her to stop and shook her mobile phone. So, the two of them sat together and kept playing with their mobile phones. They used WeChat to whisper to each other. "Damn girl, you're in love, aren't you? Hurry up and find a boyfriend." Xiaoyali sent a naughty emoji at the end. No, Lily, look, where is that man's hand? He typed, beaming with joy, as if she was the one who was talking. Where is he? Isn't he just hugging his girlfriend? What's so strange about that? You're looking at his right hand, look at his left hand. He typed while desperately winking at Xiaoyali. Wow, I just saw him putting his hand on his girlfriend's leg. Now, I don't know where his hand is. I saw it. Xiaoyali's cheeks were slightly red. Lily, guess where it's reaching? Isn't there a poem that says so? In the quiet path of the water, the peach blossoms are thick with dew. Looking for the missing hand, the deer in the depths of the forest. Xiaoyali pursed his lips and typed rapidly on the screen with his fingers. After a while, a line of text was sent. He-Min's eyes immediately widened, and she almost spat out the water she was drinking. She put down the drink bottle and quickly typed, F***CK. You're still the dirtiest, Lily. No wonder everyone says that you're cold on the outside but passionate on the inside. Just as the two girls were laughing and gossiping, there was a sudden commotion outside the cinema. Of course, it was not because someone was causing trouble, but because of the childish voices. It was obvious that a group of children were swarming over. Is she up there? I don't know either. I want to ask Uncle Xiaogua, is she up there? Yes, Chi-Chi, I've already asked Uncle Xiaogua about this. Then let's go up. Xianxia, I want to compete with you to see who can run up there first. I don't want to compete with you, Qin Shiyun. You can compete with Lu Weisha and Shi. Hee. Xiaoyu, sister. Xiaowei, hurry up and come up too. Shi, you can't shout. The cinema is a public place, and you can't be a bad influence on others. You have to take the lead and tell everyone not to make noise and to speak softly. A familiar male voice was lecturing the children. At first, He-Min and Xiaoyali heard the excited voices of the children and thought that they were just the children of the university's staff who came to watch a movie. However, when they turned around, they were stunned. Putting aside the large group of children, although there were unfamiliar faces among the adults with the children, the ones who were surrounded by the children were Yang Yi and Murphy. There were also Yang Huan and Guozi who were chatting and laughing on the side. He-Min and Xiaoyali were very familiar with these few people, even though they didn't really watch the Limit Challenge. They naturally knew about Yang Huan and Guozi because of Yang Yi. Moreover, Yang Huan and Guozi were their schoolmates. How could they not have heard of such famous stars in the same or lower grade in their school? Wait a minute, why are they here? Are they here to watch a movie too? That's right, Yang Yi had brought the children here to watch a movie. In the past, Yang Yi had promised that he would let Shi invite her friends to watch the blockbuster movie Frozen. Hence, he had organized a small movie-watching activity today. He had asked Cici to gather all her friends and bring them to the cinema near Jiangqing Media University to watch a movie together. It was worth mentioning that Lu Weisha had come at the right time. Frozen was officially released a few days after her arrival. Yang Yi had been busy for the first 2 days of the movie's release. He had to attend the premiere and accept interviews from the reporters, etc. Hence, the movie was scheduled for that day. He had also found out from Guozi that there were fewer people in the cinema in the university town. Hence, he didn't have to worry about too many fans crowding around the cinema and affecting the children's movie viewing experience. However, they didn't expect that there would be only 4 guests in the entire cinema. Two of them were definitely his and Murphy's diehard fans. He Imin and Xiaoyali were excited when they saw them. Their WeChat conversations were also flooding the screen. Wow, isn't that Yang? Yeah, and Murphy too. I'm so excited. Lily, do you think we should ask them for autographs? I don't think so. They are taking care of their children. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to disturb them? Xiaoyali was a well-mannered true fan. If it weren't for a few parents, I would have thought that Yang Yi and Murphy had so many children. Pfft, do you think Murphy is a pig? How could she have so many children? Hee hee, oh yeah, Lily, look at that girl. The girl standing with Guazi. Who is that girl? She is holding hands with Guazi. She should be his girlfriend? They are quite close. Isn't Guazi's girlfriend Yang Huan? Xiaoyali wasn't as gossipy as he Amin, so he asked foolishly. No, they have clarified it countless times. However, this is the first time I've seen Guazi's girlfriend. She is quite pretty, but her skin is a little dark. She might be from our university. Their temperaments are similar. There's such a thing as temperament? Of course. Then, Lily, can you teach me? Is that couple who saw the deer for the first time in Linshan from our university? Hee hee, I won't teach you. Soon, Xiaoyali sent another message. Because I don't know either. Hee hee. The two of them joked around. Not to mention the attention of the two passerby girls, the 9 children, including Tong Tong, gathered together was enough to build a food market. After all, it was rare for them to come out and play together. Even Yang Luoqi and Yu Xiaowei, who were usually quiet and shy, had joyful smiles on their faces today. No matter how quiet they were now working hard and actively joining in the conversation with everyone. It was worth mentioning that because Lu Weisha was there, their conversation was a mix of Chinese and English. Shi and Yang Luoqi's English was the best. Yang Luoqi had been learning English from her father, who was a university English teacher, since she was young. She also often had supplementary lessons, so she could communicate normally in English. Lan Xian, Qin Shiyun, and Nan Jiaoyu's spoken English was also good. After all, when they were in kindergarten last year, they often spoke English with Lu Weisha. Now, they could even speak simple conversations. Lu Xiaoyu and Yu Xiaowei were a little more difficult. Even Yu Xiaowei had not reached the level of speaking English. However, they still had Shishi to rely on. Lu Xiaoyu and Yu Xiaowei gathered around Shishi. They listened hard and asked Shishi how to say certain things. Then, they bravely went to communicate with Lu Weisha. This process was painful and troublesome, but communication was full of fun. Under the enthusiasm of Shishi, the two girls also spoke English with a strange accent. Not only did they not seem out of place, but their laughter never stopped between them. Don't underestimate these children's language learning ability. At this age, it was the best time to learn something, especially a foreign language. As long as they dared to speak and worked hard to learn, the speed at which they mastered spoken English was probably faster than the speed at which they learned written English in class. This was also why the other parents were reluctant to interrupt the children's chatter before entering the cinema. Yang Luoqi's mother, Wu Yu, Qin Shiyun's father, Qin Wuqiang, Lu Xiaoyu's mother, etc. They were all well aware of this. Not to mention stopping them, they couldn't wait for their children to speak more with this foreign girl. What was interesting was that even little Momo, who couldn't speak fluently and couldn't understand what they were saying, was excitedly squeezed in between his sisters. Although his small stature couldn't reach his sister's line of sight, he still had a sense of participation by looking left and right with his small head. However, after entering the cinema, Yang Yi still had to stand up and maintain order. He couldn't let the children disturb the other guests. Fortunately, he still had a say in this group of children. Or rather, these children liked him very much and were willing to listen to him. Yang Yi stood in front of the group of children who were standing in a row and said softly, "We're in the cinema, so we have to be quiet. We can't speak loudly because this is a public place. If we speak too loudly and disturb others, the security uncle will drive us all out and not let us watch the movie." This was a very scary threat. They all wanted to watch the movie today. If they couldn't watch it, wouldn't it be a disaster? Shishi was very supportive. She looked left and right nervously, as if to see if her friends were speaking. Then, she lowered her voice and translated her father's words to Lu Weisha in English. My papa said that we can't speak loudly. We'll be arrested by the security uncle. Lu Weisha also reacted at this time. She quickly explained to Shi. In fact, her English was a little bit messy, so she simply changed to Swedish. I know, we're like this in Sweden too. We can't disturb others. She seemed to feel that her friend's voice was a little too loud. She quickly raised a finger and looked at Lu Weisha nervously. Lu Weisha quickly covered her mouth and shrank beside Shi. The two girls looked at each other and giggled with their eyes. Yang Yi also took advantage of the time when they were waiting for the movie to start. He took the children to a slightly remote place on the stairs and held a small Q&A with them. At the same time, he taught them some civilized behavior in the cinema. Next, I'll ask some small questions. Let's see if you can answer them, okay? Whoever raises their hand first will be the one to answer. There's no penalty for answering wrong, but there's a prize for answering right. What's the prize? A tong-tong kettle. Yang Yi smiled and asked Murphy to bring over a tong-tong kettle to show the children. Actually, there was nothing special about this kettle. You just had to press a button to open the lid, and there was a straw that you could drink from. It was the same style and function as the ordinary kettles that the children used to drink from. The only difference was that it had a blue plastic base, and there was a white circle printed on the kettle. On the circle, there was a picture of Tong Tong opening its small branches and cheering. Not only that, but it and the other Princess Elsa printed thermos flasks could already be bought on the Sahara Online Mall as a peripheral product of the Frozen animated movie. Yang Yi suddenly came up with the idea of using it as a small prize to motivate the children, and it had a good effect. When Qin Shiyun and the others saw Tong Tong, they were all excited. In order to show off in front of Yang Yi, they pulled their little friends aside and excitedly whispered a few words. Then, they quickly stood back, puffed out their little chests, and held their little hands in front of them, ready to raise their hands to answer at any time. Pay attention, when we answer questions, you can only raise your hands. You can't say me. Yang Yi demonstrated vividly, making the children giggle. Uncle Yang will be watching you. Whoever raises their hand first will be the one to answer. I guarantee that it's fair. Okay. The girls nodded obediently. Okay, now for the first question. Before Yang Yi finished speaking, he saw the children's faces tensed up nervously. Even Shi, who already had the kettle, opened her beautiful big eyes to participate in the game. Only Tong Tong did not know what his sisters were playing. He squeezed in between his sisters with a confused look on his face. He stuck in front of Shi and behind Lu Xiaoyu, forming a row by himself. Are they playing a game of standing in a row? The little boy looked around in confusion. Yang Yi did not stop and asked the first question. Can we play with our phones while watching a movie in the theater? The group of children raised their little hands in unison. However, there were also some who were too excited, such as Nan Zhaoyu. He raised his hand and tried to squeeze forward, saying, no. Oh, that's not right. I was the first one to raise my hand. She pouted unhappily and said to her father. That's right, Nan Zhaoyu. You can't do this next time. You have to wait until Uncle calls your name. You can only answer when your name is called. Yang Yi smiled and rubbed Nan Zhaoyu's little head and said. Nan Zhaoyu nodded his head in shame. With this mistake as an example, the children knew what to do. Actually, Nan Zhaoyu was right. We can't play with our phones while watching a movie. However, we can answer this question again. Who can tell Uncle why we can't? Yang Yi asked with a smile. However, this question was a bit difficult. There were not many people who wanted to answer it. Only two girls, Yang Luoqi and Shi, rushed to raise their hands. Chi, first. Yang Yi called her name. Yang Luoqi opened her little mouth but found that she could not answer. An embarrassed expression appeared on her little face. She also subconsciously rushed to answer. She had not thought of an answer yet. What should she do? Actually, Chao Yaoli and He Imi were secretly worried when the kids appeared. They were afraid that the kids would turn the entire theater upside down, but to their surprise, after Yang Yi and his team appeared, the row of kids obediently followed Yang Yi to a corner. Although there were voices and laughter, the decibel level was not high. It could not even be compared to the sound of the movie's promotional video coming from the LCD advertising screen in the theater. It was at a level that everyone could accept and did not find annoying. These kids are so well-mannered. He said to Xiaoyali on WeChat in surprise. It's mainly because of Yang Yi's good management. Xiaoyali replied. That's true. There's an article on the internet. I forgot where I saw it. It said that Yang Yi is especially good at raising children. Xishi is very good. Although she doesn't appear in front of the media, there's news that Shishi's grades are very good in school. This is the so-called there are no naughty kids, only naughty parents who don't care about their children. I like such well-mannered people. Xiaoyali said in a genteel manner. Haha, let me tell you. I was worried that they were talking too loudly just now, but now I'm very curious. I really want to know what game they are playing. They weren't playing any game. It was just a simple quiz competition. Then, a cute little girl was caught trying to answer, but she didn't have a good answer. Yang Luoqi stuttered for a while, but because she was getting more and more nervous, her mind went blank. She didn't know how to answer. Her face was red, and she stood there at a loss. Yang Yi couldn't bear to see her like this. He was about to help the little girl. But at this time, Yang Luoqi's friends saw the situation and enthusiastically extended a helping hand. Chi-Chi, you said that because we are watching a movie, we can't look at our phones. Chen Shiyun whispered. Yes, yes. Nan Jiaoyu quickly nodded. She blinked her eyes and came over from behind. She enthusiastically whispered to Yang Luoqi, because it's dark in the movie. You can't look at your phone when it's dark. Papa said that if you look at your phone with the lights off, you'll hurt your eyes. Several of Yang Luoqi's friends gave her ideas. Yang Yi was a little touched by their enthusiasm to help. Finally, after being prompted by her friends, Yang Luoqi gave the answer shyly. However, even with the wisdom of so many stinking cobblers, Yang Yi still didn't get the main point right. It was just that Yang Yi's questions weren't meant to make things difficult for these kids. So he smiled and said, Chi-Chi is right, and you all said it very well too. In order to protect our eyes, we can't read books or use our phones or watch TV in the dark. But I would like to add that you all have to remember that you can't look at your phone in the cinema, because if you look at your phone, it will affect other people watching the movie. Sometimes it's because of the light from your phone, and sometimes it's because of the sound from your phone. For example, if we are watching a movie and the movie is very exciting, and an uncle's phone suddenly rings in front of us, and he makes a call there, will we be affected? Won't we be unable to hear the sound of the movie? Don't you all agree? Yang Yi talked a lot, but the kids didn't feel annoyed at all. They listened thoughtfully and nodded seriously. When Yang Yi simply translated to Lu Weisha in Swedish, Chen Shiyun couldn't help but mutter and whisper to her friends about her experience. She, let me tell you, I'm super unhappy. Because when I'm watching TV, my dad sometimes calls, and it affects me watching cartoons. Then Uncle Chen can't play with his phone. She agreed with her friends with a sense of justice. Isn't that right? Chen Shiyun pouted. After Yang Yi finished explaining, under Yang Luoqi's expectant gaze, he smiled and said, although Chi-Chi didn't answer the question on her own this time, it's all my fault for not explaining the rules clearly just now. Therefore, the reward for answering this question should still be given to Chi-Chi, although Yang Yi said that he didn't have a ready-made Sprite bottle to give her and that he would give it to her after the movie. Yang Luoqi was still very happy. She giggled and turned around to hug Shishi and the others, sharing her joy with them. Of course, the other friends could only look at her enviously, including Lu Weisha. They were all eagerly waiting for Yang Yi to ask the next question. Before we ask the next question, let's talk about the rules again. You have to answer the question on your own. If you can't answer the question after raising your hand, you can't ask for the opinions of other children. Yang Yi made it clear to the children this time. Suddenly, Nan Jiaoyu and Lan Xian's little faces revealed regretful expressions. They seemed to have wanted to learn from Yang Luoqi and take advantage of the loophole. After a few rounds of questions, Yang Luoqi, Shi, Yu Xiaowei, and a few other girls who reacted faster had already received their rewards. Lu Weisha also couldn't compete with the other children because of the language barrier. Yang Yi asked her a question alone, and Lu Weisha answered it, so she also received a reward. Now, they couldn't continue to participate in the small competition, so they could only stand aside and watch. At this time, Ding Xiang and Guozi came over with a few buckets of popcorn. In fact, Yang Yi had noticed that Ding Xiang was more attentive. Although she had gradually gotten used to working for Yang Yi as a manager and organizer of the Public Welfare Foundation in the rural areas of the Sahara, she still didn't put on airs. Like the waitress Ding Xiang, she carefully helped Yang Yi, Guozi, and other uncouth people deal with some details. It was just like buying popcorn and drinks. Even when they were about to enter the theater to watch the movie, the children would still clamor to buy them. However, Ding Xiang had already thought of this in advance. She brought Guozi with her to the front desk to buy snacks and drinks for everyone. Behind them, Yang Huan was also helping. She asked the waiter to lend her a basket so that she could carry it to give out drinks to the children. Seeing that there was food and that Xi and the others had already gotten it, Lan Xian, who was standing in the crowd waiting for an answer, became anxious. She jumped up and down and asked excitedly, Xi, leave some for me. Don't finish it all, Xian don't worry. Ding Xiang couldn't help but chuckle and say, I'll give it to you after you answer the questions. 1 bucket per person. Wow. Do you have any cool potatoes? I want some cool potatoes, and I also want some popcorn. The cool potato and onion flavor is super delicious. Lan Xian begged as she looked at Ding Xiang with her big, watery eyes. Cool potato? I don't think there's any here. I'll ask around for you. Ding Xiang shook her head with a smile. Lan Xian was even more motivated now that there was food to eat. She stood there eagerly, ready to snatch the chance to answer the question. Yang Yi saw this and immediately had an idea. He smiled and said, since there's popcorn to eat, let's ask a question about popcorn, okay? Lan Xian's eyes lit up and she nodded excitedly. Listen carefully. Yang Yi said, we can eat popcorn when we watch a movie, but after the movie, what should we do with the popcorn in the paper bucket? After the questions were asked, the children began to raise their hands to answer. As expected, Lan Xian was the first to answer. She excitedly puffed out her little chest and raised her chubby little hands high. Xian is the first. You say it. Yang Yi smiled. We can take the popcorn home and continue to eat. Lan Xian said excitedly. Yang Yi was stunned. This little girl didn't play by the rules. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, but what if you've already finished the popcorn? Lan Xian pouted and said, but, that's the second question. Yang Yi was defeated by her. He was about to organize his words, but at this time, Lan Xian waved her hand generously and said casually, but I know how to answer this question too. I'll put the popcorn in the paper bucket in the trash can. There's a trash can in the movie theater. I know all about it. I've eaten it with my dad before, not watched a movie. Okay. Xian, you've made everyone look at you differently today. When Yang Yi heard Lan Xian's answer, although he felt that Lan Xian's naughty words were really asking for a spanking, but, he was still infected by Lan Xian's cheerful smile. He couldn't help but reach out and rub Lan Xian's little head. He smiled and said, okay, you answered this question very well. You can go to the side and wait to receive the prize with Xi. Yay! Lan Xian jumped up in joy. Her chubby little body actually gave off the feeling of being as light as a swallow. Xian, you're also super awesome. Xi cheered for her little friend. However, Lan Xian didn't have time to hug Xi. She looked around in high spirits and said, hey, Sister Ding Xiang, I want to eat cool potatoes. Actually, they did not have to wait too long before the movie theater informed them to enter. Yang Yi hurriedly asked Nan Zhaoyu, who was at the back of the line, a very simple question. Then he smiled and waved his hand, gesturing for the children to get ready to enter. It was time to watch the movie. The little guys couldn't wait to line up at the front of the line, each holding a paper bucket of popcorn, eating it while talking excitedly with their little friends around them, or exuberantly exchanging glances with them. Their parents helped to hold their drinks. After all, their small hands could not hold so many things. Not to mention Xiao Rua, he could only eat and drink with his sisters. The little guy followed Xi and Lan Xian to the front of the line. Xi was followed by Yu Xiaowei and Lu Weisha. It was worth mentioning that because their father forbade them from letting Tong Tong eat popcorn, Tong Tong could not count on his sister. He could only look at Sister Lan Xian and wait for her to give him a cool potato. Popcorn was easy to choke on, and Tong Tong was too small to eat. However, cool potato was fine. It was so long and thick, and it was fluffy and crispy. Tong Tong could eat it without a problem. Lan Xian stretched the paper bucket in front of Tong Tong's face. Tong Tong beamed with joy as he happily grabbed 2 fries from Sister Xian. He held one in each hand and started to gnaw on it while drooling. Lan Xian's mouth did not stop moving. She also ate along with Tong Tong. Before the movie started, there were only half of the fries left in her paper bucket. She did not eat so quickly. She was busy talking. Just a moment ago, she was still happily whispering to Lu Weisha and Yu Xiaowei. They were all very busy. It wasn't easy for her to stop and wait for her father to check her tickets. Now, her big, crystal-like eyes fell on her younger brother, who was happily eating French fries with Lan Xian, and she finally came to her senses. The little girl generously stretched her paper bucket in front of Lan Xian and giggled. Xian, since you gave your cool potato to my little brother, I'll give my popcorn to you too. She might have been influenced by her father for a long time. Perhaps, in her heart, she felt that Tong Tong was under her protection, so they should share the joys and sorrows together. However, Lan Xian unexpectedly waved her hand and refused. She wiped her mouth a little proudly and said to Shi, "No need, hee. Papa Yang just told me that Sister Ding Xiang bought an extra set of popcorn for Tong Tong. Then I can eat Tong Tong's popcorn too." The 2 little girls chatted happily. However, she inadvertently raised her head and saw that 2 very good-looking older sisters, who had already walked past the ticket check, were standing not far from the entrance of the inner hall. They were sizing them up with interest. She blinked her big eyes and looked at them in a daze. In the end, the 2 older sisters covered their mouths and laughed. They gathered together and whispered to each other. At this time, the little girl came to her senses. She looked a little shy. She pursed her lips and ran to her father with a faint smile. "Papa, Papa." She tugged at her father's clothes. Yang Yi was still watching Ding Xiang check the tickets. They had more people. Ding Xiang took out a large stack of movie tickets from her bag, and the ticket checker still had to tear it up for a while. In fact, other people also recognized Yang Yi and the others. They were afraid of troubling Yang Yi and causing unnecessary public opinion, so they said that they didn't care and let Yang Yi and the others go in to watch the movie. However, Yang Yi considered that these girls were working part-time, and they were now public figures. They had to pay attention to their image, so he followed the procedures. Being called by Shi, Yang Yi took the time to turn around and asked the little girl with a smile, "What's wrong?" "Papa, look over there. 2 older sisters are looking at me." She took her father's hand and shyly twisted her little butt. She raised her little head and giggled. "Looking at you?" Yang Yi was still vigilant. He didn't take it lightly because she said that they were older sisters. He frowned and turned his head to look. There really were 2 girls. He had seen them before, and they were sitting quietly at the table on the other side. However, now that the 2 girls saw him looking over, they were embarrassed and quickly turned their heads to go into the theater. She was still worried that her father wouldn't believe her, so she quickly stood on tiptoe, rubbed her father's arm and said, "It's true. They've been watching for a while." Yang Yi actually understood what was going on. The 2 girls probably recognized them, so they stopped. However, he still appreciated such fans. They just watched from afar and didn't come to disturb them. However, Yang Yi didn't plan to tell Shi the truth. He smiled and said to the little girl, "They probably think that you're very beautiful, so they're looking at you." When she heard her father's words, her eyes seemed to burst with joy. She was just short of saying happily, "I think so too." Of course, she still felt a little embarrassed. She only pursed her lips and giggled, but then she shook her little head and retorted, "Of course not. Lu Weisha, Chi, Sister Xiaowei, they're all so beautiful too. They're beautiful in their own way, and you're beautiful in your own way." Yang Yi smiled and said, "Hee, that's true." The children sat in a row by themselves, while the adults sat behind them. Guozi and Ding Xiang sat in the row above them. Sadly, Yang Huan didn't want to be the third wheel, so she sat across the aisle. She even found an excuse, saying that there were so many empty seats in the cinema, and it would be a waste if she didn't sit there. Sitting there, she could experience the feeling of having a small piece of the cinema to herself. Of course, everyone's attention was still on the movie itself. At the beginning of the movie, the beautiful snowflakes formed, the beautiful falling scenery, and the melodious operatic voice attracted the attention of all the audience present. Not only the children, but also the parents and a small number of students in the audience were attracted by the big screen. Xiao Yali watched the movie in amazement, but she preferred the music in the background. After all, the domestic animation in this world was really good. With the support of the copyright protection policy and Yang Yi's continuous investment, the works made by Mantis Shrimp, a Chinese animation company, were even more amazing than the animations made by Yang Yi in his previous life, who claimed that she used her head to make the CG and her feet to make the game. Is this the legendary first impressing others with a show of strength? Xiao Yali watched the movie with great appreciation, especially when she heard the songs sung by the ice gatherers as they worked. She became more and more emotional. I thought that Murphy's song was the only song in this animated movie, but now it seems that there are many other songs that are very nice to listen to. Did Yang Yi write it himself? She guessed right. It was indeed written by Yang Yi. Originally, Yang Yi had planned to let the movie's soundtrack experts be in charge of this aspect, but after selecting a few, he found that the works of those experts did not satisfy him. It was far from the original feeling. So, Yang Yi rolled up his sleeves and went to work. It was worth mentioning that these songs were all composed by Yang Yi. Although they were influenced by the original version, in order to conform to the Chinese context, Yang Yi almost rewrote the songs himself and added lyrics that could be sung like an opera. 2 years ago, when he listened to the music in Jiangchuan and went back to study it repeatedly, it was effective. Even Xiao Yali, a top student in music, could not help but want to give Yang Yi a thumbs up when she heard it. Of course, Xiao Yali was probably the only one who put most of her attention on the soundtrack when watching a movie. He Amin, who was beside her, was watching the movie with great interest. Her eyes fell on Christopher, who looked like a little boy. This little boy is quite cute. Is he the main character? He Amin guessed in her heart. In the eyes of the children, Kristoff was not the main character. Even if he was cute, could he be as cute as the little reindeer that loved to eat carrots and interact with him intimately? When the little reindeer appeared, she and her friends couldn't help but cry out in surprise and joy. Fortunately, they didn't start chatting excitedly. Maybe it was because they remembered Yang Yi's questions about the ethics of cinemas, or because they were too busy watching such a lively and interesting animated film to talk. Of course, we didn't know what the other children were thinking. We only knew that she didn't say anything because she firmly remembered that her father had told her not to whisper to each other when watching a movie. Talking would affect other people's enjoyment of the movie. But, she really wanted to say something. Tell Lu Weisha. The little girl moved her little butt and turned her head to look at Lu Weisha beside her. She thought to herself, this little reindeer is different from the one I gave you. But I still have this little reindeer. I'll show it to you when we get back. Not only did she want to tell Lu Weisha, but she also wanted to discuss the plot with her friends. Although she hadn't seen it yet, she knew the development of these characters by heart. For example, next, when the cute Anna appeared, she ran to play with Sister Elsa. She was worried and wanted to tell her friends that Sister Anna would be accidentally frozen by Sister Elsa. Next, when Anna and Sister Elsa made a snowman, the snowman had a carrot stuck in it, and it looked like Snowbow. She was a little worried that some of her friends didn't recognize it. In fact, they all cried out in surprise, but they couldn't talk. Fortunately, Cece's discomfort didn't last for too long. Because after that, before little Sister Anna was frozen, they started to play ice magic in the castle. The gorgeous ice magic was displayed on the big screen, and Cece was surprised to find that the scene before her eyes was much more exciting than what she had imagined, especially when thousands of ice crystals burst out like bright stars and sprinkled down slowly. The whole palace was covered in ice and snow. For a moment, the scene on the big screen was beautiful. Wow! The little girl saw Anna holding Snowbow and sliding on the ice with the help of Elsa's ice magic. She couldn't help but cry out in surprise, as if the scene she had dreamed of had come true. She was so excited that her eyes were sparkling. The little girl didn't care about the words in her heart. She stared at the movie that was gradually unfolding in front of her like a picture and was gradually intoxicated by it. So what if she knew the plot? Just the graphics of this animated film alone were enough to amaze anyone. Interestingly, Cece had also forgotten about the plot at this moment and began to worry about Anna's injury. Every child's heart clenched when they saw that Anna was injured. Yu Xiaowei and Yang Luoqi clasped their hands in front of their chests, while Lu Weisha grabbed onto the armrest of the chair and nervously looked at the big screen, her eyes filled with worry. However, some children expressed themselves in a different way, such as Xianxia. She widened her eyes worriedly, but her mouth was still chewing on the popcorn. It seemed that the more nervous she was, the happier she ate. Needless to say, the popcorn that Xianxia was holding was Tong Tong's. The bucket of kuyata that she shared with Tong Tong was now in Yang Yi's arms. Of course, Yang Yi wasn't eating it himself. He was holding it for Murphy. Murphy was holding Tong Tong. The little guy loved eating the onion-flavored kuyatu, but Murphy didn't want him to eat too much. She didn't want him to cause a scene in the movie theater. Therefore, she asked Yang Yi to hold it to the side so that Tong Tong wouldn't look at it. If he remembered, she would give him another kuyatu. If he couldn't remember, just like now, Tong Tong's attention was attracted by the exciting movie. Although he may not be able to understand the meaning of the plot, but in this movie, there are endless magical creatures in the front layer, enough to dazzle Xiao Tianyi. Suddenly, many round stones rolled down from the empty deep valley. After a while, they transformed into a group of goblins with rock-colored skin and moss-colored clothes, just like Tong Tong's robot. How could Tong Tong not be surprised by such mysterious creatures? How could he not be fascinated by the big screen? He even forgot to eat his French fries. Luckily, he didn't have to sit with Sister Xian Air. Chao Yali and He Imin finally understood why Xiaoya, who was in the dormitory next door, had a strong desire to recommend this animated movie after watching it. It turned out that this animated movie wasn't only for children, but also for big friends like them, especially for someone like Chao Yali, who was very picky about her viewing experience. Even she felt that the plot of this animated movie was very exciting, although it still couldn't get rid of the plot of the villains having evil intentions, and the beautiful little princess and the grassroots male protagonist successfully turning the tables. This plot had always been popular since ancient times. This kind of plot, with the complicated relationships between the characters, the exquisite character designs, and the wonderful animation, was still able to make people unable to stop watching it. Chao Yali was immersed in the movie until the scene of Elsa trekking alone on the snowy mountain peaks appeared. The familiar piano music played, and Chao Yali suddenly came back to his senses. His body couldn't help but tremble as he looked at the big screen in surprise. Let It Go. The name of this song flashed through Chao Yali's mind. He had heard that Murphy had used this song for a long time, and she had been looking forward to it, but on the screen, when Princess Elsa began to sing, Chao Yali couldn't help but tremble again. He turned his head in surprise and looked at Murphy, who was sitting behind and laughing happily with Yang Yi for some reason. It was indeed Murphy singing, but why was it in Chinese? Wasn't Let It Go in English? Yes, Chao Yali didn't know. A long time ago, after he and Murphy got together, Yang Yi sang I Want to Sing Me to You to Murphy on her first birthday. At night, he was pestered by Murphy to sing Let It Go. This song hadn't been released yet, just for today. The movie Frozen all used Chinese music. Of course, in the future, it would still have to use English dubbing and English songs when it was released overseas. The most important thing was to listen to the song. Chao Yali was caught off guard and couldn't hear the first line clearly. But she didn't have time to be annoyed. She quickly withdrew her gaze and listened attentively. Where there are no footprints, the isolated country is very desolate. I am the queen here. Simply listening to the song wasn't exciting enough. Chao Yali looked at the movie scene that matched the lyrics perfectly. Elsa was alone, wearing a purple shawl, humming sadly on the top of a dark and white snowy mountain. Only God knows the injuries I've suffered. Aisha sang as she hugged her own shoulders. The animation was so detailed that even when Elsa blinked her eyes, people could see the sadness, helplessness, and confusion in her heart. This scene was very heart-wrenching, but as the lyrics and melody became more and more passionate, Elsa's emotions and thoughts changed in the picture. Let it be, there's no turning back, the beautiful ice magic seemed to spurt out ice flowers that turned into musical notes, so beautiful, it seemed that after putting down the music, Elsa became happy. This little distance makes everything more exquisite. The fear that once troubled me will be far away from my memories. Elsa took off her shawl and robe and ran happily on the snowy mountain. She continued to sing with a smile, no right or wrong, no bottom line, forward. At this moment, Elsa's feet stepped on the stairs covered with snow and spikes. A magical scene appeared. A smooth ice surface appeared under her feet, and ice magic built a bridge out of thin air. A sparkling and magnificent ice palace appeared on the big screen. The passion of the song seemed to merge with the picture at this moment. At this moment, every viewer's heart was shaken. F***ck. He couldn't help but swear. There was no need to elaborate on the plot of the movie. After all, Xianxia was the one who wrote the script and tried his best to recreate the original story. Even the character designs were drawn by Xianxia based on his memories from his previous life. Therefore, no matter how good Frozen was in his previous life, the animation in this life would be even better. In the end, the movie came to an end after Elsa defeated the evil Hans. She brought her family, friends, and the people of the kingdom to skate and play together. This wasn't the first time that Lu Xiaoyu, and the other children had watched a movie. They knew that when a large number of subtitles and black screens appeared, the movie would end. In addition, the other audience members in the theater had also stood up and stretched, making some noise. Therefore, they reluctantly withdrew their gazes from the big screen. "Aya, I'm done watching." Nan Jiaoyu sighed regretfully. Yang Luoqi, who was sitting beside him, also nodded. She pouted and said, "I haven't watched enough yet." Shixi's side was more lively. After Xixi was released and could speak, she beamed with joy and couldn't wait to tell Lu Weisha what she had been holding back. "Lu Weisha, do you still remember Kristoff's little deer? Although it became so big and ugly later on, it looked a little like a stupid ox, but it was still very cute when it was young." Xixi and Lu Weisha communicated in Swedish. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but lean over and reach out to pull Xixi's hand to attract Xixi's attention. She said a little emotionally, "Xixi, what happened to Hans after that? I hate him so much." Yu Xiaowei, who was sandwiched in the middle, heard this and nodded lightly. She agreed and said, "I don't like him either." The girls were discussing enthusiastically, but Chen Shiyun was more daring. She turned around and knelt on the thick cushion of the chair. She hugged the back of the chair and looked at Yang eagerly. She asked, "Uncle Yang, can I ask you a question?" When Yang heard this, he was a little surprised. When did Chen Shiyun become so polite? He didn't know that because he had promised the children a reward, the children didn't dare to be presumptuous. Even Chen Shiyun was like an obedient girl, talking to Uncle Yang obediently because they were, blindly, worried that if they didn't listen, Uncle Yang would take back the reward and not give it to them anymore. "Sure." Yang laughed. "That's right, after watching this movie, I can watch it tomorrow?" Chen Shiyun looked expectantly at Yang and asked. "What do you mean?" Yang didn't understand Chen Shiyun's words. Because I watch Duo and Little Fox. I can watch it every night," Chen Shiyun said. In fact, there was no need for Yang to answer. Chen Shiyun's friends were fighting to answer Chen Shiyun's doubts. Although everyone was talking at the same time, Xixi was still the first to answer. Xixi chuckled and said, "No, Shiyun, Duo is watching a cartoon. We can watch it on TV. We are watching a movie now. After watching the movie, there will be no more. We can't watch it tomorrow." Yang finally understood. It turned out that Chen Shiyun wanted to ask him which channel the sequel of the movie would be broadcast on. Yang smiled and shook his head. He pointed at the big screen that was ignored by the children and said with a smile, "You can't see it on TV, but don't be in a hurry to leave. There's still a little Easter egg at the back." Hearing Yang say that, all the children's eyes lit up, including Xixi. They turned their little heads anxiously and didn't bother to talk. They stared at the big screen that was still showing subtitles. Yang didn't fool the children. After a while, when the subtitles were about to end, Snowbow's head with a carrot stuck out appeared. On the dark big screen, its figure was very obvious. This made the little girls cry out excitedly, "Wow, Snowbow! I love Snowbow so much. Although this Easter egg wasn't in the original version, Xianxia still wrote a small script and got someone to make it. Snowbow began to explore in the dark. It was as if it had passed through a door and arrived at the beach world that it had always dreamed of: summer, warm wind, scorching sun, so beautiful. However, the children all saw it lying comfortably on the beach chair and basking in the sun. In the end, it melted on its own. Snowbow panicked. Its two little branches waved helplessly, but soon, its arms melted. Its little branches fell off, and its carrot nose fell off as well. Hee hee, hee hee. Although they sympathized with Snowbow, this scene still made the children burst into laughter. Actually, Snowbow had tortured itself quite a lot in the past. Its body had been separated a lot in the past, right? Fortunately, it had a special ability to recover, so the children weren't worried about it. Sure enough, this scene soon condensed into a dream. The real Snowbow was lying on a little bed in the ice palace. Because it was having a nightmare, it closed its eyes and danced around. However, in the end, the Easter egg ended and the movie ended. The audience gradually left the theater. Xianxia also called the children who couldn't bear to get up to go home. So, Snowbow was dreaming. Xianxia exclaimed. Uncle Yang said that they could talk after the movie ended, so she wasn't being naughty. Hee hee, I knew it already. Lu Xiaoyu followed behind her and smiled proudly. Snowbow won't go to a hot place. It's a snowman. However, at this time, Lan Xian, who had answered the question earlier, was very enthusiastic. She ran over to the trash can by the aisle and stuffed her empty popcorn bucket into the trash can by the aisle. Then, she stood at the side and enthusiastically took charge of the garbage disposal task. Here, you guys are here to throw the garbage. You can't throw things on the ground. Lan Xian shouted. His friends were quite cooperative. They all giggled and lined up. They continued to chat while throwing the trash. Xianxia, on the other hand, held little Tao Wu and watched from the side. After watching the movie, Tong Tong was a little tired. He didn't like to play around and didn't like to walk by himself. Xianxia hugged him in his arms and pouted his little mouth. It wasn't clear if he was serious or distracted, but his eyes were fixed on the line of older sisters. Regardless of whether he understood the movie or not, Xianxia still wanted him to see these outstanding older sisters and be influenced by their good qualities. However, at this time, after Cece threw away her paper bucket, she happily jumped in front of her friends. She looked a little embarrassed, but she still eagerly said, you guys, when you were watching the movie, did you see Sister Aisha? When Sister Aisha was young, she spoke very much like me? This little girl wanted to say that she spoke like herself, but she didn't say it clearly and beat around the bush. She was eagerly waiting for her friend's approval. Did she speak like she? Chen Shiyun blinked in confusion. Her memory was limited, so how could she remember what Elsa's voice sounded like at the beginning? I remember now. On the other hand, Lu Xiaoyu was very supportive. She excitedly raised her hand and said happily, you told me that you were Sister Elsa. Under the surprised and envious gazes of her friends, Shishi embarrassedly shook her little butt and giggled. No, I'm not Sister Elsa. I'm just a voice actor. I speak for Sister Elsa when she was young. Wow. Lu Weisha, Yu Xiaowei, and the rest of her friends looked at Shishi with admiration. She seemed really amazing. The box office of Frozen on its opening day was actually quite good. After all, Xianxia himself had a lot of appeal, and many fans were willing to buy tickets to watch his first animated film. In the past, Shishi's bedtime stories had also cultivated a group of loyal fans. Now that Frozen had been made into an animated film, these fans naturally pestered their parents to take them to the cinema to watch Elsa. This also made the opening box office of Frozen ranked at the top of the single-day box office of the currently released films, and even made it into the top 5. For an animated film, this was already a very good result. Some media outlets had analyzed the reason for Frozen's sudden rise in popularity in the early stages. This analysis was correct, but it also made a judgment that after Frozen consumed the purchasing power of the fans, the box office figures would decline. But who would have thought that after 3 or 4 days, Frozen would receive a flood of good reviews? Not only did the children like to watch it, but the parents who accompanied them to the cinema also enjoyed it. This is the best movie to take your child to this summer. The plot is simple but exciting. The cinematography is beautiful but not flashy. All in all, this movie is very good. I really want to have the magical ice magic of Princess Elsa. After taking off the gloves, I can soar in the sky with the ice and snow. This was a movie review by a girl in her 20s. She did not care about showing her young girl's heart that had been aroused. I've watched it for the second time. Although I'm Yang Yi's die-hard fan, I still can't help but recommend this movie to everyone. Perhaps many people don't know this, but this story was once made up by Yang Yi to coax Xixi, who was only 4 years old at the time, to sleep. Now, 3 or 4 years later, he can finally let his daughter watch this movie on the big screen. It's still as exciting as ever, and it's still as exciting as ever. Just thinking about it makes me want to cry. With the accumulation of word of mouth and the recommendation of many people by their friends who had watched the movie in their daily lives, Frozen's box office figures increased instead of decreasing, although the increase in the box office was rather linear. After 3 to 4 days, the daily box office ranking of Frozen jumped from 5th place to 2nd place. Moreover, the media had received news from the theater chains that they had made corresponding adjustments based on the feedback from the market. Frozen's tickets are hard to come by. It could be said that for the first time, they had given an animated film a screen time slot that was only available to commercial action films with a box office hit. He believed that after the adjustments, the box office of Frozen would be even higher and more magical. Who knows, it might be able to compete with normal commercial films. The media was more concerned about the box office data, but few people noticed that in the Sahara online shopping mall, as well as in the major supermarkets, children's stores, and bookstores across the country, the licensed products of Frozen were produced by several factories invested by Yang Yi. Even Cece's bedtime stories, which originally included this story, was selling like hotcakes because of the popularity of the movie. The following scene played out in front of ordinary people during the rest of the summer break. Mom. Mother. Look, it's baby Snow. While they were shopping in the supermarket, a little boy suddenly couldn't move. He yelled and dragged his mother's hand, forcing her to leave the shelves of soy sauce, chili sauce, and other condiments. He wanted her to accompany him to see all kinds of best-selling soft toys on the counter in the middle aisle. Perhaps it was because he couldn't stand it anymore, or perhaps it was because he had tears in his eyes, but his mother said helplessly, okay, 90 yuan for a doll. Oh my god, it's so expensive. Forget it, you can buy one. The little boy wiped away his tears and jumped up in joy. He excitedly dived into the shelves and started picking. But soon, he was conflicted again. I like this, and I like that. Mom, I want both. No, I want these too. Let's buy one more, okay? Just as the little boy was bargaining with his mother, an older lady next to him blushed and secretly picked up a cute doll of Anna when she was young. She covered her snickering mouth and ran away dejectedly. After Frozen became popular, reporters began to dig up the news from Xianxia Entertainment Express. In the news, besides the real relationship between Yang Yi and Lan Caocai and the possibility that Yang Yi was a shareholder of Sahara Online Mall, there were also many photos of Yang Yi and Lan Caocai in the super-large amusement park in Jinling that was under construction. These photos didn't attract much attention at the time, but now that they were republished and reported, it became the headline news a week after Frozen was released. For this movie, Yang Yi built an amusement park? The fans of Frozen were pleasantly surprised and asked in the comments section of the news, where is this place? Can we play now? It had to be said that looking at the photos, the amusement park had already been built to a large scale with various Frozen-themed rides, as well as the Ice Palace, painted in the color of ice and snow, which was said to be designed to be close to the same scale, were also very shocking. Fans who really liked the story and the characters in the movie couldn't sit still when they saw the huge Ice Palace. Since this news caught the attention of the public and the officials had so many questions, the reporters took action one after another. They even went to the premiere of The Shawshank Redemption to stop Yang Yi. This movie was released a week after Frozen, but it also attracted a lot of attention before it was released. Whether the movie was good or not was another matter. The director and cast of this movie could be said to be luxurious. International director Wu Yan was the director, with Jia Yuchen and Li Baoguo as the lead actors. There was also a large supporting cast of veteran actors. Even Chen Fengchen played a supporting role. Guozi and other young actors were also playing cameos. Just based on this cast, The Shawshank Redemption was already hyped up even before it was released. Many movies that were released during the summer break at the same time sounded the alarm. There were even many media outlets who said that Frozen had successfully made a comeback to the top, after a week. Perhaps only Yang Yi's other movie, The Shawshank Redemption, could beat it. Regardless of the movie's later results, many media outlets were now very interested in Yang Yi's amusement park. Even though he didn't respond to questions about Frozen at the premiere, after the premiere, Yang Yi still accepted interviews with a few reporters who were on good terms with him under the arrangement of his company. That's right, Big Brother Lon and I invested in building this amusement park together. Yang Yi said with a smile, everyone can guess the reason. It's all for the sake of children. Let's put aside the money and whatnot. I promised Shishi before that I would build her the world's largest and most fun amusement park, so as everyone can see, the first phase of the amusement park is already under construction. As for the question the reporters asked on behalf of the netizens about when they could visit the amusement park, Yang Yi also gave a relatively clear answer, which was rare for him. At present, the first phase of the project is basically nearing the end, but because it still needs to go through testing, acceptance, and other complicated post-production works, I don't know these terms very well, but the news I received from Big Brother Lon is that it's definitely not going to happen this year. Sorry, it's really not going to make it in time for the movie. Yang Yi smiled at the reporters, waved his hand, and said, but we can look forward to next spring and summer. Under the premise of ensuring quality, we will let everyone see the first phase of the entire large-scale amusement park as soon as possible, which is the theme park of Frozen. At that time, we also welcome fans who like to come and play. The box office of The Shawshank Redemption was doing well at the beginning. After all, it had such a big cast of stars and an overwhelming amount of publicity. On the second day, the box office of The Shawshank Redemption surpassed Frozen and was ranked first. But no one would have thought that the good times would not last long. Although the prison break-themed movie expressed profound content, it was also very serious. Its box office began to decline in just a week. From the perspective of the movie itself, its plot was worthy of careful consideration. On some film review websites, its ratings were also very high. It could be said that the fans who liked it would not be stingy with their high ratings. Even if the fans did not like such a depressing plot, they would not give a low rating. After all, the story and life principles it told were still very shocking. Even on the film magazines, those professional film critics gave it very high marks. They even praised it as a good movie that was hard to come by in 10 years, but even so, it could not change the seriousness of its theme, nor could it change the depressing plot. Don't compare it with Prison Break, which had a gripping plot and high ratings. Both were Prison Break-themed movies, but Prison Break was more like a commercial film, while The Shawshank Redemption was more like a literary film. The progress of the plot was like boiling a frog in warm water. Although it could be thought-provoking, it was not exciting enough. Many young people came to the cinema to watch movies. Didn't they come for the excitement or joy of the plot? Naturally, such a heavy-hearted movie began to become a niche audience. Of course, the box office of The Shawshank Redemption was declining, and it might not even meet the expectations of the investors in the future. It was already much better than Yang Yi's previous life. This was a story for another time, so let's not talk about it here. Let's return to our children. After watching Frozen, which they could not forget, the children were even more interested in visiting the so-called doll production factory that Yang Yi had promised earlier. She received calls from her friends from time to time. Then, she actively ran to her father and asked, "Papa, Sister Xiaowei asked me. She wants to go and see it too." Yang Yi patted Shishi's little head and said with a smile, "Of course, didn't I promise you last time that you could let your friends visit it together?" But, Papa, when can we go and see it?" Shishi blinked and asked. Yang Yi originally wanted to give the answer directly, but he rolled his eyes and had a new idea. He smiled and said, "It depends on how you arrange it." "How do I arrange it?" The little girl looked at her father in confusion. "Yes, I'll leave this event to you." "How about it?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "You can confirm the time, then call your friends and tell them to gather at our house like last time. Dad will arrange a minibus to take you all to visit the factory." Obviously, Yang Yi wanted to exercise Xixi's organizing ability. In fact, he had asked Xixi to do similar things before, but they were relatively simple. For example, when Xixi was in kindergarten, she wanted to invite Yang Luoqi, Qin Shiyun, and other friends to play at home. Yang Yi asked her to confirm with each child and get the phone numbers of their parents. Now that Xixi was a big girl who was almost 7 years old, it was time for her to try some more complicated challenges. But I don't know how to arrange it. Xixi was very happy at first, but the clever little girl quickly thought of the key point. She intertwined 2 fingers and said to her father. Yang Yi said with a smile, "It doesn't matter if you don't know, Papa will teach you. You can call them one by one and ask when they are free. It's best if they can spare half a day, and then you can count them into a table." Yang Yi really taught Xixi to draw a table, so that it would be more convenient to fill in the statistical results and more intuitive to get the conclusion they wanted. Xixi listened very carefully. Although the little girl was not like before, when she always liked to ask why, she was obviously more focused when learning new things. "Papa, but what if they are not free? What should we do?" Xixi raised her little face and looked at her father worriedly. "Generally speaking, they are free on weekends." Yang Yi gently analyzed for the little girl. "Now they are not free because their parents have to go to work, so their parents ask them to read books and do summer homework at home." Xixi blinked her big eyes and smiled sweetly. "Hee, but I have finished my summer homework." In order to show off, the little girl digressed a little. However, Yang Yi still guided Xixi to calculate everyone's schedule first, and then negotiate and adjust according to the situation. Therefore, Xixi excitedly held the home phone and sat on the sofa, ready to call her friends. Yang Yi helped Xixi to take the table she had just drawn and the pen she had just drawn and put it on the coffee table. Then, he left like a shopkeeper. Although it was not dinner time yet, Yang Yi still wanted to create a relatively independent environment for Xixi. In order not to give her a chance to rely on him, he went into the kitchen. However, Yang Yi miscalculated. Xixi was not alone. She had a little helper. Tong Tong was in the living room. Now that his sister was here, he came over eagerly. Moreover, the little fellow was quite tactful. His sister sat cross-legged on the sofa, while he grinned and leaned against the thick sofa, standing in front of his sister. "Little brother, who do you think we should call first?" Xixi tilted her head and touched her chin with her fingers. She asked Tong Tong, "Yes, what about Sister Lu Weisha? Or Xian? Sister Xian doesn't need to. She is definitely free. Hee, but she hasn't finished her summer homework yet. Also, should we call Sister Fishy first, or should we call?" Xixi rattled off a lot of names. Little Bayan, on the other hand, understood quite a bit and was very happy to participate. He began to wave his right hand with his fingers outstretched in an excited manner and said in a childish voice, "Big sis, big sis." "No, which sister? Why don't we call Sister Fishy first?" Xixi had an idea of her own. She patted her little skirt and said cheerfully. When Tong Tong heard his sister say this, he did not know if his sister's words were the same as his own. Anyway, he thought that his sister had gotten the idea from him. He squinted his eyes and smiled happily. He patted the sofa and said, "Hee, okay." Xixi had already memorized the phone number of her deskmate's house. Under Tong Tong's gaze, she began to dial the number. The call was quickly connected, and Cici called out cheerfully, "Little you let me tell you." But just as quickly, Xixi's expression became a little embarrassed. Her voice became a lot quieter. She said embarrassedly, "Hey, it's not Fishy? Hello, Auntie. I'm Xixi." Lu Xiaoyu's mother answered the phone. After she said a few words to Xixi, she called Lu Xiaoyu over. This phone is so magical. It wasn't that little soprano had never seen her parents talk on the phone before. However, standing in front of her sister and watching her press the red button for a while before she started talking, it could be said that this was the first time she had seen it from such a close distance. This feeling was different. Tong Tong stared at his sister with his big, curious eyes. Although his sister was happily talking to Sister Fishy, Tong Tong did not pay attention to what his sister was talking about. His gaze finally landed on the phone that was pressing against his sister's skirt. After a while, she finished making the first call. She put down the phone and moved it to the sofa beside her. She got down from Tong Tong's side excitedly and ran to the kitchen in a hurry. I'm going to look for Papa. Tong Tong did not want to look for Papa. He was very interested in the phone now. It was just as well that his sister was leaving. He did not have to ask his sister to share the phone with him. Tong Tong came back to his senses and grinned happily. He reached out his small hand and hooked it. His hand was too short to reach the phone. Tong Tong was not discouraged. He swiftly pressed down on the sofa and climbed up with his butt sticking out. Tong Tong followed his sister's example and grabbed the phone. What was interesting was that he didn't pull the receiver down. The receiver was facing his hair, and the receiver was facing his chin. If it weren't for the wrong position, the little guy would have really made a phone call. Huh? Wow. Huh? Tong Tong mumbled a few times. However, he realized that there was no sound from the phone as he had expected. He looked at the phone in his hand suspiciously. That's right. My sister pressed the red button on the phone when she made the call. Tong Tong was very good at imitating. He followed his sister's example and pressed the button on the phone. She ran to report her work progress to her father. After a while, Xianxia pushed her out of the kitchen and said with a smile, since you have asked about Fishy, you can record her situation on the form that we just gave you. You can make a decision after you have tallied up everyone's situation. All right. But little Fishy is fine with anything. She turned around and said to her father hesitantly. It's the same. Put a tick in every box, Xianxia said. When they arrived at the living room, Xianxia planned to instruct Xi to do the first statistics before going back. However, to their surprise, they saw Tong Tong talking to the phone with a serious face. No, there. The little fellow was still waving his little hands as if he was very anxious. When he saw his sister appear, he seemed to have an inspiration. Mommy, sister said, why was this kid playing with his phone? Who was he talking to? Xianxia was stunned for a moment, but he immediately reacted and reached out to Tong Tong for the phone. Tong Tong also felt that he could not express himself clearly. When he saw his father, it was as if he had seen his savior. He quickly passed the phone to his father. However, he still did not know that he had done something wrong. He giggled and looked at his father expectantly. He wanted to see how his father would make the phone call. Hello, I'm sorry. Just now. After Xianxia took the phone and was about to explain and apologize, he found that there was only a long beep sound coming from the receiver. Obviously, the other party had hung up at some point. Or, Tong Tong did not make the call at all, then why was he talking so enthusiastically? Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry as he put the phone back. Then, he picked up Tong Tong and pinched his chubby little face. He laughed and said, why are you playing with your phone? You can't play with these electronic devices casually. Tong Tong blinked and pointed at his sister, who was putting the phone back in her original position. She was more active in helping her brother. She raised her head and reached out to hold her father's wrist. She whispered, Papa, don't scold my brother. My brother only played with his phone because he saw that I was talking on the phone. Oh. When Tong Tong heard his sister's words, he seemed to feel that the atmosphere was not right. He knew that he had done something wrong, so he hesitantly leaned against his father's chest and did not dare to speak carelessly. Last time, he tore his sister's book and was scolded by his father. When he made a mistake, his father was scarier. The witty Tong Tong felt that it was better for him to be obedient at this time. Xianxia was not angry that Tong Tong and she had made the wrong judgment. He just felt that it was funny, especially when Tong Tong pretended to hold the phone and talk on the phone, but no one was talking to him. Xianxia felt that it was funny when he thought about it. It's okay. Xianxia smiled and touched Tong Tong's little nose. He said softly, Papa is not scolding you. It's just that you don't know how to use the phone yet. When you grow up, Papa and Mama will teach you how to use the phone. Tong Tong playing with the phone was just a small episode, and he did not make a big mistake like calling the police. Therefore, after Xianxia gently covered it up, he let Xi continue with her work. Papa, look. After making phone calls all morning, the little girl finally finished counting. She ran over and stuffed her booklet into her father's hands. She looked at her father's face expectantly, hoping that her father would praise her. Very good. You've finished counting. Xianxia did not let his daughter down. After taking a look at Xixi's statistics, he gave the little girl a thumbs up. Xixi smiled and snuggled up to her father with satisfaction. She said, "Papa, what should we do next?" Xianxia gestured at the table and analyzed it for Xixi. Look at the vertical bar. Many people are not free on Wednesday, and many on Thursday and Friday. Just as Papa guessed, they are free on the weekend. Yes, but Xiixi is not free on Saturday. Xixi had a good memory. She quickly said to her father, because Xiixi is going to have piano lessons. She told me that she wants to learn piano. Piano lessons? If there is an arrangement, it will be difficult to adjust. Nanjiaoyu is not free on Saturday and Sunday, and only Nanjiaoyu is not free on Sunday. What does he want to do? Xianxia raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Xiaoyu? Well, he doesn't want to do anything. Xixi also thought for a while before connecting the dots. Her eyes lit up and she said to her father, I know, Xiaoyu said that his papa and mom are going to do something, and then they are not free. Xianxia could roughly guess what the situation was. After Nanny Yun got better, he often attended some calligraphy activities to earn some tuition for Nanjiaoyu's college fees. Nanjiaoyu's mother also had to accompany him. Sometimes they would take Nanjiaoyu, and sometimes they would let him read at home. Therefore, sometimes on weekends, when Xixi invited her friends to her house to play, Nanjiaoyu often regretted that he could not come. However, Xianxia's eyes flashed with a strange light. He said in his heart, should I kick this kid out? He is obviously a boy, why does he play with girls all day? However, he only thought about it for a moment. Soon, he shook his head and tossed the thought away. It was not worthwhile to scheme against a child, therefore, Xianxia smiled and said to Xixi, that's easy. We can ask. Since his parents are not free, let's see if they agree. We will pick up Nanjiaoyu on Sunday and visit with them. After the visit, we will send him back. I think his parents will agree. Yes. If Xiaoyu's papa and mom agree, that would be great. Xixi nodded with joy. Xianxia rubbed the little girl's head with jealousy and said with a smile, go and make the call. This is your job. Perhaps for Lan Xian, who procrastinated and didn't like to do her summer homework and ended up being stared at by her angry mother, the past few days were particularly long. However, for Cici, who had been looking forward to the weekend all day long, time passed very quickly. Finally, the weekend came and the little guys were finally liberated. Early in the morning, the little girls happily came to Xixi's house. It was like a spring outing. Each of the little girls wore their favorite small skirts, their favorite butterfly sandals, or their favorite pink sneakers. They got on the minibus and were ready to go to the factory. Of course, their first stop was still to pick up Nanjiaoyu, who was still waiting for them at home. Since his parents were not at home, Xianxia went to pick up Nanjiaoyu. He also told the excited little boy to lock the door. Then, Nanjiaoyu ran downstairs, carrying his small school bag, and rushed to Xixi's minibus. Xianxia followed behind and heard the little boy gasping for breath. He said to his little friends, oh. Great. You finally came. I thought you had already left. You don't want me anymore. Seeing him talking and laughing with the little girls, Xianxia laughed in his heart. When they arrived at the doll factory, Lu Benji and the factory's director were already waiting there. The big boss was bringing the future little boss to inspect. How could they not cheer up? What's more, Xianxia also asked Lu Benji to be in charge of this matter. He asked him to prepare and plan the children's tour route. After all, he couldn't arrange for the children to watch the production line of some creepy dolls. There would be a lot of doll parts there, such as broken heads and arms flowing on the conveyor belt. Naturally, these scenes should be avoided from the children. How to arrange this trip so that the children would not feel that the tour was scary, but would feel that it was very interesting. In addition, it would be best if they could learn some knowledge. This was a headache for Lu Benji. Fortunately, Lu Benji was worthy of the high salary that Xianxia had given him. In just a few days, he had arranged the work that his boss had given him. Let's put on our safety helmets first, because we're going to visit the factory first. In the factory, safety is always our first priority. Lu Benji volunteered to take on the responsibility of hosting and explaining. He smiled and handed over the small safety helmet specially made for the children. Wearing the safety helmet was uncomfortable, but the interesting thing was that none of the children complained. Instead, they felt that the safety helmet was very novel. It was a small yellow hat with a hard plastic top. Thus, they lined up to receive the safety helmet and scrambled to put it on. Shishi, look at me. After Chen Shiyun put on the safety helmet, she smiled foolishly and ran to Shishi. She stuck her head out to Shishi and said, knock a few more times. Shishi was puzzled and knocked on the plastic shell a few times. Chen Shiyun then raised her head and said proudly, hee, Shishi, my head can be used as a drum. Shishi was also amused by her little friend. She smiled and asked, Shiyun, won't your head hurt? Nope. You try it too. Chen Shiyun was an impatient person, and she did things swiftly and decisively. Therefore, before she finished speaking, she reached out her hand and knocked on Cece's helmet. Aya! Shishi exclaimed. Chen Shiyun's eyes widened. She thought that she had hurt Shishi. She nervously and worriedly grabbed Shishi's arm and whispered, Aya, why does it hurt? Shishi was no longer frowning. She regained her bright smile and said, hee, it doesn't hurt. I was just shocked when you suddenly knocked on my head. Chen Shiyun was relieved. She smiled proudly at Shishi and squinted her eyes. See, I told you it doesn't hurt. Yang Yi also put a super small safety helmet on Tong Tong. It was probably custom made by Lu Benji for Tong Tong. However, the little guy seemed to feel a little uncomfortable, especially when the strap was hanging under his neck. It made him feel a little uncomfortable, so he reached out to push the hat. Yang Yi quickly pointed at Shishi and the others and said to Tong Tong, look at the big sisters wearing them. It's so fun. Tong Tong looked at the big sisters playing happily. He blinked his eyes in confusion. Finally, under the influence of his big sisters, he agreed to wear the safety helmet. What was interesting was that after putting on the safety helmet, perhaps because there was something pressing down on his head, little Momo seemed to have put on a golden hoop and became obedient. Earlier, he was still making a fuss about going down to stand with his sisters. Now, he was quietly being carried by his father. He even looked up at the big factory with some effort and no longer had the energy to make a fuss. This was good. Yang Yi was also worried that Tong Tong would run around. After all, this was a factory, and there were a lot of dangerous machines. As for Shishi and the others, Yang Yi and the other parents followed behind them to take care of the little guys. Let's go in from the west door. First, let's take a look at the clothes made by our dolls. Look at the beautiful clothes, such as Elsa's and Anna's dresses, okay? Lu Benji was very competent as a tour guide. He coaxed the group of children as if they were children. Okay. Shishi and the others responded at the same time. Although it was inconvenient to look up with the safety helmet, they still tried their best to look up and looked at Uncle Lu with excitement. Shishi was more enthusiastic about translating to Lu Weisha. After translating, she said excitedly, Lu Weisha, let me tell you, Elsa's dress is blue and white. It's very beautiful. Anna's dress is in many colors, and I like the purple one the most. When Yang Yi heard Lu Benji's arrangement to go in from the west door, he knew what Lu Benji had in mind. That was actually the core area of the doll factory. Compared to the other areas, although there were mechanical aids, it was definitely not an assembly line operation. The dolls made in other areas were almost all very cheap and mass-produced products. For example, the dolls sold in supermarkets for 9.90 yuan, and the dolls sold in bookstores or shopping malls for less than 500 yuan were all made on an assembly line. As for the west door, it was the place where the factory hired a group of artisans with high salaries. They specialized in making commemorative or limited edition dolls. These dolls were also sold in the Sahara online shopping mall. Because of the exquisite workmanship and the exquisite materials, not only the fabric, but also the leather or high-end wood, and the high-quality packaging, the dolls were sold for thousands of yuan. Some of them were even sold for tens of thousands of yuan. It could be said that only the rich and fanatics could afford to play with high-end figurines. However, Compared to the assembly line, such a production area might be more amiable to the children. It would not be scary to see a pile of broken arms piled up together. End of chapter 1145. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.